Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Dust and Echoes. Chapter 26. Reap the Seed. I want turrets and snipers set up along that wall, Blade Master RWBY ordered over the local battlenet, tracing his finger along a paper blueprint they had uncovered of the refinery they had chosen to be their fortress. Of course, Blade Master. Your will be done. One of the Sangali majors who managed to survive the human attack and rendezvous at the refinery replied. IR glanced up towards one of the many security monitors the humans had set up along the wall. He and the rest of his zealots, along with the memory block containing the cartographer's records, had taken refuge inside a large vault underneath the refinery. The veteran Blade Master had seen such facilities before, some of which he cleared out personally. They were shelters designed to protect the workers should the refinery suffer a catastrophic failure and they were unable, for whatever reason, to evacuate the facility itself. The humans would run inside, close the thick, titanium doors, and seal it shut behind them. Despite their primitive construction, IR found that they were quite sturdy, with some even able to survive orbital plasma bombardment. Granted, they didn't offer any protection whatsoever from Covenant soldiers storming inside. Such was the case for the humans who had sought refuge in the vault, who were hunted down ruthlessly in the tight, confined space. The place that had been designed to keep them safe from harm instead became their tomb. It was somewhat ironic, in IR's opinion. Speaking of humans, IR glanced towards his youngest zealot, Rtida. He was currently preparing defensive positions inside the vault along with the most experienced and well-armed soldiers who had heeded IR's call. Plasma turrets were being set up and manned by Sangali warriors, Kigyur marksmen were training their beam rifles and carbines towards the only entrance, and more. In total, there were several dozen loyal soldiers ready to lay down their lives for the cartographer, with dozens more outside. But that's not what IR was focused on. Instead, he was far more focused on the obvious doubt that was growing in Rtida's mind. He had hoped and prayed that their earlier discussion on the matter would be enough, but clearly that wasn't the case. Why else would a zealot argue for keeping humans alive as prisoners? Yes, IR understood the practicality of such an argument, but that was no excuse. More importantly, IR felt that Rtida's true motive for saying that was to try and get out of killing the unarmed humans at all. He had half a mind to put him down for heresy right then and there. Had they been in any other circumstance, he probably would have. But for now he needed every zealot he could to ensure that this mission would succeed, and that meant he would stay his hand for now. Should Rtida continue to show such doubt and, gods forbid, guilt, he would execute the zealot once they were safely aboard the valorous Penates. But until then, Rtida's fate was undecided. Hopefully, the young Sangali would turn back from the path he was currently treading. The last thing IR wanted to do was put down a promising young warrior, but he would if he must. Blade Master, our sensors have picked up human aircraft, trestwho declared, holding his concussion rifle to his chest. How many and what kind? IR asked, continuing to go over the blueprints to find the best possible avenues of attack and defense. 3 Falcons, I believe, trestwho answered, then grimaced. I still don't like the fact that we're using human names at all. They don't have the right. They don't, but they simply have too many vehicle types that we need to distinguish for combat, IR pointed out. And we're certainly not going to dignify them with names of our own. I understand, Blade Master, trestwho said with a slight bow of his head. In any case, they've likely already dropped off a complement of soldiers and are now hanging back to provide close air support. They're currently outside the range of our AA guns. So they know what happened to their fallen brethren, IR said and huffed. It is no matter. We'll put them down all the same. Have the men outside ready themselves for an infantry assault. So long as the Falcons are deterred by our defenses, the humans will be no match for us. trestwho nodded, then began to speak into the battlenet to convey IR's orders. The Blade Master appreciated that his orders and direction were being followed immediately, something that all zealots should strive for. One does not survive on the battlefield by questioning their superiors. That was a lesson all loyal soldiers of the Covenant learned early in their training, and each battle only reinforced it. He was cut off from his internal musing when an alarmed Rtida shouted, Blade Master, a human warship is on approach. What? IR yelled in surprise. They're launching missiles. trestwho declared, causing IR's eyes to widen in horror. A moment later, the world began to shake violently, and all he could hear was the sound of unending explosions and screams. Crow watched with grim satisfaction as the midsummer night, hanging above in low orbit, rained fire down onto the deuterium refinery. An endless volley of Archer missiles struck Covenant defenses indiscriminately. Walls were blown apart. Grunts, jackalls, and elites were consumed by fire and shrapnel. Large vats containing fuel for starships ruptured, causing the fuel to ignite and explode, further adding to the carnage and a thunderous shockwave that they could feel in their chests even from their cover and safe distance. Goddamn, Harriet couldn't help but mutter as she nodded to herself. Indeed, Lieutenant Dare remarked in agreement, wiping away the rain that had fallen onto her visor. The orbital missile bombardment had been going on for a few minutes now. As soon as Lieutenant Kareem called in the strike, the midsummer night wasted no time in unleashing hell upon the Covenant. With no humans in the immediate vicinity, they were able to act with impunity. something that Crow was more than happy to accept, particularly since the Covenant had clearly murdered every innocent human there already. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but gulp at the devastation he was seeing. It was a far cry from a grim hunting expedition. Those more often than not became intimate affairs, even on the rare missions he undertook with the Atlesian military or militias in other kingdoms. This felt larger and more impersonal. So this is what total war looks like, Crow said, and Johnson nodded. Yep, at least this time we're on the other side of an orbital strike, the Marine sergeant stated. Crow hummed, then turned to Dare and asked, tell me, if there had been humans down there, would you have called the strike anyway? Dare was silent at first, clearly feeling everyone's eyes focusing on her. After a moment, she sighed and said, we're lucky we're in a position where I didn't have to make that call. That was as much as an admission as any, Crow figured. It left a sour taste in his mouth, even if he understood the cold, hard logic. What was the life of, at most, a few dozen workers over billions? Fortunately or unfortunately, it was as she said. The Covenant, in their needless cruelty, made the decision easy for them. Crow suspected, though, that wouldn't always be the case going forward. He tried not to think about it. The Huntsmen, Marines, and ODSTs continued to watch the missile barrage from their position. They were still laying prone, although Crow doubted it was necessary at this point. From the looks of it, it didn't seem as though anyone could survive that level of devastation. But, eventually, the missile subsided, and the sound of explosions came to a stop. Archer barrage complete, Shakespeare revealed. Copy, Midsummer Night. Stand by for visual confirmation, Captain Price replied as he aimed through the scope of his sniper rifle towards the ruins of the refinery. From what Crow could see within the smothering pillar of dust and smoke, hardly any of it was left. Just a few isolated, warped, and crumbled walls of polycrete and titanium. If he had to put a number on it, he suspected at least 90% of the refinery was destroyed in the bombardment. After a moment, Price replied, all external Covenant defenses destroyed. A few stragglers, but nothing too serious. They're in no condition to fight from what I can see. Look like they'll keel over any moment now. Understood. You are cleared for approach, Commander Keyes declared. He then growled, his voice dripping with venom, take no prisoners. With that, Commander Keyes got off the line. As everyone stood up, with Price swapping his sniper rifle for his submachine gun, Ghost remarked, these guys are zealots. Doubt they would have surrendered anyway. Nor would they have accepted it after what they had done, Crow figured. It was a moot point. As far as he was concerned, these zealots were going to pay, and he was more than happy to be the one to do it. With that in mind, he unfurled Harbinger from his lower back and, along with everyone else, began to move across the open field towards the refinery. With his eyes clenched tightly shut, Rtida covered his helmless head with his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the never-ending series of explosions going on above him. Even with several units of reinforced titanium and polycrete protecting them from the worst of the barrage, its effects were still being felt. The Kigyar and Ungoi were tossed off their feet and onto their backs or bellies from the constant and violent vibrations. Cracks were forming on the ceiling that dripped dust and debris onto those below. Barricades which hadn't yet been fully secured collapsed, burying one unfortunate Ungoi under its mass. It felt as though they were being subjected to the wrath of the gods themselves. In all his years fighting the humans, he had never seen them react this way. Or rather, perhaps this was the first time they were able to react this way. Eventually, the humans' fury came to an end. The explosion subsided, and the world became all too quiet and still. Slowly, Rtida unfurled his arms from his head and looked around, watching as the other zealots and Covenant warriors did the same. At the back of the room, he saw Blade Master RWBY supporting himself on a large wooden table looking towards the wall of security monitors, only to see static. Status report. IR shouted, causing Rtida and the other warriors to leap into action. One of the Ungoi was crushed. Rtida called out after doing a quick head count, with several of the other Ungoi trying to dig their fallen brother's body out from the debris only to stop when a Sanghaili major ordered them to cease their efforts. Other than the Ungoi, it appears we've only suffered minor injuries, Blade Master Tul Drazami declared after he, the only field doctor among them, finished doing a quick scan of the assembled warriors. I'm not hearing anyone from outside, one of the Kigyar mercenaries reported. Rtida didn't even bother trying to verify his claim. After that much ordnance was fired upon them, he doubted anyone topside was still alive. If they were, they weren't long for this world, and death would be a mercy. But apparently IR wasn't content with assumptions as he pointed towards Jason, Luxemi, and said, head outside and report on what you find. If you see any humans approaching, find cover and report on anything they say. Do not engage unless you absolutely have to. Yes, Blade Master, Jason replied, flashing a quick salute before shouldering his focus rifle and activating his active camouflage. Blade Master, is that wise? Rtida couldn't help but ask, watching the dust kick up underneath Jason's invisible feet. He'll be without cover, and do not question my orders, Rtida. IR barked irritably, shooting the young zealot a harsh glare that caused Rtida to involuntarily flinch. Realizing that he was treading on thin ice already, Rtida wisely decided to keep his mandibles shut. In the back of his mind, though, he grumbled about his commander's decision-making as of late. It was obvious to everyone that the humans were after them. They likely wanted the cartographer's data for themselves. Even though the humans secured the site itself, and were undoubtedly already having their AIs comb through its contents, having a copy already downloaded to an external memory block was too great a treasure to pass up, which was why Rita advocated for keeping prisoners. It would give the humans pause, even if only a little. Instead, they killed every single human on the site, then unceremoniously dumped them by the river. The humans were only ever going to respond in one way after such a massacre of their people, and Rita could only pray that they would be able to survive their retribution. That was when Jason's voice came through the battlenet, and Rita's eyes widened in horror as he reported, "Blade Master, the humans are already here, and they brought the demons with them." With Harbinger fully extended into its sword configuration and held in one hand, Crow stomped through the smoldering ruins of the deuterium refinery. It was oddly calm despite the raging storm overhead and the crackling fires beside them that cast a harsh glow over the area. Beside him were the other huntsmen, Odysseus, and Marines, their weapons trained outward and flashlights cutting through the darkness. As Captain Price reported, there were hardly any Covenant soldiers left alive after the Midsummer Night's orbital strike. Most of the Covenant troops unfortunate enough to be outside were reduced to nothing, leaving behind only bloodstains and meaty chunks at most. But those were the lucky ones. Some had managed to miraculously survive, but with limbs completely blown off or half their bodies missing. They were pitifully trying to crawl away to some semblance of safety, except for one elite who was missing all but one arm that he used to shakily train a broken plasma rifle in their general direction. Crow and the others executed them on the spot with single shots to their heads. It was done passionlessly, with barely a moment's glance spared to the fallen aliens before they continued on. "Captain, I'm seeing a staircase heading underground in the center of the refinery," one of the pilots of the 3 Falcons hovering overhead, whom Crow recognized as Nikolai, reported over Teamcom. As the Russian man spoke, a nose-mounted spotlight illuminated the stairs in question, allowing everyone to see it. "What's that lead to, Lieutenant?" Clover asked, gripping Kingfisher tightly as his eyes darted in every direction. "A fallout shelter," Lieutenant Dare answered. "It was designed to withstand the refinery undergoing a catastrophic explosion in the event the workers couldn't escape, or a glassing." "How much do you want to bet that's where the rest of the Covies are holed up?" Ghost asked, only for Soap to chuckle. "That's not even a bet, mate, and you know it," Soap pointed out. "They're likely already dug in," Elm added. "Do we have any bunker busters?" "Nothing that'll get through that, short of a nuke. That's several meters of reinforced polycrete and titanium," Dare said as she tapped her foot against the broken ground beneath them. "We're going to have to go in ourselves. And right into the defenses they've set up for us." "Perfect," Farah groaned. "How are we going to do this?" May began, only for her to freeze, quickly followed by every other huntsman and huntress before their gazes started shifting about, catching the Terran soldiers off guard. "What?" Johnson asked, bringing his assault rifle to bear instinctively. Crow narrowed his eyes and felt his hair stand on end before quietly whispering, "We're not alone." Part of Johnson wanted to ask how Crow and the other Remnantians knew that, particularly since his motion tracker was only showing them, but by this point he knew to take them at their word. Apparently, being well-versed in one's aura gave them something of a sixth sense that warned them of danger. He had seen it firsthand on Kimbaloon, and the battle on Paponi only reinforced its existence to the veteran Marine. If they said they weren't alone, they weren't alone. Johnson narrowed his eyes as he swiveled his assault rifle back and forth through the ruins of the refinery. His rifle's underbarrel flashlight tore through the darkness, but all he could see was mud and devastation. "He's cloaked," Price whispered as he switched to his sniper rifle. That made sense in Johnson's mind. The night's orbital strike would have destroyed any external video cameras, meaning that if the Covenant wanted to know what was going on, they'd have to send someone out here to check it out themselves. Zealots were always equipped with active camouflage, and that was who they were chasing. He thought back to the stealth elite he and Crow dealt with just a few hours before, and he couldn't help but gulp nervously. That one elite killed every single Marine in his squad save for Crow and Johnson himself. This was a Zealot, a far more dangerous enemy. That was when he saw Yuri's eyes flash blue as he scanned the area, and within a split second he aimed his combination spear and bolt-action rifle, Gameon, towards a seemingly empty spot to their left and fired a single shot. Immediately afterwards, the assembled humans saw the flash of an energy shield in the shape of an elite. Captain Price immediately aimed his sniper rifle towards the exposed alien and fired 2 shots. The first struck the cloaking elite in the shoulder as he tried to retreat, causing his shields to flash. The second broke the shield completely, collapsing the invisibility field in the process. Every single Marine in ODST immediately fired upon the Zealot, who didn't even have time to react before his body was peppered with fresh bullet holes. He collapsed to the ground in a bloody heap, somehow still breathing before Johnson walked up, pulled out his M60 Magnum, and fired a single bullet into his head. "Sense anyone else?" Johnson asked as he flicked the safety for his weapon back on and holstered it to his thigh. "No, we're good," Crow declared. There was still an ever-present sense of danger around them, but it felt far more distant than what it was just a moment ago. "We don't have much time," Dare declared after giving Yuri Grammy an appreciative nod, but otherwise remained utterly focused on the objective like the professional she was. "The longer we wait, the more likely it is that Covenant reinforcements could arrive. Any suggestions?" May nodded and spoke up. "As I was trying to say, I could always sneak in with my semblance. The only reason why you were able to get away with that was because the Covenant both weren't expecting you, and there were far too many angles of approach for them to cover, Dare pointed out while shaking her head and pointing at May. She then pointed her arm towards the stairs and added, "But the Covenant here are battle-ready us, and they only have one entrance to guard. If you try sneaking in, they'll know." "There's gotta be some ventilation shafts," Gaz suggested. "We could try smoking them out. Or poisoning them," Gron added while holding up his sword, Graham, reminding Johnson of the poison gas the Faunus was injecting into the drone nest. But once again, Dare shook her head and rebutted. Unfortunately, these bunkers were installed with state-of-the-art filtration systems that'll prevent any toxins from getting inside. Good for when the atmosphere turns toxic after a glassing, but not much help to us now. "Are you telling me our only option is a frontal assault? That's suicide," So protested. "We'll be cut down before we get a few meters in." "Maybe, if you take point," Sienna countered, causing the Marines and ODSTs to look at her with raised eyebrows. She then pointed to herself with one arm and used the other to gesture towards her teammates and said, "But us? We're huntsmen. We can take a few hits, and Gron is actually the perfect point man for an assault like this." "That is true," Gron smugly confirmed, smirking proudly while crossing his arms. Seizing her moment, Sienna continued, "Let us take point. Then the Covenant's ranks. Then you and the other Marines and ODSTs coming behind us. It's not a great plan, I know, but given our situation, it's the best one I can think of." Underneath her helmet, Dare frowned and furrowed her brow. She wanted nothing more than to rebuke Sienna's suggestion. The last thing she wanted was to put the Remnantian delegation into a situation where they could all die at once. But it was as Robin said. They didn't really have many options, and so far the Huntsmen had proven to be a highly effective force multiplier, comparable to only one other unit in the entire UNSC military. After a moment, she reluctantly sighed and said, "All right, we'll go with your plan. Here's what we're going to do." Rtita held his plasma rifle tightly in his hand, aiming it towards the large vault door that served as the only entrance into the fallout shelter. Beside him were all the other Covenant warriors doing the same thing. A pair of plasma turrets were being manned by Ungoi, placed on opposite sides of the long corridor that made up the entrance hall. Behind him were scores of other warriors taking cover behind walls, columns, side rooms, and anything else they could find. Blademaster RWBY was at the back of the fallout shelter, his energy sword ignited and ready to defend the memory block with his life. He wasn't alone. Standing at his flanks were a pair of Ngalekolo, the hulking beasts, with their nearly impenetrable blue armor, massive shields on their left arms, and powerful assault cannons on their right, were walking tanks. It was hard to believe that they were just a colony of worms split into two sets of armor. Hopefully they would be enough to deal with the humans and their demons. He had heard whispers of human demons before, even if he had never faced them in actual combat before today. But the stories described them differently than the foes currently hunting them down. For one, they weren't wearing armor, and the abilities they possessed were far more esoteric. It made him wonder if they were something different, something new. But that was a concern for later. For now, Rtita could only focus on holding them back. Jason had long since gone silent, not responding to any hails sent his way. That told him and everyone else that the humans had discovered Jason's presence and killed him. Soon the humans would breach the fallout shelter, and everything would turn very loud and chaotic. Rtita hoped that their defenses would be enough to at least hold the humans back long enough for the valorous penance to come to their aid, but with the human fleet scouring the system for the Covenant corvette, that might prove difficult. His heart thundered in his chest when, at the edge of his motion tracker, he saw at least a dozen red dots appear. Beside him, every single Covenant warrior twitched, telling the Zealot that they picked up the same thing. The thick titanium door muffled the sound of the humans and their movement, but Rtita knew they were doing something. He wished that they had access to something that could let them see at the very least, that way they could prepare more effectively. "Quit your whimpering," a Sanghaili major chastised a trembling Ungoi next to him, but Rtita didn't spare a glance in favor of focusing his entire attention onto the door, the only entrance into the shelter. He wondered how the humans would breach. Would they try to blow it open via explosives? Would they tunnel through a wall or ceiling? That seemed unlikely, given just how thick the structure was. Rtita soon got his answer when, out of nowhere, a large blue blade shot out of the center of the round, gear-like door, causing him to involuntarily jump in surprise. A few of the Ungoi openly yelped, and it was only thanks to the presence of their Sanghaili commanders that they remained in formation. Narrowing his eyes and tightening his grip on his plasma rifle, he watched as the blade began to carve a large hole out of the center of the door. It reminded Rtita of an energy sword, but this was nothing like the honorable weapon holstered on his thigh, simply slicing through the metal with bewildering force and sharpness rather than melting through with plasma heat. When the blade completed its circle, it retreated back to the other side. The segment remained standing for a moment, then everyone heard something loudly strike it like a hammer. The impact sent the large cutout flying back, crashing through the center of the Covenant formation and splattering several warriors who were unable to get out of the way. It crashed through everything in its wake, from columns to barricades and Covenant warriors before grinding to a stop at the far end of the corridor. "Open fire," IR ordered, prompting every single Covenant gun still standing to engage. An intense volley of plasma fire filled the air, converging from multiple angles onto the open hole in the door. Between it and the cloud of dust, it was hard for Rtita to see what they were actually firing at. But he continued to fire his weapon, nonetheless, carefully pacing his shots so that the plasma rifle wouldn't overheat too quickly. But then, Out from the dust came a golden form that, to Rtita's horror, was completely unfazed by all the ordnance striking him. More of the dust cleared, allowing Rtita to see that it was a human male wearing a black full-body suit not unlike what human imps wore, only far less armored. Rtita, though, was completely focused on the intense golden field encasing his body from head to toe. It reminded him of an overcharged energy shield, only this was far more intense and, most importantly, wasn't coming from the armor. It was being emitted by something else. The human then laughed uproariously as he pulled out a sword from behind his back, then charged at the warrior closest to him. It turned out to be an unfortunate Ungoy who was split diagonally from shoulder to waist. He continued to completely ignore every plasma bolt that struck him in favor of moving on to his next victim, a Kigyar who attempted to block his sword strike with his energy shield gauntlet to no avail. His head was separated from his neck, and as it flew away the human was already moving on, laughing the entire time. So focused was everyone on the invincible interloper that their eyes were taken off the hole in the door. That was when Rtita heard rushing footsteps, causing him to turn his attention back to it. To his horror, he saw the rest of the humans emerging, with the new demons taking point. Now that they were closer, he could see that while most simply looked like a normal human, if wearing colorful uniforms that didn't match what human soldiers normally used, some had odd features that made no sense to him. One man had feathers instead of hair, and two of the women had an extra set of ears on top of their heads. He briefly wondered how, exactly, that worked and why they had them in the first place. But that wonder was immediately pushed aside as the man with feathers fired his weapon at Rtita, causing his shields to flash. The zealot dove backward, landing with a roll as he continued to fire his plasma rifle while rushing to cover. The other Covenant warriors weren't as lucky as the human demons engaged them. Many were using melee weapons like swords and hammers, with the woman who had striped tattoos on her arms impaling Kigyar and Ungoy with a spear-tipped chain while sporting a savage grin on her face. The other woman with extra ears on her head was dueling a pair of Sanghaili miners with her sword encased in blue energy, matching them blow for blow and exceeding their strength before bisecting both at their waist with a single slash. But as the Sanghaili corpses fell to the ground, the energy dissipated and reverted the woman's weapon back to a simple steel claymore. She didn't let it stop her from engaging the Covenant, however, and she immediately cut off the arm of a Kigyar sniper above her. To Rtita's surprise, not all of the weapons the demons were using were simply blades or bludgeons. Several shifted before his very eyes and transformed into some form of a firearm. A large muscular woman who was crushing Ungoy underneath her hammer transformed her weapon into a double-barrel rocket launcher, which she used to destroy the plasma turret emplacements. The feathered human turned his rifle into a spear to knock away the carbine from a Sanghaili major's hands before impaling him through the head once his shields broke. Behind them came the other human soldiers, Marines and imps, whom Rtita was much more used to fighting. But with so much of the Covenant's defenses already scattered by the demon's assault, they were able to get to cover past the choke point before engaging. Bullets and grenades were flying in both directions, screams filling the air before getting cut short. Fall back to the secondary position. IR ordered, and the desperate survivors did as instructed. They ran back as fast as they could, some stopping to provide covering fire. The humans and the demons continued their relentless pursuit, the demons taking point and absorbing the bulk of the Covenant's plasma fire. As Rtita fired a few shots at a man wielding a sword that flicked up over a one-handed, double-barrel shotgun, he saw as the man parried the plasma bolts before diving to cover. At the same time, he saw a red aura flicker around his body, which reminded him of an energy shield about to fail. Before Rtita could find a way to use that information, his own energy shield flickered dangerously as a Marine sergeant fired upon him with an assault rifle. He was joined by several other Marines, forcing Rtita to fall back. The zealot was able to fire a quick burst that killed a Marine, with another pair falling by Kigyar marksmen wielding carbines alongside Zess and Vorami who ran up to join Rtita. "They're already breaching our defenses," Zessin yelled, pushing Rtita back to protect both from the explosion of a fragmentation grenade. As their shields flickered from the shrapnel, they pulled out plasma grenades of their own and threw them, causing a brief lapse in gunfire as the humans tried to get away. Whether any were consumed by the ensuing fireball was unknown as the zealots were already retreating along with the rest of their contingent. "I noticed," Rtita yelled, leaping over a barricade before immediately returning fire against the humans. "If this keeps up, we won't last another cycle." "Rag!" Zessin roared in frustration as he fired his carbine towards the gold-covered human to no avail. Ducking behind the barricade in order to reload his weapon, he added, "I'm almost out." "Likewise," Rtita replied as he glanced up at the top right corner of his HUD, displaying his weapon in the remaining charge. He was down to 25%, and he could only imagine how everyone else was doing. As more and more Covenant warriors fell, Rtita heard a soft sound playing over the gunfire. Peeking over the barricade, he saw one of the humans, whose legs were digitigrade and covered in thick, brown fur, playing into a flute that he previously saw had been a hammer. A moment later, Rtita's eyes began to droop and a wave of exhaustion seemed to wash over him and several other Covenant soldiers nearby. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he knew it was connected. Before Rtita completely lost consciousness, he fired a burst towards the human, causing him to gasp in pain and stop playing his instrument in favor of getting to cover. This caused Rtita's exhaustion to dissipate and allowed him to become fully alert once again. "What was that?" Zessin shouted in surprise and fear, and Rita shook his head. I don't know, but we can't let him play that again, Rita yelled. Pulling out another plasma grenade, he tossed it towards the musical human, forcing him to retreat further at surprising speed. Zesson fired his carbine towards him, several of his shots making contact despite the difficulty, a testament to his skill. The last shot managed to break the shield covering the human's body, but unfortunately Zesson had to reload before he could take advantage of the opening. That was when the large, muscular woman aimed her hammer-turned rocket launcher towards them, and Rita's eyes widened as he grabbed Zesson by the shoulder and screamed, "Move." They barely managed to get away before a rocket slammed into the barricade, the ensuing explosion sending them flying back and tumbling head over foot. Elma Dern smiled proudly as she held Timber atop her shoulder, its twin barrels smoking from the rockets she just fired. In front of her laid the remains of the haphazard fortifications the Covenant had erected, now blown to smithereens and reduced to nothing more than scrap metal and chunks of polycrete. Several Covenant soldiers had been killed in the blast, with only a handful of elites managing to survive. 2 of them wore zealot armor, with one not having a helmet for some reason. Not that she cared. To her, they were just monsters she needed to put down, and she was more than happy to do so. Beside her, the rest of her team, the other huntsmen, and the Terran soldiers accompanying them were clearly of the same mind, putting down any surviving Covenant they came across as they continued to advance. Harriet in particular was just a blur, picking up Covenant soldiers and slamming them into nearly walls, reducing them to bloody paste in the process. With that in mind, she reconfigured Timber into its hammer mode and stomped towards the zealots, fully intending to swing it down upon their backs and break them in two. But before she could, she heard a deep bellow coming from the back of the shelter. She barely had a chance to look up before spotting 2 hulking monstrosities emerge from adjacent rooms, each one armed with a glowing green assault cannon mounted to their right arms while their left was covered in a massive shield. Hunters! Elm shouted over the ominous charging of the cannons before the hunters fired towards her with a roar that drowned out all else. Before the powerful incendiary gel emissions could make contact, she was tackled away by Harriet, causing the projectiles to explode against the wall behind where she previously stood. A wave of intense heat washed over her, and it was only thanks to her aura that she didn't suffer any burns. Pay attention, damn it. Harriet chastised her teammate as she helped Elm up to her feet. I know. Elm replied as she threw herself out of the line of fire, with the huntsmen doing the same while the Marines and ODST scrambled to find cover. We can't block those. Clover yelled over the exchange of gunfire and explosions. As the hunters fired another pair of explosive, radioactive fuel blasts that incinerated an unfortunate pair of Marines, Clover hastily added, "Lieutenant, pull your men back." Even through the polarized visor covering her face, Elm could tell that Dare didn't exactly like that idea. She could feel the glare she sent their way. But, nonetheless, Dare nodded in agreement then yelled, "Everyone, fall back. Give them room." While Johnson, Ghost, and Soap provided cover fire alongside Price, who was at the front of the shelter using his sniper rifle, the Marines and ODSTs fell back as much as they could. In such a tight and confined space, it was impossible to get out of range of the Covenant's guns, especially the hunters, but it was somewhat safer than being in the front. Elm by this point had pulled out an M60 Magnum that the UNSC had given her as a backup weapon and was firing precise shots at the heads of any Covenant she could. She managed to put down several grunts with head and body shots, but the rest retreated behind a row of jackhawls wielding wrist gauntlet shields. Combined with the surviving elites and the pair of hunters raining hellfire on their position, she was unable to get any more. Feeling another wave of heat wash over her as a cannon shot exploded nearby, she yelled, "If we don't take those hunters out, we're screwed." Elm wasn't exaggerating there. Already her aura was dangerously low from the occasional hit by Covenant small arms fire. Hunter assault cannons were meant to take out tanks and other armored vehicles. Even if her aura was full, she doubted she'd survive a direct blow. As another burst of incendiary gel whisked past her body, she briefly broke cover and fired one rocket towards each hunter, only to curse when they exploded harmlessly against the hunter's shields. "You're not going to get through that armor. You gotta hit him in the back," Johnson advised as he traded shots with an elite in the back line. She thought back to the initial briefing she and the other Ace Ops got when they first learned about the Covenant and the species that made up its ranks, with the reminder of how Hunter's back armor was much sparser, sometimes outright non-existent. The young Ace operative wasn't sure why that was, maybe something to do with their anatomy and mobility, but it was a weak point to take advantage of regardless. "Harriet, get over here," Clover ordered, prompting Harriet to rush over to her commanding officer. "Yes, sir," Harriet replied as soon as she got beside him, only for Clover to hand her a pair of looted plasma grenades. "Run around, find an opening, and shove them where the sun don't shine," Clover told the speedster. Harriet looked at the grenades in her hands for a moment, then she smiled wickedly and nodded. She then disappeared into a blur, and Elm tried as best she could to watch her teammates advance. With how fast she was going, that was easier said than done, especially for the Covenant as Clover tossed some frag grenades their way to distract them from his subordinate. Some attempted to fire upon her despite the danger, but even though the volume of plasma fire was intense, it wasn't aimed quickly enough to actually hit her. Had they attempted to do this before their lines had been broken, Elm wondered if it would have been a different story. Nevertheless, within a few moments Harriet was at the back of the shelter where she power slid beneath one of the hunters' attempt to crush the incoming assailant with its massive shield, and continued on between its legs. Kicking off the wall behind it to reverse her direction, she lunged upward to seize the base of an antenna-like back spine while the hunter, well aware of its vulnerability, spun and thrashed about in an attempt to throw her off. But Harriet's grip was firm, and she pulled out a grenade, primed it, and stuck the now glowing blue orb right where the massive orange worms could be seen beneath the gap in its lower back plates. Kicking herself away and back-flipping through the air, she made a three-point landing and briefly paused to look at her handiwork. A second later, the grenade exploded, causing the first hunter to burst apart in a charred, gory mess and the second to unleash an enraged roar. Before Harriet could celebrate her victory, she was suddenly attacked by the head zealot brandishing his energy sword. She was able to hastily backstep away, but then the second hunter charged and backhanded the ace operative into the wall. Gag. Harriet grunted in pain as she fell to the ground, the air knocked out of her lungs and giving the hunter an opening to aim his assault cannon right at her face. As the weapon charged, Harriet attempted to push herself back up to her feet. Lightning arced around her body, but even for someone as fast as her, Elm knew she wouldn't make it. But luckily taking out the first hunter gave Elm enough of an opening to act. Having already reloaded timber, she aimed towards the back of the second hunter and fired both rockets. Her aim was true, and the dual explosions destroyed the back armor. At the same time, Vine extended his glowing arms across the room to grab onto his prone teammate, pulling her back while Clover threw out a line that wrapped around the hunter's cannon. He pulled back as hard as he could just as the weapon fired, causing the fully charged stream to be unleashed right across a mass of Covenant soldiers who were incinerated instantly. Unfortunately, none of the zealots were caught in the blast, but it was enough. Once Harriet was out of the blast zone, she recovered then ran back towards the second hunter. As she ran past the monster, she primed the grenade and stuck it into its back. By the time she returned to her team, the grenade had already exploded, killing the hive-minded creature and letting it join its fallen brother. Or the second half of one colony, as Elmer called. A single hunter pair were actually the same being just split in two, which was probably why the second was so enraged when the first was killed. More importantly, seeing both hunters destroyed by the Aesops caused the surviving Covenant's morale to plummet. The grunts openly began to panic and try to run away along with the remaining jackals. The elites tried to maintain discipline and order, but it was to little effect. Move up, Captain Price ordered as he fired a pair of shots into the head of an elite miner, causing the alien's head to explode in a cloud of purple and white. Emboldened, the huntsmen and Terran soldiers began to advance, firing their weapons at the Covenant warriors. The panicking jackals and grunts were the first to fall, allowing the humans to focus their fire onto the much more formidable elites. Although their energy shields protected them for a few moments, the sheer volume of fire sent their way overwhelmed their defenses and cut them down in just a few moments. Soon only the zealots were left, who had hastily retreated to one final barricade they had erected around the Covenant data drive, doing their damnedest to hold them back. Elm knew it wouldn't be enough, and she felt that they knew it too. With a grin on her face, she hoisted timber to her shoulder and took aim at the center of the barricade, eager to break it down and end this battle once and for all. They were moments away from securing the cartographer's data, preventing the Covenant from getting their hands on Remnant and all the other human colonies that had the misfortune of having Forerunner artifacts on it. They would finally be able to go home. But just before she could pull the trigger, she heard a frantic call come over Teamcom as the squad of Marines stationed outside the Fallout shelter screamed, "Dropships inbound. Covenant corvette on approach." A moment later, the call was interrupted by what sounded like plasma fire. Then the line went dead. Elm's eyes widened in surprise and horror, and she turned to look towards the front of the shelter. Price had already run outside to see what was going on, and through the opening in the vault door they could hear screams, roars, and gunshots. It didn't take long for Price to come running back, firing his submachine gun blindly behind him as he moved. "Brutes," he yelled, which was matched by an animalistic roar. Price barely managed to get to cover before a stream of red plasma bolts and red-hot metal spikes a foot long shot through the hole, forcing the others to take cover as well. Soon the first brood emerged out of the hole. They reminded Elm somewhat of a Berengel crossed with an Ursa. Covered in thick brown fur and wearing only helmets, chest plates, and shoulder pads at most, the alien mammals towered over everyone else in the room. They were completely ignoring the bullets slamming into them, their thick hides protecting them from the worst of the damage. In fact, they seemed to relish in the bloodshed, barking and snarling at the humans as though they were nothing more than trapped prey. Once the brutes were inside, they returned fire towards the humans, allowing Elm to see what weapons they were wielding. Most were carrying small arms, either a red plasma rifle that shot red plasma bolts at what appeared to be a faster rate of fire compared to the blue models the elites used, or a large fully automatic handgun with two massive bayonets on the front. If Elm remembered correctly, the weapon was called a spiker. Others were carrying brute shots, a grenade launcher which sported a massive underslung bayonet along the bottom half of the weapon. But the most striking were the brutes wielding massive gravity hammers. They were the ones taking point, wearing the most ornate armor that had intricate tribal decorations etched and painted onto their surface. Except for one who was at the front of the pack. Although he wore a thick and heavily scarred dark gray chest plate and shoulder pads, he didn't wear any helmet, allowing Elm to see his scarred face and unique black fur that was partially woven into braids. While the rest of the brutes were growling and barking as they descended onto the humans, he appeared to be calm and composed, taking stock of the entire situation before zeroing in on the zealots at the back of the room. Narrowing his eyes, the brute chieftain barked something in his native language that Elm couldn't even pretend to understand. But his fellow brutes clearly did, and the other hammer wielders immediately charged forward while those with brute shots lobbed grenades over their heads. "Scatter!" Johnson yelled as he and the other Marines ran back, trying to avoid the onslaught while returning fire of their own. One unfortunate Marine got speared by several spiker rounds which pinned him to the wall, and when his friend attempted to pull him free, he got slammed into the ground by a gravity hammer, reducing him to mushy paste. Now that the zealots weren't the only targets, they were able to fire back without fear of being overrun. Within an instant, Elm watched the battle completely turn on its head as the humans found themselves boxed in and being fired upon on both sides. It was a very inopportune situation, one they had to get out of quickly. As another Marine's broken body was launched across the room by the brute chieftain's dispassionate swing, Elm snarled and fired her rockets towards him. Seeing the rockets approach, the chieftain reacted in an instant and swung his hammer down, causing an expertly timed wave of contorted gravity to shoot out around him and divert the rocket's course. They exploded harmlessly against the ceiling, and the chieftain glared and growled towards Elm while she charged him with timber in its hammer form. Planting her feet onto the ground with a stomp, she extended her aura to form roots that anchored her in place. At the same time, she swung timber sideways, activating its rocket boosters to further increase its power. The chieftain blocked the hammer with his own, only for his eyes to widen as his hulking arms nearly buckled and he was sent skidding back into a polycrete pillar. He audibly let out a gasp of pain and surprise, but quickly regained his composure as Elm pressed forward on the attack. Around her, Elm noticed the other huntsmen engaging the brutes in close-quarters combat. It was so chaotic, it was hard for her to make out exactly what was going on, but she could tell that the brutes were just as surprised as the elites had been at just how fast, strong, and durable the huntsmen and huntresses were. But the brutes were no slouches either. Each one was as strong as an Ursa, it seemed like, and were retaliating against the huntsmen with powerful blows of their own. It certainly seemed, though, that the huntsmen had the edge, something that only enraged the brutes and made them fight even harder than before. But Elm had to focus mostly on the brute war chieftain she was fighting. The longer the fight went on, the more she realized that this brute was different. He wasn't descending into blind rage, even if he was visibly angry. If anything, he seemed observant and calculating, studying her as the two traded blows. This brute was also very skilled with his gravity hammer, clearly a veteran of countless battles against humanity and any other enemy the Covenant threw him at. As the two locked hammers, they glared into each other's eyes. Elm's were full of fire, while the brutes seemed as cold as ice. He attempted to push her back, but thanks to her aura roots she didn't even budge. She smirked confidently and pushed him back with timber's pommel, then reoriented her weapon and swung it sideways. The brute managed to duck underneath, and for a split second she saw his attention focus on her feet. Before she could react, the brute flipped his hammer into a reverse grip and plunged its head down. But rather than try to hit her, he instead struck the ground. The polycrete floor shattered, causing her aura roots to lose their hold and thus her footing. Surprised, Elm tripped backward for a moment, which was all the brute needed to deliver a follow-up attack to her side. The gravity hammer struck, sending her flying back and through an already damaged pillar, breaking it into innumerable small pieces. Gag. Elm gasped in pain as she rolled across the ground, coming to a stop at the far wall. Casper was quickly on her, helping the Elysian to her feet. "Are you okay?" she asked, and Elm waved her off. "I'm fine," she insisted before centering a glare towards the chieftain who matched it with his own. "He's one smart bastard." Pushing herself up to her feet, she readied timber even as her aura flickered dangerously. Rather than appear astonished or intimidated, the brute merely narrowed his eyes, then shot his attention to the side. That was when Elm heard the elites yell in anger and surprise, and a moment later she saw the data cache being carried by what could only have been a brute using active camouflage, making it seem as though it was being lifted through thin air by nothing. It was a damn distraction, Crow yelled as the data cache disappeared through the opening. The brute war chieftain barked an order, and at once the snarling brutes began to retreat with the elite zealots hot on their heels. One of the Marines was stabbed in the back by the head zealot, who for some reason had gone out of his way and weathered an assault rifle burst to do so, an action that visibly annoyed and angered the war chieftain like nothing else. He spared one last look at the humans and his fallen brethren, then released a grunt and ran through the hole Abby had carved into the door. The humans immediately pursued the fleeting aliens, firing their weapons in a desperate attempt to stop them. But the hole was too narrow, forming a bottleneck that slowed their progress tremendously. By the time they managed to get out, they saw that the brutes and elites were already halfway to a pair of phantom dropships, which immediately prepared to receive them. Above was the Covenant corvette the UNSC had been trying to find, its shields already flaring as the Midsummer Night fired its remaining Archer missiles towards it to little effect. "Oh, no you don't," Harriet screamed as she ran ahead of the group, tackling the brute carrying the data cache. As she pummeled his head into oblivion, she was hurled back by a hammer blow courtesy of another brute who swung his gravity hammer like a golf club. But after a quick tumble on the ground, she was able to reorient herself. Realizing what would happen if the Covenant managed to retreat with the data cache, the huntsmen increased their speed, leaving the Marines and Odysseus behind completely. Now was not the time to hold themselves back for their benefit, and now that he had room to swing, Crow unfurled his monster-slaying side with the whirring of gears and clanking of metal. The brute war chieftain growled as he stood his ground, ordering several of his brutes to about face and engage the huntsman directly while he himself picked up the data cache and practically threw it into the arms of two elite zealots running up to him. But the brutes were being torn apart, bludgeoned, or impaled by the huntsman's weapons. The reapers especially, who'd claimed the center as a bladed dervish which cleaved everything that entered his reach into pieces. One brute actually managed to catch a backswing with the blade of his grenade launcher, only for a shotgun blast to literally wipe the grim satisfaction off his face, courtesy of the barrels behind the scythe head. The war chieftain pursed his lips, then gave another glance towards the phantoms. As Elm ran towards him with her weapon raised, she saw him pull out a small spherical device attached to a rod that didn't look like it was Covenant in origin. He then spiked the device onto the ground as he yelled something into his communicator. Whoever was on the other line must have been incredulous as he followed it with another declaration, and as the words left his mouth, Elm saw a golden, translucent shield coalesce around him like a bubble. The bubble shield was comprised of several hexagons which completely repelled her fired rockets, along with any stray bullets, spikes, and plasma which impacted against it. That was when Shakespeare yelled into TeenCom, "Covenant corvette firing on your position. Take cover." Elm shot her head towards the heavens, and to her horror saw the underside of the Covenant corvette begin to glow. A moment later, a barrage of plasma mortars were launched towards the ruined refinery, slamming into the ground and reducing it to glass. Fall back. Fall back now," Dare ordered as the ground began to shake and the temperature skyrocketed. Elm spared one final glance towards the brute who simply glared right back underneath his protective dome, then a plasma mortar struck the shield. He was consumed by blinding light and dust, and whether he could actually survive such a thing was unknown to Elmadern. But she couldn't focus on that as the bare edge of the blast washed over her, the searing heat straining her worn aura even from such a distance. Instead, self-preservation took hold, and she ran as fast as she could back towards the shelter they just charged out of. One of the Marines and an Odysseus tripped and fell due to the ground constantly shaking, but Elm picked them up with one arm each as she ran past. Others weren't so lucky, getting consumed by the rain of false meteors and reduced to nothing. "Holy shit," someone screamed, but Elm didn't know who. It was hard to make out individual voices in this hellish assault. Her ears were ringing, and her vision was getting blurry as more and more plasma mortars struck the earth. Screams were cut off as Marines were consumed by fire, and her legs burned as she ran faster and harder than she ever had before. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Thomas Cornell lose his footing and trip. Sepia Honeycreep ran up from behind him and tried to help his teammate to his feet, but Elm saw a plasma mortar coming down right towards their position. She tried to yell out a warning, but her voice was drowned out by the constant explosions. Before she could do anything else, though, she saw Harriet zoom past her, running as fast as she could towards the Valian huntsman. Elm hoped and prayed that Harriet would be fast enough to get to them, that she'd be able to get all three to safety due to her speed alone. The world seemed to slow down as she saw Harriet desperately reach out towards the two men, who only just then noticed the danger they were in. That was when the mortar struck, engulfing Thomas and Sepia and sending Harriet flying back as a silhouette before the wall of plasma, and above the chaos she could hear Casper Marine let out a blood-curdling scream. The Phantom was quiet as IR and his surviving zealots were crammed inside with the memory block along with the surviving Jiralhani who had been sent in to rescue them. No one said a word to each other, but IR could feel the Jiralhani's glares being sent his way. He matched them with his own, fighting back the urge to express his disgust more openly at being rescued by a bunch of primitive savages. Instead, he focused his attention on his remaining zealots as Tull and Drazami tended to their wounds. IR couldn't help but notice that Tull was ignoring any wounds the Jiralhani sported, which IR approved of. After several cycles of silent flying, he felt the Phantom dropship begin to slow down and descend. The gravity lift then activated, allowing the warriors inside to disembark. While the brutes simply jumped out like the crude and impatient beasts that they were, IR and his zealots used the gravity lift to gracefully descend to the muddy surface. He quickly took stock of his surroundings and found that they were at a small mini-base they had set up as an observation post in the mountains not too far from the cartographer's site. There weren't any Sanghaili around, only several lances of Kigyar and Ungoi led by Jiralhani. In total, there appeared to be about 25. With the 15 who had perished at the refinery during the escape, that meant these were the 40 Jiralhani the valorous penance had on station. Beside him, he heard Ratita let out a heavy breath which practically shuddered with not only exhaustion, but remorse. Letting out an irritated groan, IR said, "Do not weep for them, Ratita. Their deaths serve their purpose." If Ratita was going to say anything, he immediately clammed up and nodded in understanding. The Jiralhani immediately around IR shot him angry glares, but the Blade Master didn't care. He wanted them to know how little he thought of them, and that he didn't need their rescue. "Where is the war chieftain?" One of the Jiralhani warriors asked one of the surviving chieftains. "We lost contact when he ordered the bombardment on himself," the chieftain answered. "He ordered a strike on himself? Why?" In his own words, getting the memory block to safety was more important, and everyone else in range was either already dead or about to be. The Jiralhani miner shook his head in amused disbelief then walked away without saying a word. Part of IR respected a warrior willing to throw his life away for the cause, even a Jiralhani, but it was only slight. If nothing else, it proved that even the most unworthy members of the Covenant could answer a higher calling. Taking a deep breath, IR stood up straight and started to authoritatively say, I want full stock of what we have. Vehicles, personnel, supplies, everything. Leave nothing. I'm sorry, sang Gaili, but who put you in charge of us? One of the Jiralhani chieftains, whose fur was white and somewhat cared for in contrast to the others, angrily snarled, cutting IR off. Releasing a growl of his own, IR leaned forward and stared back at the chieftain before emphasizing, I am Blade Master IR RWBY. You will refer to me as such, and I have been placed in charge of this excavation by the Minister of Veracity himself. Rather than be cowed by IR's declaration, the chieftain merely snarled and growled before marching up to him. He then said, that title may mean something to your people, but to me all I see is someone whose mistakes we had to clean up, and got our pack brothers killed in the process. IR's eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared at the obvious disrespect being hurled his way. He nearly pulled out his energy sword to cut the unruly creature down right then and there. In fact, his hand shot towards his hilt, an action that the chieftain clearly noticed as he, in turn, reached for his gravity hammer. Around them, he heard the whoops and hollers of the Jiralhani who clearly wanted to see a fight break out while his own zealots remained composed like proper soldiers. The two stood there for several tense cycles, their gazes locked and their bodies refusing to move. The world around them seemed to fade away, and all IR could see, hear, and smell was the Jiralhani right in front of him. But before anything could be done, they heard another phantom dropship fly in, catching everyone's attention. When the dropship's doors opened, the Jiralhani warriors let out a cheer as their war chieftain jumped down to join them like a great beast of the inferno, his already black fur now singed and covered with still smoking soot, along with a new scar on his arm. Rather than join the celebration, the war chieftain stomped right over to IR and his fellow chieftain and violently pushed them apart. Decimus, that's enough. We don't have time for posturing, the war chieftain ordered. Decimus, in contrast to his earlier confrontational attitude, immediately complied and gave his superior a respectful nod and salute before replying, of course, war chieftain. The war chieftain snorted in acknowledgement before saying, gather our troops and supplies, we make for the rendezvous point within the hourly cycle. Go. At once. Decimus said, leaving the war chieftain alone with IR and the zealots as the rest of the Jiralhani warriors followed his command. You survived. How? Ratita asked incredulously, and the war chieftain pulled out another device identical to the one he used earlier. The humans call it a bubble shield, reverse engineered from Forerunner technology and completely impenetrable by anything moving fast enough to be a threat while letting air, vehicles, and personnel pass through unimpeded, he answered. I had to use the only other one I had, but it sufficed. You used human technology? IR asked incredulously, and the war chieftain nodded. Unlike you, my Jiralhani and I take anything we can use, he pointed out. As though to show the truth of his words, IR saw several Jiralhani bearing human shotguns and rocket launchers strapped across their backs, making his eyes widen. That, he shakily began, is bordering on heresy. You would know about that, wouldn't you, Blade Master? The war chieftain remarked, causing IR's head to shoot back. How dare you insinuate such a thing? IR roared, his hand shooting towards his energy sword's hilt. But before he could do anything, he was suddenly grabbed by the throat and lifted up to the war chieftain's burning eyes, who then squeezed. I will insinuate anything I want when it comes to you, Blade Master. Especially after you threatened my Jiralhani after we saved you and your lance, the war chieftain hissed while IR struggled to breathe. The Minister of Veracity is not pleased with your performance as of late. A cartographer falling to human hands. Almost an entire zealot lance wiped out along with most of our forces, forcing the valorous penance to expose itself to save you. The humans nearly capturing or destroying the memory block you were supposed to extract. IR's vision began to blur as he kicked the Jiralhani in the chest, but he was completely ignored. As he got a hand on his sword hilt, he was suddenly dropped, where he fell to his knees and began to cough. Blade Master, Ratita yelled as he ran over to his commander and tried to help him up, but an infuriated IR pushed him away before getting up on his own. You dare to strike me? I will have your head, IR shouted as he pulled out his energy sword and prepared to activate it. If you activate that weapon, you will not live long enough to swing it, the war chieftain flatly declared without an ounce of fear in his voice, staring the Blade Master down as though he wasn't even a threat. In fact, he began to stomp towards IR, much to his and the other zealot's surprise. He then leaned over and said, understand this, Blade Master RWBY. You may have authority over your zealots and that memory block, but you have no authority over my Jiralhani. They follow my command, not yours, and if you want them to do anything it has to go through me first. In that regard, we are equals. IR wanted nothing more than to cut the unruly Jiralhani down right then and there, especially as he felt his neck painfully throb. But at the same time, he knew attempting to do so would only result in his dishonorable death. The last thing he wanted was to be killed by a Jiralhani of all things. Around him, he could feel the stares of his zealots and all the Jiralhani bearing down on him, waiting to see how he would respond. After a moment, he came to a decision, one that would allow him to ultimately have his vengeance. When he finds out, the war chieftain rhetorically asked before shaking his head. Fool, who do you think ordered it? That statement caused IR's eyes to widen, and his arms to fall to his side in disbelief. Letting out another snort, the war chieftain turned around and began to walk away. As he did, he ordered, "Lay charges on anything we can't bring. Don't let the humans get anything else." "Yes, we're Chieftain Atriox," the Jiralhani yelled in unison, and Atriox smiled proudly. Chapter 27. Regroup, Recover, Retaliate. Pain. Heat. That was all Harriet could feel as the force of the explosion sent her flying back. As she hurtled through the air, the ace operative could feel her aura strain and stretch to its absolute limit in a desperate attempt to protect her, but soon it shattered. Her skin blistered under the intense heat, and her throat burned from how much she was screaming. But soon the pain became numb even as the world around her flipped end over end and she slammed into the ground. When she finally came to a stop, all she could hear was a faint, incessant ringing in her ears. Her eyes feverishly blinked away the lingering image of her hand stretching toward two silhouettes, which had been seared into her retinas as if she'd stared into the sun. The ground underneath her shook from the impacts of each plasma mortar, which sent columns of dirt, dust, and debris skyward. Overhead, barely visible from the clouds of smoke, was the Covenant warship raining plasma mortars down onto their position. In the back of her mind, Harriet knew she needed to get up. Part of her tried, but found that she was unable to move. All she wanted to do was to lay motionlessly on the ground, particularly as the world continued to shake and spin. Her heart thundered inside her chest, faster than it had ever done before, yet a deep tiredness seemed to overtake her. Soon she was barely able to comprehend what was going on, idly moving her head around in a confused daze. That was when she saw, out of the corner of her eyes, a pair of boots appear. A moment later, she was quickly yet carefully picked up bridal style, then carried over the shaking earth. Harriet could faintly hear voices, but she was unable to understand what they were saying. "Get here, dash. Put her, table." Going into shock. Morphine. The last thing she felt was a needle puncturing her skin, injecting cool relief into her veins. Then she released a content sigh, and the world turned black. Tilda. Crow Bramman breathed heavily as he clenched the edge of a steel table hard enough to leave indentations underneath his fingers. The plasma bombardment seemed to have subsided over the past few minutes, judging by the distinct lack of explosions and tremors, but he wasn't particularly focusing on that. Instead, all of his attention was squarely centered on the broken woman lying on the table. It all fell apart so fast he was still barely able to comprehend what exactly had happened. One moment he was chasing after the brute chieftain who had just ripped victory right out of their hands, about to slice his head clean off his shoulders. The next, the goddamned Covenant warship that appeared out of thin air started firing plasma mortars right on top of them. Given how the brute chieftain had thrown down a bubble shield right before the bombardment, he got the distinct sense that the brute called the bombardment himself. That action turned what should have been a hard-fought but well-earned victory into what could only be described as a complete disaster. The bombardment provided enough cover to allow the Covenant to extract the cartographer's data. Just as importantly, they had taken casualties of their own. Most of the Marines who were with them were gone, killed in the chaos as they retreated to the relative safety of the underground bunker. Only the ODSTs of Task Force 141, Sergeant Johnson, and Lieutenant Dare were left. But it wasn't just them. Thomas Cornell and Sepia Honeycreep, two of his fellow huntsmen from the Kingdom of Vale, were killed instantly when a plasma mortar scored a direct hit. There was nothing anyone could do. The only comfort Crow could take was that they died instantly as their bodies vaporized under the white-hot heat of a plasma pillar. Compared to their other Remedian casualty, they were lucky. Harriet Bree had attempted to save them. With her semblance, she was perhaps the only person who reasonably could have. Throughout the Battle of Poponi, Crow had witnessed firsthand just how swift Harriet was, and he could confidently say that she was the fastest person he had ever seen in his life. And she knew it, too, something she was more than happy to rub into anyone's face at any given opportunity. Now Harriet's broken body was lying motionless on a steel table, barely clinging to life as Lieutenant Farah and Sergeant McTavish did everything they could to keep her alive. It was touch and go for a while. Her injuries were so severe that she had started going into hypovolemic shock, and McTavish had to perform CPR for several minutes before her heart rate and breathing stabilized. Entire canisters of biofoam had been expended to treat her wounds, and it still wasn't enough. Multiple syringes of pseudomorphine were sticking out of her right arm, or rather what was left of it as everything below the elbow was simply gone, reduced to a mangled, scorched stump. Much of her skin was covered in second and third-degree burns which stretched up from her face all the way down to her ravaged legs. The only reason he could tell that she was still miraculously alive was the slow and labored movement of her chest as she breathed. Each breath created a harsh wheezing sound that reminded Crow of sandpaper on wood. Gone was the competitive and arrogant huntress. In her place was a broken, crippled burn victim. Crow briefly shifted his gaze from Harriet to look at the rest of her team, all of whom were barely able to keep it together. The normally stoic and composed Vine was clenching his fists and grinding his teeth together with enough force to make his already strained aura flicker dangerously. Elm was breathing harshly as she covered her mouth with her hands, tears pouring out of her eyes and down her dirt and blood-covered cheeks. Only Clover was able to mostly keep it together as he leaned over her body, careful to give the ODSTs enough space to do their work. But his eyes never once left Harriet's form, and Crow could see a righteous anger that promised nothing but pain and suffering to whomever did this to his teammate. If nothing else, it was now clear to Crow that, Despite whatever the Aesops liked to tell themselves and others, they did not see each other as just co-workers. Releasing a sigh, Crow finally turned around and looked towards the only remaining huntress from Vale. Casper Marine was sitting against the broken remains of a polycrete column, staring blankly into nothing and not reacting at all to Fiona's futile attempts to comfort her. He recognized that look, had seen it before countless times on both civilians and huntsmen alike. Crow knew that, even if she wasn't physically hurt, mentally it was a completely different story. He hadn't interacted with the other Vale huntsmen as much as he should have, but he knew they were close to each other. Losing her remaining teammates in one fell swoop, unable to do anything to save them, he couldn't imagine a worse feeling. Maybe one day she would recover, he hoped, but today was not that day. Dare to midsummer night. Requesting immediate medevac, Lieutenant Dare spoke into her communicator, standing just outside the door to the bunker. She briefly paused to look at Harriet, then shifted her gaze over to Casper. Her expression fell, then she closed her eyes, turned around, and continued. Specialist Bree is in need of emergency medical care, and Huntress Marine is no longer in any condition to fight. Huntsman Cornell and Honeycreeper Kia. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. Pelican en route. ETA, 5 minutes, Shakespeare replied over the shared comm channel. Were you able to secure or destroy the memory cache? No. The Covenant got away, Dare admitted, her fist clenched tightly. I see, Shakespeare replied, then the line fell silent. Crow supposed nothing else had to be said. He didn't pay attention to what the pair said after that, instead refocusing his attention onto his fellow survivors. No one said a word as the gravity of the situation was truly dawning on everyone. Right now, Remnant was in more danger than it had ever been in its entire history. An alien armada hellbent on wiping humanity from existence was on the precipice of discovering Remnant's existence. Should that come to pass, there was nothing anyone could do to stop them. After a few minutes, they heard the roar of a Pelican's engine as the VTOL spacecraft touched down just outside the bunker. The Odysseys and Huntsmen immediately began to move towards it, parting as a team of corpsmen carrying a stretcher and medical equipment arrived to move Harriet. Be careful, Clover gently ordered to the lead corpsman, who nodded towards the ace operative with an understanding look. Don't worry, we got her, she said as her team expertly shifted Harriet from the blood-soaked table to the stretcher. Elm briefly reached out to gently clench Harriet's sole remaining hand one last time, but her teammate was unable to return the gesture before she was carried away. As Crow and the others followed them, they watched as Harriet was carried onto the Pelican. Just behind her was Casper Marine, who acted as though she was on autopilot, following the direction of a Marine MP who guided her to his seat. Dare was standing in front of the troop bay, talking to Commander Keyes, who had a grim expression on his face. There was so much ash in the air that it was already accumulating on his beard and giving his dark skin a somewhat gray appearance, but he clearly didn't care as he instead bit down hard on his pipe. This is a problem, Commander Keyes noted once Dare finished filling him in on the situation. Yeah, no shit, Crow couldn't help but snark. Normally he imagined that such a break in decorum would cause offended eyes to shoot in his direction, but right now he knew no one cared about that. It's my fault, sir, Dare declared as she stood ramrod straight. Keeping the delegates safe and securing the data drive was my responsibility. I failed. While I appreciate the intention, Lieutenant, I don't think any of us thought brutes would show up, Johnson pointed out. Much less that crazy bastard of a brute chieftain calling a plasma bombardment on himself. He recognized what I was doing and adapted almost instantly, Elm growled, her voice briefly drowned out as the Pelican took off towards the midsummer night still hanging overhead, with another Pelican already coming down to take its place. Yeah, I've fought a lot of brutes before. Normally they're just that. Big, strong, and tough, Captain Price added as he crossed his arms over his chest. But that one? He was calm, composed, and smart. I've never seen a brute like that before. Have you? No, Dare confirmed, then released a growl. But that doesn't matter. What does matter is that he got the cartographer's data. Do we have any leads on where they went? We tracked a flight of phantoms over to a nearby mountain range, Keyes revealed as he removed his pipe from his lips. They've likely established a forward operating base in the area, and I imagine they don't intend to stay long. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the bastards. Elm snarled as she gripped Timber's shaft tightly. Knowing that Dare was about to object, the ace operative immediately rounded on her and continued, Don't you dare try to tell us that we're not coming. That bastard nearly killed my teammate, and I'm going to make him pay. Calm yourself, Elm, Vine advised her, but Crow could tell that he barely was able to himself. Do not tell me to calm down. Not after what he did to her. Elm shouted, taking a heavy step towards Vine before she felt Clover gently place his hand on her shoulder. That's enough, Elm, he told her. Elm was breathing heavily, her eyes bloodshot from all the tears she had shed. After a moment, she hung her head and stepped back. Clover nodded towards her, then shifted his attention towards Dare and Keyes, frowned, and added, But she is right, Commander. We're not backing down from this. Not now. Commander Keyes stared right into Clover's eyes, then shifted his gaze over the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses that were left. Crow was able to tell that, to varying degrees, everyone was in agreement. The only one he was uncertain of was Gron, but that was to be expected, and he was clearly being outvoted by the rest of the White Fang based off of the enraged looks on their faces. After a moment, Keyes released a sigh and said, Somehow I figured that was the case. Not that I blame you. If I were in your position, I'd do the same thing. Thank you, sir, Clover replied, and Keyes nodded. But we have a problem, Keyes revealed. We don't know the strength of the remaining Covenant ground forces, and much of what we had on the Midsummer Night was used during the assault on the cartographer. In addition, their corvette made an in-system jump to escape our fleet, then went back under cloak. We've lost track of it for now. I thought in-system jumps were impossible? Robin asked, but Key shook his head. Covenant slipspace technology is far more advanced than anything the UNSC can do. What's impossible for us is possible for them, he clarified, then released a sigh. In any case, the Midsummer Night, along with a few ONI prowlers in system, are trying to hunt it down, but until then we cannot provide direct support. Then call up General Armani. Have him allocate army forces to assist with the assault, Lieutenant Kareem suggested. That data doesn't affect just Remnant. There are dozens of human colonies in there. He already is, Keyes confirmed. 3 platoons are on their way here right now. Just 3? Price incredulously asked. Surely he can spare a few more, or at least a company. Believe me, he wanted to. General Armani understands the gravity of the situation completely. Unfortunately, our remote scanning outpost on the outer edge of the system picked up an increase in inbound slipspace traffic about an hour ago, Keyes answered, causing everyone's eyes to widen. They're already here? Crow asked, but Keyes shook his head. Not yet, no. But they will soon, Keyes confirmed. Most of the fleet is preparing, and right now General Armani is pulling back as many of his forces as possible to New Timbuktu to assist with the evacuation. What about the cartographer? Clover asked. It's being prepped for demolition as we speak, Dare replied. Our AIs are gathering as much information as they can before the Covenant arrive. Once they do, they're immediately being pulled out. The Covenant fought very hard to make sure we didn't capture the cartographer in the first place, ma'am. They will try to get it back, Johnson pointed out. Which is why a garrison is being kept around the site. Even if we manage to destroy the data drive the Covenant have, if they get the cartographer again, it'll be for nothing. Can't we just destroy the cartographer now and send the garrison after the brutes? It wasn't that big, Sienna Khan suggested, but Key shook his head. The Covenant were only excavating a portion of it. Our ground radar indicates it extends for nearly a dozen kilometers in all directions. If we want to make sure the Covenant can't get a single byte of data, all of it needs to be destroyed. Our engineers are good, but they need time to do their work. Crow frowned and clenched his fist as he went over their situation. Right now, they had 3 competing but equally important objectives, all of which needed to happen. Securing the data drive was arguably the most important, but that didn't mean they could just leave the cartographer alone. He also didn't like the idea of leaving the people of New Timbuktu to die, especially after Virage. He tried to figure out a solution to their dilemma, but for the life of him he couldn't figure out how to do so without taking away from the others. That was when Clover spoke up and suggested, we split ourselves up into 3 teams. Excuse me? Dare asked as the others turned their attention towards Clover, who stood up straight and folded his arms behind his back. During the assault on the cartographer, Huntsmen proved to be highly effective force multipliers against the Covenant, ultimately serving as a decisive factor in the assault's success, he pointed out. A single fully trained huntsman, even aside from their semblance, is worth dozens of Marines, and there are 12 of us still able to fight. There is no reason to allocate all of us to one objective. Crow realized exactly where Clover was going with this, and he added, he's right. By splitting up the huntsmen, General Armani can allocate more forces towards securing the data drive without threatening the evacuation or the demolition. Or potentially get all of you killed, Dare pointed out, clearly eager to prevent more huntsman casualties under her watch. Besides, by that logic you shouldn't split yourself up at all. Instead, you should deep strike the only Covenant forces currently on the planet before they doom Remnant and render everything we've done moot. That'll free up our larger-scale regulars to do the jobs they're better suited for, evacuating the population and rigging the facility to blow. She did have a point, Crow reluctantly realized. He also got the sense that, if she had it her way, Dare would have sent all of them straight back to the Midsummer Night and made this a purely UNSC affair. No offense, Lieutenant, Yuri spoke up, but I get the sense that, no matter where we go, that would be a possibility. Besides, we're huntsmen. We all know what we signed up for. More importantly, while the brutes may be the only Covenant forces on the planet for now, we know for a fact that will not be the case for long, Vine added. An entire Covenant fleet is about to bear down on Poponi. We do not know the size of it, but we can safely assume they will overwhelm the UNSC's orbital defenses as they usually do. When that happens, they will land entire armies across the planet, with a particular focus on both the cartographer and New Timbuktu. If we send every remaining huntsman after the brutes, we risk leaving critical areas undermanned when Covenant reinforcements arrive. By splitting us up into 3 teams, we can better ensure that all 3 objectives are accomplished. Dared seethed, but after a moment relented and replied, I see your point. Then why not split between the cartographer and going after the brutes? Why bother assisting with the evacuation? Do you really need to ask that? Fiona asked sadly, causing Dare to focus her attention on her before releasing a sigh of her own. Once again, the huntsmen collectively nodded in agreement, and the UNSC commanders couldn't help but grumble in both understanding and consternation. After a moment, Keyes rubbed his hand through his beard and admitted, I can understand the merits of the plan. It's risky, but frankly at this point anything we do is. Playing it safe is no longer in the cards. But who do we send to each objective? I can help secure the cartographer, Crow volunteered. I'm the only one without a team, so I wouldn't be breaking anyone up. Normally, he would have volunteered to go after the brutes. After all, hunting down dangerous opponents was something he had plenty of experience with. But, after looking at the Aesops, he got the sense that someone else already had dibs on that assignment. I'll go with you. Someone needs to hold your hand, Johnson immediately offered, and the veteran huntsman nodded in agreement. Robin then raised her hand and replied, my team and I can help with the evacuation. We're pretty good with crowds. Had to do it a lot back in Mantle. So are the White Fang, Sienna added. Besides, the bulk of the Covenant will be attacking the city when they arrive. We need as many huntsmen there as possible. That leaves us to go after the brutes, Clover declared, somehow making himself stand up even straighter as both Elm and Vine copied his stance. Keys and Dare stared at the gathered huntsmen for a moment. Then he nodded and said, all right, I'll allow it. Dare, I want you to accompany the Happy Huntresses in the White Fang into New Timbuktu. Hill, Khan, from this point forward, this is a military operation. You follow whatever orders she gives you, understand? Yes, sir, Robin replied, giving the commander a grin and even a salute while Sienna simply nodded in agreement. Keys couldn't help but roll his eyes and slightly smile before shifting his attention to Task Force 141. He then said, Captain Price, I trust you, and your men can handle a few brutes? We can manage, Price replied as he glanced towards Clover. You up for it, mate? Clover narrowed his eyes, then declared without an ounce of humor in his voice, you have no idea. Tilda. The entire Covenant camp was awash in activity as the brutes hurried to follow their chieftain's commands. From his position in the camp center, Rutita was able to see much of what they were doing. There wasn't a whole lot of packing from what he could tell. Rather, the Jiralhani were focusing their efforts on preparing for their upcoming evacuation. Demolition charges were being set on all the camp structures, denying the enemy any potential asset that could be gleaned from them. The plasma turrets of their shadows and prowlers were being refilled with carrier gas alongside the internal magazines of their choppers' explosive autocannons. At the same time, the Jiralhani were literally ripping chunks of metal off of salvaged human vehicles and welding them onto their own to repair or augment sections of armor, forming a patchwork covering that stood in sharp contrast to the pristine elegance Rutita was used to. He supposed, given the Jiralhani's nature, this wasn't a surprise. They were always quite resourceful. It was clear, though, that the rest of his zealot team didn't appreciate the Jiralhani's efforts, with Zessen openly snorting before remarking, barbaric. I do not understand why anyone would prefer those hulking beasts to a ghost or specter. Indeed, Visa confirmed, his arms crossed as he glared at all the Jiralhani surrounding them. He breathed harshly though his nose and shook his head, then continued, I cannot believe the minister sent them down here. Had he no faith as us? We did not need rescue. The other zealots nodded in agreement as Ison added, of course. We would have fought our way out. There was no reason for the minister to send Jiralhani savages after us. A few Jiralhani passerby openly rolled their eyes and snorted in irritation but otherwise kept moving. While the zealots themselves continued to talk among themselves, only Iar remained silent, his gaze utterly focused on the Jiralhani chieftain Atriox. Rutita briefly focused his attention on Iar, trying to study the mixed emotions on his face. From what he could tell, there was anger and, to his surprise, a little bit of wariness that bordered on fear. He had been like this ever since Atriox had asserted himself, followed by Iar's own conversation with the Minister of Veracity which had confirmed Atriox's earlier claims. Knowing that the Blade Master wouldn't appreciate his staring, Rutita turned his attention towards Visa and asked, Must you continue to insult them? Why are you defending them? Visa shot back, completely undeterred. Because, whether you want to admit it or not, they saved our lives and are members of the Covenant just like us, Rutita pointed out, narrowing his eyes and refusing to back down. He then released a sigh and said, My keep taught me that, even though we, as Sanghaili, are inherently superior to all but the Sanchaiwam, that is no reason to disparage or insult those beneath us. To do so is to undermine and abuse our own status, and is a dishonor in and of itself. All serve the Covenant in their own way and should be respected as such. That includes the Jiralhani. Sound advice, in theory, Tull remarked. But it's clear that your keep hasn't ventured beyond its borders that much. I have served the Covenant directly for dozens of annual cycles, and in my experience the only ones you can truly rely on are your fellow Sanghaili. The Ungoi are too cowardly and undisciplined. The Kigyar are only loyal to whoever pays them the most gex. The minds of the Yamii are too strange for me to even begin to understand, and the same applies to the Lekalo. Tull narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, then added, But I would sooner treat any of them as an equal over a Jiralhani. Tell me, Rutita, have you ever fought alongside one of their packs before? I can't say I had the pleasure, Rutita admitted, and Tull snorted while the others mirthlessly chuckled to themselves. A mercy that you haven't, Tull said. Believe me when I say that they are savages by every definition of the word. The humans call them brutes for a reason, and it is a moniker well-deserved. I am aware of their reputation, and if even half of it is true, it sickens me, Rutita replied, letting out an involuntary shudder as he remembered some rumors his old lance shared among themselves over the things Jiralhani packs had done. The game Tossers was particularly infamous, and he tried not to think of the specific details on how the game was played. He then shook his head and continued, "But even if that is the case, my point remains the same. The humans and their demons were about to overrun our position. They would have killed us and taken the memory block for their own. If it weren't for the intervention of Atriox and his pack mates, the mission would have been lost. For that reason alone, they deserve our gratitude." Rtida briefly shot his gaze over to the chieftain in question, who was overseeing a tactical map of the terrain with Decimus, who appeared to be his second-in-command. They weren't using a holographic map like he was used to. Rather, they were instead using what appeared to be a physical map made of paper, likely recovered from a nearby human settlement. "Your logic is sound," Tull admitted as he sat up straight once again before slowly looking around the camp. "But you are forgetting one key detail, Rtida. And that is, the Jiralhani are a direct threat to our position within the Covenant," Tull declared, only for Rtida to openly scoff and roll his eyes. "That's preposterous. The Sanghaili and Sanshailam have been leading the Covenant as equals ever since its inception," Rtida pointed out. "Our partnership is forged into the writ of union itself. It is ironclad. Then why have the prophets granted the Jiralhani command of their own ships, their own fleets and armies?" Tull rhetorically asked. "Why have they been allowed to use their own homegrown technology, even allowed to upgrade them with our own? They did not invent gravitic propulsion. It was derived from the Forerunner's grace. They have twisted and warped the Forerunner's legacy into their own visage, something that should have been declared heretical. Yet the prophets continue to allow it. Do you know why, Rtida?" Rtida was silent for a moment, then admitted, "No, I don't know why." "Because the Jiralhani seek to replace the Sanghaili as leaders of the Covenant," Tull declared, "and they're too useful to the prophets for them to be put in their place. Especially as the war against humanity continues. For that very reason alone, Rtida, it is our duty, no, responsibility, to remind the Jiralhani who their superiors truly are. You cannot treat them as equals. Because if you do, they will attempt to step over you." Rtida stared into Tull's eyes, the two Sanghaili zealots refusing to look away or so much as blink. In the back of his mind, Rtida swore that Tull and the other zealots were being paranoid. Worse, that their paranoia would undoubtedly lead to the very situation that their abuse was meant to prevent. Tull may have claimed that the Vasov Keep hadn't seen much beyond its borders, but that couldn't be further from the truth. They had learned, long ago, that treating all of their subordinates well led to a more prosperous and peaceful union. While their neighboring keeps often had to deal with heretical rebellions and uprisings, Vasov Keep didn't have to worry about such things, allowing them to accumulate power and prestige while sending their warriors to fight the true enemies of the Covenant. But as much as he wanted to say that out loud, he knew his words would fall on deaf ears. It was clear that his fellow zealots were stubbornly set in their ways. Releasing a huff, Rtida stood up from his seat and declared, "Believe what you want. I'm going to speak to the chieftain." "And why is that?" Ison humorlessly asked. "Someone needs to offer condolences for the loss of his pack mates," Rtida declared, then turned around and walked straight towards Atriox without saying another word. Several of the Jiralhani gave Rtida confused looks as he carefully made his way through the crowd towards Atriox. It was readily apparent to the zealot that they didn't understand what his intentions were. Some growled and snarled at him once his destination became apparent, making it clear to Rtida what would happen if he attempted to do anything to Atriox. Not that Rtida had any intention of doing anything to the Jiralhani, nor would he be able to based off IR's earlier attempt. When Rtida got within a few feet of Atriox, Decimus snapped his attention towards the zealot and stood in his way, then snarled, "What do you want, Sanghaili? If you seek retribution for your Blademaster's sunken pride, you can turn around right now, or I'll make you." "That is not my intent," Rtida replied while staring at Decimus' fangs. Normally he would lock eyes with who he was speaking to, but he knew that Jiralhani took that as a challenge. Given Decimus' demeanor, the last thing he wanted was to convey anything that could be seen as a threat. He then continued, "I merely wish to express my condolences." Decimus raised an eyebrow at Rtida's admission, but before he could say anything, Atriox released a grunt. The Jiralhani warrior took that as an order, and although he let out a displeased huff, he walked away to give the pair relative privacy. Rtida watched him go, then approached the table that Atriox was hunched over. "You may speak," Atriox ordered, and Rtida nodded. "As I said, I wish to express my condolences for the loss of your pack mates," Rtida declared while giving Atriox a respectful bow of his head. "They sacrificed their lives to save my own and those of my fellow zealots. For that, we are grateful." Atriox was silent at first, then he looked up at Rtida with a glare and growled, "Do not lie to me, Sanghaili." Somewhat alarmed, Rtida replied, "I'm not lying, chieftain." "Not about you," Atriox clarified. "The mere fact that you are here telling me this is more than enough proof of your intentions. I'm referring to you lying on behalf of your lance. They're not grateful. If anything, the fools are resentful we intervened at all." Part of Rtida frowned at how his teammates were being described, but the rest merely sighed before he said, "That is, regrettably correct. I tried to make them understand, but they would not listen. They're zealots," Atriox pointed out. "Having a stubborn refusal to see anyone's point of view other than their own is what defines their order." Confused and somewhat insulted, Rtida replied, "I'm a zealot as well." "Clearly not one who's been with them long enough for them to shackle your mind fully," Atriox countered, then stood up. He locked eyes with Rtida, allowing the Sanghaili a glimpse into his soul. Much to his surprise, he didn't see any trace of anger. Instead, it was eerily calm. Atriox glanced behind Rtita towards the rest of his team, then released a grunt and said, "In any case, your condolences are appreciated but unnecessary. My pack wasn't sent down to save you. That was merely a byproduct of securing the memory cache." Rtita nodded, having suspected as such, then said, "That may be, but the point remains the same. You and your Jiralhani saved our lives, and for that I am grateful." The chieftain grew silent for a moment as he looked over Rtita from head to toe, then nodded. Rtita nodded back and prepared to walk back to his team, whom he knew were glaring angrily at his attempt at interspecies dialogue. Perhaps earlier in the campaign he might have cared, but strangely that apprehension was fading more and more. But before he could, Atriox spoke up again. "Wait, before you go, I have some questions." Tilting his head, Rtita asked, "About what?" "The demons," Atriox clarified as though it was obvious, which in retrospect it was. What else would a chieftain want to know about? "Ah, yes. Them," Rtita muttered, then stood up straight. "I must admit, I do not know much about them. This was only our second engagement, and the first was only hours before. I also wasn't able to get a good look at them in the chaos of battle, and you undoubtedly witnessed some of it yourself when you arrived." "That may be, but experience is experience, no matter how small," Atriox claimed. "I want to know everything you know. What they look like, how they fight, their strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't matter how small or seemingly inconsequential the information is. I want you to tell me regardless." Rtita was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement before saying, "Of course. In regards to how they look, on the surface they appear to be nothing more than humans wearing non-standard uniforms. Some of their features did appear strange, though. A few had what seemed to be a second set of non-human ears on top of their heads, and another had feathers instead of hair. Another's legs looked more like a Sangiles than a human, only covered with fur and ending with hoofs." Atriox hummed to himself as he rubbed the bottom of his chin. "Part of me wants to dismiss such things as another cosmetic choice for humans, like piercings or tattoos. Same with dismissing the legs as simply a strange prosthetic. But the rest of me suspects that they're not." "What do you mean?" "I suspect that those non-standard attributes were not cosmetic choices. They're too extreme, and I've never seen another human soldier with anything like them before," Atriox claimed. "Obviously, we do not have anywhere near a full picture to make a conclusion, but we must consider the possibilities that these were either random mutations, the result of human genetic modification experiments, or something natural and, up until this point, never fielded. Perhaps a subspecies, maybe." Part of Rtita wanted to refute such possibilities as outlandish, but the rest realized that the Jiralhani chieftain had a point. Not to mention there were multiple examples within the Covenant itself of multiple subspecies living together, such as the Kigyar. If one didn't know any better, they would think that a Ruidian, Ibishan, and Tveoan were all separate species. It stood to reason that, across the hundreds of colonies the humans had settled, similar genetic deviation would occur. In any case, speculating on such things was pointless. There were far more important details to discuss. He quickly moved on and continued. "Regarding how they fight, they appear to specialize in these unique combination weapons that can transform from melee to firearm in a blink of an eye. But, in my honest opinion, they're far too specialized to be mass-produced." "Indeed, I figured as much. The maintenance and training alone would be a tremendous hurdle. Most likely these demons chose their weapons themselves and trained in how to fight with them over the course of years." "I suspected that as well," Rtita confirmed. "But I don't know why they would make such things in the first place. Humans tend to focus almost entirely on firearms over melee, relegating the latter purely to a last resort. Most of them simply aren't built for intense melee combat. They're too frail. In the munitions they used, they had these elemental effects. Just before the battle began, some of them managed to infiltrate into the heart of our defenses and detonate bombs that practically conjured a storm, flood, earthquake, blizzard, and a volcanic eruption all at once." Atriox openly tilted his head in confusion at the mention of the bombs, his jaw idly moving up and down but no sound springing from his lips. But his confusion lasted for only a moment before he shook his head. He hummed to himself for a few moments, clearly attempting to discern any useful kernels of information against their new foes. Then, as he continued to slowly stroke his beard, he looked back into Rtita's eyes. "It's possible that their weapons have some cultural or practical significance from whatever planet they hailed from. And these demons obviously possess the strength to excel in melee where their lesser brethren cannot. As for their munitions, I've never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps the minister might know, or another Sanshiom above him," Atriox suggested, then released a growl. "But we're only speculating. There could be any number of reasons why their weapons behave the way they do." Rtita sadly nodded in agreement, then said, "Most importantly, aside from their enhanced strength and speed, these demons appear to have some form of personal energy shield that's strong enough to protect them from small arms plasma fire. What's more, they have these abilities that I cannot even begin to explain. One could create an invisibility field around themselves and their allies. Another blew into a horn on her sword and conjured portals. That was how the human army managed to completely bypass our defenses. They just appeared in the heart of our fortress." "That answers that question," Atriox remarked, momentarily looking away and scrunching his face as he struggled to comprehend the revelation. Even after all this time, Rtita couldn't understand exactly what had happened. Teleportation technology wasn't unheard of in the Covenant. They employed it themselves on numerous occasions. but they required vast towers to consolidate the teleportation parameters, which was a technology the humans lacked. Yet this human was able to employ teleportation on a far more tactical scale than even the Covenant could, which boggled the mind. Atriox continued, but that doesn't explain how or where these shields and abilities came from. They weren't wearing any armor I could see, so it clearly wasn't coming from an external power source. Do you have any inkling? Sadly, none, Rtida admitted, then scratched his head and suggested, perhaps it's some form of new, experimental technology that they implanted into the humans' bodies where we can't see? Or maybe it was external and we just couldn't see it. After a moment of silence, Rtida growled and complained, I hate not having the answers to these questions. As do I, but we must make do, Atriox said. Tell me, when you fought these demons, did you notice any weaknesses? Gaps in their abilities? Rtida hummed to himself as he thought it over, then answered, their shields. While they appeared to protect the demons from damage, it seemed as though they could still feel pain. One of them was playing a tune that was putting us to sleep, but when he got shot he stopped due to the impact. That might be useful. The one I fought needed to have her bare feet planted onto stable ground. Without that, the effect was useless. So these abilities have limitations? They have to. Nothing has no limits. Not even the Forerunners, Atriox asserted. Then he released a sigh. Is that all you know? Unfortunately, yes, Rtida answered while giving Atriox a nod, and the Jiralhani nodded back. It'll have to do, he determined. I'll spread the word to the rest of my pack. Let them know what they'll be up against when we move out. What do you mean? Do you think the humans are going to attack us again? Rtida asked, and Atriox locked eyes with the zealot. Of course they will, Atriox declared without an ounce of hesitation. He then looked at the memory block and claimed, I suspect the information on that memory block is far too valuable for the humans to simply let us get away with it. Rtida followed his gaze and, after a moment, nodded in agreement and replied, I suppose you're right. Having the precise locations of every nearby Forerunner relic would be a valuable prize. That's not what they care about, Atriox countered, catching Rtida off guard. What do you mean? What else could they care about? Atriox huffed, then instructed, I know your Blade Master may discourage critical thinking, but I ask you this. During all your years fighting the humans, what have they cared the most about whenever the Covenant invaded one of their worlds? Evacuating their people? Rtida answered, but Atriox shook his head. No, Atriox said. I have fought the humans since the beginning of this war, interrogated countless individuals, and in time I became aware of a standing order all humans have to follow. This order, named after one of their admirals, specifies the complete destruction of any record that contains the location of another human colony at any cost. They would sooner let an invaded world fall than let more be found. Okay, so their strategy is to hide, but what does that have to do with the cartographer? Rtida asked, not quite certain where Atriox was going with this. The humans already have the cartographer itself. Undoubtedly, their artificial intelligences are combing over every scrap of data they can glean from it before our fleet arrives, Atriox explained. But despite having the source, they are trying to prevent us from extracting the data already gathered. In fact, I don't think they were trying to capture it, not really. They wanted to destroy it, Rtida muttered, his eyes widening as realization began to set in. Yes, and how many times have human worlds just so happened to have Forerunner relics on them? Atriox rhetorically asked, and Rtida gasped. The cartographer, it has the location of human colonies. Rtida shouted, and Atriox nodded. Exactly, Atriox confirmed. Your Blade Master was content to only look at the surface explanation. But the key to winning a war is knowing your enemy. The humans know they are hopelessly outmatched and will stop at nothing to ensure that other human colonies do not get discovered. Mark my words, they will not stop pursuing us until either they're dead or we are. Everything made sense now. The intensity of the human counterattack, Atriox preparations. He was expecting a small army of humans to chase after them and preparing accordingly. Rtida already respected Atriox for what he saw of his skill in battle, but he could feel his estimation of the Jiralhani rise even more. If what he said was true, and Rtida saw no reason to believe otherwise, the memory block would only be truly safe once it was escorted out of the system entirely. I'll let the others know to expect a heavy fight, Rtida said as he gave Atriox another bow. Thank you, Chieftain. Atriox huffed in acknowledgement, but before Rtida could leave, he said, I would be careful if I were you, Zealot. What do you mean? Rtida asked in confusion, then Atriox gave a sharp tilt of his head towards IR, who was still glaring angrily at them both. Your Blade Master, I suspect his patience with you is running thin, Atriox surmised, and Rtida sighed. Yes, he's told me as much, Rtida regretfully admitted. I know that some of my suggestions have not gone over well with him. Such as. Part of Rtida didn't want to answer, but given how courteous Atriox had been thus far, he decided to do so. When we took over the refinery, we captured dozens of human workers. I suggested that we hold them hostage since humans typically don't want to kill their own. But Blade Master RWBY refused and had us execute them, then dump the bodies in the open by the river. Atriox let out an angry breath and responded, Fool. While the humans would have attacked regardless, by holding the workers hostage or, at the least, concealing their bodies, the humans might have shown at least a modicum of restraint. Instead, your commander gave them free rein to bomb you from orbit. Indeed, Rtida muttered before shaking his head. In any case, Blade Master RWBY may be under a lot of stress right now. but he is a respected and worthy commander, one I am honored to fight under. Atriox huffed, then said, maybe, but during our entire conversation he has been glaring at both me and you while keeping his hand hovering over his energy sword. Tita's eyes widened, and he quickly glanced towards his leader who, just as Atriox claimed, was keeping his hand near his sword while glaring at them both. As I said, the Zealot Order doesn't like free thinkers, Atriox declared. Nor are its members expected to ever leave their ranks alive. It may be wise to stay on your guard. With that, Atriox turned around and walked away, already relaying the intelligence Tita had shared to his other commanders to disperse among the troops. Tita watched him go, then once again turned towards the Zealots. Before, he might have looked at them with a sense of pride for being counted amongst their number. But now, as he felt their collective stares, all he could feel was trepidation. Tilda. Standing on a mound of rubble, Sienna Khan watched as more and more UNSC troops arrived. General Armani had agreed with Clover's plan to exchange his troops for huntsmen. Apparently their performance during the assault on the cartographer, along with the testimony of dozens of soldiers who directly witnessed their actions, had impressed him tremendously. An entire company of 250 soldiers had been allocated to retrieving or destroying the cartographer's data, outfitted with Warthogs and Falcon gunships for aerial support. The terrain the Covenant had retreated to made Scorpions ineffective, unfortunately, but the Warthogs were outfitted with Gauss cannons which, according to Captain Price, should be more than enough to punch through Covenant armor. Of course, she and the White Fan wouldn't be participating in that segment of the operation. That honor went to the remaining Aesops. Sienna would have loved nothing more than to be the one to ensure the Covenant wouldn't get off Paponi with the data. To have the White Fang, the Faunus, be the ones to save Remnant from perhaps the greatest threat to its existence they had ever known was more than worth the risk. Not to mention she personally loved being in the thick of battle against those who had wronged her people. But, at the same time, she couldn't fault the UNSC's logic. This was a critical military operation that affected both of their peoples, which made unit cohesion the utmost priority. As much as Sienna loved fighting the Covenant, she also found that she chafed under military guidelines after a while. The Aesops were pure military, being able to work with how the UNSC did things better than anyone else in the Huntsman delegation. It probably helped that the UNSC was basically Space Atlas in Sienna's opinion. They were like two peas in a pod. Of course, there was also the fact that the leader of those brutes critically injured one of their own. That demanded retribution, and more than anyone else Sienna could understand that. So, as she watched the Aesops converse with the Odysseys and the company's major about their battle strategy, with her arms crossed and her face firm, she felt content. At least they wouldn't be completely out of action in New Timbuktu when the Covenant inevitably invaded it in an attempt to prevent the planetary evacuation. Speaking of, on the horizon she could see another transport flying away through the upper atmosphere, taking its passengers to God's new where. Her musings were interrupted when she heard someone cough behind her, prompting Sienna to look over her shoulder where, to her curiosity, she saw Gron. Sienna, may I have a word? Gron began in a respectful tone. Sienna nodded and grunted as she turned around, then said, of course. I assume it's about the mission in New Timbuktu. It is. About that. Yes, Gron confirmed, but the way he said it made Sienna raise her eyebrows in confusion. If you're worried about taking orders from Lieutenant Dare, understand that this is only a temporary arrangement born out of necessity, Sienna pointed out, but Gron shook his head. No, it's not about that. Not fully, anyway, Gron admitted, then quickly looked around to see if there was anyone nearby or within earshot. Sienna knew there wasn't. Everyone else was too busy preparing for the battles ahead, including Lieutenant Dare while Commander Keyes had already gone back to the Midsummer Night. Then what do you want to talk about, Gron? Sienna asked more harshly this time. Gron stood up straight, then whispered, I think this is an opportunity for us. Sienna was silent for a moment, then admitted, yes, protecting the human civilians would endear the UNSC towards the White Fang. I imagine with their support. Not that, Gron interrupted and fervently shook his head. Frankly, from everything I've seen, the UNSC are fascist oppressors. We don't need nor should we want their support. Sienna frowned and replied, I'll admit that some of the UNSC's policies do not sit right with me, and had they been at peace then I would be in full agreement with you. But the Covenant changes everything. Which brings me to what I wanted to talk about, Gron began. The Covenant are a threat to our people, yes, but only because we share Remnant with humanity. We have a prime opportunity to change that. Sienna narrowed her eyes, then asked with deceptive calm, what are you talking about? Gron was apparently oblivious to the growl underlying his superior's voice as he pointed to the small collection of Covenant small arms the UNSC was already gathering and explained. The UNSC has been taking every single scrap of Covenant technology they can get their hands on. They're claiming all the spoils as their due, just like humans always do. But when the Covenant attack New Timbuktu, it's going to be very chaotic. They're not going to be able to look over our shoulders the whole time. If we can just... Stop, Sienna harshly interrupted her subordinate, catching him off guard. Undeterred, Gron continued, look, I know it's risky, but if we can convince Fiona to use her semblance. Not another word, Sienna snarled, finally shutting Gron up. Are you listening to yourself right now? You are suggesting that we smuggle Covenant weapons to Remnant and do what? Overthrow humanity? Are you insane? You've seen how powerful their weapons are, Gron pointed out. With them, we'd be able to strike back against those hurting our people like never before. No more bandit raids on our caravans or peacekeepers cracking down on our protests, not when even the strongest protections can't save them from our retaliation. And if it takes sabotage or assassinations, only a few would be needed to destabilize the worst companies, or even the kingdom governments, and inspire our people to rise up. Yes, which is exactly why we need to be working with the humans, not against them. Sienna hissed. Only by working together can we protect ourselves. The Covenant are at war with humans, not faunus, Gron countered, his earlier respectful tone gone and replaced by anger and disbelief. The only reason why the Covenant are a threat to us at all is because they see the faunus as with the humans. Not only would overthrowing the humans on Remnant provide us with the justice we deserve, it'll show the Covenant that we are not with humanity should they somehow find Remnant anyway. Sienna clenched her fists tightly and ground her teeth together out of sheer rage. Then she growled. When I first learned of the Covenant's existence, I said that very same thing. That humans and faunus are not the same. Do you know what Admiral Cole and the others told me? They told me the Covenant wouldn't care, that they would see us as humans with extra bits and pieces. Nothing more and nothing less. Of course a human would say that. Especially ones trying to use us, Gron claimed, but Sienna stomped forward suddenly enough to make Gron flinch. Better to trust their word than to count on the genocidal aliens who burn worlds to be reasonable, Sienna warned as she pressed her face mere centimeters away from Gron's. I thought you, of all people, would understand, Gron muttered in disbelief, but Sienna shook her head. I have never shied away from defending ourselves against humans who have wronged us, Sienna pointed out. I've never been afraid to use violence to advance our cause, even if Gyra Belladonna doesn't agree with it. But even if our methods differ, our cause is the same. I desire equality between humans and faunus, not to oppress them as they have done to us in the past. To do otherwise is not justice, but vengeance and spite. Look around you for God's sake. This isn't the faunus rights revolution. All your plan would do is weaken us when we can least afford it. Sienna breathed harshly in and out of her nose, then warned, throw these thoughts out from your mind. Entertain them no further. Do not make me regret picking you over Gyra's objections. Do I make myself clear? Gron locked eyes with Sienna then, after a moment, lowly replied, Crystal. Sienna continued to stare at Gron, silently daring him to try anything. When she was finally confident that Gron had been dissuaded, she released a huff, then turned around and walked away. At the same time, she ordered, join back up with the others. We'll be heading into the city in a few minutes. Understood, Gron said as he followed her orders. Sienna didn't even bother trying to look at him, instead keeping her mind focused on what was to come. At the same time, she decided that, once the battle began, she would keep Gron close to her if at all possible. She may have dissuaded him for now, but there was always the chance he might do something stupid. When she finally rejoined the other members of the White Fang, everyone was silent. Abby and Yuri could tell there was tension between Sienna and Gron, but judging by the confused glances they were sending towards each of them, they had no idea why. That was good, in Sienna's opinion. The less people who knew what Gron had suggested, the better. If she had it her way, no one would. Especially someone from the UNSC. She could only imagine how they would react, and none of it was good. Finally, it came time for the assembled army to leave. Soldiers were loading up into pelicans, falcons, and other forms of transport. She, the White Fang, the Happy Huntresses, and Lieutenant Dare all got into one pelican. The Aesops and the Odistes boarded a trio of falcons, while Johnson and Crow hopped into a warthog. The huntsmen and huntresses shared one final look between them, all knowing that this just might be the last time any of them would see each other. One by one, they gave affirmative nods, then Sienna's view was cut off by the closing doors of their pelican. The aircraft rumbled under the force of its engines, then she felt her stomach shift as it rose skyward and began to make its way towards the city. After a few minutes of flying, Sienna saw Dare reach up to the side of her helmet. Through her depolarized visor, she could see her expression shift. Even without asking, Sienna felt that she knew the reason, but as Dare lowered her arm and looked towards the others, she felt the need to ask anyway. What is it? Sienna asked, and Dare locked eyes with her. The Covenant reinforcements have arrived, Dare revealed, and the air suddenly felt that much heavier. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here is the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes, and the first part of the 3 to 4 part finale to the Covenant arc. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life. Not a very action-packed chapter, and more of a setup as all the pieces are put into place for the rest of the show. Rest assured, once the action starts, it will not let up until it is done. Lots of things are happening, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy what we have planned. Now then, to answer some of your questions. I won't be delving into the specifics of future arcs, but I will say that the next arc is the integration arc rather than being a singular narrative like what we've done so far. The integration arc will be a series of standalone chapters with plenty of time skips between them. It is far more focused on the political/cultural side of things rather than fighting the war itself, which is just as important, mind you. I anticipate the integration arc will be the shortest arc of Dust and Echoes, probably around 10 chapters or so. Stuff like Remnant's military buildup, recruitment, civilian reactions to once again being at war, infrastructure, trade, and so on. Not to mention aura, AIs, etc. After the integration arc, it's the beacon arc where we finally switch our primary RWBY perspectives to the main characters of this story, teams RWBY and JMPR. Current plan is that D&E will end with the ending the Human Covenant War. This isn't because I don't like the 343 era, because I do like what they've done with the series for the most part, but because my story is centered around the Human Covenant War and its ending would also be the perfecting ending to my story. I might do something with Halo 4, but that is years away. Glad you guys liked the last chapter, particularly Atriox's inclusion and our first Huntsman casualties. This was something I had been planning for quite some time now. This is a war story, after all, and not one where one side of the crossover, Halo or RWBY, is meant to have absolute advantage over the other. People are going to die or, in the case of Harriet, be wounded in terrible ways. Huntsmen and Huntresses may have some crazy advantages while on the field, but they are not invincible. They will be but the first of many. And yes, Atriox at this point is still canonically a member of the Covenant. He didn't leave and found the Banished until 2549 during the Battle of Algolus. If that sounds familiar, that is the battle that the Halo Legends short, The Prototype, took place in. Given how the story is currently in 2541, that is 8 years away. He is one of my favorite characters in Halo, and is one I am eager to explore further as Dust and Echo's story continues. He is the tertiary antagonist of the story behind Salem and the Prophet of Truth. Once again, I must reiterate that I do not take suggestions for my stories or what I should write. The reviews are not the place for you to pitch a story or character idea to me. They will be ignored. That's it for now. Let us know what you think. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the TV Tropes page would be greatly appreciated. We hope you enjoy and see you next time. Chapter 28, A Point Where It Breaks. Standing in front of the medical bay's window, Jacob Keyes stood ramrod straight with his arms folded behind his back as he watched the Midsummer Night's medical staff work on Harriet Bree. Their voices were muffled through the glass to the point of being incomprehensible, but he didn't need to hear them to understand what they were saying. Bree's injuries were extensive, which was only to be expected after nearly getting hit by a direct plasma mortar. Nearly 3/4 of her entire body was covered in burns, and one of her arms was completely gone below the elbow, with the remains of fast knuckles melted into her flesh above the stump. Her hair and scalp underneath had irregular streaks of burned tissue running through it, left between the fingers of her hands blast shadow from how it shielded her face, which the doctors said was the only reason she still had her eyes, nose, and lips. Her legs had also suffered significant damage, but luckily they were angled away from the initial blast, so the doctors had hoped they could be saved. She had even suffered internal injuries, particularly to her throat and lungs after breathing in superheated gas. Keyes always strived to make sure that his vessels had medical supplies fully stocked, and medical technology had advanced significantly over the years. But the extent of her injuries, combined with the sheer number of wounded soldiers that the Midsummer Night also had to deal with following the assault on the cartographer, meant that all they could really do was stabilize Bree and make sure she wouldn't die. She was already in a medically induced coma, and once the doctors were done, she would be placed into cryo. Once they got to Reach, she would be transported to a military hospital, where she would receive the finest treatment the UNSC could provide. Assuming she survived, and Keyes had every confidence that she would, he imagined that many of her physical injuries could easily be repaired. Flash cloned skin and organs to replace those burned beyond repair, along with prosthetics for any limbs lost. Of course, she could always opt for Flash clone limbs as well, but those required a much longer recovery process, not only from growing them, but also from the extensive physical therapy to regain their previous strength and dexterity. And from what he knew about Bree's personality, he doubted she'd want to sit still for that long. Most soldiers didn't. Mentally, though, it was a different story. She had come centimeters from death, barely clinging to life even now. One does not walk away from that unscathed. He didn't know how Bree would respond once she physically recovered. Each person was different, and he didn't know her well enough to make anything close to an accurate assumption. But he did know this. Whoever specialist Harriet Bree was before this mission, she would not be the same afterwards. The same applied to Casper Marine, who hadn't said so much as a word ever since she was brought on board the Midsummer Night. Keyes recognized the signs of PTSD as soon as he saw her, and immediately assigned one of the psychiatrists to look after her, both to simply talk to her once she was ready, and also to make sure she wouldn't do anything rash. Closing his eyes, Keyes released a heavy sigh, then finally turned around and walked back to the bridge. Marines and Navy technicians saluted him as he passed, but he paid them no heed in favor of focusing on his own thoughts. This entire mission was one step away from becoming an absolute disaster on multiple fronts. 4 of the huntsmen under his watch were either Kia or wounded, with the rest still in active danger of joining them, and the location of Remnant itself could potentially be compromised. It was a complete mess. The only upside was that O&I wasn't hounding him over this, unlike Kimballoon. Even they recognized the severity of the situation and that they couldn't exclude the huntsmen from protecting their homeworld. Of course, had the cartographer not had the location of Remnant on it, he imagined they'd be singing a different tune. To be honest, given all that had happened, Keyes wished there was no cartographer to justify his decisions. At least then it would just be his career on the line, not the lives of billions. But the situation was what it was, and he had to deal with it. When he arrived on the bridge, he stood before the holotank as the rest of the bridge crew manned their stations. The entire Niam system was being scanned for any sign of the Covenant stealth corvette. Every planet, every moon, every asteroid, nothing was being overlooked. Although he couldn't see them, Keyes knew that a flotilla of ONI prowlers were joining the search. Above everything else, that corvette could not be allowed to leave the system. They had to find and destroy it. If they didn't, Keyes could only imagine the devastation that would unfold. Looking outside the window, Keyes watched the Paponi defense fleet organize themselves. Compared to the fleets protecting Reach and Earth, it was fairly small. It totaled roughly 50 ships comprised of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates of all shapes and sizes. The Marathon-class heavy cruiser Berlin served as the fleet's flagship, from which everything else was being coordinated. Normally Keyes would be fighting right alongside them, but right now he had superseding orders. "Commander, slipspace ruptures detected," one of the technicians announced, causing Keyes to grimace. "They're here," Keyes said. Off in the distance, just outside Paponi's moon, he watched as a series of blue dots emerged in the void of space. From them came roughly 20 Covenant vessels, centered around a CAS-class assault carrier which was undoubtedly the flagship. Alongside it were several CPV-class heavy destroyers and CAR-class frigates, all making a beeline towards the planet below. The UNSC fleet was already moving to engage, and he could see streams of Archer missiles firing from the ships towards the Covenant. Most harmlessly exploded under a barrage of Covenant point defense lasers, with the rest impacting their shields which flickered brightly but otherwise did nothing, followed by massive plasma torpedoes that looked like tiny suns as they raced towards the defenders. As the first human ships exploded, Keyes had to force himself not to intervene. Instead, he turned back to the holodeble and ordered, "Keep searching for that corvette, and make sure that fleet doesn't see us." "Understood, Commander," Shakespeare replied, and the entire bridge fell silent. Tilda. As soon as Robin Hill stepped out of the Pelican, she was immediately struck by the sounds of chaos and panic. Hundreds of people were running as fast as they could, streaming out of homes and buildings as they tried to fit into waiting transports that were ferrying people to the spaceport. Children were crying, men and women were yelling at each other, all while policemen and army troopers were doing their best to keep things orderly. Many were impatient, opting to simply run to the spaceport rather than wait for the bus. "Everyone, stay calm," a police captain spoke into a megaphone while standing on top of a raised platform alongside two other officers, each wielding M392 DMRs. "We are going to get everyone to safety. But we cannot do that if you do not conduct yourselves in a neat, organized fashion." The captain was almost immediately drowned out by angry shouts from the crowd. Their voices blurred together, making it impossible for Robin to understand what any one person was saying. But she could tell that they didn't exactly like being told to remain calm when a Covenant fleet was literally barreling down on them. Overhead, another transport flew past the city skyline, its engines briefly drowning everything else out, but it passed within a moment and was, once again, replaced by shouts, sirens, and screams. "Is it always like this?" Joanna asked while checking her crossbow staff, and Lieutenant Dare shook her head. "No. Usually, we don't get advanced warning," Dare replied, refusing to elaborate any further, and Robin's frown deepened. She glanced at the rest of her teammates, all of whom sported sad yet familiar frowns. They had first-hand experience of one of those, no advanced warning evacuations on Virage, something that still haunted her with how useless she felt. The implication that Virage was the norm rather than the exception sent a chill down her spine, and motivated her all the more to make Paponi's evacuation succeed. Clenching her fist. But that wasn't important. What was important was helping the UNSC evacuate as many people as possible. That meant crowd control, at least until the Covenant arrived and started shooting everybody. "Let's get to work," Robin ordered as she began to move. "Just like the dust mine strikes, right?" May asked, and Robin smiled and gave her teammate a thumbs up. "The very same," she confirmed, and May nodded before moving away. "Dust mine strike?" Sienna asked in confusion while tilting her head. "Oh, a couple years ago there was a big protest at a bunch of SDC dust mines in Atlas after one of them collapsed and killed dozens of workers," Fiona answered. "We helped organize them, then kicked the SDC security's asses when they tried to break the strike." "Yeah, that was a good time," Joanna reminisced with a fond smile on her face. Sienna Khan looked at the happy huntresses for a moment, then smiled as well and replied, "Sounds like it. Wish I could have been there to help you girls out." "Well, the next time the SDC gets a bunch of people hurt because of stupid greed and lax safety standards, I'll give you a call," Fiona earnestly agreed, to which Sienna grinned before barking orders to the rest of the White Fang. Robin couldn't help but chuckle, and at the same time glanced towards Dare. Even if the ONI agent wasn't looking in their direction, she knew Dare was listening and would undoubtedly forward this conversation to her superiors. Part of her wondered how the UNSC's relationship would inevitably develop with the Schnee Dust Company. Thus far, their relationship with Atlas was stronger than the rest of Remnant due to shared cultural values, and given the SDC's size and importance, they would have to work together in at least some capacity. But whether the UNSC would prove to be just another enabler of the SDC's worst impulses in the name of the war effort, or leverage their position to regulate them, was up in the air. Only time would tell, but Robin hoped that, by blatantly talking about these things in front of an ONI agent, she could somehow influence their thinking. It may have been a long shot, but she was used to those by now. As Robin mused to herself, she glanced towards the White Fang, who had split into pairs. Abby and Yuri were together, helping to organize a crowd of terrified civilians into a row of buses. Sienna was with Gron, and to Robin's slight confusion, Sienna seemed to be hovering awfully close to her fellow Faunus. She did notice that the pair appeared to be tense for some reason, but she chalked it up to Gron's behavior finally getting on Sienna's nerves and left it at that. Her thoughts were broken when she heard a faint cry coming from nearby. Turning towards it, she saw a young boy, no older than 5, standing by himself and crying hysterically. In his hands was a small toy ODST, and none of the adults passing him by paid him any attention as they focused purely on themselves. Robin immediately made her way over and crouched to look the crying boy in the eyes. Giving him a soft smile, she said, "Hey there. What's wrong?" The boy, continuing to cry, wailed, "I can't find my dad." SSH, it's okay," she attempted to soothe him while placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "My name's Robin. What's yours?" Realizing that someone was finally helping him, the boy's wails managed to reduce to a whimper as he answered, Jawara. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Jawara. Come on, let's go find your dad," Robin told the young boy as she stood up and offered him her hand. Jawara looked up at the huntress, visibly nervous. But, after a moment, he tentatively reached out with his free hand to grab hers, and together they walked into the crowd in search of his family. Tilda. The mountain range was drowned in darkness, with only the occasional flash of light as a bolt of lightning shot across the sky. An intense downpour rained down from the heavens along with a fierce wind that almost felt as though it would blow Clover RWBY off the mountain itself. But he kept his feet firm as he slowly walked forward, pushing aside the thick jungle leaves and moving around the tall trees. Beside him were a dozen snipers, including Captain Price, Soap, and Ghost. All of them, including Clover himself, were carrying SRS-99 sniper rifles, their fingers hovering near the triggers and ready to be raised at a moment's notice. As they neared the edge of the forest, the huntsmen and soldiers carefully lowered themselves to the ground and crawled across the moss-covered rocks on their bellies. Putting themselves into a neat line, each of them pressed their weapons to their shoulders and aimed through their night vision scopes to the other side of the valley. There, through the intense storm, they could see a mountain pass that, at one point, was used by miners to transport or to various refineries scattered across the valley. Now they were being used by a convoy of Covenant armored vehicles instead, their destination unknown. Target spotted. Clover spoke into his radio, his voice calm and betraying none of the anger he felt as he scoured the convoy for the brute chieftain. When he couldn't find him, his frown deepened, but otherwise he kept his composure. Clover, the rest of the ASOPs, Task Force 141, and the company of army soldiers had been tracking the brute convoy for at least half an hour. They had hoped they would have been able to catch them at their base, but they were already gone by the time the UNSC arrived. Instead of brutes and elites, all they found was an abandoned and destroyed Covenant mini-base, one that had a few booby traps left behind that claimed the lives of a handful of men. It was clear that the brutes had left in a hurry, and had also pulled straight from the UNSC's handbook in denying the enemy any of their assets. Lieutenant Dare might have gone into New Timbuktu with the Happy Huntresses and the White Fang, but Clover could guess that, had she joined them, her rage and irritation would have been palpable. But even if ONI would have loved to acquire more Covenant technology, recovery was not their primary objective. At this point, all they cared about was preventing the Covenant from getting off Poponi with the cartographer's data. If they somehow managed to kill all the Covenant and they had an opening, then by all means capturing the Covenant data drive would be a neat bonus. But otherwise, they were to simply destroy it the first chance they got. Luckily, even though the UNSC fleet was now engaging the Covenant reinforcements, they still technically had air and orbital superiority. That meant they were able to leverage every single satellite orbiting Poponi, allowing them to locate the convoy. After that, it was simply a matter of mapping out their most likely routes and prepping an ambush. After witnessing firsthand just how powerful the Covenant was, it was a refreshing change of pace to be on the other side of one while the enemy ran scared for once. Part of Clover hoped that they would be lucky enough to see the hard drive through their rifles. Then they could use the anti-material guns for what they were originally designed for and simply take it out from afar. There wouldn't be any need to actually fight the Covenant after that. But the rest of him knew it wouldn't be that easy, so instead it fell to him and the rest of the sniper team to measure the strength of the enemy force and ascertain which vehicle the data drive would be held in. I'm counting 40 to 50 brutes mounted on choppers and prowlers, with a handful of elites on ghosts. Most likely stragglers from the cartographer, Ghost reported, his calm voice cutting through the airwaves. Hard to say exactly how many there are through this storm, though. They've got limited air support, too, Soap added. 5 Banshees and 3 Phantoms, all flying below radar. The Phantoms have grunts manning side-mounted plasma turrets. I bet a year's salary they're planning to extract on those Phantoms once the Covenant clear the sky. Otherwise, they'd have gone already, Captain Price suggested, and Clover nodded in agreement. Assuming this brute chieftain was as smart as he seemed, Clover imagined that his plan consisted of running until the Covenant managed to either completely destroy the UNSC fleet or, at the very least, heavily contested Poponi's orbit. That way they could load the memory block and their remaining troops onto the Phantoms and extract without the danger of getting shot down. It's what Clover would have done in his shoes, which was when he realized that none of the brutes he fought actually wore shoes. In the grand scheme of things, he knew it didn't matter, but it was a unique detail he put away in the back of his mind regardless. Peering through his scope, Clover spotted a pair of up-armored shadows, one more than the other. Aiming his sniper rifle at its center, he said, "I think I have eyes on the memory cache. There's a heavily armored shadow in the center of the convoy." "I see it," Price replied. He let out a grunt, then continued, "That armor's too thick for our guns to pierce, and we can't exactly see what's inside regardless. So we do it the old-fashioned way." "Fine by me," Ghost declared, and Clover nodded in agreement. "Sounds about right," Price said. "Start painting potential kills. Remember your priority list. Target captains, heavy ordnance, and light armored vehicles first. They don't know we're here yet, so let's make these first shots count." "Acknowledged. Painting targets now," Soap replied. Through his sniper scope, Clover saw 11 IR lasers cut through the storm, each one aiming towards the exposed heads of a brute or elite before shifting to another. Normally, they would use a target's armor color to determine rank, but everything was a shade of light green through the night vision scope. Instead, they were scouring the convoy for whoever had the fanciest armor. The more elaborate it was, the higher the individual's rank. Their weapons were also considered. Taking out a grunt with a fuel rod cannon was more important than a brute captain using a spiker. Clover himself was shifting his aim between a brute driving a chopper towards the front of the convoy and an elite driving a ghost right beside him, his finger lightly pressed against the trigger as he tried to line up a perfect shot to get both at the same time. "Hey, RWBY," Captain Price suddenly whispered to the ace operative as he held out a metallic tub that was roughly the size of a griff ball. "Got something for ya?" Raising his eyebrow in curiosity, Clover carefully took the offered object and held it close to his face, then replied, "Thanks. What is it?" "That is tub of octanitrocubane," Captain Price answered. "We like to call them octas for short." "With a name like that, I can see why," Clover remarked as he tilted the octa from side to side. "I take it this is an explosive?" "Yep. The engineers were setting them up to destroy the cartographer. I convinced one of them to give me a spare," Price confirmed. "I'd be careful with that if I were you. That is an expensive piece of equipment you're holding. Each tub costs more than a Havoc tactical nuke." "Really? Then why bother using them?" Clover asked. "Their shape charges and their yield doesn't decrease in vacuum, not to mention their timed fuses are basically impossible for anyone to shut off without the right codes," Price clarified. "Sure, they're expensive, but the brass thinks they're worth it, and after using them a few times, I happen to agree." "I'll take your word for it," Clover said. "What's the yield?" 100 kilotons, Price answered in a matter-of-fact tone, which caused Clover to freeze. Slowly, the incredulous ace operative commander turned his head towards Captain Price, who wasn't even looking at him as the ODST continued to aim towards the convoy on the other side of the valley. After a moment, Clover smacked his lips then quietly repeated, 100 kilotons. "Yep, that thing goes off. Anything within a 2-kilometer radius is either dead or sure as hell wishes they were." "And you just decided to give it to me, why?" "They say you're the lucky one. Figured it would be safest with you," Price answered with a nonchalant shrug. Clover shook his head while carefully stowing the charge onto his lower back and pointed out, "While my semblance is good luck, that doesn't really answer my question. Why do you have this in the first place, Captain?" Captain Price released a sigh, then answered, "Let's be honest here, RWBY. We may have the advantage for now, but we both know this could turn south in an instant. If that happens, we cannot allow the Covenant to escape with their prize. Should everything else fail, and you're the last one standing, I want you to prime that octa, get as close as you possibly can to that convoy, and detonate it. It'll kill everyone nearby, but at least the Covenant won't find Remnant or the other colonies." Clover was silent for a moment, then grimly nodded and replied, "Sounds like an acceptable trade to me." "Thought so," Price said, briefly tilting his head to look at Clover and joked, "Talk about an ace up your sleeve, eh?" Despite his face being covered by a polarized visor, Clover could feel that the veteran ODST was smiling, and he couldn't help a snorting chuckle at that. But that lasted for only a moment as Price immediately went back to his sniper rifle and recentered on his target. Clover did the same, and he held position. They were all standing by for several moments which seemed to stretch into eternity, waiting for the signal to engage. Once they gave it, the warthogs lying out of sight below and the falcons above would swarm the Covenant, turning the entire valley into a war zone. Finally, he heard Captain Price calmly order, "Execute." At once, a volley of 12 shots rang out, cutting through the storm. White contrails followed the bullets and, through skill backed by fortune, all 12 found their targets. One moment, the Covenant convoy was cautiously making their way down the mountain pass, their eyes and ears peeled for any sign of the UNSC but otherwise remaining calm. The next, 12 heads ceased to exist as brute captains, those carrying heavy weapons, and drivers of vehicles were struck by pinpoint-accurate sniper fire. Choppers veered off to the side, either striking the mountain and exploding in a ball of fire or careening off the edge and falling into the valley below. A Prowler's plasma turret went off from a dead man's trigger which just so happened to veer into a nearby ghost and reduce it and its elite driver to molten slag. For a brief second the brutes were stupefied as they looked around to try and figure out just what happened, which gave the snipers enough time to make a second volley. Unlike the first, only half managed to hit their targets, and as the bodies fell and tumbled across the ground and under the vehicles behind them, the brutes began to bark and roar as they finally realized they were under attack. "Go! Go! Go!" Elm shouted as she stood within the troop bay of a falcon, Timber in its rocket launcher configuration. She was standing to the right of the Falcon's gunner manning a heavy machine gun, with Gaz on the other side aiming with his BR-55. From her perch, she could see dozens of Falcons around them descending from the clouds and mountaintops onto the unsuspecting Covenant forces, their rotor blades whipping up the rain and spraying much of it onto her face. At the same time, she saw numerous warthogs emerge from side routes above and below the convoy, each one armed with a Gauss cannon and a passenger wielding either a rocket launcher or grenade launcher. Bright blue contrails sprang from the Gauss cannons as they fired their hypersonic projectiles which tore straight through the Covenant armor in 1 or 2 hits. They initially focused on the flight of Banshees, destroying them before they had a chance to turn around and engage the humans attacking them. They crashed into the mountainside, causing rocks and debris to tumble and fall down onto the forces below. But the brutes quickly recovered and began to retaliate. White-hot plasma bolts flew through the air, both from handheld infantry weapons as well as their mounted guns, boiling the falling rain and slamming into the UNSC armor. Titanium alloy melted and carbon nanotube tires burst, causing the vehicles to veer out of control and either crash or be picked off by the brutes themselves. The remaining fuel rods and brute shots fired their ordnance, destroying many of the warthogs. The entire valley fell into chaos as both sides engaged the other ferociously. Elm was firing timber into the brute forces below, reloading fresh rockets that a soldier handed her before firing again. She only stopped when several large globs of plasma zoomed in and attached themselves to a nearby Falcon. After a moment, the globs exploded like plasma grenades, destroying one of its engines and melting off a wing. The vehicle spun out of control and fell into the forest valley below, disappearing beneath the canopy before exploding in a ball of fire. Grimacing, Elm followed where the homing plasma grenades came from and saw that its source was one of the Phantoms. All three were firing their front-mounted plasma cannons into the UNSC forces while the pair of grunts manning the mounted plasma turrets were similarly engaging their foe. The side doors had now fully opened, exposing more brutes, jackhawls, and a few elites as they fired beam rifles, carbines, fuel rod cannons, and more onto the humans. Rockets and Gauss rounds were already firing onto the Phantoms, but their armor was too thick for the attacks to have much effect. "We need to take care of those Phantoms. They're tearing our forces apart," Elm yelled as the gunner and Gaz fired their weapons. "Tell me something I don't know," Gaz responded, briefly pausing to reload before engaging once again. When yet another Falcon nearby exploded, the others inside the aircraft flinched but otherwise refused to let it stop them. Elm's mind raced as she fired another pair of rockets, trying to get inside the troop bay of at least one of the Phantoms. But from their position, she was finding it difficult to do so as her rockets simply struck the top armor. If they descended further, the pilot would probably be able to give Elm a proper angle, but that put them at risk of the Covenant's anti-air fire. As she reloaded her weapon, her frown deepened, and the grip on her weapon increased. That was when she heard her partner's voice over the radio as Vine called out, "Elm, I have an idea." "Hit me, Vine. I'm all ears," Elm replied as she looked across the battlefield to Vine and Ferris Falcon as it pulled up beside them. "I can reach out, grab you, and swing you over to one of the Phantoms," Vine suggested. "Then you can take out its engines." Pursing her lips, Elm glanced down towards the Phantom in question before replying, "I don't know if I'll be able to destroy it. That armor's thick." "You don't have to destroy it, just get it out of the fight," Vine pointed out. Realizing that he had a point, Elm nodded after a moment of hesitation and said, "All right, let's do it." Lowering herself slightly, she glanced towards Gaz and said, "Try not to hit me." "No promises." Gaz joked as he picked off a grunt holding a fuel rod gun, prompting another to hastily throw the weapon out of the Phantom before it exploded like a grenade. Despite herself, Elm smirked, then leaped out of the Falcon. Vine immediately shot his arms forward, a golden aura extending out of them as they reached towards Elm. Grabbing onto her wrists, Vine swung his partner through the air before letting go, catapulting her onto the middle Phantom's top. She briefly bounced across the smooth, metallic roof, but quickly pulled out a titanium knife that the UNSC had given her and slammed its blade into the hull. Using it as a handhold, she pulled herself to her feet, using her semblance to anchor herself in place. She flashed Vine and the others a thumbs up and began to turn around towards the engines, shifting timber into its hammer configuration in anticipation of the work that needed to be done. But before she could take a step, she heard a pair of angry roars as two brutes, one carrying a gravity hammer and the other wielding a spiker, pulled themselves up onto the roof of the Phantom to join her. Realizing they must have heard her arrival, Elm glanced between both of them then readied herself, raising timber high above her head. "All right, let's dance," Elm prodded, looking each dead in the eye. Whether the brutes understood her or not, they responded to her challenge with angry roars then charged forward. Unlike her, though, it was hard for the aliens to maintain their balance on the Phantom's smooth, wet surface, and the heavy wind wasn't doing them any favors. That didn't stop them, however, as they continued to advance. Smirking to herself, Elm ran towards the one with the gun first, each step anchoring into the Phantom's roof with roots emerging from her bare feet and allowing her to sprint with well-practiced timing. She shoulder-checked the first brute, knocking him off balance as his burst of spikes went wide and sending him tumbling backward, the spiker pinwheeling out of his hands as he slid down the wet curve of the dropship and futilely scrambled for a grip with his claws. With a yelp, he disappeared beneath the edge of the Phantom, falling into the valley below. Elm immediately turned around as the second brute managed to catch up to her, the alien raising his hammer in an attempt to strike her down. She hastily swung timber upward, knocking the warhammer away. Continuing with her momentum, Elm spun and crouched, activating her weapon's rocket boosters and swinging timber into the brute's legs. Through the sounds of the raging storm and the rumbling engines, she heard a loud crack as bone and armor shattered. The brute let out a pained roar, but it was a testament to just how durable he was that he still tried to retaliate by slamming her face with the bottom of his hammer's pommel. Striking her nose, Elm's head shot back, but she quickly grabbed the pommel, smirked wickedly towards the surprised brute, then ripped the weapon from his hands before slamming its head into his chest. A wave of gravity shot forward, crushing his chest and sending him flying back. The wind carried him away, and Elm watched as he disappeared in the distance. "Have a nice flight," Elm joked, then picked herself up. Glancing at the gravity hammer in her grip, she shrugged and carried it in her right hand, timber in the other before running towards the engines. Lifting up her weapons, she grinned and raised them back. Her aura roots dug deeper into the metal then. With a loud yell, she swung both hammers as hard as she could into the left engine. The engine, already damaged by a barrage of rockets and hypersonic projectiles, buckled under the force. It exploded in a cloud of sparks, spewing hot dark blue gas as the Covenant aircraft listed dangerously to the side. Below, she could hear the Covenant troops inside the troop bay begin to panic as the pilots lost control, the Phantom careening off to the side and falling towards the jungle. Taking that as her cue, Elm turned around, stowed both of her weapons across her back, and ran towards the front of the crashing Phantom. Overhead, Vine's Falcon descended, her partner already reaching out towards her. Once she reached the edge, Elm leaped forward, allowing Vine to reach out, grab her, then hoist the ace operative onto his Falcon. Once she was safely aboard, she smiled towards her partner as he gave her a quick pat on the shoulder. Then she turned around and watched as the Phantom fell. Although she wasn't anything close to an expert in Covenant aircraft, to her it looked like it was somewhat of a controlled crash, at least as much as it could be. Soon the Phantom disappeared underneath the jungle canopy, leaving only a burning column of smoke to mark its location. Beside them, they heard Farah report the crash over Teamcom, and a pair of Falcons were already moving in to secure the site. The lieutenant then turned towards Elm and Vine to report, "We've got a problem. The fleet's getting hit hard. We won't have orbital supremacy for much longer." "Damn it. When that happens, that data's as good as gone," Elm growled, her gaze shifting towards the two shadows. They were surrounded on all sides by the most heavily armed members of the convoy, with the two remaining Phantoms similarly keeping close and acting as shields. That was when she saw him, the brute chieftain who was leading this Covenant force. He had climbed out of the target shadow to take the place of its gunner who had been killed by sniper fire, firing the plasma turret towards anyone trying to engage. Elm's anger boiled up to the surface, and she aimed timber towards it. "Give me rockets," she ordered, hoping to blast him to smithereens. "I can't. We're out," one of the soldiers inside the Falcon's troop bay reported, causing Elm to let out a curse. "Damn it," she yelled as she lowered her weapon, struggling to figure out what to do next. That was when she had an idea. Glancing at her feet, she wondered if it would even work. Then she figured that, if she could stop a charging megalith in its tracks, she could do the same for a shadow. Vine seemed to recognize the look on her face as he warned, "Don't, it's too risky." "Too late. Already doing it," Elm replied as she switched out timber for her pilfered gravity hammer, then jumped down from the Falcon. He watched her descend as one of the soldiers asked, "Did she just jump?" Yes, she did," Vine confirmed, releasing a sigh since he was well aware of the type of landing strategy his partner favored. Elm's ponytail flapped behind her in the screaming wind as she fell spread-eagled, aiming for her target before shifting to hold the hammer upside down between her feet like a shovel. She then landed on a prowler hammerhead first, crushing it under the force of the gravity strike which cushioned her impact, and leaving her standing right in the middle of the convoy. She reached down with her aura roots as deeply as she could, anchoring in place as she raised her captured gravity hammer up high. The few remaining Ghost and Chopper drivers, upon seeing her, attempted to run her over, but Elm simply swatted them away with mighty hammer blows and waves of gravity. The bulk of her attention was reserved for the heavy up-armored shadow, locking eyes with the brute chieftain who attempted to turn his plasma turret and fire upon her. But before he could, a sniper shot rang out, striking the gun and causing it to explode in a shower of sparks and gas, making the brute flinch back. "Thanks, Clover," Elm muttered to herself, then stowed the heavily depleted gravity hammer behind her back. Reaching forward, she braced herself just as the shadow slammed into her palms. Her legs bent with the catch as she felt the earth buckle under the strain, and she released a pained yell from the exertion. But thanks to her aura roots, she held her position firmly, then shifted the vehicle's momentum and began to lift the shadow up with every muscle in her body. The chieftain could only stare at her in bewilderment as they locked eyes again, as another brute pulled his upper body out from the sharply tilting troop bay in a similar state of shock. But this only lasted a moment as the pair of brutes aimed their spikers towards Elm, hurrying to stop her even as their hovercraft came to a brief vertical rest in her curled arms. Before they could even get a chance, Elm straightened up with a roar and Cobra tossed the armored shadow off the mountainside. It crashed and tumbled down the rocky slope, throwing its unsecured occupants off into longer arcs down to the jungle. "That's for Harriet, you son of a bitch," Elm declared as she watched the shadow careen down the scree, a satisfied smile on her face. The rest of the Covenant convoy, including the second Shadow, sped off as fast as they could, a few more vehicles succumbing to UNSC fire before veering off into a side route. While a few Falcons and Warthogs continued their pursuit, the rest immediately began to converge onto the crashed Shadow, seeking to claim its cargo for their own. Elm began to jump down the mountainside, bounding from rock to rock rather than wait for transport. A pair of Falcons managed to reach it first, and a report of gunshots could be heard as the soldiers picked off any survivors. By the time Elm arrived, 2 squads of soldiers were securing the crash site, the broken bodies of Covenant soldiers littered on the ground. To her dismay, she didn't find the chieftain among their number, but figured he must have been killed when he was thrown from the crash. This thing's in remarkable condition, one of the Marines said as another managed to turn it back on. Damn Shadow still runs. Barely, but still. We'll send it over to ONI, they'll love to get their hands on this, another said. More Falcons arrived, these carrying Vine, Clover, and the rest of Task Force 141. As Clover approached her, he said, "That was reckless and dangerous." "Well done." "Thank you, sir," Elm replied with a smile on her face, then sharply tilted her head towards the vehicle. "But enough talk. Let's pop this can." "Couldn't agree more," Clover said. Then together he, Elm, and Vine walked towards the Shadow's troop bay. Elm couldn't hide the victorious smile on her face. They were finally about to bring an end to this nightmare, to seize victory after all the hardship and loss they suffered. Grabbing a split seam in the armor plating, which Elm realized had the same color and composition of a Warthog chassis, she pulled as hard as she could. The metal squealed under the strain but quickly buckled at the welds, allowing them to eagerly look inside. She and the others expected to find the Covenant data drive secured inside, along with the bodies of any zealots still jealously guarding it. Instead, all they found was nothing. What? Elm asked herself, not quite understanding what was going on. Where is it? Where's the data drive? Was it thrown from the crash? Vine asked, but one of the soldiers shook her head. No, it was sealed shut when we got here, she revealed. Then where the hell is it? Elm asked, desperately searching the Shadow for anything she might have overlooked. That was when Vine's eyes widened, and he muttered, "It was a decoy." What? Clover asked as he focused his attention on Vine, as did everyone else. That brute. He must have known what we were after, Vine explained as he pointed towards the Shadow. He then made that Shadow into an obvious target, knowing we would assume they'd place the data drive in the most secure vehicle he had. Which means it was in the other one, Elm muttered under her breath. A brief, heavy silence fell over the group. Then Clover yelled into the radio, "Falcon 5, the Covenant still has the data drive. Destroy that other Shadow now." All they got in reply was a burst of static. He tried again only to receive the same response. Worry began to set in, then they heard the roar of an engine. Looking overhead, they saw a pair of slightly smoking phantoms begin to ascend through the atmosphere. It didn't take long for them to realize what they were carrying. Shit, 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 Elm cursed. They're getting away. Captain, do we have any Pelicans nearby? Vine asked, but Captain Price shook his head. No, they're helping with the cartographer and the evacuation, Price revealed. He then turned to Farah and ordered, contact the Prowlers. Tell them to be on the lookout for a pair of phantoms. With how many phantoms there are right now, that might be difficult, Vine pointed out, and Price rounded on him. I know that, but do you have any other ideas? Because I'm all ears. Price yelled, anger and frustration filling his voice. No one said a word for a moment, then Gaz spoke up and proposed, the crashed phantom. What? Price asked, and Gaz shook his head. Edern managed to bring down one of the phantoms, he explained, but it had a controlled crash. If we're lucky, it might still be able to fly. The ASOPs and Task Force 141 looked at each other for a moment, then Clover said, that's good enough for me. Come on, let's move. They immediately ran towards the nearest Falcons, the Army soldiers staying behind to secure the site for retrieval. As soon as they got into the troop base, the tiltrotor aircrafts took off towards the phantom crash site, using the column of smoke as a beacon. Within a few minutes they arrived at their destination, and they were in such a rush they jumped out of the Falcons before they properly landed. Rushing past the Army soldiers who didn't know what was going on, the ACE operatives and the ODSTs piled into the cockpit. From what they could see, it was heavily banged up, and it was an open question whether it would actually still fly. God damn it, controls aren't responding, Price revealed as he and Gaz took the pilot and co-pilot seats. Any of 100 different things could have been broken in the crash. Gonna try a system reboot. Maybe that'll start it up, Gaz added, pressing a few buttons on the dash that Elm couldn't even begin to understand. Clearly Gaz and Price did, though, as they went through the instruments with practiced ease. But after a few precious minutes, it was clear that nothing they were trying was having any effect. Gaz let out a curse and said, damn it, nothing's working. We can't just be stuck here. Elm yelled, frustration leaking into her voice. We're trying, Price shouted back. But unless you can pull a miracle out of your ass, this hunk of junk won't dash. That was when a frustrated Clover suddenly banged his fist against the control panel between them. Before Price could yell at him, he and the others froze in amazement as the panel lit up. Blue and purple lights filled the cockpit, and they could feel the remaining engines come to life. Everyone stared at Clover, who himself was looking at the control panel blankly before he admitted, I honestly didn't think that was going to work. I've only done that with, like, vending machines before. After a moment, Price laughed and said, God, I love your semblance. What do you think it'll take for us to keep these guys after this? Ghost muttered at the back of the group as he elbowed Soap. We'll see who we have to get on our knees and beg for that later, his squad mate rejoined with an elbow of his own. With that, the Phantom began to rise off the ground slowly and shakily, the troop bay doors sealing shut. They then took off towards the other two Phantoms, praying that they wouldn't be too late. Tilda. As the third Phantom flew off through the storm clouds above, the humans guarding the crashed shadow stood and watched it go. They were still in the process of organizing everything, moving the bodies off to the side and placing the small arms into small boxes. Once the spacecraft disappeared, the soldiers went back to their work and idle chit-chat. Here's hoping they managed to catch up to the squidheads, one of the soldiers remarked as he moved a full box somewhere else. They gotta, otherwise a whole lot of people are gonna die, another replied as she kicked the dead body of a grunt. I know, a third responded. After a moment, he then asked, hey, those huntsmen they called them, what do you make of them? I don't know who they are or where they came from, but I'm sure as hell happy they're on our side, a soldier answered, resulting in a chorus of affirmations from the others. Yeah, no kidding, the third soldier admitted. Still, just, what are they? They ain't normal. Who cares? They kicked the Covenant's ass, that's enough for me. Not for me. I can't help but be curious. Are they some kind of new super soldier? Like a Spartan? A Spartan? You listening to those conspiracy theories again? They're not real. That's not true. My cousin swore he fought alongside one on Arcadia. They're real. Look, if the UNSC just so happened to have super soldiers that could take on entire armies of Covenant and wipe them out without even breaking a sweat, wouldn't you think they'd be boasting about that all the livelong day? Especially with how bad the war's going? Think for a moment. That doesn't make any sense. The soldier was quiet for a moment, then waved up in the direction of the departed Phantom in response. Okay, but isn't that what we just saw? I mean, I know they didn't look anything like the stories I've heard, but they have to have some truth to them. I've heard those stories, too, Private. And, all right, I don't know how to explain all that action movie stuff just now, but I don't think we're going to get a straight answer on it anytime soon, his commanding officer admitted. Shaking his head, he then said, now enough chit-chat. We need to. He never managed to finish his sentence before his throat was suddenly pierced by a red-hot, glowing metal spike. The man fell to his knees and gurgled, boiling blood oozing out of the holes as more spikes suddenly shot out from the brush. The soldiers nearby began to panic and fire their weapons in all directions, trying to hit whoever was firing on them. But then one soldier was struck in the chest by a spike grenade which promptly exploded, sending a column of spikes into both him and the soldiers immediately in front of him. The pair of falcons that had ferried them began to ascend, only for plasma grenades to be thrown into the troop bays and detonate, consuming both in balls of fire. Within a few moments, every single human that had been guarding the shadow lay dead on the ground, pools of blood building around them. The jungle became silent and still once again, then out of the brush came two cloaked figures, their silhouettes partially revealed through the torrential rain. Soon the active camouflage units deactivated, revealing Atriox and Decimus, both of whom were sporting deep wounds. Atriox immediately moved towards one of the humans with a red cross emblazoned on an armband. Turning her over, he pulled out several canisters of biofoam and tossed a few to Decimus. The pair of Jiralhani immediately began to administer the first aid spray into their wounds, wincing from the stinging pain that thankfully quickly subsided. We need to move, now, Atriox ordered his sole surviving subordinate. Once the humans check in and realize they're dead, more will arrive. This shadow's barely functional, Chieftain, Decimus pointed out. We'll be lucky if we get even halfway to the next rendezvous point. Better than trying to do so on foot, Atriox countered as he held onto the side of the driver's cabin. After a moment, Decimus nodded in understanding and replied, of course, Chieftain. Hopping into the driver's seat, Decimus turned the vehicle on. The shadow shook and sputtered, and smoke rose out of the numerous gaps in its armor. But nevertheless, it was able to shakily begin moving, disappearing into the thick jungle surrounding them. Atriox's thoughts weren't focused on the status of the vehicle, though, at least not fully. Instead, his attention was on what the human soldiers had been foolishly talking to each other about in the open, as well as the state of the convoy. I think it is safe to assume we're the only ones left, Atriox suggested, and Decimus let out a grunt. So it would seem. Unfortunate those zealots couldn't have joined them, Decimus complained, but Atriox shook his head. No, better that they managed to escape with the cartographer's data, Atriox pointed out. That was the mission, and so long as they managed to bring it safely to the valorous penance, our pack brothers won't have died in vain. Decimus let out a disbelieving snort but otherwise said nothing. It was a sentiment that Atriox was all too familiar with. He had been fighting in this war against the humans since the very beginning, sent out with more and more of his pack mates against their defenses. 40 at a time would go in, and time after time only he would return. His current station with the Minister of Veracity had been a welcome change of pace in that he was given at least some level of autonomy, but even this still ended roughly the same. Frustration and anger had been building inside of him for quite some time, and it was proving increasingly harder to ignore. Shaking his head, he then mused, at least now we know what they're called. Huntsmen. The name suggests that they're like hunters chasing prey. Huntsmen, Spartans, they're all demons to me, Decimus dismissed, but Atriox shook his head. No, they're not demons, Decimus, Atriox countered. As hard as it may seem, I know this. Even with their vast strength and power, they're nothing more than men. And men can be killed. The pair fell silent once again, the only sounds they could hear being the rumbling and shaking of the shadow. After a few moments, Atriox ordered, "Once we reach a secure spot, park the shadow, then help me repair the communicator. We need to reach out to the penance to request extraction." "Of course, Chieftain," Decimus replied, following a narrow stream towards what they could only hope was salvation. Tilda. From the safety of his phantom, RWBY released a sigh of relief. Their engagement with the humans had been far too close for his liking, with the entire convoy saved for him and his zealots dead. The only upside was that arrogant Jurulhani chieftain had seemingly fallen in battle. Thrown down the mountainside like one of those disgusting rats IR hated so much. How appropriate. After what he had done to him at the mini-base, IR could get some satisfaction in that, even if he would have preferred to cut the savage down himself. The gods themselves had clearly acted to punish him, and for that he was grateful. He took a moment to look around the troop bay of his phantom. Fertitta, Tull, and Zexen were with him, while Visa, Ison, and Thavu were guarding the memory block in the other phantom. Their extraction had been hectic, with IR's group providing cover fire for the others to load the cartographer's data onto the phantom and leave. Only once the still pursuing humans, along with their last remaining Jurulhani escorts, had been vanquished did IR and the others leave. All of the surviving zealots, including himself, sported fresh wounds. Purple blood leaked out of cuts on their heads, arms, and chests, which would one day become honorable scars from which stories could be told of. Despite everything, IR couldn't help but feel his chest swell, and he felt the need to speak. "Brothers, rejoice. For today we have achieved a grand victory against the humans," IR declared as he held his arms out wide. "Despite all of their efforts, despite all the challenges hurled against us, we managed to obtain our prize. Soon the wealth of the cartographer's holy knowledge will be gifted to the Covenant, from which more relics will be found. Today we are one step closer to the great journey." Tull and Zessin yelled in approval, pumping their fists into the air. But Fertitta was stoically silent, his head turned to the side and conspicuously separate from the others, seemingly exhausted from their trials. Whereas before IR might have felt compelled to comfort his newest recruit, now all he could do was let out a grunt and be thankful that he wasn't doing anything else to get on his nerves. His patience with Fertitta was already quite thin, and he didn't want to hear anything else that might set him off. Better for Fertitta to be silent than to do otherwise. "Blade Master," one of the pilots spoke from the cockpit. "We're picking up a new contact on our sensors." Clacking his mandibles together, IR walked towards the cockpit and asked, "What is it? More humans?" "No, it's the other phantom. The one that was shot down," the pilot revealed. "Ah, I see," IR said as he nodded to himself. "The survivors must have repaired it enough to escape. Hail them. I want to know just how extensive the damage is." The pilot nodded and pressed a holographic button before requesting the other phantom to speak. They waited for a moment, but received no response. Through the rear-mounted camera, IR could see the other phantom struggling to follow them, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. The pilot asked again but received no response. Just before he could ask for a third time, the damaged phantom purposefully rocked from side to side, causing IR to realize what was going on. "Of course," IR said. "Their communications equipment must have been damaged in the crash. They can hear us, but they can't talk back. With how damaged they are, it's a miracle they're able to hear us at all." The pilots nodded in agreement, but then Fertitta spoke up and suggested, "Or they're choosing not to talk to us for another reason." IR let out a frustrated groan, then asked, "And why might that be, Fertitta?" "That phantom was shot down, and the humans would have immediately gone after it," Fertitta pointed out. "For all we know, that phantom's crew might have been killed by the humans, and now it is they who are piloting it after us. We should shoot it down." "And if they're not?" IR asked, turning around to face his subordinate. "Would you have us shoot down our own soldiers? Would you have demons follow us aboard the Valorous Penance?" Fertitta countered, boring his eyes straight into IR's and refusing to back down, his arms crossed over his chest. IR breathed in harshly through his nostrils. Part of him wanted to put Fertitta back in his place for his defiant behavior, but the rest, as much as he didn't want to admit it, knew he had a point. After a heavy moment, he then said, "Pilot, call ahead to the minister. Have him station a security legion in the hangar. Should humans actually be piloting that phantom, we'll be ready." "Of course, Blade Master," the pilot said, already following his orders. Based off the look Fertitta was giving him, IR knew that he didn't agree with IR's course of action. But the Blade Master didn't really care. A single potentially boarded phantom wasn't enough of an actual threat to the Valorous Penance. Should any humans actually be on board, they would be slaughtered by the time they showed their faces. Not even their demons would be able to survive such a force. If they were lucky, they might even be able to capture one of them and finally find out more about what they were. "This won't end well. I can feel it," Fertitta claimed, and IR let out a growl but otherwise ignored him. Several more minutes passed, and IR could feel the air around them begin to electrify. They were flying through the storm now, using the cloud cover to mask themselves. Soon they should be exiting the atmosphere and returning to the Valorous Penance. Then they would finally rid themselves of this wretched world. His thoughts were broken when a gruff, familiar voice broke through the radio static and spoke. "This is Chieftain Atriox, requesting extraction." The zealots looked at each other in surprise, with Rtida gasping and muttering, "He survived." The pilots, meanwhile, immediately replied, "Chieftain, this is Phantom Psalm 451. We hear you. Finally. We've been trying to reach you for the past 10 cycles. This damn thing barely works," Atriox replied, his voice cutting through heavy static but still understandable. "How many are with you?" the pilot asked. "Only myself and Decimus. The rest of our pack is dead," Atriox answered, and IR heard Rtida let out a remorseful sigh. "I see. Stand by," the pilot responded, then began to home in on the signal. After a moment, he turned towards IR and revealed, "Blade Master, we're only a few units from his location, and there are no humans in the immediate area. It wouldn't be too much of a detour to pick him up." IR immediately shook his head and replied, "No, stay on course." "What?" Rtida yelled in response, and even the pilots looked at IR in surprise. "You're just going to leave him?" "Yes, I am. I am not diverting course for two lowly Jiralhani," IR pointed out. "Besides, if we attempt to extract them, that gives the humans enough of a chance to catch up to us. Better we return straight to the Valorous Penance." "The memory block is in the other Phantom," Rtida protested, moving himself off the wall and pointing his finger at IR. "We wouldn't be putting it in any danger if we go down to pick him up ourselves. You're leaving them to die for nothing." "Silence," IR barked, his voice echoing in the Phantom's troop bay and causing Rtida to clam up. IR stomped forward and glared into Rtida's eyes and lowly growled, "Not another word." IR's hand hovered over his energy sword, his intent clear to everyone present. Rtida glanced down towards it but otherwise matched IR's gaze with his own. He didn't say anything else after that, and after a moment IR turned around and walked away. The pilots looked at IR, who gruffly nodded at them. They slowly nodded back. Then the pilot said, "I'm sorry, Chieftain, but we can't extract you. The mission comes first. Blade Master's orders." "What?" Atriox roared in anger. "Blade Master, you spineless dash." That was when IR reached forward and shut the line down, cutting Atriox off completely. He couldn't help but grin to himself, happy that, one way or another, he was finally rid of that wretched Jiralhani. Glancing at his subordinates, he saw that Tull and Zessan nodded in approval, while Rtida was looking at him as though he was a monster. IR rolled his eyes then looked forward once again, seeing the Phantom break the cloud cover and begin their final ascent to the stars. As the Phantom fell into silence once again, he asked, "Do we have word on how the rest of the invasion is going?" "Stand by," the co-pilot said as he began pulling battlefield reports and reading through them. He then answered, "Most of the human fleet has been destroyed with minimal casualties to our own. Legions have begun to advance into the main city, but the humans are putting up a valiant defense, particularly around the spaceport. They're still attempting to evacuate their remaining population, although their capacity to do so has diminished significantly. Like dormers fleeing a sinking ship," IR remarked in satisfaction. "I'm assuming the rest of the planet is quickly falling under our control?" "Correct. Minor settlements and spaceports are being targeted and destroyed as we speak," the co-pilot confirmed. "Excellent. And the cartographer?" "The humans managed to fortify the area before we arrived and are putting up heavy resistance," the co-pilot answered. Hold on." Confused and somewhat alarmed, IR asked, "What is it?" The co-pilot gulped loudly, then revealed, They've found evidence that the humans are planting heavy explosives all over the excavation site." "Explosives?" Zessan asked. "Why would they plant explosives on a holy relic?" Before anyone could respond, Rtida laughed and answered, "Atriox was right. The humans didn't believe they could keep the cartographer for themselves. They never did. All they can hope for is to deny us its secrets. They intend to destroy it." The Phantom fell silent, and IR's heartbeats increased to a feverish pitch. The world around him began to swirl as the implications set in. The humans destroying the cartographer, the holy site he was meant to excavate and protect. For them to do so would be a disaster of godly proportions. It wouldn't matter if he managed to secure a copy of the data. The loss of a holy relic was inexcusable. He would be blamed, his keep punished. Everything he had ever worked for, all of his accomplishments and service to the Covenant, none of it would matter. He would be banished, left behind on the great journey as the weight of his failure stayed his feet. That could not be allowed to happen. "Pilot, adjust course immediately to the cartographer," IR ordered, catching everyone off guard. "What?" the pilots exclaimed. "But we have orders from the minister to dash." "I do not care. We will not let the humans destroy the cartographer while we can do something about it," IR shouted, glaring into the pilots' eyes through their helmets. After several tense moments, the pilots reluctantly nodded and said, "Adjusting course," while IR let out a sigh of relief, knowing that if he at least died trying to protect the cartographer then his soul would be saved. An incredulous Rtida asked, "Blade Master, have you lost your mind? We have orders to return to the Valorous Penance with the memory block. Visa and the others will continue in our stead with the memory block in hand." IR threw his subordinate's own argument back at him as he turned around. But before he could say anything, Rtida angrily continued, "So instead of repaying our debt to Atriox, you would rather throw our lives away on a doomed attempt to retake the cartographer? Watch your tone, Rtida. You do not understand the gravity of the situation." IR shouted back, hoping that would put Rtida back in his place, but to no avail. "I understand it perfectly. It is you who doesn't understand," Rtida countered, pointing his finger towards IR as their argument intensified, causing IR's anger to swell and the other zealots to slowly back away. 6 Sangili and a phantom won't budge the scales of that battle, one wit. You know the minister will not allow this. We swore to give our lives to the Covenant, not to salvage your own pride and honor. Enough, IR yelled as he pulled out his energy sword and activated it, causing everyone, especially Rtida, to look at him in shock. Breathing in and out harshly, IR pointed his blade towards Rtida's throat and began to calmly pronounce, Rtida Vasovi. I have been more than patient with you. I have tried to make you understand, to mold you into an honorable zealot. But it is clear to me now that is impossible. Blade Master. Rtida muttered, a hint of betrayal in his voice, but IR wasn't done. I can forgive you speaking out of turn, to intermingle with Jiralhani, but to suggest leaving a holy forerunner site to be destroyed by the humans is nothing short of heresy, IR declared his judgment, taking a step forward as Rtida's arms fell slack. By my authority as a Blade Master of the Covenant and the Ministry of Fervent Intercession, I banish you from the Zealots, I banish you from the Covenant, and I banish you from the Great Journey. When that time comes, you will be left behind, and all will know dash. Before he could finish his sentence and strike down his heretical former subordinate, Rtida suddenly pulled out his plasma rifle and began to fire it from the hip. Several bolts of white-hot plasma slammed into IR's shields, and he instinctively dived away to safety. But the automatic plasma fire continued, striking the Phantom's control panel behind him and reducing it to molten slag. As Rtida attempted to follow his former master, the unshielded pilots were peppered by the bolts, killing them instantly. As Tull and Zessin desperately ran to the cockpit in an attempt to save the aircraft, they all felt the Phantom begin to lurch. Then they were pinned to the ceiling as the dropship fell. Tilda. The city of New Timbuktu was covered in conflict. Banshees dueled with Hornets high over the city and between burning skyscrapers alongside Seraph, Base Lard, and Nandau fighters. A steady stream of Phantoms and drop pods deposited more and more Covenant lances to engage human soldiers and Marines on the ground. Plasma mortars fired by both Wraiths and orbiting vessels rained down in large arcs, exploding against fortifications and human forces alike. With each passing moment, more of the city fell under alien control, slaughtering everyone unfortunate enough to be in their path. But despite the odds stacked against them, the humans defending the city refused to give up. AA batteries shot down any alien aerospace craft that got in range, with the heaviest keeping even Covenant frigates at bay. Kodiak mobile artillery guns fired upon groups of advancing Covenant soldiers and Wraiths after unarmed Wombat drones painted their locations for the gunners. Machine gun nests blocked off every major intersection and rifles were pointed out of practically every window, turning each street into a killing field and forcing the Covenant to advance room by room, building by building. The heaviest fighting was centered around the city's spaceport, where in spite of everything being thrown at it, evacuations were still underway. Civilians, escorted by squads of Marines and local policemen, were being brought in and placed into shuttlecraft both large and small. Everything that was capable of space travel and had a slipspace drive was being used, from cargo ships and cruise liners to luxury yachts seized from their owners. As soon as the ships were filled and an opening was made, the shuttlecrafts rocketed to space in a desperate attempt to escape. Some were still shot down afterwards though, even with the AA and aerospace fighter screens. But that was literally above the purview of the soldiers and Marines who were seizing any chance, no matter how small, to get as many people to safety as possible. On a street not far from the spaceport, several squads dueled against an advancing company of Covenant. Manning machine gun nests and taking cover behind sandbags and wrecked vehicles, the entire street was filled with gunfire which mowed down any Covenant who stayed out in the open for too long. The elite commanders barked orders to their subordinates while exchanging fire, directing hunters to advance to the front. They had tried to do so with jackhawls previously, but their gauntlet shields quickly withered under the heavy machine gun fire. Unlike them, the hunters were more than able to withstand the attacks and quickly fired their assault cannons into the human fortifications which exploded in balls of neon green fire. Anyone caught in the blast radius was incinerated, with more scent flailing to the ground due to the intense heat and burns. The Covenant immediately pressed forward to take advantage of the break in the defensive line, pouring through like leaking water. The human soldiers desperately attempted to fight them off and retreat, but they were quickly gunned down. With the coast clear, the Covenant continued their advance, their eyes and ears searching for any sign of humans. But none were found, allowing most to temporarily lower their guard. The barricades were torn down to make way for Wraiths, which rumbled past and made the shattered windows nearby vibrate. Soon, the entire street was mostly empty, with the bulk of the Covenant far ahead. But one brute, unbeknownst to the others who paid him little attention, stopped and began to sniff the air. A familiar smell entered his nostrils, and he let out a soft growl as he began to follow it to a nearby alley. With a spiker in hand and his upper body leaning forward, he continued his advance, each step punctuated by several sniffs. As the smell grew more and more potent, his finger pressed against the trigger, ready to be fired as soon as he found the prey he was tracking. But then, much to his surprise, a pair of muscular arms emerged out of thin air and grabbed his shoulders. He let out a yelp as he was dragged into the seemingly empty space, disappearing from view, followed by a series of thuds and sickening cracks. A few moments later, like a popped soap bubble, an invisibility field disappeared, revealing dozens of civilians along with a handful of police officers being escorted by May Marigold, Fiona Time, and Joanna Greenleaf. That was close, May remarked as she glanced up towards Joanna, who was slapping her hands together. Thanks for the save. No problem, Joanna replied, ignoring the slightly horrified looks the civilians and police officers were giving to her and the broken body of the brute miner lying at her feet. Holding up her crossbow staff, Fiona quietly made her way to the edge of the alley and poked her head just past the corner. After a moment, she raised her hand and beckoned the others to join her, letting them know that the coast was clear for now. All right, let's move, May told the group, and together they all began to advance through the alleys. At the same time, she opened a private channel on TeamCom and reported, Sienna, you got a company of Covenant heading your way. Good, Sienna replied. We just finished mopping up the last one. We'll cut him off before they get to the spaceport. Thanks, Marigold. No problem. Give him hell, May said, then closed the line. Ever since the Covenant began to attack New Timbuktu properly, the Happy Huntresses had been working nonstop to find and rescue trapped civilians. Robin had remained at the spaceport alongside Lieutenant Dare, coordinating with the others and letting them know where any civilians were trapped, while Sienna and her White Fang concentrated on fighting off the Covenant themselves. As Sienna put it, each group was focusing on the tasks they were best suited for, which May agreed with. Together, they had managed to escort hundreds of civilians to safety, frequently employing May's semblance to sneak them past Covenant patrols. Had they not had to worry about unarmed civilians, she was confident the Happy Huntresses could have taken many of them, including the company they just narrowly avoided. But trying to do so would have put the civilians in unacceptable risk. Besides, crossbow bolts weren't exactly ideal against heavy shields and armor unless they were tipped with their nearly depleted dust, much as May loathed to admit it. As they passed through another street, stepping over dead bodies of both humans and Covenant, May was forced to hastily erect an invisibility bubble as a flight of banshees passed overhead alongside a phantom. Only when they disappeared from view did they progress, making their way back towards the UNSC front line. To her dismay, it was much closer to the spaceport than the last time they made this trip. The street they were just passing through was well behind defensive positions before. Eventually, they managed to find human forces manning an outpost. Snipers and marksmen were taking positions in nearby buildings and raised police platforms, with mounted machine guns being reloaded behind sandbag and titanium fortifications. There were several wounded soldiers being tended to, and most strikingly of all they saw the burning, warped wreck of a Scorpion tank lying in what used to be a fountain alongside a pair of dead hunters. What happened? Joanna asked as they were greeted by an army sergeant. What do you think happened? The sergeant sarcastically answered while shaking his head. Damn Covenant attacked us. Everything was going fine until a pair of hunters showed up and destroyed our tank. We were able to put him down, but without that tank we're screwed. If they push us again. The soldier trailed off, not needing to, unless you can pull a new tank out of your ass. No. The sergeant griped while shaking his head. Don't worry about us. Just get these people. That was when Fiona nodded and stepped away from the man. Affronted, he was prepared to yell at her, only for the words to die in his throat as Fiona reached forward and, before their very eyes, pulled a partially scorched scorpion out of a pocket dimension. It landed on the ground with a loud thud, causing everyone to stare at both her and the tank itself. We came across it during the evac and didn't want to just leave it there. It's damaged, but still in decent shape, Fiona admitted while fiddling with her bandage. Does this work? The sergeant was quiet for a moment, his jaw idly moving up and down as he struggled to say anything. After a moment, he finally replied, Yes, tank goddess. Fiona smiled, her sheep ears perking up as the sergeant immediately turned to a pair of soldiers whom May could only assume were the previous tank's crew and ordered, Don't just stand there gawking. Get in that Scorpion. Where the hell did she pull that from? The driver yelled in astonishment while doing as instructed. Allah just gave you a tank and you're questioning him. No, Sergeant. As the Scorpion roared to life, May could see the soldiers' spirits perk up as they hastened their preparations. She smirked and nodded at Fiona, affectionately rubbing her head before directing the others to move. Now that they didn't have to worry about running into a Covenant patrol, the Huntresses and the evacuees were able to pick up the pace tremendously. The Huntresses never got too far from the civilians, always aware of the possibility that something could emerge out of nowhere and attack them. But soon they arrived at the edge of the spaceport. Gunfire was already filling the air as AA guns and missiles attempted to shoot down any Covenant aircraft assaulting them. Large crowds of civilians were being loaded onto transports, and several MPs were already running towards the Happy Huntresses to take the new arrivals off their hands. Go, go, we got them, the MPs declared, ushering the terrified civilians to what they could only hope was safety. May watched them go, then turned her attention skyward as she heard the shriek of banshees attempting a dive bomb. Before she could do anything, though, a bright blue contrail cut through the sky as a hypersonic projectile slammed into the lead banshee's hull, destroying it instantly. It was followed by several more shots which destroyed the other banshees before they crashed violently into the pavement. Smiling to herself, May turned her head to follow the contrails where she saw Robin standing on top of a crashed Pelican. In her hands was AM-68 Gauss cannon. the same kind that normally was mounted on the backs of warthogs. Only Robin, thanks to her enhanced strength, was firing it from the hip. Given all the destroyed warthogs littered across the spaceport, it wasn't hard to figure out where she had gotten it. Beside her, working furiously on a terminal, was Lieutenant Dare, acting as her spotter and pointing out any incoming Covenant threatening the shuttles. "We got a Phantom inbound on radar, 48 degrees north," Dare yelled as she looked up at Robin. "I see it," she confirmed, adjusting her aim towards the approaching alien dropship. She immediately began to fire, targeting the engines with her Gauss cannon. It took several shots, but eventually the first engine was destroyed, prompting Robin to shift to the second. Once it, too, was destroyed, it set off a chain reaction, and the entire Phantom exploded in a bright blue ball of fire, falling to pieces to the ground below. As Robin smiled to herself, she jostled the spent Gauss cannon before throwing it to the side, saying, "I'm dry," grabbing another. The Huntress leapt down from the Pelican, where she immediately grabbed another Gauss cannon from a nearby pile. As she jumped back up to her previous perch, they heard the roar of engines, which caught everyone's attention. She and everyone else turned to watch as several transports took off to the sky, including the one carrying the people the happy Huntresses just rescued. Several Banshees attempted to intercept, but Robin was already firing on them, destroying some of the aircraft and allowing a flight of Hornets to down the rest. A few of the smaller transports weren't so lucky, but thankfully most were able to break through. Loud cheers were let out as they watched the transports break through the clouds and into the reaches of space, which increased even more when slipspace ruptures were confirmed. May smiled to herself, pumping her fist in jubilation before Dare revealed, "Covenant forces are threatening to push through the main terminal. Marigold, take time and Greenleaf, then reinforce their position." "Got it," May replied, then turned around and ran at full tilt towards the sound of gunfire. Tilda. The area around what was previously the center of government for the entire colony was chaotic as Covenant forces slammed against UNSC defenses. Soldiers from both sides exchanged fire with one another, plasma melting concrete and metal while bullets bounced off flashing energy shields. Rockets and grenades shattered the facades of nearby buildings, and snipers picked off whoever they could. It was hard to hear anything over the gunfire and explosions, much less all the shouting and screaming. To Sienna Khan, she was in her element. Unlike the standard UNSC forces, she was right in the middle of the fray, taking the fight directly to the Covenant. Joining her were Gron and Abby, taking up a considerable amount of the Covenant's attention as they desperately tried to kill the huntsmen, slaughtering them. Yuri was providing sniper support, his weapons reports sounding above the cacophony of the rest of battle as each one was punctuated by an exploding head. With a savage grin on her face, Sienna repeatedly whipped, slashed, and stabbed at any Covenant soldier nearby with Cerberus whip. She had long since run out of dust blades, which reduced her weapon's effectiveness somewhat. But thanks to her semblance, grudge, each wound she or her allies inflicted upon her targets galvanized the power of her subsequent attacks. Like a tiger pouncing on weakened prey, she savagely mauled those who would do harm both to her and her people. The few UNSC soldiers witnessing her assault openly cheered her on, some even taking potshots to wound one of the aliens and leaving them open for Sienna to finish off. It was a strange feeling, Sienna had to admit. Most of the time, whenever she was in combat with humans, the last thing they were doing was supporting her, mostly because she was defending herself or other faunas from their attacks, but the point remained the same. But even though it was strange, Sienna could get used to it. Beside her, she saw Abby run up to a wraith with her aura blade raised vertically in front of her to act as an impromptu shield for a few crucial seconds. When she got close enough, she leaped to the top of the alien hovercraft and sliced off the elite gunner's head with one blow of her ancestral sword. Then, in the same motion, she flipped her weapon around and stabbed it into the cockpit, killing the driver and causing the vehicle to grind to a halt. Tossing the former occupant's body out and hopping into the driver's seat in his place, Abby intuitively took control of the wraith much like Sepia had done before, and immediately hit the boost to splatter through another nearby lance of Covenant, much to the cheers of nearby soldiers. Sienna's thoughts were broken when an elite charged her with an energy sword. Ducking underneath the attempted stab, she wrapped Cerberus Whip's chain around his wrist while kicking his knee. The alien's shield buckled under the blow along with his knee, forcing him to the ground. At the same time, Sienna pulled Cerberus Whip as hard as she could, constricting the chain and quickly pinching off the limb, spraying purple blood into her face. She silenced the alien's pain screams by stabbing him with Cerberus Whip's last remaining blade, held in a knife grip up through his mandibles into his brain, reducing them to a gurgle. As the body twitched uselessly, she kicked it away, then turned towards the rest of his lance, which consisted of a bunch of grunts who were looking at her with abject terror in their eyes. "Roar," she mocked, causing the grunts to throw their arms in the air and run around in a blind panic. Before she could attack them, the aliens were quickly gunned down by machine gun fire, much to her irritation. Pressing her finger up to her ear, she complained, "They were mine. Sorry, saw a target. Had to take the shot," the gunner replied, his tone sounding insincere. Sienna rolled her eyes, then shifted her gaze towards another nearby Covenant lance currently overrunning a foxhole. Running as fast as she could, she leapt over the humans and tackled the elite major leading the assault. She repeatedly swiped her hands in a clawed grip across his face, popping the shield before killing the alien by driving her fingers through his eyes. Before anyone could react, she then speared a grunt's head and yanked her weapon to the side, turning him into an impromptu flail that sent the rest of his cadre flying back. When she was done, she pulled her weapon out of the grunt's broken body and wrapped her blood-stained weapon around her equally purple wrist, checking around to see if anyone else was nearby. "Holy shit," a soldier muttered under his breath. "That was badass," another remarked, causing Sienna's grin to widen. But soon her grin disappeared as a wraith emerged from an adjacent street. Soldiers began barking out warnings, and a pair of rockets fired from a nearby building slammed into the alien chassis. Although the wraith was heavily damaged and began to smoke, it was still able to fire a single plasma mortar before an identical shot from Abby's own hijacked tank finally put it down. Sienna turned to watch as the mortar trailed across the sky, making a warbling noise as it went before it slammed into the side of the government building. An entire section of wall fell apart, alongside burning and melted corpses of whoever was unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. Letting out a snarl, Sienna turned and started to run towards the enemy, eager to enact some much-needed retribution. As she attacked the Covenant once again, she noticed Gron taking on an entire street by himself. His semblance was burning bright, with his entire body covered by an impenetrable golden sheen except for one small spot on his lower back. But with how fast Gron was moving, it was proving difficult for any of the Covenant to exploit the weakness. Swinging his sword in one hand and firing a pilfered plasma rifle with the other, Gron was cutting down any Covenant in his path, a savage snarl across his face. At the same time, though, Sienna couldn't help but notice that Gron was doing absolutely nothing to come to the aid of the human soldiers who were nearby. Several were getting attacked and gunned down by Covenant soldiers, and while Gron would clearly notice their struggle, he remained content to focus on his own battles. Sienna growled in irritation, then shifted her course and ran to join her teammate. "Gron," she shouted, spearing a jackal in the chest, then pulling him in to use his still-active wrist shield to protect herself from a volley of green plasma bolts. "What are you doing? What does it look like?" "I'm killing aliens," Gron answered as he bisected an elite at the waist. "Isn't that what you wanted? I mean, why aren't you helping the UNSC soldiers?" Sienna clarified, causing Gron to let out a groan. "Isn't taking the bulk of their attention enough?" "No, it isn't. Help them," Sienna warned, giving her teammate a slight shove before running to reinforce his supposed allies. Gron watched her leave, then rolled his eyes. It was bad enough that she shot down his suggestion to smuggle Covenant weapons to Remnant for the White Fang and had been sticking to him like glue ever since. Now she was telling him to actively stick his neck out for humans? He was already putting his life on the line for their war. What else did she want from him? It was too much to ask for in his opinion. But, nevertheless, he did as his commander ordered and ran to assist a squad of soldiers being attacked by a Covenant lance. Stabbing one grunt through the chest with Graham, he fired his plasma rifle into the chest of the elite miner overseeing them, not letting go of the trigger until the alien weapon overheated and was forced to vent gas. He then grabbed a fallen plasma grenade, primed it, and stuck a jackal with an expertly aimed throw. While he stayed perfectly still, the soldiers dove to the ground as the worryingly close grenade exploded, consuming the rest of the Covenant lance in its blast radius while the residual heat washed over his front with no effect. "Jesus, man, be careful with those things. You could have killed us," a sergeant complained, prompting Gron to roll his eyes. "You're welcome," he flatly sneered, then stalked off to engage more Covenant. But, as he did, Gron heard a pile of rubble behind him shift as a half-buried grunt, barely clinging to life, aimed and fired his needler directly towards his lower back, aiming for the clear hole in his shining semblance. Most of the blamite needles harmlessly struck his aura, but one managed to slip through the gap. Gron let out a gasp of pain as the crystal pierced the soft body armor he was wearing, following by a yell as the crystal exploded. Blood burst from the gaping wound as a small chunk of his back was blown out, and as he spun on his feet to fire his plasma rifle at the grunt, the rest of his aura shattered. Shit, shit, Gron cursed as he half-dove, half fell into a nearby building to escape oncoming fire. "Gron, what happened?" Yuri asked over teamcomm. "Shit. Damn grunt got me," Gron reported, taking cover behind a polycrete pillar while blind-firing his plasma rifle towards the Covenant soldiers advancing on him after seeing his clearly advertised vulnerability, using his helmet's motion tracker to get a vague idea of where to aim. "What do you mean a grunt got you?" "I mean I don't have aura anymore, jackass," Gron confirmed, wincing as he awkwardly reached his hand around to feel his wound. When he pulled it back, he saw that his entire palm was drenched in blood. His breathing grew rapid and shallow, and his peripheral vision started to blur. "Stay put. We're on our way," Sienna yelled into teamcomm. "Abby with me. Yuri, give us cover fire." Part of Gron began to hope that his teammates and fellow faunists would be able to get to him in time. But that was when a series of explosions rang out from across the street. A hail of plasma mortars, fired from deeper in the city and well out of range of the UNSC's rocket launchers, reduced anyone, both human and Covenant, to ash. The buildings shook and shuddered, and much to Gron's dismay, he saw a massive crack begin to appear on the roof. "Oh shit," he yelled as he scrambled to his feet and hobbled as fast as he could out of the collapsing building, diving out of a window into a back alley, and the world became filled with noise as several buildings followed suit. A cloud of dust and debris consumed everything, and Gron felt a tremendous weight pressing on his back. Realizing that he was buried, he forced himself to push his body up as hard as he could. His muscles burned, and blood trailed down his midsection and legs. But soon he was able to lift the debris up far enough to where he could get a more solid grip and shove it aside. As Gron breathed heavily, he tried to get a sense of his bearings, then looked down at his feet. Much to his dismay, he could no longer see the plasma rifle at all as it was buried under a mountain of rubble. He was, however, able to see Graham's hilt. Reaching down to grab it, he pulled as hard as he could, expecting the weapon to give some resistance as the blade was buried. But instead he nearly fell back as the hilt alone came up with no resistance at all. "Oh no," he muttered as he stared at his shattered blade. Releasing a heavy sigh, he placed it back into his scabbard and tried to move out, only to trip and stumble down the small hill of rubble he found himself in. With each impact, he let out pained grunts and yelps, only coming to a stop at the bottom. As he laid motionlessly in pain and bleeding out from the many cuts now spread across his body, he shakily pressed his finger against his ear and whimpered, I need help. Someone." All he got was static, telling him that either his communicator was destroyed in the collapse or the situation outside was worse than he thought. Gron instinctively curled into a fetal position and tried to keep pressure on his wound. Several minutes passed while all he could do was concentrate on breathing and try to ignore the pain. But then, much to his surprise, he saw 6 yellow dots emerge on the edge of his motion tracker. They were followed by voices along with a series of frantic footsteps. "Hey, I found someone," he heard a woman yell near him. "Shit, he's bleeding bad. Give me some biofoam," a man ordered as Gron felt several hands start to turn him over. Soon, all 6 soldiers were talking over each other, and despite Gron's attempts to say something, he found that he lacked the strength to do so. "Help me take his armor off. What the are those scales? Who cares, he's one of us. Now get him patched up." Soon Gron felt a stinging pain in his lower back, followed by cool relief as his gaping wound was plugged. Only then was he able to regain enough focus to see his surroundings clearly, including his rescuers. Much to his surprise, he saw that they were the very soldiers he had just saved from the Covenant lance. They must have seen him getting wounded and came to get him. He tried to say something, only for the sergeant to shake his head and say, "Don't worry, it's fine. You're going to be okay. Command, this is Alpha 2. We have wounded and are in need of medevac. Over." A private reported, then looked at Gron and asked, "What's your name?" It took him a moment to build up the strength, then he answered, Gron Trake. Where's Sienna?" "The tiger lady?" the private asked, and when Gron nodded he said, "From what I saw, she and that Abby chick were well away from any collapsing buildings. They should be fine. I'll radio her in, let her know we have you." "Damn Wraith artillery. Just when it looked like we might have it on our side for once," another private complained. "Stop complaining," the sergeant chastised, then snapped his fingers at 2 men next to Gron. "ADEA, Kwame, help him up. He's in no shape to walk on his own." "Yes, sir," the 2 corporals replied as they holstered their M37s across their backs, then began to lift Gron up on their shoulders. The faunus couldn't help but let out a grunt of pain, but soon they were off, carefully making their way through the maze of collapsed buildings. Half-buried bodies of humans and Covenant could be seen around every corner, but the soldiers and Gron moved past them with only cursory checks for survivors. Not a word was said between any of them as they kept their eyes peeled for any sign of hostiles. But in sharp contrast to the chaos that filled the air previously, everything was eerily calm. "Is this she?" Gron painfully asked, and the private holding the radio nodded. "Yeah, your friends are on their way, and they're bringing a lot of backup with them," he confirmed, then chuckled and added, "Some O&I lady even popped in and said she's coming. Sounds like you're some kind of VIP or something. Eh." Despite himself, Gron couldn't help but smirk and laugh, but stopped when the act caused a flare of pain to shoot through his back. Before the private could say anything else, the sergeant grunted to get them to be quiet, not wanting to give away their position. After several more minutes, though, everyone froze as they picked up a series of red dots on their motion trackers. Realizing what was coming their way, the soldiers looked around and saw a partially collapsed storefront. The sergeant snapped his fingers and pointed towards it, and they shuffled their way inside. ADEA and Kwame carefully placed Gron behind cover in the back, but when he drew his backup pistol and tried to stand, they shook their heads. "No, you're injured. Stay down and let us handle this," they told him, then took firing positions on the opposite side of the store to not risk exposing him. Soon they were able to hear aliens talking to themselves, and Gron cautiously peeked out from behind his cover to watch them approach. The soldiers didn't do anything, either waiting for the best moment to strike or praying for the Covenant to pass without noticing them. Most likely the latter, given their current situation. Gron wished that he had his aura. Then he could just activate his semblance and kill them all himself. But for a semblance as powerful as his own, there was a tremendous downside. The longer he had it up, the longer it would take to come back once his semblance was finally deactivated or his aura was shattered. Based off of how long he had been using it, it would take at least a day for it to recover. That was when some falling debris caused the Covenant to look at the storefront, where they saw the soldiers with their weapons primed, who immediately opened fire. The unprotected grunts and jackals immediately in the crossfire were gunned down, but the elites were protected with their energy shields and quickly retaliated. Volleys of plasma fire shot through the openings, just barely missing the soldiers who screamed in pain as the intense heat caused serious burns. Despite the pain, the soldiers continued to fight as hard as they possibly could, refusing to give in as the Covenant recovered and fired everything they had. Part of Gron wanted to contribute his own paltry firepower to the exchange, but the rest decided to keep his head down. Besides, the humans told him not to do anything, and for now they seemed to have it handled. Hopefully Sienna, Dare, and the others would be here soon to pull him out of this mess. For several minutes, the UNSC and Covenant exchanged fire, tossing grenades whenever possible and only pausing to either reload or vent their weapons. At the edge of Gron's motion tracker, he could see new yellow dots flicker, but they quickly disappeared as they tried to get through the maze they found themselves in. Although Gron didn't pretend to be a religious man, he prayed to the animal god for salvation all the same. That was when a carbine round struck the army sergeant in the head, causing his lifeless body to fall to the ground. He was followed by one of the privates who was then felled by a plasma bolt to the chest, exploding into a cloud of boiling gore. One by one, the other soldiers were mercilessly gunned down by the attacking Covenant, leaving only Gron behind. Realizing that he was alone, with reinforcements too far away to save him and the Covenant converging on the storefront to make sure there were no survivors, Gron struggled to find a way out of this. After a moment, an idea from before began to take root. It was a long shot, but it might just be the only chance he had to survive, and with a shaky breath he dropped his unfired pistol. Pushing himself up to his feet, Gron removed his helmet and the rest of the armor that the soldiers hadn't already cut away, showing off his scaled skin as much as possible. Then, with his hands raised upward, he willingly revealed himself to the Covenant and said, I surrender. At once there were several guns pointed at him, but none fired. Instead, the Covenant were looking at him with obvious confusion, trying to figure out what he was. Taking this as a good sign, Gron continued, I'm not one of them. I'm not human. I'm a faunus. The Covenant looked at each other and continued talking to one another in their alien language, some of them repeating the word faunus to each other questioningly. In the corner of his eye, Gron thought he saw movement from behind the Covenant, but he wasn't sure if it was humans or more aliens. Refusing to put his hope in that, he kept his attention on the Covenant themselves, willing for them to recognize the truth. But soon the aliens' debate over his statement was cut short by an angry command from the elite leading them. Gron tried not to let his worry show as the elite major stepped closer and made a show of looking him up and down with the same kind of disdainful sneer that he recognized from countless humans who were disgusted by the mere sight of him. Not human, the alien mockingly repeated in mangled English, before shaking his head dismissively. No, just another heretic and coward too. You die like the rest. Gron's eyes widened as realization and dread set in like a ball of ice dropping in his stomach. Sienna was right. They didn't care at all. They were going to kill him, regardless of his true species. As the Major idly raised a plasma pistol to his head, Gron's breathing grew harsh, and he instinctively shot his hand towards his sword's hilt. The elite stiffened, before laughing at the few centimeters of broken blade that popped free of the sheath with a pitiful ting. Not coward then. Good, die with honor. The bloodthirsty creature holstered the pistol and grinned with relish as he drew and activated his plasma sword in its stead, waiting for the odd human to lash out with a futile attack before cutting him down. But Gron wasn't watching the elite anymore, now nearly hyperventilating as he stared at the intact spigot built into Graham's hilt and the innocuous button his shaking finger hovered over. The faunus gulped for air once more, before his breathing and shaking suddenly evened out all at once, and he looked up at the Covenant soldiers surrounding him with cold acceptance in his eyes. With deathly calm, Gron simply spoke, "Okay then, we can all go to hell." And with that he squeezed the button before any of the Covenant had time to move or fire their weapons. A billowing green cloud of toxic gas spewed out of the sword and spread in all directions, picked up by the storm's heavy wind to engulf them all. Even as Gron fell to his knees, coughing and gagging as the poison began its work, he took grim satisfaction as all but the grunts with their gas masks suffered the same fate. He wanted to say something as his last words of defiance, but instead all he could do was violently throw up, before his seizing body fell lifelessly to the ground. As the grunts looked around and watched the elites and jackals accompanying them collapse as choking corpses, they looked at each other in astonishment. The poison gas, its work done, was subsequently blown away by the storm, leaving the air clear. Despite the carnage around them, the grunts couldn't help but laugh in relief that, for once, they survived while the others perished. "Thank the gods for sweet, glorious Metha," one of them said, only for him and the other grunts to be immediately cut down by the newly arrived UNSC forces. Once all the grunts were dead, Sienna ran forward, jumping over their bodies and muttering to herself, "No, no, no." Sliding to a halt beside Gron's body, she lifted him up and pressed her fingers to his neck to check for a pulse. Dare, Abby, and Yuri were beside her while the other soldiers took up defensive positions. "Is he?" Yuri asked. Then Sienna sadly looked up at him and nodded. "He's gone," she confirmed, then clenched her jaw. "Gods damn it. If he hadn't tried to surrender, he could have hidden. We would have." She wasn't able to finish her sentence, and all she could do was angrily punch a hole in a nearby brick wall. As Sienna Khan lowered her head and released a heavy sigh, she cursed herself for not getting there sooner. While her and Abby's superior hearing had been able to faintly make out what Gron and the Covenant were saying to each other, they were still in the process of vaulting the piles of rubble so they could move in to engage when Gron made his final, spiteful act. Releasing a sigh, Dare spoke up and said, "During the early years of the war, many of our soldiers and commanders made that exact same mistake. They believed that, like any other war, the Covenant would take prisoners. We learned the hard way that they don't, that this wasn't like any other war." Dare shook her head, then added, "At least he took the bastards out with him. Most don't get that privilege." The group was silent for a long, heavy moment. Then Sienna picked Gron's body up to cradle him in her arms. She locked eyes with Dare, and although no words were spoken, both women understood that they were done here. Dare nodded at the White Fang's leader, then spoke into Teamcom, Dare to Midsummer Night and Happy Huntresses. Trachis Kia, requesting immediate extraction. Chapter 29, From Hell's Heart. Standing inside the Shadow's troop bay to shelter from the rain, Atriox fumed. His fists were clenched tightly, and his brow was furrowed in a deep scowl. The storm raging inside his mind was just as intense as the monsoon outside, yet despite just how utterly enraged he was, he refused to let himself succumb to his anger. Instead, he remembered the teachings of his Daskalo, Escarum, who guided him when Atriox was young and still lived on Doisak before joining the Covenant. "Do not let your rage control you, Atriox," Escarum had taught him. "Let it guide you, but never dictate your actions. Your rage is but a tool, nothing more and nothing less." With those words in mind, Atriox kept himself as composed as possible, his mind focused on what they were going to do next. Decimus, on the other hand, had instead opted to vent his rage on the nearby foliage, tearing apart nearby trees as well as a few native animals that had the misfortune of getting in his way. At least the two Jiralhani were able to eat those, even if Atriox would have preferred his meat at least a little cooked. But like all Jiralhani, they were survivors, so they made do. Hearing his subordinate snarl in frustration, Atriox released a sigh, then stepped back out into the rain. Walking over to the cockpit, he saw Decimus toiling away at the control panel, its face ripped off and exposing the machinery underneath. Struts and panels were ripped out, allowing Decimus' oversized hands to reach his actual objective. "Any luck on boosting our signal?" Atriox asked, and Decimus, without even bothering to look at his chieftain, shook his head. "Not yet, no." Decimus revealed through a deep growl. "This damn machine. We were barely able to get a signal to those phantoms. Anything further than that is nearly impossible. Damn those Sanghaili. They'll get what's coming to them, Decimus. But for now you need to focus," Atriox advised his last remaining subordinate. Atriox briefly shifted his gaze to the storm above just as a large bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a loud crack of thunder. In his mind's eye, he imagined the phantoms RWBY and his lance of zealots were in, making their way to the valorous penance and leaving the two of them behind to die. Even if the pilots hadn't explicitly said who gave the order, Atriox would have known it was solely the Blade Master's decision. Ever since Atriox had put him in his place, IR had been itching for a chance to get some payback. He was likely hoping the humans would have done it for him. But when that didn't happen, he took the first chance he could to get his revenge. So much for Sanghaili honor, Atriox sarcastically thought to himself. He had long since learned that such a thing didn't actually exist, despite whatever its adherents told themselves. Far too often the notion of honor was simply an excuse to do whatever they wanted, particularly to those they saw as lesser than them. Other times the pursuit of honor was used to instead control those who sought it, turning them into blind followers who would do anything to claim it. Such was the case with the War of Annihilation, Atriox figured. He had fought against the humans ever since the war began on the World Harvest, and during that time, he had slowly come to a realization. There was nothing righteous or honorable about what they were doing. The humans were so far beneath the capabilities of the Covenant that the war was simply a never-ending crusade of them punching down. There was no honor in that, merely slaughter that only got more and more people killed on both sides. If anything, the only ones who actually displayed or gained any honor at all, if such a pointless thing existed, were the humans for refusing to roll over and submit like his commanders wanted. He genuinely respected them for that, even if many of his brethren, including his Daskalo, had come to despise humanity for killing so many of them. What else were the humans supposed to do when faced with extinction? But as Atriox shook his head, he pushed those thoughts to the side. Even if he acknowledged the realities of this war like few did, he wasn't in a position to do anything about it. He and his pack served the Covenant, and they did as they were told even if he didn't like it. The best thing he could do was ensure that as many of his packmates as possible survived to live another day, and to make this war finally end. If that meant he had to continue killing humans, he would do so without question. Returning his attention to Decimus, Atriox suggested, try rerouting all remaining power to the communicator. That might get our signal strong enough to reach the valorous penance. Decimus looked at him over his shoulder for a moment, clearly wondering if that would even work. Truth be told, Atriox wasn't sure himself, but even if it was a long shot, it was better than nothing. Decimus seemed to realize it as well, then grunted in acknowledgement before turning back to the control panel. Atriox was unable to see exactly what Decimus was doing beyond his broad shoulders, but he could hear panels being pulled, wires being snapped and tied together, and feel the shadow's anti-gravity thrusters shut down along with all remaining lights. A moment later, Decimus moved to the side and motioned for Atriox to take the comm, saying, "If this doesn't work, we're on our own." "Perhaps," Atriox said, then leaned his face forward to the microphone. "Valorous Penance, this is Chieftain Atriox. Are you receiving me?" All he received was static at first. Furrowing his brow, Atriox continued, "Repeat, Valorous Penance, this is Chieftain Atriox. We are wounded and are in need of extraction. Do you hear me?" Once again, the only response he got was static. Atriox was about to snarl and try again, but then to his relief a barely understandable voice cut through the static and said, "Chieftain, this is the Valorous Penance. We are receiving you." Both Jiralhani sighed in relief, and with a smile gracing his lips, Atriox replied, "Finally. Be warned, the connection is weak. We're talking to you through a shadow that barely works." "Acknowledged, stand by," the communications officer plainly stated with no hint of care in his voice for their plight. Based off the voice itself, Atriox assumed it was a Sangaili he was talking to. After a brief moment, the officer announced, "We're patching you through to the Minister of Veracity. He wants to speak with you." That revelation caught Atriox legitimately off guard, but he took the welcome surprise as it was. Besides, he wanted to talk to the minister anyway and inform him of what the Zealots did. Had this been at the beginning of the operation, Atriox doubted that the Minister of Veracity would have cared about two Jiralhani warriors being left for dead. But after everything that had happened with the cartographer, IR was standing on thin ice as it was. This just might prove to be the final push to justify IR's execution, and Atriox was going to request to be the executioner. When the BattleNet came back online, Atriox heard a new voice all too calmly proclaim, "This is the Minister of Veracity." Atriox nodded to himself, then respectfully replied, "Your Holiness, this is Chieftain Atriox. I actually wanted to speak with you. I regret to inform you that I do not care about what you wanted to speak to me about, for I have more pressing issues at the moment." The minister interrupted, his silky, song-like voice twisted into an enraged tone and catching Atriox off guard once again. "What do you mean?" Atriox asked, and the minister let out a growl. The phantom carrying RWBY and some of his zealots abruptly diverted course on its approach to the Valorous Penance, the minister revealed. "When we reached out and attempted to correct this error, our words were ignored. It appears that he has abandoned his oath to the Covenant." Atriox's eyes widened, and he briefly glanced at the just as surprised Decimus. Turning his attention back to the communicator, Atriox then asked, "What of the memory block? Was it with him?" "Fortunately, no. It was on the lead phantom, and it is continuing its approach unimpeded," the minister answered. "But that no longer concerns you. Whatever Blade Master RWBY desired, his phantom crashed shortly after it changed course. We believe the humans may have been responsible, but luckily our sensors tell us that they landed not too far from your current position. You are to investigate the crash site, find any survivors, and eliminate them as the heretics they are." Atriox narrowed his eyes, then nodded in agreement while thanking IR for his stupidity. The fool had just given him all the justification he needed. Beside him, he saw Decimus gleefully nod while rubbing his hand over the side of his spiker. But that was when Atriox saw the many wounds that covered Decimus' body and was reminded of his own. Turning back to the communicator, Atriox then said, "Of course, Minister. We'll see it done. But we are wounded, and it is just two of us. If what you say is true and the humans were responsible, we may need reinforcements. All of my remaining forces are cleaning the former Blade Master's mess. You will make do," the minister replied in a dismissive tone. "But, Minister," Atriox tried to say, only for the minister to angrily interrupt. Remember your place, chieftain, the Minister of Veracity told him. I may have afforded you greater autonomy than your previous overseers, but you are still a tool to be used at my discretion and however I see fit. You are to complete your assigned task with what you have on hand, and nothing more. Do not contact me again until the heretics are dead. With that, the BattleNet shut off once again, and all Atriox could hear was the rain falling on the cockpit and the crack of thunder overhead. Decimus was silent, looking at his chieftain as Atriox barely contained his rage. Despite his best efforts, he was gripping the controls hard enough to dent the metal. After a moment, Atriox took a deep breath, then ordered, "Restore power to the shadow. I'm going to climb up and get a better vantage point. See where they might have crashed." Without saying another word, Atriox hopped out of the cockpit and walked away to a tall, large, and bulky tree nearby that looked sturdy enough to support his weight. Using his spiker as a makeshift climbing axe, he began to scale the tree, feeling the wood crack and splinter under his weight as he continued upwards. His mind was racing and filled with fury, but he kept his attention squarely on finding the right handholds to continue his ascent. When he finally breached the canopy, he immediately was forced to squint his eyes tightly and raise his hand to shield himself from the heavy wind and rain. He looked around, trying to spot any sign of where the phantom might have crashed, assuming that the minister was correct in his assessment as to its approximate location. Luckily, he was able to find it quickly as, through the flash of lightning, he was able to see a large smoke plume rising out of the jungle roughly several dozen units away from them. Pulling out a scavenged human compass, he determined that it was southwest of their location. Knowing that their original flight path was taking them southward over the Southern Ocean, Atriox tried to figure out where RWBY was possibly going. After a moment, the revelation came to him as he realized that the only thing of importance in that general direction was the cartographer. Of course, the fool would try, Atriox muttered to himself, then jumped down through the canopy back to the forest floor. Mud splashed up onto his feet and lower legs from the force of the impact, but he ignored it as he walked back to the shadow, just as it roared back to life. Just in time, I managed to get this thing running again, Decimus declared. Do you know where they are? They were heading southwest to the cartographer when they crashed, Atriox revealed, taking the driver's seat in Decimus' place. I'll take us there. Of course, chieftain. But why would they go there? The humans still control it, Decimus pointed out as he hung off the side of the cockpit, and Atriox released a grunt. IR must have realized the humans' plan to destroy the cartographer entirely, just as I thought they would, Atriox answered as he drove the shadow through the jungle. In his hubris, he likely believed he and his zealots alone could avert its demolition, or at least die trying. Emphasis on the die part, Decimus growled, and Atriox nodded. At the same time, as they continued to make their way through the jungle, Atriox weighed the odds of what laid ahead of them. Had they been at 100%, he and Decimus would have had good chances of killing a handful of Sanghaili with the advantage of an ambush, zealots or not. Having more packmates at his side would have made it even more of a sure thing. But not only were there only two of them, he and Decimus had quite literally just been thrown off the side of a mountain, their injuries only barely tended to. His muscles and bones ached with each movement, and he knew the same applied to Decimus. The only upside was that undoubtedly IR and his zealots would be in a similar state following a phantom crash, but they were still zealots. Some of the best warriors the Covenant had to offer. If they survived the crash, they would put up a tenacious fight. Honestly, if it weren't for the risk of the Blade Master getting away first, he'd be glad to wait for the humans to find the Phantom and do the hard work of killing the zealots for him, while he and his second watched and confirmed the kill from the shadows. No matter what awaited them at the Phantom crash site, Atriox knew that, if he and Decimus were to survive, they would have to do this carefully. Rtida Vasovi ran as fast as he could through the jungle, kicking up mud and water with each step. Behind him, he could hear the angry shouts and screams of his pursuers along with the occasional crack of plasma fire. Face your judgment, coward. Blade Master RWBY roared. Rtida, hearing his energy sword cleave away any vegetation that got in his path. You and your entire keep will suffer for your heresy. I swear it. Part of Rtida wanted to shout a retort, but instead he continued to run. He had been running as soon as the Phantom had crashed back onto the planet's surface, knocking him and his now former comrades into a daze. It was by the grace of the gods that Rtida shook it off first, allowing him to flee before the others regained their senses. As Rtida continued to run, his mind tried to take stock of his situation. His once pristine and ornate zealot battle harness was now almost completely destroyed. The only piece that still functioned was the wrist-mounted energy dagger held in his left gauntlet. Everything else, including his weapons, had been rendered useless in the crash, forcing him to discard everything as he ran except for that lone gauntlet. It and his undersuit was the only thing that protected him from the outside elements, making him feel naked. The same could not be said for IR, Tull, and Zesson. They had sustained damage to their weapons and armor just as Rtida did, but theirs had been less total. Their energy shields and weapons still functioned, which was why Rtida wasn't able to kill them when he had the chance. Despite having only fired at IR, Tull and Zesson wanted him dead just as equally. After all, Retita was the reason they had crashed in the first place, far from any Covenant line, including their destination, the cartographer. It didn't matter that Retita had only fired on IR because he was going to kill him just for speaking his mind and pointing out the folly in his suicidal, pointless plan. He sincerely regretted killing the pilots. That wasn't his intention, for they were simply doing as ordered. They didn't deserve to die, but he didn't regret defending himself. It was obvious to him now that any admiration he once held for IR RWBY had been severely misplaced. He wasn't a grand, honorable commander. IR was nothing more than a selfish glory hound, willing to throw away anyone's life if it advanced his position. He wasn't going to the cartographer to try and save it. He was trying to save himself. Retita had thought and hoped that the other zealots might have joined him in voicing their objections. After all, they all swore to serve the Covenant first and foremost. But much to Retita's disappointment, after years of following IR RWBY as his zealots, they had become mindlessly obedient. Not just to their commander, but perhaps to their entire order. His mind went back to his conversation with Atriox, who told him that the zealots didn't like free thinkers. Was this what he meant? Had he known something like this would happen? After all, the Jiralhani chieftain seemed to have a greater understanding of things than one would otherwise expect. But Retita doubted that even he would have expected IR to take such a drastic course of action, one that was going to doom them all. The minister was coming for them, Retita knew. He would not take IR's dereliction of duty lying down. The only question was who the minister would send to bring back their heads. That was why Retita kept running, fighting through the pain of his injuries not just to avoid his pursuers, but to find whoever the minister sent to kill them. The only way, Retita realized, that he was going to survive this was if he found them first and convinced them that he had tried to stay true to the Covenant, that he was not part of IR's heresy. It was a long shot, but trying to fight all three zealots by himself was suicide no matter which way it went. So, as a bolt of blue plasma whisked by his head, Retita ducked, pushed aside a large leaf that had a burning hole through its center, and kept running. Tilda. Inside the captured phantom, Clover RWBY tried not to rub the enamel off of his charm. They had long since left Poponi's atmosphere, an experience that was one of the most harrowing in his life. The heavily damaged phantom shook and vibrated with such an intensity that he was legitimately afraid they were going to break apart. Luckily, the structure held, and he didn't really want to know how much of a hand his semblance might have had in that. Around him, the rest of the ASOPs and Task Force 141 made final preparations of their gear. Weapons were chambered, magazines refilled, grenades counted, all in anticipation of them being put into the fight of their lives once they boarded the Covenant stealth corvette. From the Phantom's cockpit, Clover heard Price's voice as he spoke into a secure comm channel and said, "Bravo 6 to Control. We are entering sight of the Covenant stealth corvette. Transmitting coordinates now. Converge on our location. Over." As the two pilots followed his instructions, Gaz remarked, "At least now, if this doesn't work out, we got a backup plan." A single hijacked Phantom boarding a Covenant corvette by itself isn't much of a plan, Ghost pointed out. "I agree," Farah added. After a moment, she asked, "Have the Covenant reached out to us?" "Only flight plans, nothing else," Gaz answered, and Farah nodded. "I did pick up a lot of chatter when that other Phantom changed course for some reason before it crashed. No idea why, but the other is still going, so I'm assuming that's the one that has the data drive on it." Right, Clover said to himself, idly wondering why the second Phantom had changed its course so suddenly. Judging by its flight path, they assumed it was heading to the cartographer, but the bigger question was why it suddenly lost power and crashed. There weren't any UNSC forces nearby. Perhaps it was more damaged during the convoy attack than they thought, and only now did the problem reveal itself? It was hard to say for certain, but regardless of the reason, Clover was simply happy it happened at all. It was one less Phantom they would have to worry about. "How much do you want to bet they suspect we're on here?" Farah asked, causing the others to look at her. "It seems likely that they suspect our presence, yes," Vine answered after a moment. "The only real question is why they haven't shot us down. Maybe there's a bit of uncertainty. No one wants to shoot down their own men if they can help it," Elm suggested. "That or typical Covey arrogance making them think they can handle just one hijacked dropship no matter who's in it," Soap countered. "My money's on the second." The other ODSTs nodded in agreement. Then Price got up from his seat, joined them in the troop bay, and said, "It doesn't matter why they haven't shot us down yet. What does matter is that they haven't yet. That's a mistake, and one we're going to exploit, understood?" "Yes, Captain," everyone inside the troop bay said at once, causing Captain Price to nod. Price then pointed at the bay doors and continued, "Let's assume the Covenant are preparing a welcome party for us once we get inside the hangar. As soon as those doors open and they see us, they're going to start shooting. We'll be like fish in a barrel," Elm remarked. "Assuming we get through that. Speaking of, you guys get behind us when we approach. Our auras can take a few hits. How are we going to destroy the ship?" "My rockets pack a punch, but not that big." Price nodded to himself. Then he looked at Clover and asked, "You still have that octa I gave you?" Clover nodded and pulled out the explosive, causing the other ODSTs to gawk from behind their depolarized helmets. Ghost then asked, "Captain, where the hell did you get one of those?" "Borrowed it from the demolition team just in case we needed it." "Insurance, really?" Price nonchalantly revealed. "This isn't exactly what I had in mind, but I'm glad I did." "No kidding. That'll do the job," Gaz remarked, only for Elm to tilt her head inquisitively. "That octa thing's the size of a griffball. How will that destroy an entire ship?" Elm asked. "It has 100 kiloton yield," Clover answered, causing Elm and Vine to look at him with wide eyes. After a moment, Elm squeaked out, "Yeah, that'll do it." "So we have an explosive, now we just need to plant it," Vine continued, rolling with the new information immediately. "I'm assuming it has a timer?" "Yes, and once it starts counting down there is nothing the Covenant can do to stop it, save throwing it out the airlock," Price revealed. "Which means we've either got to set as short a fuse as possible, or put it somewhere the Covenant won't find it." Vine nodded, then went silent as he thought to himself and rubbed his chin with his fingers. After a moment, he then said, "Truth be told, Captain, our survival is not necessary for the mission. The longer that explosive charge is on that Corvette, the greater the chance the Covenant will find it. It needs to detonate inside the ship, no matter what." Everyone went silent as they pondered his words, then one by one they nodded in complete agreement. Clover nodded as well, knowing that letting the Covenant escape with that data drive was unacceptable. If they did, dozens of colonies, including Remnant, would be exposed to the Covenant war machine. Billions of people would be slaughtered. If he had to die to ensure that didn't happen, that was a sacrifice he would make without a second thought. He couldn't imagine a more noble death. "Well said, Zeke. But if it's all the same to you, I'd rather get out of this alive if at all possible," Price remarked, to which Vine nodded. "As do I, Captain," Vine replied. "I suggest that we set the fuse to the minimum needed for us to reach safe distance without giving the Covenant time to interfere." "Sounds good to me. But how the hell are we going to do that?" Ghost asked. "As soon as those doors open, the Covenant will start shooting at us. We're good, don't get me wrong, and you lot can pull off some inhuman shit, but those aren't good odds. If we had that marigold lady with us, we could maybe just sneak in, plant the octa, then hijack an escape pod. But that isn't an option." The lieutenant was right, Clover knew. Assuming the Covenant did have a security detail waiting for them, they would be surrounded on all sides as soon as the Phantom got inside the hangar. No cover, no avenues for escape, just open sightlines. But as the Phantom shook and rattled once again, Clover looked up at the ceiling and began to form an idea. "We don't necessarily have to steal a ride off the ship. Not when we already have one," Clover pointed out. "You mean escape on this thing? It's barely holding together as it is. Their point defense systems will shoot us down well before we can get away. And if they don't, their Seraphs certainly will," Guess pointed out. "We already know we can't just land, so what would you have us do? Go in full speed, do a drive-by, and toss the bomb out the door?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Then Clover answered, "That isn't a bad idea, actually." "I was kidding, you crazy bastard. Do you have a better plan that isn't detonating the octa inside the Phantom itself?" Price asked, and Gaz went quiet once again. "No, sir. That's what I thought." "Sure, your plan is crazy, but in my experience the best plans often are," Price declared. "Farah, set the timer to 30 seconds. That should give us enough time to retreat. Ebby, we're going to need as much distance as possible when you throw that thing. Can you handle that?" Clover was already pulling out and extending Kingfisher as he answered with a smirk. "I have just the thing." Tilda. Inside the Valorous Penance's hangar bay, Dapiap held his plasma pistol at the ready, its barrel pointed down at the ground. He wasn't entirely certain what exactly was going on. Ungoi like him weren't given the full picture of anything. All he knew was that he and everyone else in the ship's security legion was gathering inside the hangar bay, waiting for 3 Phantoms to arrive. One had a memory block containing some very important information that the Minister of Veracity wanted above all else, while the others held some evacuating troops. Or at least, one of them did. A few of the other Ungoi miners mentioned how some humans might have hijacked one of the Phantoms and were trying to board, so they were setting up an ambush just in case. Dapiap hadn't fought against a lot of humans. In fact, he had fought none directly so far. He was only 7 annual cycles old, and served on board the Valorous Penance for only a few monthly cycles. That didn't create a whole lot of opportunities to do so. Not that he was regretful of that fact. In anything, he was grateful to not be thrown into combat. That was the last thing he wanted. But if there were actually humans on one of the Phantoms, thankfully he had hundreds of other Ungoi and Sangali warriors backing him up. There were rumors that demons were among them, which was a terrifying thought, but Dapiap doubted that even they could withstand such an assault. Hopefully, though, it was just rumors. The hijacking was far from confirmed. If it was, Dapiap imagined that even he would have been told. So, for now, he just maintained his position on one of the many control platforms inside the hangar and let his eyes wander. He both gazed out through the energy shield, keeping the air inside the ship to the black void of space, and to the many spacecraft attached to the ceiling above. Chi-pattern seraphs and L-seta-pattern banshees were attached to specifically designed mounts, allowing the penance's compartment of Huragok to repair any damage they might have sustained during the operation. The humans had been persistent in their pursuit, and there had been a few close calls. At the same time, though, Dapiap was careful to make sure that First Blade Tuvyumi didn't notice his wandering eyes. More than anyone else on the ship, Tuvyumi terrified him. After all, he was a member of the Silent Shadow along with the rest of his lance. Wearing their dark red armor that completely encased their heads and bodies, and with red energy swords, the Silent Shadow were the left hands of the prophets themselves. Dapiap counted it among his short blessings that they hadn't interacted much so far during this operation. Until now, the Silent Shadow were content to remain on the bridge. But the fact that they were here waiting for the phantoms to arrive meant nothing good. His thoughts were broken when the first phantom finally arrived, announced over the ship's speakers. Much to his relief, when the dropship landed and opened its doors, he saw 3 Sanghaili zealots descend the gravity lift. Borne on their shoulders was a memory block, which they immediately gave to dockworkers to carry away. But rather than leave with them, the zealots immediately fell to one knee as Tuvyumi and the rest of the Silent Shadow wordlessly made their way towards them. "Forgive us, First Blade," one of the Sanghaili said as he angled his neck down as much as possible. "We were not aware of Blade Master Haramai's intent. Had we known, we would have." The only response the zealots received was the igniting of energy swords, followed by all 3 being executed on the spot, much to Dapiap's surprise and horror. Their heads were cleaved off their necks, leaving a scorched stump in their wake. As their lifeless, twitching bodies collapsed to the ground, the Silent Shadow deactivated their energy swords then walked away. Without even needing to say anything, the bodies were already being carried away by nearby Ungoi, undoubtedly to dispose of them in the incinerator. Dapiap gulped to himself, not quite certain what exactly the zealots had done to warrant such an on-the-spot execution. But he also didn't really want to know lest he turned the First Blade's eyes onto himself. So instead he did what all other Ungoi knew worked best. He kept his head down and did his job. With the hangar completely silent, everyone waited for the next phantom to arrive while the first was moved to a maintenance port. Eventually, Dapiap was finally able to see it approach. Unlike the first, this one was barely able to fly, clouds of smoke and sparks visibly trailing it. The Sanghaili commanders then barked out orders, prompting everyone to aim their weapons in its direction. It must have been the phantom that was possibly hijacked, Dapiap figured, and despite his earlier confidence, he felt a twinge of fear rise from his gut. He tried to force himself to push it down and be a good miner, but then he noticed that the phantom wasn't slowing down. In fact, if he didn't know any better, it was speeding up. That was when the phantom, right before entering the hangar, turned sharply to the side while maintaining its momentum. Carried forward on its remaining engine through the atmosphere shield, the phantom flew in a flat, curved arc around the interior circumference of the hangar, slamming into platforms and docked banshees alike as it continued its path. As debris rained down on everyone, crushing some and forcing others to take cover, including Dapiap, he saw one of the doors open. There, much to his surprise, he saw a human wearing a white uniform and holding a pole with a line attached to it. While keeping his grip on the pole, he threw it forward, causing the line to whip out and launch something into the hangar. With all the chaos and debris, Dapiap quickly lost track of it, particularly when he was forced to dive away from a dislodged banshee. Within a few moments, the phantom's door sealed shut and it sped off as fast as it could right back out of the hangar, just as the warriors scattered everywhere recovered and began to fire. Bolts of blue and green plasma struck the outer hull of the fleeing dropship, but soon it was well beyond the bounds of the energy field. As the First Blade angrily ordered any seraphs from other hangars or had escaped being crushed in their cradles to pursue, Dapiap watched as the valorous penance's pulse lasers attempted to shoot it down, causing purple streaks of light to break the darkness of space. Unable to do anything else, Dapiap turned around and watched as Ungoi and Sanghaili attempted to dislodge the wreckage and free anyone trapped underneath. Hearing a Sanghaili angrily order him to get to work, he waddled his way towards a bit of debris that was well away from anyone else. The last thing he wanted was to have an angry Sanghaili take his frustrations out on him, so working by himself was ideal. It was here as Dapiap was carrying away what used to be the wing of a banshee that he heard a strange ticking noise. Perplexed, he tried to ignore it, but when the noise kept coming, he decided to satiate his curiosity and investigate. Following the noise, he tracked it to a corner where a crushed comm tower had collapsed. He thought about asking for a Sanghaili to help him lift it, but thought better of the idea and decided to do it himself. As he exerted himself and lifted one end of the comm tower off the ground, Dapiap was finally able to see what was making the noise. It wasn't very large, merely the size of one of those human footballs that he had seen once from one of his friends. He was prepared to dismiss it entirely when he noticed a red light rapidly blinking alongside the ticks. In fact, the blinking seemed to be getting faster and faster as time went on. After a moment, Dapiap's eyes widened in horrified realization and he was barely able to let out a terrified scream when the world exploded into noise and light. Tilda, Gaz, get us out of here. Damn it, I'm trying. Try harder. Everyone inside the Phantom was doing everything they could to stay on their feet as they fled as fast as they could away from the stealth corvette. Although their tactic had created some confusion in the Covenant, after all, why would they fly in, nearly crash themselves, then immediately flee without even landing? As soon as the aliens got over their shock, they were on them immediately. Covenant pulse lasers, acting as point defense, had begun firing on them once they escaped the hangar. Gaz and Price were doing their best to avoid the AA fire, but there was only so much they could do. They then felt a massive shudder reverberate through the Phantom, followed by Gaz yelling, "We've lost all power to the engine." Realizing they were practically dead in the water, Clover simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath, resigning himself to the inevitable. But, to his surprise, that didn't come. In fact, the AA fire suddenly stopped. As he opened his eyes, Clover tried to figure out what had happened. Then, as the Phantom's momentum caused it to complete a full rotation, he got his answer. What once was a Covenant stealth corvette was now nothing more than a cloud of debris. Their plan had worked. He realized as a smile spread across his face and the other occupants of the Phantom let out victorious cheers. It took all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing, particularly when a jubilant Elm smacked him on the shoulders. "Oh," Guess suddenly said, cutting everyone's celebrations short. "Guys, LiDAR's picking up a flight of Seraphs heading our way." As Clover rapidly shot his head towards the ODST, Price asked, "Do our guns work?" "No, it got knocked off when we sped through the hangar," Gaz revealed, "and I can't restore power to the engine." "Damn it. Ebby, think you can work your magic again?" Price asked in a hopeful tone, but Clover sadly shook his head. "Luck doesn't strike the same way twice. I don't think it's going to work like that." A heavy silence fell over everyone as they realized what was about to happen. Releasing a sigh of his own, Price took off his helmet then looked at the others before saying, "Everyone, it's been an honor." Speaking for the Aesops, Vine replied, "As with us, Captain." Slowly, the other ODSTs followed their captain's example and took off their helmets, resigned to their fate. Part of Clover felt a panicked helplessness at what was about to happen, but the rest calmly accepted it. They had accomplished their mission. Remnant was safe. That was all that mattered. With this in mind, he kept his eyes focused entirely on the approaching Seraphs, refusing to look away. That was when a large shadow seemed to grow over the Phantom, blocking out Niam's light. A moment later, the Seraphs were destroyed from multiple volleys of pinpoint-accurate pulse cannon fire. When the dust settled, Clover struggled to figure out what had just happened, only for a large Sahara-class heavy prowler to emerge from the void. A moment later, a voice came from the cockpit which announced, "This is Captain Lucius Jerome of the UNSC and Remnant. Welcome aboard, boys. Job well done." As the ODSTs and specialists once again let out victorious cheers, Clover finally let himself relax and sit down against the wall, letting cool relief course through his veins. Tilda. It was getting harder to run now. Ratita's lungs ached with each raspy breath, and his legs burned with every step. His pursuers were getting closer, their angry shouts louder and their shots more accurate. Earlier, a plasma bolt had skimmed just over the side of his torso, leaving an intense burn across his scaly skin, but luckily nothing else. The rain seemed to be coming down harder now, the storm intensifying. Every few moments, a bolt of lightning would break across the sky, illuminating the jungle just enough to let him know where he was going. Unfortunately, it was also letting RWBY and the other zealots know where Ratita was at the same time, allowing them to continue their pursuit unimpeded. "The gods are against you, Ratita," IR claimed, his energy sword cutting through the darkness and the jungle itself. "They demand your destruction, and I am their instrument." Tull and Zesson didn't say anything to add to IR's claim, but they did fire another volley from their plasma rifles in his general direction. Ratita was forced to duck then run behind a large tree to shield himself. The wood cracked and burst under the intense heat, a few of the bolts managing to burrow their way completely through the trunk. But the tree held just long enough for Ratita to avoid getting hit directly. As he ran, mud and water was violently kicked up behind him. The back of his legs were completely covered by now, but he didn't care. Instead, he just kept running. "Face us, you coward," Tull demanded, his voice filled with indignation and rage. But as before, Ratita refused to give an answer, to give them what they wanted. Because not only would doing so surely lead to his death, it would give his pursuers the validation they desperately craved. They needed to confront Ratita, to hear him either beg for mercy or angrily spit in their faces before driving their swords through his chest. Not just because they wanted vengeance, but because they needed the affirmation killing him would bring. By killing Ratita, IR and the other zealots would take it as divine proof that they remained on the path, and that Ratita was the true heretic, not them. Ratita knew better. Part of him wondered if the others understood that, too, deep down. But the rest dismissed that futile hope. If there was one thing the zealots were good at, it was brainwashing their members into pushing aside any semblance of doubt or self-reflection from their minds. To think he almost went down that same path. His odds of surviving this would be no better once exhaustion finally overtook him and he would be forced to confront the zealots. But he did know this. If he was to die, he would do so with his honor intact and his mind his own. When another volley of plasma bolts shot over his head, Retita dove to the side in order to avoid them. But due to the darkness, he didn't realize until it was too late that he was diving head first into a steep ravine. He let out a yelp of surprise as he fell down the slope, tumbling head over foot through the mud and branches. He could feel every impact, and despite his best efforts to stop himself, the mud was too slick for him to grab a hold of. So he kept going, curling into a ball in order to reduce the impact as much as possible while shielding his head. When he finally came to a stop at the bottom of the ravine, Retita laid motionlessly on his back. Idly, he looked around to try and get a sense of his bearings. But he was finding it hard to concentrate, and what little he could see appeared blurry. He most likely had a concussion, he had to imagine. Retita couldn't hear IR and the others anymore, so at least he had that going for him. After a few moments, he began to move his limbs in an effort to see and feel if anything was off. Nothing felt broken, but there was an omnipresent aching pain that overshadowed everything. Figuring that was good enough for now, Retita turned himself over and forced himself to push off the ground and get back onto his feet. He nearly stumbled and fell back into the small creek he found himself in, but like any true Sangaili, he fought through the pain. When he finally managed to stand fully upright, Retita looked over his body and winced. Several sections of his already damaged undersuit had torn during the fall, exposing his skin to the elements. Small cuts were leaking purple blood out of his body, getting washed away by the intense rain as soon as it was exposed. A few sticks and stones were embedded in his scales, but Retita quickly pulled them out as best he could without making his wounds worse. All in all, he counted himself lucky. His injuries could have been far more deadly. Still, when he tried to take a step, he almost immediately collapsed onto a knee. Reminded of every crash and battle he'd been through since he'd first awoken this cycle, Retita took a few deep, raspy breaths then forced himself back up. Slowly and steadily, he began to move down the creek, knowing that this momentary respite wouldn't last for long. Soon IR, Tull, and Zessin would make their way down the ravine and join him, and if he was caught out in the open, he was as good as dead. His undersuit may have offered some protection against the elements, but against small arms fire it was practically nothing. Human ballistic plating would have offered more protection. While his initial strides were shaky and sent shots of pain through his body, each one proved to be somewhat easier than the last. Retita didn't know if that was simply his body starting to heal or if his mind was beginning to ignore the pain, but he didn't really care. Instead, he just kept going, moving into the jungle in a bid to get more cover. His right arm felt harder to move than the other as the adrenaline began to wear off, and if he moved it too much too rapidly it burned like fire, but he couldn't tell if it was actually broken or just sprained and bruised. Either way, he figured it would be best not to move it too much if he didn't have to, so he held it firmly close to his chest while using his left arm to push aside any foliage in his way. As he continued to traverse the jungle, his pace now much slower than the sprint he started off with, he began to get the sense that something was watching him. Every so often, he would see a native animal watching him go, their eyes shining through the dark, but this felt different. The animals were looking at him in curiosity, not quite knowing what he was. But this new sensation, it felt far more predatory and intelligent, like it knew who he was and was hunting him down. Retita didn't know if his instincts were actually telling him something, or if he was simply being paranoid. Either way, he continued to move, limping through the jungle. Occasionally he would slip and almost fall, but he would manage to pick himself up shortly after and keep moving forward. He didn't have a destination in mind. So long as he got away from the others, he would be fine. Then, much to Retita's surprise, he saw a small clearing through the trees ahead of him. Cautiously making his way towards it, he pushed aside a large, flat leaf to see what was in it, if anything. The darkness made it difficult to see anything, but a flash of lightning illuminated a shadow transport, much to his shock. It was heavily beat up, but it was lying in the middle of the clearing, completely unattended. Letting out a small smile, Retita thought that he had finally found salvation. All he had to do was get in the vehicle and drive off, or at least tap into the BattleNet and request aid while explaining the situation. He almost ran towards it, but then he stopped. A single shadow all by itself, completely unattended and in the open, and in the general area where he and the other zealots had crashed. After a few moments, he began to get the sense that the shadow was left there deliberately, as though the former occupants wanted it to be found. This is a trap, he realized, and Retita narrowed his eyes as he began trying to find whoever laid it. But it was nearly impossible to see anything through the heavy storm and darkness, and the storm masked any scent that would have provided more clues. At first he worried that it was humans who had laid the trap, but then, after another bolt of lightning illuminated the clearing, Retita was able to notice that the shadow had pieces of human armor welded onto its hull. Most had been ripped off, but there were still a few remaining. This was one of the shadows from the convoy, Retita realized. Perhaps even the one that Atriox had been riding when he and Decimus were thrown off the side of a mountain. then used to contact their phantom in a bid for extraction. Rtita already figured that the Minister of Veracity had sent soldiers to eliminate them for the Blade Master's blatant insubordination. Had he decided to send Atriox and Decimus after them? He debated himself on what to do next. Although Rtita liked to think that he had built something of a rapport with Atriox, there was no guarantee that would be enough for the Jiralhani to hear him out. Assuming it was, actually, Atriox and not someone else. He doubted it was humans, though. There was no reason for them to hunt Rtita and any other strays down, not when they were completely focused on the cartographer. The logical part of Rtita's mind was telling him to turn around and keep going. But the rest remembered what his original plan was, the only true way he was going to survive this. With that in mind, Rtita took a deep breath, forced himself to stand up straight, then began to make his way out into the open towards the shadow. With every step, he could feel eyes boring into his back, but he didn't care as he continued moving towards the transport. When he got to it, instead of getting in the driver's seat, he turned around, pressed his back to the armor plating, and sat down. He let out a relieved sigh as his tired legs no longer had to support his weight, and he closed his eyes for a moment. When a crack of lightning sounded overhead, Rtita slowly opened his eyes and looked upward. There, standing before him, was Chieftain Atriox, gravity hammer in hand, and staring down at him with a blank expression on his face. "Chieftain," Rtita said, keeping his voice as calm as possible. Atriox didn't say anything, instead continuing to stare at him while tightening his grip on his gravity hammer. Deciding to continue, Rtita continued, "I take it the minister sent you to kill us?" "I'm not surprised. It's what I would do if I was him." Again, Atriox said nothing, but now Rtita could sense Decimus standing beside him. Sparing the Jiralhani warrior a quick glance, Rtita kept his attention squarely on the chieftain and said, "I know you have no reason to believe me when I say this, but know it is the truth. I am not part of Ir's heresy. He attempted to divert our course towards the cartographer in an effort to be seen defending it and, more importantly, protect his pride and honor. But I suspect you already figured that out." Rtita paused for a moment, giving Atriox or Decimus a chance to respond. But, once again, the Jiralhani remained quiet. They also weren't moving to kill him, which Rtita took as a positive sign that they were at least hearing him out. Figuring that was as good as he could get, Rtita took a deep breath and continued his explanation. "You and the minister probably think that humans shot us down, but they didn't," Rtita revealed. "There aren't any humans here. I'm the reason we crashed. When I voiced opposition to IR's plans, he called me a heretic and expelled me from the Zealots. He was going to execute me, banish me from the Covenant for the crime of trying to stay true to our oaths, so I shot him to protect myself. His armor and shield protected him, but the pilots were killed in the crossfire. We crashed immediately afterwards." Taking another deep breath, Rtita claimed, "IR, Tull, and Zessan still survive. They blame me for their predicament and have been hunting me down since we crash-landed in the jungle. I lost them not too long ago, but I guarantee they'll track me down soon enough. They've been relentless. Chieftain, once again I know you have no reason to believe me, but I speak only the truth. Do with me as you wish." With that, Rtita closed his mandibles together, knowing that he had done all he could. He kept his eyes on Atriox, refusing to cower away from his fate, whatever it may be. Atriox remained as stoic as ever, his eyes burning with both rage and contemplation. Decimus openly snorted, clearly not believing a word of what Rtita was saying. But at least Atriox was considering it. Whether it would be enough was impossible to say. Still, when Atriox shifted his hammer in his hands, Rtita felt his heart sink. He released another, resigned sigh, but then he noticed a light coming out of the jungle. His eyes widened in recognition, and without even thinking, he acted. "Look out!" Rtita yelled as he extended his legs forward and swept them under Atriox's feet, catching the chieftain off guard. As he fell to the ground, Decimus let out a roar and prepared to crush Rtita's head underneath the weight of his gravity hammer. But then a volley of plasma bolts cut through the air right where he and Atriox were. Some of the bolts grazed Decimus, but his hide and armor protected him from the scorching heat as he scrambled for cover. At the same time, Rtita and Atriox scrambled to their feet and ran around to the other side of the shadow, its hull protecting them from the plasma fire. "There's nowhere for you to run, coward," IR shouted as he, Tull, and Zessan emerged from the jungle. "And I see the Jiralhani are with you. Perfect, now I can cut both of you down myself." "Damn it, I thought I had more time." Rtita cursed as he pinned himself to the back of the shadow. "So, you were telling the truth," Atriox calmly said, seemingly ignoring the firefight they now found themselves in while Decimus had swapped his gravity hammer for a spiker and was now exchanging fire with the Zealots. "Yes," Rtita answered. "All of it." Atriox hummed, then pulled out a spiker of his own and handed it to Rtita. He then asked, "Do you know how to use this?" Rtita looked at the offered Jiralhani weapon, knowing that any true Sanghaili would steadfastly refuse to even touch it. Instead, he looked Atriox in the eye, nodded, then took the weapon for his own. Atriox grunted in satisfaction, then looked at Decimus. "Decimus, how many are there?" Atriox asked. As he said, 3. Decimus announced, getting back into cover to reload his spiker. "2 of them are trying to flank us while their Blade Master is coming in from the front." Atriox grunted once again, then ordered, "We need to cut Tull and Zessan down first, eliminate their suppressive fire." "I can distract IR. He wants me dead the most," Rtita offered, and Atriox nodded. Beckoning for Rtida to step back, Atriox took his place then grabbed one of the edges of the welded, supplemental armor fashioned to the side of the shadow. As soon as I open this, you charge through. Got it? Atriox asked, and Rtida nodded. Atriox nodded back, then immediately pried the armor apart at the seams. When the opening was big enough, Rtida ran through with his spiker extended outward. He fired a few superheated spikes towards IR, finding that the weight and recoil made it somewhat unwieldy for him to use. Most went wide, but some managed to hit IR only to be deflected by his energy shield. You're using Jirohani weapons? Have you no shame or honor? IR demanded, his voice filled with disgust as he charged towards his former subordinate. I should ask you the same thing, Rtida countered, continuing his charge. In the back of his mind, he was worried that either Tull or Zessan would fire upon him, but he quickly noticed that they were now preoccupied with Atriox and Decimus, respectively. The Jirohani's roars and cracks of their gravity hammers were cutting through the sound of plasma fire, clearly putting the zealots on the back foot for a change even if Rtida could only see passing glimpses of their combat. Firing another trio of shots, Rtida swung his weapon's bayonet towards his former commander. But the skilled blade master expertly dodged the attack then retaliated with a stab from his energy sword. Rtida barely managed to deflect it with his energy dagger, and the pair of Sanghaili began to circle one another. It was a mistake accepting you into our order, IR growled, swinging his energy sword a few times at Rtida who either dodged or deflected it with his energy dagger. Being a zealot requires absolute dedication, unquestioning loyalty and conviction towards our righteous cause. Qualities you've never exhibited. Loyalty to the Covenant? Or yourself? Rtida shot back, firing a pair of spikes and making a stab attempt with his dagger, both of which IR either shrugged off or avoided. Rtida then kicked IR back when the Blade Master made another attempt to attack. My only crime was questioning your decisions. My only regret was not doing so earlier, heretic. IR's nostrils flared with rage, then he launched a flurry of attacks that Rtida was only barely able to avoid. As the Blade Master continued his assault, he roared, Do not accuse me of heresy. I have served the Covenant since you were but a worthless whelp. Thousands have died by my hand alone to further our righteous cause and bring us closer to the great journey. What have you done? Nothing. Tackling the former zealot with a roar, IR slammed Rtida into the shadow and pressed his energy sword up to his throat. It took all of Rtida's strength to keep the blade from making contact, but he could feel the intense heat burning his skin. At the same time, he locked eyes with IR RWBY, matching his furious gaze with his own. When you are gone, no one will remember your name, IR claimed, pressing the blade further towards Rtida's neck. You and your keep will be wiped from the annals of the Covenant's history, cleansed from existence itself. You will join the humans you admire so much in oblivion. All Rtida could do was grunt and groan as he tried to push IR off of him. But his injuries, coupled with IR's superior strength, was making that impossible. So he did the only thing he could think of to get some space, and kicked as hard as he could between IR's legs. At the same time, he heard another spiker fire, followed by a line of spikes embedding themselves into the shadow's hull and into the back of IR's energy shield. With its strength weakened, the shield finally broke under the strain of Rtida's blow. He watched IR's eyes bulge as he doubled over in pain, allowing Rtida to push him off. As IR stumbled back, he instinctively covered his groin with his left hand, then he roared in anger as he recovered. Charging back towards Rtida with his energy sword raised high, he attempted to cut the former zealot in two. Acting on instinct and desperation, Rtida raised his energy dagger high and caught the sword with it. As the pair of Sanghaili locked blades, Rtida stabbed forward with his spiker's bayonet towards IR's chest. IR's eyes widened as he felt the twin blades pierce his armor and into his chest. As he gurgled in surprise, Rtida pulled the trigger and emptied the rest of the spiker's magazine, drilling a larger and larger hole with each shot. By the time the magazine clicked empty, the bloody spikes were now shooting into the trees behind them. IR tried to say something while shakily reaching for Rtida's neck, but soon his entire body fell limp. With a heavy push, Rtida shoved IR off of him, causing his body to fall into the mud. Breathing heavily, Rtida stood over the corpse of his former commander, his eyes wide as he realized what he just did. He shakily raised his hands upward to see them covered in purple, and he felt the world begin to spin. Well done, Atriox announced, knocking Rtida out of his stupor. Looking over to the side, Rtida saw that Atriox was now standing beside him. There were several burns on his black fur, but the head of his gravity hammer was now covered in purple and gore, telling Rtida all he needed to know. Decimus was in a similar state, although he was carrying Zessan's head and the blades of his spiker were bloodstained. Decimus, noticing IR's body, smirked towards Rtida then congratulated him. Heh, nice one. Rtida looked at the pair, then lowered his hands, released a sigh, and replied, Thank you. I know he deserved it. He betrayed the Covenant, and I had no choice. But part of me can't help but feel remorseful. Before this planet, before the cartographer, he was a good leader. It will pass in time, Atriox bluntly advised Rtida. Best to close your heart to it. All that's important is that he would have killed you. Nothing else matters. I suppose you're right, Rtida admitted, then turned towards Atriox and asked, So then, what happens now? Atriox was silent at first, then he answered, I was ordered by the minister to kill IR RWBY and his zealots. I believe that mission has been fulfilled. Rtida couldn't help but release a sigh of relief as he said, Thank you, chieftain. Atriox released a grunt, then ordered, Decimus, re-establish contact with the valorous penates. We need to let the minister know the heretics are dead. Of course, Chieftain, Decimus replied, already working to boost the shadow's signal strength as they did before. The clearing fell into silence, and Radita allowed himself to sit down inside the troop bay. As he did, he gingerly clutched his sides, wincing with practically every breath. You're injured, Atriox noted, and Radita nodded. The chieftain nodded back, then pulled out a human-made canister and tossed it to the Sanghaili who deftly caught it. What is this? Radita asked. Biofoam, Atriox answered. Humans use it to seal wounds sustained in combat. Decimus and I used most of it ourselves, but there should be enough to dress some of yours. Radita nodded, then looked at the alien canister. He knew any proper Sanghaili would refuse to use such a thing, but he decided it was better not to bleed to death and began to apply the biofoam to himself. As this was the first time he had ever used the device, he wasted the initial applications. But soon he was able to figure out how to make it work, and although he winced in slight pain as the biofoam filled his wounds, it was soon replaced by cool relief. Thank you, Radita said as he tossed the canister aside, to which Atriox gave a grunt of acknowledgement. The clearing fell silent once again, with only the sounds of thunder and Decimus' work being heard. Eventually, they heard Decimus bang twice on the hull, letting Atriox and Radita know that he was done. Atriox left the troop bay first, Radita following him back out into the rain as they rounded the transport towards the driver's seat. Atriox, hopping inside, leaned towards the microphone and began to speak. Valorous penance, this is Chieftain Atriox. IR and his heretics are dead, Atriox reported. Requesting extraction. All they received in response was silence and static. Letting out a grunt of annoyance, Atriox repeated, this is Chieftain Atriox. I repeat, the heretics are dead. Requesting immediate extraction. When they still didn't get a response, Radita asked, why aren't they answering? They did this last time, Decimus reported with a shrug. The signal strength on the shadow was barely able to reach them at all, so this isn't a surprise. Radita nodded in acknowledgement as Atriox continued to try and establish contact with their ship. But after several more attempts, Radita narrowed his eyes and asked, did it take this long last time? Decimus, now thoroughly annoyed, replied, no, it didn't. Gah. Atriox hissed in frustration. Why aren't they answering our hails? Radita clicked his mandibles together as he thought, then wondered aloud, they wouldn't have left us already, would they? Atriox released a grunt and answered, knowing the minister, it would not surprise me in the slightest. Especially when you consider the cartographer data and the humans relentlessly hunting it. Great, just perfect, Decimus growled, running his hands over his head as he let his exhausted frustration boil over. Radita nodded in agreement, knowing that simply leaving with the data as soon as they got it was well within the minister's rights. Even if it left a sour taste in his mouth, Radita likely would have done the same thing. But then he remembered what else was heading towards the valorous penance, and his eyes narrowed. What is it? Atriox asked, noticing the shift in Radita's expression. Radita was silent at first, then he answered, before IR shifted our course, we noticed the third phantom from our convoy, the one that the humans shot down, had rejoined us. IR thought the crew had managed to repair it enough to get it airborne, and that their communication gear was too damaged to answer our hails. Decimus and Atriox looked at each other. Then the chieftain pointed out, you do realize humans were piloting that phantom, yes? That's what I said. I told the Blade Master we should shoot it down, Radita revealed. But all IR did was issue a warning to the penance about a possible boarding party. He figured a single phantom possibly being boarded wasn't enough of a concern to warrant anything else. That damn fool, Atriox released another growl. You don't think the humans destroyed the penance, do you? Radita asked, alarm filling his voice. It was just a single phantom. And depending on who was in it, that may be enough. The humans have done it before throughout this war, Atriox claimed, then released a sigh. In any case, we don't have enough information to come to a conclusion. What we do know is that the penance, for whatever reason, is not in a position to pick us up. That means it's up to us to get out of here ourselves. Radita figured that made sense, then backed up alongside Atriox as the Jiralhani chieftain got out of the driver's seat and ordered, Decimus, reroute power to the engines. We're going to drive straight towards the Covenant line as far as we can, find a base, and figure out what happened. Yes, chieftain, Decimus sighed at having to reconfigure the wiring yet again, but went to work regardless. Tilda. Setting the charge now, the engineer shouted, his voice barely able to be heard over the constant barrage of gunfire, explosions, and screams. Good, hurry up. Crow yelled back, decapitating an elite who had foolishly attempted to run him down with his energy sword. In the same motion, he fired 3 shots from his backup magnum, killing 3 grunts who fell lifelessly to the ground with holes in their faces. What the hell do you think I'm trying to do? The engineer shouted back, but Crow merely rolled his eyes and continued to engage the Covenant. As they all had expected, once the Covenant reinforcements made landfall, they immediately attempted to retake the cartographer. Scores of banshees, phantoms, spirits, and even scarabs were dropped from orbit, depositing a large army that engaged the UNSC forces from nearly all sides. The air became filled with plasma mortars that rained down on human defenders, followed by banshee air raids that did everything they could to clear a path to the cartographer. But if they had expected the humans to just roll over and let them pass, the Covenant were sorely mistaken as they ran headfirst into the UNSC's defenses. There was no intention to hold the cartographer forever. That was impossible for more reasons than Crow cared to count. Instead, all the UNSC cared about was delaying the Covenant long enough for the engineers to finish prepping the demolition charges. They had done wonderfully so far. Hastily placed Lotus anti-tank mines, hidden beneath the jungle floor, had decimated much of the Covenant's armor when they carelessly passed over them in their haste to purge the humans from the facility. Kodiak mobile artillery batteries further inflicted heavy casualties among the Covenant army, concentrating on the walkers first as they were the biggest threat. It helped that the Kodiaks were able to fire their cannons well out of range of the Covenant's retaliation. Wolverines and Warthogs armed with anti-air rockets shot down dozens of Banshees whenever they made a pass, preventing the Covenant from having complete air superiority. The Covenant were still advancing further and further towards the cartographer. With their numerical and technological superiority, that was inevitable. But so long as they delayed the Covenant long enough for the engineers to finish laying and priming the charges, Crow didn't care. Speaking of the charges, they weren't using a Havoc nuke like he expected. Apparently, using a tactical nuke would make extraction nearly impossible and would threaten to destroy New Timbuktu, which would have been in the blast radius. Instead, the UNSC were incorporating dozens of non-nuclear-shaped charges of octanitrocubane, or octas as the engineers like to call them. Each one had an explosive yield of 100 kilotons, which made Crow question just what the hell the UNSC put in those things. But that wasn't really his concern. His only concern was protecting the team of engineers as they continued prepping the charges and depositing them into excavated holes that exposed pieces of Forerunner machinery. After seeing nearly a dozen of these holes spread over miles, Crow only now fully understood the scope of the Forerunner facility they were trying to destroy. The fact that it remained undetected for all these years was mind-boggling, and the idea of it lasting this long and in such perfect condition was awe-inspiring. It was a shame they had to destroy it. Crow knew several people who would have loved to study the cartographer and discern its secrets. With this in mind, Crow mentally apologized to those people as he continued fighting off the Covenant. He and several squads of Marines, supported by Warthogs and Scorpions, were holding off the attackers further up the river from the cartographer itself. They had earlier used mining explosives to drill a horizontal hole in the cliffside to expose the outer wall of the cartographer, one of only a handful left that needed to be primed. Johnson was further up, and Crow could hear his Warthog's machine gun firing nonstop. Branwen, Octa is primed, Johnson revealed, shouting over Teamcom. Fantastic. Crow replied as he fired his captured Needler at a charging brute, the embedded blamite crystals causing a pink, super-combined explosion that reduced the brute to a cloud of red gore. We're still setting up over here. As Crow reloaded his alien weapon by slotting in a new crystal into the open back of the weapon, then pressing a button which caused several split shards to emerge out of holes in the top, he flinched as a Scorpion was destroyed by a pair of hunters. Letting out a curse, he shifted Harbinger into its scythe configuration, then charged the walking behemoths, springboarding off one shield to flip over the other, hooking his blade around it as he passed to slice it in half from the waist. As the hunter collapsed into two heaps of mangled worms and metal, its twin let out an enraged roar and focused all of its attention onto Crow. Its thirst for vengeance exposing its back long enough for a Marine armed with a rocket launcher to fire both tubes into its back. The first rocket destroyed the protective plate, while the second detonated inside the orange flesh, killing the creature. Hell yeah, the Marine shouted victoriously. Crow couldn't help but smirk, only for it to be dashed when a bright, needle-thin beam cut right through the man's neck. Sniper, someone else yelled as another shot reached out, this one aimed at Crow, who was barely able to deflect it with Harbinger. As the Marines and soldiers scrambled for cover in their foxholes, Crow dove behind the wrecked remains of a Locust Walker he had previously destroyed. Where is it? Crow shouted as he pulled out his Magnum and exchanged fire with some grunts who were bravely attempting to advance on his position while he was pinned down. He's on that ridge, but I can't get a bead on him, a Marine sniper reported, keeping his head down as an unending volley of plasma fire kept him and the others from returning fire. Crow let out another curse, but before he could try to come up with a solution, he heard the dull reports of artillery cannons firing in the distance. It was followed by an increasingly loud whine, then the top of the ridge exploded as the artillery shells hit. Rocks and shattered trees rained down on the Covenant forces below, forcing them to scramble for cover and giving the UNSC soldiers enough of an opening to break cover and fire their weapons once again. Realizing what had happened, Crow silently thanked whoever called in the artillery, then went back to engaging the Covenant. Every so often a stray bullet or plasma bolt would hit him while he cut and cleaved his way through the Covenant line, but thanks to his aura he was mostly unaffected. He couldn't do this forever, though. Already he could feel his aura strain, and it was beginning to flicker dangerously. Charge is set, the engineer called out. Detonation is in 10 minutes. Go, go, Crow ordered, fighting at an even more intense pace while the soldiers, their mission accomplished, scrambled for the Warthogs, Razorbacks, and Mongooses they had hidden away. While they had hoped they would have had enough time to extract to the rendezvous point through the air, that ceased being an option not long after the Covenant attacked. Part of Crow wanted to join them, but the rest knew that, with how many Covenant forces were still attacking them, there was little chance that the Marines would have enough space to actually escape. So instead he stayed on his own 2 feet, firing 2 shells from Harbinger's barrels into an elite's chest while yelling, "I'll cover you." But a Marine from the Midsummer Night protested, but Crow waved him off. "Just go," he yelled, firing his needler at a few grunts which caused their plasma grenades to explode along with the super combine. Not needing to be told twice, the soldiers took off on their vehicles as fast as they could. Water, mud, and pebbles were kicked up by the squealing tires, and the Covenant soldiers not trying to kill Crow attempted to cut the fleeing soldiers down. Some of the warthogs and mongooses succumbed to the enemy fire and exploded, taking their occupants with them, but the rest were able to break through. Marines manning the machine gun turrets mowed down the Covenant troops, breaking through even the toughest elite's shield before disappearing further down the river. Soon it was just Crow taking on the Covenant, which was fine by him. Wasn't too dissimilar from how he normally operated against the Grimm. Sure, the Grimm didn't fire plasma guns at him, but a single huntsman taking on a vastly superior force was just another Tuesday in his mind. If anything, now he could go all out without having to worry about protecting one of his comrades. "Branwen, where are you?" Johnson asked, but Crow shook his head as he blocked an energy sword with Harbinger's blade, stuck the elite with a plasma grenade, then kicked him away before the alien exploded in the middle of his lance. "I'm fine, just go. Get out of here," Crow yelled, eyeing a ghost he was planning to commandeer to make his own escape. Sure, unlike Robin he hadn't actually driven one of them before, but if she could, why couldn't he? But it was clear that Johnson disagreed as he angrily replied, "You sure as hell aren't. Sit tight. I'm on my way." "Don't. It's too hot. You'll never make it," Crow protested, but Johnson didn't respond. Letting out a curse and hoping that the Marine sergeant would come to his senses, Crow continued attacking the invaders. Multicolored streams of blood flew through the air alongside severed limbs and heads as Crow cut down anything in his path. The pilot of the Ghost seemed to realize what Crow was trying to do as he approached, and was keeping its distance while firing its twin plasma cannons at him. But Crow was moving too fast for the alien hovercraft to fully track. As he got closer and closer to the Ghost, its grunt pilot began to panic. The sight only made Crow smirk, and as he jumped through the air and fired Harbinger at a pair of jackals underneath him, he believed there wasn't anything the grunt could do to stop him. That was when the grunt, in a bid to escape getting hijacked, activated his Ghost's boost and sped away. But as he sped off, the engine suddenly caught on fire, and the Ghost veered out of control, splattered an entire Covenant lance, then exploded against the side of a nearby cliff. Crow could only stare slack-jawed at the sight, then he released a heavy sigh. "God's damn it, I hate my semblance," he muttered to himself. Before he could try to figure out a new way to get out or, if he absolutely had to, transform into a crow and fly away, the Covenant forces recovered and renewed their assault. Crow hastily deflected several bolts with Harbinger as he retreated back to cover, but caught one in the gut that made his already strained aura flicker dangerously. Letting out a grunt of pain, Crow dove behind a rock for cover and shielded his head as the plasma bolts began to whittle down and melt his temporary shelter away. Reloading his magnum, he prepared to shoot his way out, only to hear the roar of an engine. Shocked, Crow turned his head to see a single warthog barreling down the riverbed, running over any Covenant soldier in its way while the chain gun turret fired incessantly. Sergeant Johnson was in the driver's seat, making a beeline towards Crow that resulted in a skidding stop in the passenger seat facing Crow himself. "Get your ass in here, now," Johnson yelled as he fired his magnum one-handed towards the Covenant. Not needing to be told twice, Crow dove into the passenger seat. Johnson didn't even give the huntsman enough time to fully settle in before he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, causing the warthog to momentarily spin in place before zooming off down the river. The Marine gunner, whom Crow recognized as one of Johnson's men, a Private Jenkins if he remembered correctly, continued to fire the chain gun toward the pursuing Covenant, his fingers never leaving the trigger. "Get some. Come on, you alien sons of bitches. Get some," Jenkins shouted at the top of his lungs as he gunned down every alien in sight, reducing a pursuing Ghost to scrap metal. As Crow finally settled in, Johnson slammed his elbow into his arm and yelled, "What the hell were you thinking, trying to pull that hero shit, Bramwin?" "I could say the same to you," Crow shot back, leaning out the side to bisect a nearby Ghost attempting to overrun them with Harbinger. "I told you to leave." "Yeah, and given how that was completely stupid, I elected to ignore it," Johnson claimed. "I made a promise to 2 little girls to bring you home safe and sound, and with God as my witness, I do not intend to break that promise because you did something completely idiotic." Despite himself, Crow couldn't help but let out a laugh, which Johnson echoed with a smile. But soon they focused entirely on their retreat, driving away on their warthog from the cartographer's site as fast as possible. Glancing at the corner of his goggles HUD, Crow winced as he saw that they only had 5 minutes to escape the blast radius of the octas their team had planted. Given just how windy the river was, and all the Covenant forces trying to kill them, that was easier said than done. "Gag," he heard Jenkins scream in pain as a plasma bolt skimmed just over his side. The Marine was barely able to hold onto the turret, preventing him from falling off to his death. Acting on instinct, Crow climbed over the back of the warthog and grabbed Jenkins before placing him in the passenger seat while Johnson did his best to avoid the now uncontested plasma fire from their pursuers. He then reached for the warthog's first aid kit, opened it, and applied an anti-burn spray onto the exposed flesh, which made Jenkins wince in pain and discomfort. "You okay, Jenkins?" Johnson asked, glancing over at the private while continuing to drive. A few of the plasma bolts managed to hit, the titanium armor plating boiling from the intense heat. Jenkins, with tears in his eyes, nodded slightly. Crow nodded back, then took the Marine's place on the turret. Swinging it around, he aimed at the nearest ghost, then unloaded a hail of armor-penetrating bullets into its front engine. The hailstorm of metal tore through the nanolaminate armor plating of the ghost, causing it to burst into flames and lose control. As it veered off to the side, Crow was already moving on to the next, where he repeated the process ad nauseum. That was when, as a specter zoomed towards them, they felt and heard a deafening explosion. A massive shockwave ripped through the canyon, kicking up anything caught in its path. The lighter ghosts and dead bodies were thrown through the air, and while the three humans on the Warthog screamed as the back wheels lifted off the ground, the vehicle was luckily able to quickly regain its footing. Holy shit! A terrified Jenkins screamed, and Crow narrowed his eyes as, off in the distance, he saw a large mushroom cloud tear a hole through the storm clouds above them. Looks like the first octacharges are going up, Crow stated as yet another charge detonated. This one was further away, so the resulting shockwave wasn't as intense, but it still ruffled his hair. Looking up at his HUD's timer, he saw that they now had 3 minutes to escape their octas, and they were still half a mile from the minimum safe distance. Gritting his teeth, Crow continued to fire the chain gun at the pursuing Spectre as Johnson maneuvered the Warthog as best he could to avoid the plasma fire while keeping at top speed. Jenkins had managed to recover enough to where he was able to shoulder SB and KR and fire its payload towards some Banshees attempting to attack them from above. As they drove through the riverbed, Crow could see them passing by the wrecked remains of fallen Warthogs, mongooses, and more UNSC vehicles. Johnson was doing his best to avoid the human bodies, but occasionally there was no other option, and so he was forced to run right over them. It left a sour taste in Crow's mouth, but he knew they didn't have much of a choice. At least he was finally able to kill the Spectre following them, the hovercraft bursting into blue flames. Already moving the turret to the next target, his attention was drawn upwards as they heard a loud, screeching wail. Thinking it was a Banshee, Crow swiveled the turret skyward, already prepared to open fire. But what he saw gave him pause as, descending from the clouds like the Spectre of Death, was a massive Covenant aircraft. It was shaped like a bulbous teardrop covered in purple armor plating, wide in the front and converging into an elongated tail at the end. A gravity lift could be seen on the bottom, and on the sides were 2 large hangar doors with plasma cannons mounted onto them. What the hell is that? Jenkins wailed, but Crow had absolutely no idea. He had extensively studied all of the Covenant vehicles the UNSC had cataloged up until this point in the war, but nothing matched this super dropship's description. He glanced at Johnson, and it was clear that the sergeant didn't know what it was either as he stared slack-jawed at the thing. That was when the front of the super dropship began to glow green. Acting on pure instinct, Johnson swerved to the side just as the dropship's ventral cannon fired, unleashing a massive neon green beam that gouged a giant trench through the jungle, melting anything in its path. "That's a goddamn flying scarab," Johnson declared, altering course to a side tributary as the super dropship fired its main gun once again. Crow was already firing the Vulcan towards the aircraft, not particularly caring if it wasn't accomplishing anything. With his semblance, there was always the chance the Covenant would suffer an unfortunate hit, and if nothing else it was making him feel better. A hail of smaller plasma bolts rained down towards their Warthog as the super dropship pursued them. Johnson, in an effort to get some cover, veered out from the riverbed and into the jungle itself, letting the trees mask their presence to at least some extent. Bullets and plasma tore through the canopy, and every so often they would hear a loud wail signaling that the dropship was about to fire its main gun. Whenever that happened, Johnson would veer off course, causing the gun to miss them. The heat washed over Crow's skin, pushing his aura to the limit while Johnson and Jenkins were forced to bear the pain as best they could. Soon they began to slope downward as they descended into another ravine. Crow's arms were beginning to rattle from the constant vibrations of the firing chain gun when they felt another series of explosions. More octas had detonated, kicking up numerous clouds of dust, smoke, and debris that destroyed anything within a 2-kilometer radius. Although they were outside their range, they were much closer than before. When the shockwave hit, their Warthog was kicked up into the air and only barely managed to land on its wheels and keep going. Large rocks were also launched into their path, some even hitting the pursuing super dropship much to Crow's surprise. 30 seconds. Jenkins warned as he futilely fired his last remaining rockets at the dropship above, which exploded uselessly against the bottom hull to no effect. Part of Crow resigned himself, seeing no way they were going to get out of this intact. They hadn't gotten out of the danger zone yet, and even if they did, that dropship was zeroing in on them fast. Soon, there would be no chance of it missing. But the rest yelled in defiance as he continued to fire the chain gun towards the Covenant, taking a morbid comfort in the fact that the aliens who were so focused on killing them were about to just get blown up along with them. "Sarge, what the hell are you doing?" Jenkins screamed in terror, causing Crow to look over his shoulder to see what the Marine was talking about. "Oh, shit," Crow muttered as he realized that, at the end of the river they were currently traveling down, was a large waterfall. "Hold on to your butts," Johnson warned, making a beeline towards it. Simply letting go of the chain gun as its magazine finally ran dry, Crow turned around and held onto the top of the chassis as tightly as he could, his fingers digging into the titanium. Jenkins and Johnson were doing the same, belatedly fastening their seatbelts around their chests and waists. As they approached the cliff, Crow watched as the timer ticked ever and ever closer to zero and heard the super dropship charging up its main cannon. Just as their warthog sped over the edge and into the air in a leap of faith, the timer reached zero. They immediately heard and felt the explosion as the octas they planted detonated, the resulting shockwave slamming just over their warthog as it fell past the shielding cliff face. The human occupants let out terrified screams as the vehicle was sent into a tumble, Crow having to use all of his strength to not fly off. At the same time, barely visible as the world spun, Crow saw the earth underneath the river they had just traveled over lift into the sky, sending large chunks slamming into the bottom of the super dropship just as it began to fire. The super dropship was promptly sent pinwheeling overhead like a frisbee slapped out of the air, the beam of its cannon spinning around terrifyingly in random directions before it exploded into a massive ball of white, blue, and neon green fire, its carcass falling to the shattered jungle below. The warthog, meanwhile, continued to tumble through the air as it hurtled towards the ground. Realizing that, at their speed, they would die on impact, Crow spotted a large lake that the waterfall had previously been filling. Reaching forward, he ripped off their seatbelts and grabbed the back of Johnson and Jenkins' bead used before jumping off the warthog, angling himself to where he would take the brunt of the impact as they slammed into the water. The blow shattered the remains of his aura, and he instinctively let out a gasp of pain as the air was forced out of his lungs. It was only thanks to his years of experience and extensive training that he was able to close his mouth before water could enter his throat and cause him to drown. Still, he and the two Marines floated limply in the water for a few moments, then they recovered enough to start swimming to the surface. As soon as they did, they each breathed in deeply and began to tread the water, their heads bobbing up and down. Looking at each other, Crow could see that each had massive cuts and bruises on their heads and faces, and there was no telling what laid underneath their armor. Just outside of the lake was the crashed and now burning remains of their warthog, reduced to nothing more than scrap metal. But they were alive, which was the important thing. After a few moments, Jenkins began to laugh more than a bit hysterically, and he was soon followed by Johnson and Crow. They remained where they were for a few moments, letting the much-needed relief course through their veins as they realized they had won, particularly when they heard more octas detonate in the distance. The cartographer was destroyed, its data wiped from existence, and the Covenant unable to recover any of it. Not only that, but they got confirmation not too long ago that Clover's team managed to find and destroy the stealth corvette carrying the downloaded copy. Remnant, along with countless other human worlds, was safe for now. And most surprisingly of all, they got to live to tell the tale. So, with a strained smile on his face, Crow began to swim towards the outer edge of the lake, followed by Johnson and Jenkins. After a few strokes, it became clear that Jenkins was more injured than the other two, forcing Crow to stay back to help him swim to shore. But even with his aura depleted, Crow was more than strong enough to do that without much effort. Soon they managed to arrive at the beach, and as all three humans crawled up the sand, they rolled over and laid on their backs to stare at the temporary hole in the night sky that the explosions carved for them, allowing the trio to see the stars above. Holy shit. I can't believe we survived that, Jenkins muttered, speaking for all three of them. Yeah, Crow replied. Then he turned his head to look at Johnson and asked, Johnson, any idea what the hell that thing was? Nope, Johnson confirmed. Was kinda calling it a super phantom, honestly. Super phantom, Crow repeated, then frowned. That doesn't sound right. Something that big. Needs a more fitting name. Yeah. Forgive me for not coming up with one while it was trying to kill us, Johnson joked, and Crow couldn't help but smirk. A moment later, Johnson held up a small device and he added, SOS has been sent. Pelicans inbound. Good. That's good, Crow said, exhaustion beginning to overtake him. Fighting to stay awake, and realizing that Jenkins had already slipped into unconsciousness, Crow forced himself to sit upright alongside Johnson. He then pursed his lips and asked, the other Covenant dropships are spirits and phantoms, right? Yep, Johnson confirmed with a small nod. So, since you guys like to name Covenant vehicles after ghosts and stuff, what's more dangerous than a phantom or spirit? Crow requested, and Johnson hummed to himself as he rubbed his chin. A lich, the Marine Sergeant suggested. Lich, Crow tested the word, then nodded. Yeah, I like the sound of that. A lich. Seems fitting enough for me, Johnson agreed. Satisfied at their erstwhile pursuer's posthumously awarded name, the pair continued to sit in silence, letting the momentary peace overtake them. After several minutes, they heard the roar of an engine, and they looked up to see a pelican shining its nose-mounted spotlight onto them. Tilda. Atriox, Decimus, and Rutita drove the Shadow as far as they could towards what they thought was the Covenant line. The Shadow was so damaged, its navigation equipment and communication array could not function without diverting power from the engine, and Atriox didn't want to risk bleeding away any remaining power by attempting to bring them back online. So they simply headed in the general direction of the main human city using the compass Atriox had scavenged. Their journey was long, taking them through the untouched wilderness that hadn't yet seen human hands. Whether that was due to the humans not being on the planet long enough to exploit it or a deliberate choice was hard to say, but to Rutita, all it meant was that they weren't getting shot at, particularly since his adrenaline had long since faded away, causing the full extent of his injuries to make themselves known. His entire body ached, his breathing was labored, and he kept his hand pressed to his side at all times. But like any proper Sanghaili, he fought through the pain. The same could be said for Atriox and Decimus, but Jiralhani were always more physically formidable than Sanghaili, so they were able to tolerate their pain better than him. Eventually, the shadow broke down and rumbled to a halt deep in the jungle. Without missing a beat, the two Jiralhani stalkers and the former Sanghaili zealot left the vehicle behind to walk the rest of the way. Rtida had hoped and prayed that the shadow would have lasted long enough to reach the Covenant line, but it was clear that the gods had other plans. Unlike the mini-base from earlier, they didn't bother setting any explosives to deny the humans a potential asset. The planet was going to be glassed soon, taking the entire jungle and everything in it to oblivion. There would be no point. Despite the fact that he had nearly died in this jungle, Rtida felt it was a pity that it would be destroyed. From what he could see, it was untouched by the humans, so it felt unfair that his commanders would deem it tainted by them. If it were up to him, he'd just glass the main cities and nothing more. But he wasn't in a position to make that decision. All he could do was make sure that he wasn't in it when the cleansing began. Several hourly cycles passed as the trio of Covenant warriors limped their way through the jungle, which eventually gave way to a battle-scarred plain. Wrecks of vehicles, both human and Covenant in origin, littered the field, along with hundreds of dead bodies. Scavengers were already picking at the remains, and although Rtida was tempted to drive them off with his spiker, Atriox's steel gaze kept him from doing so, as it would have been a waste of ammunition. Better to stay his hand instead of wasting it on ultimately trivial matters and be left unprotected should they be attacked by hostile predators, human stragglers, or, gods forbid, other members of the Covenant sent by the minister to hunt RWBY and his zealots down. Atriox insisted that the minister only sent him and Decimus in a tone that betrayed his anger at the decision, but there was no telling if that was true. Rtida was somewhat confident that he, Atriox, and Decimus could convince the normal rank-and-file of his innocence. But if a detachment of the Silent Shadow was sent after them, they wouldn't even give Rtida the chance. They'd kill him without saying a word. He counted it among his blessings that the first blade and his lance weren't the ones sent after otherwise he'd likely be dead before he even knew they were there. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they found the first signs of the Covenant when a flight of banshees flew overhead. The aircraft didn't see them, or if they did, they didn't care, but it was enough to let the trio know that they were going in the right direction. At the same time, they began to hear dull explosions in the distance as the Covenant Legion laid siege to the human city. Using it as a beacon, they continued making their way through the wilderness, eventually seeing the spire of a citadel rising above the trees along with a swarm of phantoms, spirits, and banshees flying away to battle. Looks like the battle's going well, Decimus couldn't help but note as they entered the camp. A few passing warriors spared the trio confused or even offended glances, but otherwise paid them no heed as they continued on with their duties. Rtida and the two Jiralhani with him followed their example, with Atriox taking the lead. Spotting the Citadel's armor master issuing weapons and armor to those who needed it, they headed straight for him, Decimus pushing aside anyone who got in their way. When they approached the armor master, he gave the two Jiralhani a brief, disdainful look, then ordered, "Place your hands in the scanner." Gesturing to a nearby device attached to the terminal, the three warriors did as instructed. Once their hands were inserted, they winced as a tiny bit of flesh was extracted. Using its onboard DNA sequencers, their identities were confirmed, and the armor master nodded. War Chieftain Atriox, Chieftain Decimus, and Zealot Rtida Vasovi, the armor master read aloud, making Rtida briefly flinch and worry. Says here that you three were attached to the Valorous Penance on an artifact retrieval mission. A cartographer, it seems. Correct, Atriox confirmed. We were attempting to return to the Corvette when the humans attacked and left us stranded with only a barely functional shadow available for transport. I attempted to contact the Minister of Veracity and request extraction of our own, but our communications were too damaged. May we use yours? It is imperative we reach him as soon as possible. Rtida couldn't help but notice that Atriox left out quite a few details, but he wasn't going to point those out, particularly as the armor master simply nodded along, making it seem that he didn't have the full picture either. Perhaps the minister hadn't notified the rest of the fleet to what RWBY had done? If so, there may be hope for him. Then the armor master shook his head and replied, "Only I and the other armorers may use this terminal. Even if I did let you, there would be no point in trying to contact the minister." Unfortunately, the Valorous Penance was confirmed destroyed around 5 cycles ago. Rtida's eyes widened, recognizing that timeline is not too long after his phantom crashed. He then gulped and asked, "I see. May I ask how it happened?" "We're unsure as to how, but the fleet master believes it was due to human boarders," the armor master answered while shaking his head. "As to how they could have accomplished that, it's still a mystery." Atriox and Rtida looked at each other but otherwise said nothing. Then the armor master continued, "In any case, with the Valorous Penance destroyed and the minister dead, you three have been transferred over to Shipmaster Odo Dramine. He's ordered all Jiralhani to group themselves into a pack, or whatever you call yourselves, located on the other side of the citadel. You too, restock your weapons then make your way over." Atriox grunted in acknowledgement while moving to the ammunition bay to replenish his reserves. As he worked, the armor master focused his attention on Rtida and said, "Zealot Vasovi, it appears that you are the last remaining member of your Zealot Lance. If you don't mind, can you report what happened to them?" Realizing that the armor master truly didn't know what had actually occurred, Rtida nodded then answered, 6 of our number fell escorting our record of the cartographer. 3 others must have returned to the Valorous Penance with the memory block before it was destroyed. I was on board a second Phantom with Blade Master RWBY and the remainder of our lance when the humans shot us down. Only I survived the crash, which was when Atriox and Decimus found me. It wasn't a complete lie, Rtita knew, but it was certainly misconstruing the truth. For a moment he feared the Armor Master would see through his careful omission, but instead his eyes softened and he nodded in understanding. He then said, "I see. You have my sympathies. Thankfully, you are in luck. There is another Zealot Lance on the planet with an opening. I can transfer you over and it." "That will not be necessary," Rtita interrupted the Armor Master, causing him to shoot his head back in surprise. "What? Why?" he asked in bafflement. For what possible reason could a Zealot refuse to return to their order? Rtita couldn't help but gulp, particularly as he felt all nearby eyes centering on him. After a moment, he hung his head as remorsefully as he could, then revealed, "With what has happened, I only served under Blade Master RWBY for a few monthly cycles. He was an honorable commander, one who took me under his wing directly. He was the one who inducted me into the Zealots. I am proud to have fought alongside him against the humans and those who threatened our covenant. The same goes for the rest of my lance. But if what you say is true, I am the only survivor due to nothing more than luck," Rtita pointed out. Tull, and Zessan died when the Phantom crashed, and the rest were undoubtedly slain when the Valorous Penance was destroyed. It would have been one thing for us all to have died on the battlefield together, or for any others to have survived so our lance could be reforged. But for me to carry on their memory, I cannot simply shuffle into another Zealot lance like nothing ever happened. It feels like I would be abandoning their legacy. I would be dishonoring my fallen brothers, acting as though they can be replaced as easily as a spent plasma rifle. If at all possible, I would prefer to be restored to my previous rank before I was inducted into the Zealots and reassigned to a standard Covenant lance. Once, Rtita would have gagged at the taste of the lies spewing from his mandibles. But right now, if anything, they tasted sweet. Truthfully, while he did have fond memories of his initial missions with the Zealots, now he wanted absolutely nothing to do with the Order at all. He would like to keep his mind his own, not have it be shackled and twisted into a pale shadow of its former self. At first, Rtita was worried that the Armor Master would either see through his lies or deem his decision dishonorable. But his eyes seemed to soften as he contemplated Rtita's words, giving him hope that he was actually being believed. That was when Atriox openly scoffed and said, "Always knew you weren't Zealot material." "That's enough out of you, Jiralhani," the Armor Master barked, taking Atriox's words as a surface-level insult. But Rtita knew better, and although he didn't openly acknowledge it, he was thankful for the compliment it actually was. The Armor Master then turned back towards Rtita and said, "I must admit, had I ever been given the honor of being inducted into the Zealots, I don't think I could ever willfully leave. But, at the same time, I understand completely. You honor your fallen comrades, Major Rtita Vasovi. Never forget that." "I won't." "Thank you, Armor Master," Rtita said, giving the Sanghaili a deferential bow. The Armor Master bowed his head as well, then respectfully directed Rtita to a nearby building where he would be given a new battle harness, plasma rifle, and energy sword to replace the ones he lost. Without saying another word, Rtita followed his directions. But before he entered the armory, he spared one last look across the base towards Atriox. Decimus had already left, but Atriox was still there, watching him go. They locked eyes with one another, then after a moment, Atriox nodded. Rtita nodded back, then he turned around and entered the armory. When he emerged, he was now wearing a pristine, maroon-colored battle harness not unlike the one he wore what felt like a lifetime ago. Given to a lance comprised of Ungoi and Kigyar who had lost their previous major, they were led by an ultra towards a spirit dropship. Taking his place along the side-mounted deployment bay, he spared one final look across the base. Then the doors closed, and he felt the ship lift off, taking them to the human city to continue the battle. In the back of his mind, Rtita couldn't help but feel a sense of anger alongside the relief. All the trials, all the tribulations, the death and sacrifice. In the end, none of it mattered. The wider covenant had no idea what had actually happened, that RWBY had let his pride and arrogance doom them all. He likely would be remembered as a perfect embodiment of what an honorable Sanghaili warrior should strive to be. Rtita knew the truth, but he would have to perpetuate that fiction because, should the truth be revealed, he would most likely be struck down. There was no justice or honor there, just lies built upon deceptions. But what choice did he have? If he had learned anything during this entire fiasco, it was that trying to bind yourself to false ideals of honor only led you astray. The best way to survive the battlefield and achieve victory was to think with your head instead of your sword arm, and to spin lies as though they're actually worth something. Tilda. On the bridge of the UNSC Midsummer Night, Crow, Johnson, Commander Keyes, Lieutenant Dare, and the other surviving huntsmen stared out the window as the Covenant laid siege to Poponi. Massive fires visible from orbit were burning across the continent, filling the atmosphere with black smoke. The few remaining UNSC vessels of Poponi's defense fleet were defiantly fighting to the end, but they were no match for the Covenant armada. Several destroyers were already glassing the planet, shooting white-hot beams of plasma that burned several thousand-kilometer-wide glyphs into the crust and boiled away the oceans. The sense of victory that Crow felt earlier was long gone as he was once again reminded of the true scale of the war. They might have prevented the Covenant from obtaining the cartographer and, through it, the locations of dozens of human worlds including Remnant, but that meant little to the people still trapped on Paponi. Shakespeare, how many people were able to get out? Commander Keyes asked, his voice grim as he stood completely straight and with his arms folded behind his back. Thanks to the early warning and the efforts of our screen and rescue forces during the evacuation, approximately half of the colony was saved, which makes Paponi one of our more successful evacuations, Shakespeare revealed. Out of the population of roughly 350 million citizens, around 175 million were able to evacuate. Crow wasn't entirely certain how to feel about that. Saving that many people was a tremendous achievement in its own right, but how could he call that a victory in the face of so much death? Looking around at the others on the bridge, it was clear that they were facing the same dilemma. Seeing this, Dare softly met his gaze and said, "You all did the best you could, but in this war, straight victories are few and far between. This is probably the best we were going to get. You should feel proud of what you've accomplished today, and know that, with your help, we might have a chance to turn this war around. To prevent more colonies from falling completely like Virage and Paponi. In time, we might even be able to stop it entirely." That was a sentiment Crow could agree with, and he nodded towards the ONI agent. That was when Commander Keyes ordered, "Shakespeare, Helm, initiate Cole Protocol Article 1, Subsection 4 before taking us to reach. Crew, report to cryobase. We're done here." Without saying another word, everyone on the bridge nodded at the commander's orders, then after finishing whatever tasks they were currently working on, left the bridge behind. Only Keyes remained, his attention focused on the holographic image of Paponi as long as possible. Only once the midsummer night disappeared into the void of slipspace did he leave his post and make his way to the cryobay. As he walked through the now empty hallways, he thought to himself over the nearly disastrous mission and how it unfolded. They say that plans never survive first contact with the enemy, and that statement was proven true 100 times over during the mission. He had no idea what was going to happen when they finally returned to Reach. He was likely going to be punished for stepping over the bounds of his mission, that much was certain. What that punishment would entail was anyone's guess, aside from it likely being harsher than simply having an ONI liaison watching over his shoulder. He might lose command of the Midsummer Night, perhaps even be discharged entirely. Keyes hoped that didn't happen, but he wouldn't be surprised if it did. He also thought about how Remnant would react to the news. That was even more of an unknown. Although the huntsmen he was transporting were now more than aware of the threat that the Covenant posed, the rest of their people might not see it that way. They might argue for sitting it out entirely. He wouldn't blame them for wanting that. But if there was one thing he had learned during the mission, through all the trials and sacrifice, it was this. If humanity was to survive, Earth and Remnant had to come together as one. United, they could achieve a victory that, even just a year ago, was beginning to look impossible. With that last thought in mind, Keyes stepped into the cryobay, then closed his eyes as the world froze. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the next chapter and finale to the Covenant arc for Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life. The cartographer has been destroyed, the valorous pennants reduced to scrap, and our heroes victorious as they leave Paponi. Yet despite their accomplishments, it's somewhat hollow as Paponi still falls, taking with it millions of innocent lives. But at least Remnant and more human colonies are safe from the Covenant, for now. Now our heroes return to Reach, with the next chapter serving as both the epilogue to the Covenant arc and the prologue to the Integration arc. I've really been looking forward to the Integration arc, as have all of you guys. I hope you all enjoy it. Now then, to answer a few important questions. It'll be a mixed bag as to whether all canon characters, both from Halo and RWBY, will be in the same states as they are in canon by the time of the Beacon arc. Some absolutely will, whereas others will have their status changed due to the changes in the setting. You'll just have to wait and see. All I will say is that, even with these changes, the characters themselves will still be the characters you all know and love/hate. I cannot state as to whether characters will remain alive throughout the story or will die during it. All I will say is that there will be character deaths, some minor and others major. It all depends on the needs of the story. Deathwing, please stop submitting all these reviews saying your wishes and hopes/requests for the story. Just give one per chapter, otherwise you'll drown out everyone else, and it'll be harder for me to respond to them. Remnant's dust energy shields will be brought up in the Integration arc, as will a lot of how things change for both sides as technologies and cultures mix/clash. It's the entire point of the Integration arc. Don't expect a lot of action during it. Rather, it'll be a bunch of world building and character setup. You guys will have to wait and see how Huntsmen interact with UNSC personnel. All I will say is that it'll be a mixed bag. Yes, the Huntsmen are much more in touch with their humanity/emotion, but this can and will lead to UNSC people having to deal with Huntsmen that are, frankly, jackasses. Spartans, particularly the Tus, are highly professional, so you can get along with them on the mission. See Gron as an example of how a Huntsman's personal problems can lead to issues. Yeah, Gron's death was a long time coming. It was always the endpoint for his character arc, and it'll be very important for the White Fang going forward. You guys will just have to wait and see how that all turns out. Glad you guys liked it. Also, for those who are saying that the Covenant only killed Gron because he was openly fighting against the Covenant, you missed the entire point. They didn't care that he was fighting against them. nor that he was a faunus. To them, he was human, and that was reason enough to kill him. Gron realized that too at the very end, hence why he decided to take them with him. If he hadn't fought the Covenant at all, it wouldn't have made a difference. And are you seriously complaining about the use of kilotons? Not only does that not even matter as it's a major nitpick, you're forgetting that the story already set up that the Remnantians are using AI translators to understand UNSC personnel. If it really bothers you that much, just pretend that Remnant has a different term that means the same thing. Otherwise, it is not worth complaining about as it is insanely trivial. Yep, these chapters can be seen as a prologue to Atrioch's personal arc. He is, aside from the hierarchs in Salem, one of the main antagonists of the story. I'm very excited to show you guys what we have planned with him in the future. That's it for now. Let us know what you think. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the TV Tropes page would be greatly appreciated. We hope you enjoy and see you all next time. Chapter 30, A Path Forward. Reach, Epsilon Eridani 2, Epsilon Eridani System. Reach City, Viri Territory. July 10th, 2541, 0630 hours, UNSC Military Calendar. Mr. Bramwin, in accordance with UNSC military protocol, we are obligated to inform you as to the purpose of our meeting, the man sitting on the other side of a small metal table across from Crow announced. At the same time, he pressed a button on a small green box resting in the middle of the table. A voice recorder, Crow assumed. Yeah, I know what a debriefing is. I've been through this song and dance before, Crow dismissed with a wave of his hand and a roll of his eyes. At the same time, he quickly studied the three individuals in front of him, all of whom were wearing identical black uniforms with the Office of Naval Intelligence logo proudly displayed on their chests. None of them had any scars that Crow could see, and their hair was neatly combed and brushed, but all in all there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy about them aside from the fact that they weren't wearing any other form of identification. They were currently in what Crow could only assume was an interrogation room, that being a small, bare-bones cube with no access to natural light whatsoever. Pale fluorescent lamps mounted to the ceiling cast the dark-colored room in an eerie tone, and in the corner he could see a small camera mounted to the wall. His mind briefly went back to what he'd experienced so far on Reach. The Midsummer Night had exited slipspace at the edge of the Epsilon Eridani system a few hours before, which was when he and the rest of the ship were taken out of cryo. The planet itself was impressive. Larger than Remnant, the surface was covered mostly by a massive saltwater ocean that stretched across the equator. Craters from ancient asteroid impacts dotted the surface, many of which had filled with water to become large seas. Most of the landmass appeared to be in the northern hemisphere, and the largest cities on the colony were located along the equatorial line. 2 moons orbited the planet, one of which had rings for some reason, and Reach's magnetic poles were girdled by aurorae. Crow had to admit, it was quite beautiful. But more important than the physical characteristics of the planet was what orbited it. Namely, the single largest fleet he had ever seen. Hundreds of UNSC vessels, ranging from frigates and destroyers to carriers and cruisers, patrolled across the entire system. If one left, another was already en route to replace it. Supplying this massive fleet were 18 refit stations, including the one that the Midsummer Night ultimately docked on called Anchor 9. In addition to the spacecraft, there were also thousands of nuclear mines throughout the system, forming a stellar minefield that the Midsummer Night was able to safely traverse. Alongside the refit stations were around 20 orbital defense platforms. Shakespeare called them the Arod class, each one armed with a supermach that was powerful enough to punch completely through even the strongest Covenant shields and armor in a single hit. The only drawback was that the power requirements were so great that it had to be beamed up from the ground-based generators via laser. Already he was hoping that Remnant would be able to get a few of those, or at least the smaller Moncton-class stations that apparently didn't need a ground-based power source at the expense of a smaller main gun, and wished that Poponi had some as well. Maybe then the fate of the planet would have been different. In all honesty, naming a city on Reach City felt a bit uninspired in Crow's opinion. But, then again, the capital of Vale was Vale City. Same with all the kingdoms of Remnant for that matter, so we probably shouldn't throw stones. We do not doubt your personal experience in this matter, one of the intelligence officers replied as she folded her fingers together, cutting into Crow's thoughts and bringing him back to the present. Be that as it may, protocol must be adhered to in times like this. The purpose of this debriefing, Mr. Bramwin, is for us to understand exactly what happened on the colony of Poponi, along with the rest of the expedition you underwent on the UNSC Midsummer Night, commanded by Commander Jacob Keyes. The second man declared, "Let the record show that Mr. Bramwin's personal conduct is not under question. Indeed, based off preliminary reports, his performance is to be commended." "Thanks for the compliment," Crow sarcastically said as he narrowed his eyes, not trusting them at just their word. He had been a professional huntsman for many years, serving directly alongside Professor Ashbin and his inner circle for even longer, and he liked to think that he'd learned how to read people. Right now, these ONI officers were starting to butter him up. For what, exactly, he didn't know. Still, he shrugged and began to explain, "There's not much I can tell you that you haven't already heard. Where do you want me to start?" "From the beginning, please," the first man responded, and Crow nodded. "Well, it all started in the wilderness of Mistral. I'm not sure where exactly my twin sister and I were born, but we were raised by some real pieces of work, let me tell you," Crow slipped into the drawl he used when he acted like an annoying drunk, before he was inevitably cut off. "Mr. Branwyn, please," the woman interrupted with a pinched expression. "You know that's not what we meant. Kindly begin with the events which directly led to this expedition." "Oh, well, why didn't you just say so?" the roguish huntsman asked innocently, managing not to smirk at the show of annoyance he managed to provoke from the blank-faced G-men. He never could resist getting a rise out of the self-serious types, which these suits certainly were even by military standards. "All right then. After Admiral Cole arrived over Remnant and our people started talking, it didn't take long before your leaders told mine about the Covenant," Crow began properly. "Needless to say, we couldn't exactly take you at your word, so it was decided that we'd send representatives to verify the threat before making any decision about entering the war. I was one of the Veil delegates." "Yes, nominated by Professor Ashbin, the headmaster of Beacon Academy, correct?" the woman asked. "I was, yes," Crow confirmed. "I've known and worked with him for years, and he wanted me to go as his personal representative." "I see," the first man replied as he typed something into his datapad. "And what were the exact mission parameters of the expedition?" "You already know that," Crow pointed out. "We were supposed to go out to different planets that were invaded by the Covenant. Planets that were completely glassed, others less so. Also that we could confirm the threat." "You mean to say that you were not supposed to engage the Covenant, correct?" "The plan was that, if the Covenant did show up, we were to turn tail and run as fast as we could. As you can tell, things didn't work out that way." "So it would seem," the woman dryly agreed. "Starting with the inclusion of the so-called Happy Huntresses. They inserted themselves into the mission of their own accord, correct?" Crow nodded and replied, "They did. Yeah. Don't know how they found out about it, but they stowed away on the Aesop's Pelican. Nearly got shot for it, too. Technically, May Marigold did get shot by Commander Keyes pretty much instantly, which actually impressed Crow since not even he noticed their presence until after Keyes pulled the trigger, but he figured the interviewers understood what he meant. Robin Hill and her Happy Huntresses were illegal stowaways on the Midsummer Night, and Commander Keyes would have been well within his rights to execute or imprison them. Instead, he let them roam free. Is that correct?" Crow narrowed his eyes as he began to understand where the ONI officers were going. Then he said, "Yeah, they were allowed to stay. But for the entire mission they were placed under arrest. They couldn't walk 5 feet on the ship without an armed guard watching over them. I wouldn't call that roaming free. It still represents an unnecessary security risk on Commander Keyes' part, one that reflects a pattern that emerged during the mission." If there had been any doubt in Crow's mind as to what they wanted, it was gone now. Their mission to verify the threat of the Covenant had not gone to plan whatsoever. Sure, everyone fully understood that, whether Remnant liked it or not, they were at war with the alien hegemony. And their actions saved the lives of billions, including Remnant itself. But there had been numerous times where everyone on the ship was almost killed. The skirmish at Kimballoon, the evacuation of Virich, and of course the Battle of Poponi, the last of which resulted in the deaths of 3 huntsmen, the critical wounding of a 4th, and severe mental trauma to a 5th that she might not ever fully recover from. The expedition nearly resulted in complete failure, and now the UNSC were trying to throw Commander Keyes under the bus for it. Not if he had anything to say about it. Crow might not be a fan of militaries in general, but he liked Keyes. He was a good man, one who didn't deserve to be scapegoated. Commander Keyes was given a bad hand, and he made the best of it. "I'd suggest you remember that," Crow declared, not bothering to hide the edge in his voice. "I certainly will, and I'll be reporting as much to my people." Tilda. While I was initially opposed to Commander Keyes' decision to let Robin Hill and her team on board, Clover Ebby explained to the 3 ONI officers debriefing him in a private room. Not only did they prove to be a tremendous asset against the Covenant forces on Kimballoon and Poponi, I was also able to recognize the logic behind it. And that logic would be, "Mr. Ebby," the head officer, a young woman with brown skin, pointedly asked. Clover released a heavy sigh, then respectfully answered, "As much as I don't want to admit it, relations between the cities of Atlas and Mantle are not particularly strong. They haven't been ever since my kingdom relocated its capital from Mantle to Atlas, taking with it all the economic and political power Mantle once held and leaving it with only the scraps." In more ways than one, it reminded Commander Keyes of the problems plaguing the inner and outer colonies prior to the onset of the insurrection. He was hoping that, by including Robin and her team, it would help foster stronger relations between the UNSC and Mantle while potentially reducing the risk of the growing conflict between Atlas and Mantle from exploding like the insurrection did. "Do you honestly believe such an armed conflict could one day occur?" Clover paused for a moment to think. Then he answered, "Before this, it's something I wouldn't have even contemplated. After what I saw on Virich, I can no longer guarantee that it won't." Tilda. "Miss Khan, I must remind you that your conduct during the mission is not in question," one of the interviewers tried to say, but Sienna merely growled and cut him off. "Yes, but Commander Keyes is. Don't act like I don't see what you're trying to do here." "I'm not stupid," Sienna declared. "None of us insinuated that at all," the second replied, and didn't even flinch when Sienna rounded on him. "I don't care what you were trying to insinuate. I won't stand for it," Sienna declared. "Was Robin an idiot for sneaking on board?" "Yes, absolutely." "Should Commander Keyes have recognized the trap on Kimballoon?" "Arguably, yes. But what happened on Virich and especially Poponi was not his fault whatsoever. Under Commander Keyes' leadership, 3 of your fellow huntsmen, including your direct subordinate Grandtrake, were killed in action by the Covenant, the third officer pointed out. They were only put into that position because Commander Keyes allowed you to go into battle. Need I remind you that if your general hadn't jumped the gun and simply waited for Robin and her team to get back from sabotaging the Covenant base, which was to save UNSC lives by the way, none of that would have happened, Sienna angrily countered, pointing her finger at the man's chest. We would have been on the ship and leaving the system by the time the UNSC army began their assault. But instead, General Armani decided to rush things which forced our hand. Where is that son of a bitch anyway? I regret to inform you that General Armani was reported killed in action when Covenant aircraft bombed his command center, the first interviewer reported, and Sienna narrowed her eyes before releasing a sigh. Feeling her anger towards the dead man fade away, particularly since she knew his actions were driven by a genuine desire to protect his people, Sienna continued, either way, we weren't just going to leave our own behind. And once we secured the cartographer and discovered what was on it, leaving was no longer an option. Tilda. I don't regret inserting myself into the mission, Robin declared as she leaned back in her chair while folding her arms over her chest. The only thing I regret is that not all of us were able to come home. Do you believe Commander Keyes' actions contributed to their deaths? One of the officers asked in the same forceful tone they'd given her during the entire debriefing. Robin got the sense that they didn't like her that much. The feeling was mutual. Robin breathed in sharply through her nose, then she declared, Commander Keyes had every right to kick me off his ship, to lock me in a cell and throw away the key, but he didn't. He trusted me and my teammates, trusted that our intentions were good. And we trusted him to do his best to get us all home. Not all of us did, yeah. But if it weren't for the commander, none of us would have gotten off Paponi alive. He tried to pull us out at every turn, even while we all insisted on getting ourselves involved. Keep that in mind before trying to blame him for something that wasn't his fault. Tilda. July 11th, 2541, 1,200 hours, UNSC military calendar. Standing in front of a mirror, Jacob Keyes looked himself over one final time. His hair was neatly combed back, his face clean-shaven, and there was not a wrinkle to be seen on his entire dress uniform. In his humble opinion, he hadn't looked this decent since he graduated from Luna OCS Academy. Of course, that had been a happy occasion, one that marked the beginning of his career with the UNSC Navy. It only seemed fitting that he dress the same for what would most certainly be its end. He was under no delusions as to what was about to happen. As soon as the midsummer night had arrived at Reach, he'd been shuffled into one of many debriefing rooms along with the other huntsmen and his entire crew, where the Office of Naval Intelligence began drilling them for every scrap of detail as to what happened. Not just at Paponi, but during the entire mission. It had become apparent early during his debriefing that the UNSC was not happy with Keyes' performance during the expedition. Not that he blamed them. After all, he was supposed to simply carry them from glassed world to glassed world, with the occasional stop at an intact colony to resupply and conduct shore leave. Also that the people of Remnant would understand both the threat of the Covenant and the need for an alliance between them and Earth. Instead, they had to tangle with Covenant pirates, insurrectionists, and an entire Covenant fleet, nearly resulting in the destruction of his ship. 3 of the huntsmen, Sepia Honeycreep, Thomas Cornell, and Grandtrake, were killed in action by the Covenant on Paponi. Casper Marine was psychologically traumatized over the loss of her teammates right in front of her. And Harriet Bree was critically injured after being struck almost directly by a ship-fired plasma mortar. She was lucky to be alive. All of those injuries, along with all the other close calls they ran into, were unacceptable. It didn't matter that they were able to secure the cartographer's data and prevent it from falling into Covenant hands. That wasn't his mission. His mission was to bring them all home together and in one piece. A mission he failed. Keyes didn't know whether he was going to be simply discharged or thrown into prison. Given what secrets he knew, he might even be executed. Either way, Keyes knew his career was over, so he might as well look his best. He was many things, but a coward was not one of them. He'd look his fate right in the eyes and refuse to blink. Commander, High Command will see you now. A woman's voice rang out over his room's intercom. Keyes took another deep breath in, without saying a word, turned around and exited his room. As soon as he did, he was flanked by 2 MPs, both armed with MA-5B assault rifles and their faces completely obscured by their helmets. If they gave him a second glance, he certainly couldn't tell. Together, the 3 men walked silently through the halls, not a soul getting in their way. Everything seemed to flow together, and before he knew it, he was standing in front of the conference room door. Tucking in his uniform one last time, Keyes stepped forward. The metal doors automatically slid apart as he approached, allowing him to see all the members of the UNSC Security Council seated in their chairs behind a curved table. In the center was Admiral Preston J. Cole himself, with Colonel James Ackerson and Admiral Margaret Parangoski sitting to his right and Vice Admiral Danforth Wickham and Major General Nicholas Strauss on his left. Commander Keyes, Admiral Cole began, his voice flat and tense. Admiral, Keyes replied as he stood up straighter and folded his arms behind his back. Enough with the pleasantries, Colonel Ackerson cut in, his voice much more venomous. We are here to discuss the consequences of your actions during Operation Odyssey. Actions that resulted in the deaths of 3 delegates and the maiming of a 4th. Remnant trusted the UNSC to return its huntsman delegates back home safe and unharmed, Vice Admiral Wickham added. Our potential alliance with Remnant hinged upon our ability to do so. The deaths of Huntsman Honeycreep, Cornell, and Trake, heroic as they may have been, threatened to upend the negotiations that have been underway for the past 7 months. Frankly, we're fortunate that the Vacuo and Mistral expedition was carried out without incident, and that the deaths that happened under your watch were in pursuit of the cartographer's data, General Strauss pointed out. That means we can potentially salvage and spin this, but the fact remains that you put your VIPs in unacceptable levels of risk and danger, which threatens to keep Remnant out of the war entirely. Keyes breathed in again through his nose, then replied, I understand, General, and agree wholeheartedly. I accept whatever punishment the Security Council deems fit for my actions. All I will say is that, at the time, I felt that the risks we took would better serve the alliance we are trying to build. Yes, you said as much during your debriefing, Admiral Parangoski calmly stated, her voice somehow putting Keyes on edge more than everyone else. Glancing at a data pad, she continued, in your words, you believed that by allowing the Huntsman delegation to go into the field, it would show a level of mutual respect and trust by the UNSC to them and their people, allowing both sides to work together more easily. Yes, ma'am, and I still stand by that, Keyes declared. I only wish that I would have been able to bring them all home safely. Admiral Cole nodded, then leaned forward and said, Commander Keyes, you gambled with the lives under your command. That cannot be argued. Nor can it be argued that said gambling resulted in unacceptable loss and tremendous gain. Keyes was somewhat taken aback by Admiral Cole's statement, but remained silent as he continued, yes, 3 huntsmen died and a 4th was wounded due to your decision to let them go into the field and fight the Covenant, which was explicitly against mission parameters and after you had already been warned against doing so. But this council is not ignorant as to the extenuating circumstances behind said deaths. Huntress Hill readily admitted that she went behind your back on her scouting mission that discovered the Covenant fortress excavating the cartographer, Admiral Parangoski confirmed. The others also corroborated the reports that General Armani's hasty actions prevented their safe extraction, forcing the Midsummer Night to conduct a battlefield retrieval. At the mention of the general's name, Keyes couldn't help but scowl. More than anyone else, he blamed the general for putting them in that position. If he had just waited a few more minutes, Casper Marine could have teleported Robin and the others back, and they would have been gone and out of danger well before the Covenant reinforcements arrived. If he hadn't been killed in action, he'd likely attempt to punch him out, rank be damned. Ackerson then let out a sigh while shaking his head, and added, while I still thoroughly disapprove of your thought process, Commander, even I admit that it wasn't entirely your fault. And I also understand your decision to continue letting the huntsman stay on the field once it was discovered that the cartographer had the location of Remnant on it. As far as I and the rest of this council is concerned, once that discovery was made, Operation Odyssey became a joint UNSC Remnant operation to recover or destroy that data at all costs. An operation which you and your men accomplished, Admiral Wickham declared, his face still flat but with the hint of pride in his voice. The cartographer was completely destroyed, and the extraction of its data halted by the destruction of the Covenant stealth frigate by the Atlesian Aesops and Task Force 141, both of which had nothing but praise for the other. Our AIs weren't able to recover everything, but the Office of Naval Intelligence is already going over what was recovered and assembling xenoarchaeology teams, Admiral Parangoski reported as she leaned forward. More importantly, the destruction of the cartographer prevented what would have been the most severe security breach of the Cole Protocol since the beginning of the war. You deserve nothing but praise for that, Commander. Keyes nodded towards the Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence as he stood up straighter, then said, Thank you, ma'am, but that still doesn't excuse the casualties we suffered. No, it doesn't, Admiral Cole agreed as he sat up straight in his chair. Which brings us to our final decision. After debriefing the entire crew of the Midsummer Night and the Huntsman delegates, as well as reviewing mission logs, you are hereby relieved of command of the Midsummer Night effective immediately. You are to be reassigned as a Navy liaison with Remnant, a position you will assume upon your return to the planet. While Keyes absolutely expected to lose command over the Midsummer Night, getting reassigned to Remnant as a Navy liaison was not in his cards at all. Blinking a few times, he asked, Sir, I don't understand. A liaison? Yes. Apparently, you've managed to create quite an impression among the huntsmen, General Strauss confirmed. They liked you, and told their debriefing officers as such, some more colorfully than others. The Security Council has decided to make use of that. You'll be helping to coordinate efforts between the UNSC and Remnant to address the security of the planet, as well as helping to bring their military forces up to par with ours. Already Keyes had an idea as to whom those more colorful individuals were, and it took everything he had not to crack a smile. Instead, he focused on what his reassignment meant. While on the surface, it definitely appeared to be a good thing, Keyes had been in the Navy long enough to recognize it for what it was. By reassigning him from the Midsummer Night to Remnant, he was being essentially grounded, away from the front lines where he couldn't mess up anything else. His career, while not dead, was certainly stalled, and would remain that way until the UNSC deemed fit to return him to command of a ship. When that would happen, if at all, was completely unknown to him. Part of him felt indignation at being relegated to a non-combat role, but the rest recognized it as the boon it was. This was the best possible outcome he could have asked for, and he'd be a fool not to take it. Nodding to the council members, Keyes declared, Thank you, General. I humbly accept. It's not like you have much of a choice. It was either this or a court-martial, Colonel Ackerson pointed out, then waved him off. You're dismissed, Commander. Keyes nodded towards the colonel, then gave a salute to the members of high command. Spinning on his heels, Keyes turned around and briskly walked away, refusing to look back at the men and women who were still focusing all of their attention onto him. Tilda. As soon as Commander Keyes exited the conference room and the doors shut, Colonel Ackerson turned towards the others and said, I still think we should have discharged him. He's a maverick, and making him a liaison with Remnant is a recipe for disaster. As you've made clear numerous times, Colonel. But the fact remains that Commander Keyes is too great of an asset to just throw away, Admiral Cole replied. I'm certain that he'll be able to effectively serve us still. Besides, my impression is that, outside of Atlas, the rest of Remnant won't want to work with a traditional military commander, General Strauss pointed out, then he released a sigh. Speaking of which, negotiations seem to be going well, but I'm already noticing areas of concern. And that would be? Admiral Wickham asked as he faced the head of the UNSC Army. Given the importance of dealing with the threat of the Grim on the planet's surface, General Strauss and the Army had been taking the lead on security negotiations alongside UG diplomats. So aside from Admiral Parangoski, he knew more about the situation on the ground at Remnant than anyone else. Let's start with the positives first, Strauss began. I don't anticipate many issues with Atlas and Vale, aside from normal diplomatic friction, particularly with Vale and Atlas' long-standing class and racial divisions. Overall, their societies are by far the most similar to ours. While only Atlas has a proper standing military, Vale has the economic and political infrastructure to quickly mobilize with our assistance. Right now, the biggest hurdle is simply going to be getting their militaries up to par with ours. Vale has a solid militia structure to build upon while Atlas has a more complete military, but preliminary observations indicate that they're using outdated tactics by our standards. Good for fighting Grim and criminal organizations, but they'll be slaughtered by the Covenant if they use them. That doesn't sound too difficult, Cole admitted. What about Mistral and Vacuo? To put it simply, both of them are shit shows for entirely different reasons, Strauss confirmed. Vacuo has no recognized standing government to negotiate and coordinate with. Their people seem almost offended by the idea of a centralized government. The closest they have is Shade Academy, and that doesn't control much outside of Vacuo City itself. Instead of just a single entity, we're having to negotiate with hundreds of separate tribes and communities, each one with their own demands and needs. Not to mention the Vacuans themselves are, by default, hostile to foreigners swooping in and telling them what to do. Apparently, they have quite the bitter history of exploitation. As such, negotiations are proving difficult. It's like trying to herd a bunch of cats. I see. What about Mistral? Wickham asked, and Strauss winced. Mistral's entire government and security apparatus is perhaps one of the most corrupt and inefficient I have ever seen, Strauss declared, then amended. Well, no. If that were true, they wouldn't have been able to survive this long on such a deadly planet. And I've certainly seen worse from CMA management. But the closest analog that comes to mind is the Russian Federation following the collapse of the Soviet Union in the late 20th and early 21st centuries back on Earth. They have the most territory out of all the kingdoms on Remnant, but the further from the kingdom capital you go, the more lawless it becomes. Bandit clans are still able to roam free across much of the continent of Anima, and that's not even adding the Grim to the equation. Then, of course, there's the faunist situation, Strauss added. Anti-faunist discrimination runs rampant across Mistral, and many of their leaders are vehemently opposed to the UNSC's continued outreach with menagerie. Mistral is by far the most racist kingdom against the faunists on Remnant. I pity Professor Lionheart who often has to deal with that by himself. Admiral Cole frowned, and Ackerson said, So, it sounds to me that while Atlas and Vale will simply need different levels of refinement, Mistral and Vacuo are going to require almost complete societal reorganization to bring them up to combat readiness. Correct, Strauss confirmed, and Ackerson already felt a migraine coming on as he shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. Christ. I'll have my men draft plans to assist the Army and the Air Force in their efforts. Frankly, things would be so much easier if Remnant only had a single defense force to coordinate with rather than 4 separate ones, Ackerson admitted, even though he knew that wasn't really an option on the table for now. In the back of his mind, the ONI officer also recognized the opportunity this afforded him. The Office of Naval Intelligence had been looking into ways to make Remnant's economy and government more integrated into the UG and UNSC. Remnant may be independent, and Ackerson was committed to making the alliance work despite his previous arguments. But he and ONI refused to let Remnant become a model for active insurrectionist movements on Gao, Venezia, and other worlds still dealing with them. If they played their cards right, rebuilding Vacuo's and Mistral's militaries and societies could go a long way towards achieving that goal. But that was a long-term project. Right now, they had to focus on turning around the war they were losing, a war for their right to simply exist. Shaking his head, Ackerson then asked, regarding the performance of the Huntsmen, am I correct in saying that they were highly effective force multipliers against the Covenant? According to the testimonies of everyone who saw them in action, yes, Admiral Wickham confirmed. The comparisons to the Spartans are apparent. Well, that is good to hear. That's also a problem, Ackerson pointed out, causing Wickham to raise an eyebrow. How so? The Spartans have been, thus far, the most effective tool we've fielded against the Covenant. Throwing more super soldiers at them can only be a good thing. I'm not debating that. My concern, Admiral, is that while the Spartans are loyal purely to the UNSC, the same cannot be said for the Huntsmen, Ackerson declared. They are loyal to Remnant first and foremost. We cannot rely on Remnant to produce all of the super soldiers we need, nor should we. What are you suggesting? Parangoski asked, and Ackerson steeled himself for what he was about to say. I'm requesting a budget increase for the Spartan 3 program, Ackerson announced, and the entire Security Council winced, except for Parangoski, who remained remarkably calm. By this point, everyone in the council knew how the Spartans were made. They weren't recruited from the best soldiers the UNSC had. They were conscripted as children as young as the age of 6, subjected to the harshest training and education humanity had ever devised, then given augmentations that raised them to superhuman levels of strength and endurance. On every conceivable level, Spartans were stronger, faster, and smarter than the rest of humanity. On an intrinsic level, Ackerson knew that their creation was morally repugnant. One could even call it evil, but it was a necessary evil in his opinion. Not just against the insurrection whom the Spartanias were created to face, but especially against the Covenant. At least his Spartanias didn't kidnap unwilling children from loving families only to replace them with short-lived flash clones like Halsey's did. Nor did his program's augmentation procedures result in over half the graduating class dying or suffering severe deformities. No, the Spartanias were recruited from orphans whose families were massacred by the Covenant, and he offered them the chance to get revenge. An offer those children eagerly took, ultimately trading their lives for much-needed time. At least he could admit that what he was doing was something to be ashamed of, rather than try to justify it as morally righteous like Halsey did with her Spartans are the evolution of humanity as a species bullshit. It was one of many reasons why he despised her, a hatred that was only compounded when he rose to his current station and became privy to the names of the Spartan 2 candidates, only to recognize one of them as his long-dead sister, Julia. For years, he had thought she simply died of a freak illness shortly after her 6th birthday, but that was just her flash clone that Halsey left in her place after she kidnapped Julia. The real Julia had been conscripted into the Spartan 2 program, then died years later after her body rejected the augmentations. Discovering his sister's fate had turned Ackerson's dislike of Halsey from professional jealousy to pure hatred on a personal level, and inspired him to create the Spartanias in the first place. Cole frowned, bringing Ackerson back into the present, then asked, "How much?" "Beta Company is currently on track to finish training in 2545, Ackerson answered. "To match Remnant's rate of production, I need the funds to produce 3 more simultaneously. That's 900 Spartanias," Admiral Cole pointed out. "All of whom I can guarantee will serve the UNSC completely. We cannot guarantee that for Huntsmen from Remnant," Ackerson declared, and Cole released a sigh. "God help us," he muttered under his breath. He then shook his head and replied, "I can't guarantee anything right now. Resources are stretched thin as it is, and we can't afford to make another company of Spartanias beyond the already planned Gamma Company. Let's wait and see how our alliance with Remnant plays out. Then we'll revisit your budget request." "Of course, Admiral," Ackerson replied, having figured that was going to be the response. He simply wanted to put it on the table. There was also another possibility thanks to Remnant's discovery that he was cooking up, which would address the split loyalty issue. One that could easily be spun off or integrated into the Spartan 3 program, but he wanted to gather more information first before committing anything. Moving on, Ackerson continued as he pulled up the preliminary copy of the Paponi cartographer's data. "We need to discuss the data procured from the cartographer and the Forerunner relics it indicates on our colonies. In Remnant, the fact that of the 5 major artifacts the cartographer highlighted on Remnant, 4 were located in the heart of the kingdoms themselves, right where their capitals were, wasn't lost on anyone. But rather than jump to any conclusions, he simply decided to focus on the fact that they were there in the first place. We need to recover them as soon as possible," Parangoski immediately declared. "As I already said, I've assembled xenoarchaeology teams to secure the artifacts marked on other planets. All Covenant technology is derived from the Forerunners, and if we can replicate even a fraction of what they can do, it could dramatically increase our chances of survival." "My thoughts exactly," Ackerson concurred. Then he steeled himself for yet another heartless yet, in his opinion, necessary suggestion before saying, "The data also presents us with a perfect security opportunity." "And that is?" Admiral Cole asked, and Ackerson looked him dead in the eyes. "Based off our intelligence, we know that the Covenant spend much of their time searching for these Forerunner artifacts, and won't dare to glass the planet they're on until they're retrieved," he explained. "We saw this on Paponi. They didn't glass the colony until after the cartographer was destroyed. They also have the capability to find these artifacts independent of our attempts to enforce the Cole Protocol. Dozens of our colonies were accidentally discovered by Covenant ships simply trying to find Forerunner relics. We may have stopped them from getting the Paponi cartographer's data for now, but they'll find those worlds eventually. All we did was make it harder. Either way, we know exactly where they're going, and if we know where they're going, we can prepare." Cole finished his statement, and Ackerson nodded. "Exactly. I'm suggesting we reprioritize the distribution of our defenses to worlds containing Forerunner artifacts. Fleet deployments, ODP construction, army garrisons. Turn each of those worlds into a fortress, or as much of one as we possibly can. That way, when the Covenant arrive, it'll be a lot bloodier than they're anticipating." While pairing Goski, Strauss, and Cole glanced among themselves, Wickham frowned and pointed out, "I don't exactly agree with your assessment of the situation, Colonel. Based on my own analysis, I would argue that those worlds are doomed. Instead of trying to futilely defend them, we should instead focus on evacuating the people there and moving to worlds without any of these relics. You're advocating for investing our entire military into ambushes to kill as much of the Covenant as possible before these fortress worlds, as you called them, are inevitably ground down one by one. If we could still defeat the Covenant conventionally, that could work. But I fear the only thing that would accomplish would be committing us to using up the majority of our military power. And even if we do as you suggest, we'd be abandoning dozens of colonies to their fate." "Yes," Ackerson immediately answered, "but aren't we already doing that? During this entire war, we've been forced to choose which worlds to save and which ones to abandon. At least now we have a better idea as to what our choices are, and if we're lucky, the Covenant won't find those worlds at all. If they do, they'll sure fall for sure. But by forcing the Covenant to focus more and more attention onto these fortresses, it'll slow them down and buy us time we desperately need." As Wickham scowled towards the ONI officer, the other members of the Security Council glanced at each other. Each of them knew that accepting Ackerson's proposal meant they'd be tossing millions to the wolves. But in exchange, they'd potentially be saving billions. It was a brutal calculus, one that Ackerson knew would damn him if such a thing as hell actually existed. But it was one he'd make without a second thought, because in the face of extinction, any alternative was preferable. After a few moments, Admiral Cole stoically replied, "Before we come to any conclusions, let's wait and see how our alliance with Remnant plays out. If it goes as well as we're hoping, we might be able to do both. Evacuate the people living there, and turn those worlds into fortresses in their place. But it's still far too early to settle on a single strategy at this point." "Of course, Admiral," Ackerson replied. Then he and the rest of HICOM settled back into discussion on what to do in the immediate future. Tilda. Chakova Park. July 11th, 13:45 hours, UNSC military calendar. Sitting on a park bench, Crow watched as scores of civilians idly passed by. Some were walking their dogs. Others talking with friends, husbands, and wives or playing with children. At the center of the park was an amphitheater where a young girl was beautifully playing the violin, with dozens of spectators silently listening in. Overhead, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, a picturesque blue hue broken only by the occasional dropship or civilian spacecraft arriving or leaving the spaceport. A UNSC destroyer was also hanging overhead, with it serving as a constant reminder of the UNSC's presence right alongside the white tower structure that served as the heart and tallest building in the entire city. But the buildings and large military presence weren't the most striking aspects of what he was seeing here on that park bench. It was the fact that everything seemed so peaceful. People were going along with their days, seemingly living their lives without fear of the axe hanging over their necks. The Human Covenant War might as well have not existed to them. He didn't know if that was by design, some goal of ONI propaganda meant to placate the populace, or if it was a byproduct of just how well-defended Reach was compared to every other human world. It was probably a mixture of both. Crow didn't quite know how to feel about that, but he had to admit it was a nice change of pace. After spending months in the company of death, seeing life be allowed to go on undisturbed was pleasant. He wasn't about to break that, so he was content simply watching them go. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting on that bench. At one point, he had some food and water, but both were long gone now. He couldn't even remember if he had actually eaten it or if some bird or dog snatched it from him. Knowing his luck, it was probably the latter, not that he really cared at the moment. All he wanted was to relax, and with the gods as his witnesses, he was going to do just that. Working hard, or hardly working, a gruff and recognizable voice cut through the silence, prompting Crow to turn his head to the side where he saw Sergeant Johnson wearing only his trademark hat. A short-sleeved dark green shirt with the Marine Corps insignia proudly displayed on its face, and a matching pair of dark blue trousers. In his hands were 2 bottles of beer, one of which he was offering to Crow. Taking the offered alcoholic beverage, Crow gave Johnson a nod before flicking the cap off the top with his thumb and bringing the bottle to his lips. Tilting it up, he took a satisfying swig, then released a contents sigh just as Johnson sat down next to him. "You know, after you spent all that time trying to keep me from drinking, I'm surprised you're just handing me one in broad daylight," Crow pointed out as Johnson drank from his bottle beside him. "Yeah, well, after what we just went through I figured both of us needed a drink," Johnson replied. Crow figured there was truth to that, then took another swig and said, "Well, I appreciate it. Couldn't you have chosen a better brand? This is practically water." "Sorry to say that budget cuts affect us all, Bramwin," Johnson replied in a sarcastic tone, which made Crow snort despite himself. Johnson smiled at getting the intended reaction, then he too simply turned his head to look at the people passing them by in the park. The two sat there in silence for a few moments, content to slowly drink their beers while people watching. Eventually, Crow quietly asked, "So, what's going to happen?" "Well, unlike ONI, I don't have eyes and ears everywhere," Johnson joked before adopting a more serious expression, "but Dare's been keeping me in the loop." "Haven't seen her since we arrived on the planet," Crow pointed out. Neither have I, but this morning I got a message from her after our hearings and another one not too long ago. Johnson paused and took another drink of his beer, then continued, technically, it didn't say it was from Dare, and on the surface it just looked like a spam advertisement. But if you read between the lines, you can figure out what's actually being said. Crow couldn't help but chuckle and respond, sounds like O&I, based off what I've seen. You have no idea, Johnson agreed. Anyway, as expected the higher-ups were, let's say less than thrilled over what happened. I already figured that out while suffering through that debriefing yesterday. So did I, but it's always nice to have confirmation. Regardless, Commander Keyes has been relieved of command over the midsummer night. That's a load of grim shit, Crow growled, and Johnson nodded in agreement. He then asked, he wasn't court-martialed, was he? Thankfully, no. Instead, he's being reassigned to Remnant as a Navy liaison, Johnson revealed. Same with Dare and yours truly, as a matter of fact. That caught Crow off guard, and he turned to look at Johnson and replied, liaisons? You mean you're staying at Remnant? Well, I suspect the good lieutenant will find some way out of her punishment detail long before me or the commander, like the good O&I spook she is. But yes, Johnson clarified. Apparently, while the bigwigs didn't like how much danger we put you and the others in. Danger we volunteered for, Crow interrupted, and Johnson nodded while waving him off and continuing unimpeded. They did notice that we seem to have built a rapport with you huntsmen. They're hoping to exploit that. My job's going to be helping you bring your armed forces up to snuff. Looks like you and I are going to be seeing each other a lot more than either of us thought. Johnson took another swig of his beer bottle, but Crow sat still while looking at him. After a moment, Crow asked, why are you here, Johnson? Because you look like a lost puppy, Johnson immediately answered. A lost puppy covered in dirt, grime, and God knows what. Figured you could use a hand. Once again, Crow snorted in amusement, then clarified, you know what I meant. There were over a dozen of us on that ship, and you could have spent time with any of them. But, instead, you focused on me. Why? Johnson took another swig, then answered, how many times do I have to tell you? I made a promise to 2 little girls to bring you home safely. When I make a promise, I keep it. It didn't hurt that you kept trying to be by yourself. Couldn't have that. And since the entire point of this mission was to make friends, I figured I might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Crow supposed he had a point there. He then turned to look straight ahead again, finished the rest of his beer, and said, well, Avery, I guess friends do give each other shitty beer from time to time. This time Avery laughed, and he replied, that they do, Crow. That they do. Tilda. Reach City Medical Center. July 15th, 2541, 0715 hours, UNSC military calendar. It had been a long time since he'd been in a hospital room, Clover RWBY thought to himself. Not since he'd unlocked his semblance, after which he never really got hurt enough to warrant a trip in the first place. Any wounds he received were never anything so bad that his aura or simple first aid couldn't handle it. But Harriet Bree's injuries were far more severe, and even after all the work the UNSC did to save her life, watching her lying unconscious on the hospital bed made him feel helpless. The rest of the Aesops were with him, with Vine calmly staring out the window, watching birds and aircraft fly by, while Elm sat next to him, her eyes never leaving Harriet's body. Sirs, ma'am, you don't need to wait in the room with Ms. Bree, the head surgeon, a middle-aged bald man named Dr. Tibor, told them as he adjusted his glasses. We promise to notify you once anything changes. While we appreciate the consideration, Doctor, I'm afraid we must decline, Vine immediately answered for the rest of the team before Clover could himself. Dr. Tibor gave an understanding nod, then replied, I understand. As you can imagine, we handle a lot of military patients here. Please, if you need anything, just let us know. We'll be happy to accommodate. Thank you, Doctor, Clover replied, briefly thinking back to the countless patients he had seen while staying at the hospital, waiting for Harriet's surgeries to be done and for her to wake up. He didn't keep track of any numbers, but he had noticed plenty of UNSC military personnel in the waiting rooms and lobbies. Frankly, he'd be surprised if there weren't any in Reach City's premier hospital. He also spotted Casper Marine talking to some therapists. He hadn't spoken to her much since they got to Reach. No one had ever since the rest of her team died right in front of her. Clover's heart broke at the sight, and while he hoped she would one day recover, right now he had his own teammate to look after. Do you know when she'll wake up? Elm quietly asked, a far cry from her usual confidence. It's hard to say, Dr. Tibor admitted as he released a sigh. Her injuries were quite severe, I'm afraid. She seems to have taken to the treatments well enough, but whether she wakes up in the next few hours or the next few days is anyone's guess. Clover sighed and hung his head at the reply. He'd been hoping for a more definitive answer, but truth be told he was just happy that the doctors were confident she was going to wake up at all. As Dr. Tibor said, Harriet's injuries were extensive after getting hit almost directly by a ship-fired plasma mortar. If it weren't for her aura, she'd be dead just like Thomas Cornell and Sepia Honeycreep. Clover thanked the gods that they died instantly, because after he saw Harriet writhing in utter agony, he wouldn't wish that on anyone. But what truly saved her, of course, was UNSC medical technology, which vastly exceeded anything on Remnant. They had put her into cryosleep immediately after doing what they could on the midsummer night, preserving her body long enough for it to be taken to a medical facility on Reach where they could begin proper treatment. Neither Clover nor the Aesops were allowed to watch the over a dozen surgeries themselves, only able to see her once they were done. The difference was striking. When they last saw Harriet before she went under the knife, most of her body was covered in third-degree burns, her legs mangled, fast knuckles melted into her skin, and more. But now, if it weren't for the fact that she was hooked up to N4 and had a heartbeat monitor constantly beeping next to her bed, he almost couldn't tell. In fact, if you didn't know Harriet, you'd take one look at her flawless skin and think she was just sleeping. Of course, that wasn't actually her skin. Technically it was, just not the one she made herself. The doctors here had utilized flash cloning to rapidly grow new layers of skin that they surgically replaced the destroyed tissue with. Most of the surgeries she underwent were to replace her skin and all the corresponding nerve endings, sweat glands, and more that went along with it. The doctors tried explaining the more intricate details around it, but Clover had to admit that most of it went over his head. There was a reason why he became a huntsman and not a doctor, after all. Beyond the skin grafts, they also had to replace some of her internal organs. After breathing in superheated gas, her throat and lungs were scorched beyond repair. For a while, she needed a machine to breathe for her. Now she had a fresh pair of flash-cloned lungs and a new throat, with the damaged originals stored in a cooler somewhere in the hospital. A few of her other internal organs had to be repaired, but luckily none of them were as severely damaged. Medical nanites were able to go in and repair them from the inside out. Of course, her limbs were another story. Her legs were touch and go for a while, with many of them fearing that they'd have to be amputated. Thankfully, the surgeons were able to save them, although it did require replacing most of her original blood vessels and nerve endings, as well as strips of muscle and fat. Harriet would have to undergo physical therapy to regain their full use. The same went for her left arm, but her right was completely gone beneath the elbow. According to the doctors, while flash cloning individual organs was relatively simple, replacing entire limbs was a much more complicated and time-consuming endeavor, especially for returning to combat readiness. They wanted to talk to Harriet and get her input before making a decision. Clover suspected there was a reason why most of the military amputees he talked to opted for a prosthetic. Releasing another sigh, Clover said, "It doesn't matter when she wakes up. All that does is that we'll be here for her. Harriet's an Aesop, and Aesops look after each other." Vine and Elm nodded in agreement, and Dr. Tibor let out a content smile at the display of camaraderie. After that, the room fell into silence once more, broken only by the sound of the heartbeat monitor and the occasional shuffling of the door as more doctors and nurses came in to keep tabs on Harriet's condition. Every so often, the Aesops would change their positions next to Harriet or at the window. Hours passed by in what felt like the blink of an eye, and before Clover knew it, the noon sun was shining bright overhead. That was when the door opened again, revealing Crow Bramman carrying what smelled like a bag of greasy Moa burgers. Normally, Clover's strict diet would have forbidden such things, but when Crow offered several of the burgers to him and his teammates, Clover happily accepted it and chowed down. Elm and Vine did so as well, with Elm practically moaning at the taste. "Oh, these are so good," Elm declared as she took another bite, not caring about the ketchup staining her mouth, while her partner took smaller, more measured bites. "They're tasty. Still can't decide if I like them or actual burgers more," Crow admitted as he walked over to look at Harriet. "So she hasn't woken up yet?" "Not yet, no," Clover answered, "but we're hoping it'll be soon." Crow nodded in understanding as he stood on the right side of Harriet's bed, looking over her, then began to say, "Yeah, I figured that. I can't say I know her very well. If I'm being honest, I thought she could afford to take that stick out of her ass and beat the Covenant with it instead of us." Despite himself, Clover couldn't help but let out a chuckle, as did Elm, who more openly laughed. Even Vine gave an amused smirk. Crow's smile slightly grew, and he continued, "Still, from what I saw, she's a fighter. Harriet will get through this, and when she does..." That was when Harriet's eyes shot open, her iris wide and unfocused, and before anyone could react she let out a blood-curdling scream, shot her torso upward, and threw her remaining fist at the closest thing that resembled a target, which just so happened to be Crow's throat. "Geech." Crow croaked in pain as he stumbled back and dropped his food, clutching his injured windpipe and visibly struggling to stay on his feet. He was taken so off guard that he didn't even have time to get his aura up. Clover and the Aesops, however, reacted immediately as they sprinted towards the still screaming and thrashing Harriet, trying to hold her down lest she hurt herself or anyone else. "Get Dr. Tibor in here, now," Vine ordered the startled nurse as he used his semblance to safely pin her limbs in place. Harriet, it's okay. It's me, Elm. You're safe." Elm tried to placate Harriet, who was in the midst of what could only be a full-blown panic attack. Soon the entire room was filled with half a dozen doctors and nurses, all struggling to calm Harriet down while some attended the recovering Crow. The effort seemed to stretch into eternity, but soon Harriet's pupils contracted, her breathing became more stable, and her thrashing ceased. Still breathing heavily and covered in a layer of sweat, Harriet dazedly turned her head on a swivel to look over everyone. Then she asked through a hoarse voice, Where am I? What happened?" Clover sighed in relief, then answered, "You're in a hospital on Reach. You're safe." Harriet looked at her leader with a confused expression before asking, "Hospital? Why am I in a hospital?" Concerned, Clover glanced at Dr. Tibor, who whispered, "Short-term memory loss is normal after a traumatic event. Best to coax her through this gently." Clover nodded in understanding, then looked back at Harriet and calmly answered, Harriet, you had an accident. A bad one. The doctors here saved you. Harriet still looked confused, not at all understanding what her leader was trying to tell her. Then she and the others heard Crow mutter under his breath as he massaged his throat, Gods damn it, couldn't you have punched me with the other one? As the others shot Crow a look, who clearly recognized his mistake even as he crammed his foot in his mouth, Harriet's eyes widened. Her eyes trailed down her right shoulder and arm, settling on the stump that was her elbow. No one said a word nor even breathed as they waited for Harriet to respond, who simply sat there silently staring at the remains of her right arm for several quiet, tense moments. Finally, she all too calmly said, Oh, Tilda. The memories returned slowly for Harriet, and even now much of it was fuzzy. As far as she knew, one moment she was racing towards Thomas and Sepia. The next, she was in a hospital room on another planet, surrounded by both her team and people she didn't recognize. After that, things seemed to go by in a blur. Her teammates and Crow, whom she apparently punched in the throat when she first woke up, were ushered away, leaving her in the company of Terran doctors who insisted that she perform a wide variety of medical tests, both physical and mental. They wanted to make sure there wasn't anything they missed in the apparent dozens of surgeries she had to undergo to save her life. The most galling thing was that she needed a wheelchair just to move around, as though she was an invalid. Something about how her legs needed time to properly recover from getting mangled. Only after several hours did they finally relent, allowing Harriet to see the remains of her old lungs, throat, and other organs they replaced. The doctors hadn't wanted to show them to her just yet, but Harriet was nothing if not stubborn. But even she had to admit that seeing her lungs outside of her body and herself in a mirror with unscarred skin was a weird sensation. People on Remnant always talked about having an out-of-body experience, and she doubted they meant anything like this. But she had far more important things to worry about, and as she sat on her hospital bed, still wearing her gown, she turned towards her leader and asked, So, what happens now? We wait for you to get better, then we head home to Remnant, Clover answered. General Ironwood and the rest of the world needs to know the danger they're in. I assume that means we're joining the war? Harriet asked, happy that they were at least able to prevent the Covenant from making off with the cartographer's data. It also gave her no small amount of pride that it was the Aesops who ensured that didn't happen, even if she wasn't able to lend a hand. After Proponi, I don't see how we can avoid it, Clover admitted. This war affects all of us, and the only way Remnant survives is if we work with the UNSC. Good, Harriet said, her fist tightening as she deeply scowled, only to feel a phantom sensation in her right arm that knocked her out of it. Glancing at her stump, she released a sigh and said, But, what about me? Am I Dash? Don't, Harriet, Elm interjected. We're not kicking you off the team just because you lost your arm. I don't care how long it takes for you to recover. You're our friend, and nothing's going to change that. Vine and Clover immediately nodded, confirming Elm's declaration while Harriet gave them a confused look. Ever since she had joined the Aesops along with her partner Tortuga, who had to stay behind on Remnant due to an unfortunately timed injury he sustained right before they could leave, they would always acknowledge each other as valued teammates but nothing more. They do the job, trust each other to have the other's backs, then go home. Their relationship was nothing more than that. So to hear Elm openly declare that they were friends was a remarkable change in that dynamic. Harriet's first instinct was to deny the attachment, to stubbornly keep her coworkers at a professional arm's length. But, after everything they'd just been through together, she found that she simply didn't want it anymore. Instead, she simply smiled appreciatively and nodded in acceptance. She supposed that the idea of having friends for teammates wasn't a bad one. While we're on that subject, Ms. Bree, Dr. Tibor cut in, taking Harriet's complete attention as he activated a wall-mounted screen. I wanted to talk about your arm. Yeah, what about it? Harriet asked while raising an eyebrow and attempting to cross her arms, only to stop when she remembered she couldn't exactly do that anymore. Right now, we are at a crossroads, and you have two options ahead of you, Dr. Tibor told the wounded huntress, pressing his finger against his datapad which pulled up the schematic of a prosthetic limb on the bigger screen. The first is the UNSC outfits you with an artificial prosthetic. We'll need to give you a neural implant so you can properly control it, and it won't have the full strength and ability of your natural arm, but it'll be reasonably close, and the required physical therapy will only be a few weeks. Harriet nodded, having already expected that option. She expected that channeling her aura would make up for most of the strength issues such a prosthetic would otherwise have. The recovering specialist then asked, What's the second option? Dr. Tibor pressed another button on his datapad which changed the screen to a mock-up of an arm, displaying the skin, muscles, bone, and everything else. He then answered, The second is that we flash-cloned you a new organic arm entirely. If you can do it, why didn't you earlier? Harriet asked while raising an eyebrow. As I told your commander, flash-cloning single organs is easy while flash-cloning limbs is far more complicated. In addition, the amount of physical therapy you're going to need to regain complete use of your arm is going to be measured in months. We don't have enough data yet to know how much your aura's healing properties may quicken the process, but you will still essentially have to build a newborn arm back up to your former strength and dexterity. Harriet supposed that made sense, and she nodded in understanding as Dr. Tibor continued. This is an unfortunate situation for all of us, and I know you're going to need some time to come to a decision. So I'll take the prosthetic, Harriet interrupted, catching the surgeon off guard. I'm not going to have the months to spare rebuilding the arm I lost. Harriet, let's not be too hasty, Clover advised. I know you don't like sitting out of the action, but we're about to go back to Remnant. You'll have all the time in the world to regain your strength. And what about the mess that's going to follow our report on this war? Harriet retorted while shaking her head. You and I both know that when the general public finds out about the Covenant, and they will have to be told if we're going to get anything done, people are going to freak out, no matter what we do to ease them into it. It's going to make what happened when the UNSC first showed up look like a bad hair day. We're going to need every huntsman and huntress on deck to hold back the Grim. And if you think I'm going to kick back in some hospital while my friends are putting their lives on the line, then you don't know me at all. While Clover and Vine's faces softened at the admission, Elmore fervently shook her head and tried to insist. Harriet, I appreciate what you're trying to do. But nothing, Harriet countered. It's my body, Elm, and I want to get back into the field as soon as possible. There was also the underlying thought that having the prosthetic would serve as a reminder of just how close she came to death. Morbid as it probably was, coming out of such a life-shaking experience, without even having a scar as proof of what she'd survived, felt uncanny. Harriet didn't think of herself as a sentimental person, but she figured something like that needed to be remembered and not just put behind her like nothing happened. Though after seeing the contrite look on Elm's face as she backed down, Harriet decided to throw her team a bone. I might revisit the idea of replacing it with a proper flesh arm to get back into shape later, if we ever find a long enough time where Atlas doesn't need me ready to kick ass, she allowed with an embarrassed grumble. Don't think that'll be happening anytime soon, though. After a few moments of silence, Dr. Tibor nodded then said, Of course. To be honest, I actually expected this. Most Marines and soldiers in your position opt for the prosthetic as well, Ms. Bree. Now, allow me to explain how the procedure will work. Tilda. Remnant, system. Beacon Academy, Vale, Kingdom of Vale. August 5th, 2541, 1,300 hours, UNSC military calendar. Professors, General, I just received word that the Midsummer Night has started their final approach to Remnant. They should be here within the next few minutes, the UNSC Admiral reported to Professor Oshpin, his fellow headmasters, and Gyra Belladonna. Thank you, Admiral Lord Hood, Oshpin replied as he gave the middle-aged man a genuine smile. Beside him, Glinda Goodwitch and General Ironwood gave similar expressions, and before long they were walking outside to the docks where Pelican dropships would arrive momentarily. As they walked through the halls of Beacon Academy, passing by students going to and from class, Oshpin's thoughts went back over the previous 8 months since he last saw Crow and the other huntsmen. It had been with no small amount of trepidation that he sent his most trusted field agent out into the vast reaches of space, shepherded by a people he hardly knew. But the threat of the Covenant needed verification, and although he wanted to believe that the UNSC had good intentions for his people, he couldn't take them at just their word. It wasn't long after the ships carrying the huntsmen left the system that Admiral Lord Hood arrived. He'd been assigned by the UNSC Security Council to oversee orbital defense of Remnant as part of the early security negotiations happening between the kingdoms of Remnant and the United Earth government. A middle-aged man nearly 51 years old, Lord Terrence Hood at first glance seemed like a typical military man. Wearing a white and gray with a gold-trimmed uniform that proudly displayed numerous medals and commendations on his chest, his bald head was almost always covered by a white, black, and gold officer's cap. Oshpin made no secret of his general distrust of militaries. Over his many lifetimes, he had seen countless armies and fleets of the world commit unspeakable atrocities against one another. While their stated purpose often was to protect their citizens from the Grim, it didn't take much for kingdoms to commit their forces to war, leaving those who depended on them for protection at the mercy of the Grim. It was one of the many reasons why the Great War was so bloody, and why most of the world disbanded their militaries in favor of huntsmen and militias once it concluded. So the fact that the UNSC clearly wanted Remnant to remilitarize was always going to be a cause for concern. Despite that, Oshpin genuinely liked and respected Lord Hood. While he had come to understand that not all of the UNSC shared the same genuine good intentions towards Remnant, the Office of Naval Intelligence in particular, Lord Hood certainly did. Over the past 8 months, he had displayed nothing but respect for Remnant and its denizens, making a genuine effort to understand the people he was assigned to help. It was a feeling that the other headmasters and the counselors of the kingdom shared, particularly since he avoided attempting to strong-arm everyone into doing what he wanted. General Ironwood in particular was taken with the man. Many times Oshpin had walked in on the pair discussing various military theories, strategies, and historical events from both their homeworlds. Oshpin got the sense that Ironwood was simply happy he had a genuine peer to talk to on an equal footing. Atlas was the only kingdom on Remnant that had an official military, which meant that his only options for discussing military strategy was his own subordinates. Oshpin technically had just as much, if not more, military experience than General Ironwood did, and he knew Ironwood realized that deep down, but he suspected that his lack of official rank made it harder for James to accept it. In any case, Hood's personality made negotiations with the UNSC easier. The kingdoms trusted that he had their best interests in mind and wasn't trying to subvert their independence. Oshpin suspected that was the reason why the UNSC sent him in the first place instead of someone else. They were trying very hard to cement this alliance, and so putting their best foot forward only made sense. There was also the fact that Lord Hood was very high on the chain of command. By all accounts, he was next in line to be Chief of Naval Operations should something happen to Vice Admiral Cole. By having such an important individual take center stage in Remnant security negotiations, it indicated to the kingdoms just how seriously the UG and UNSC were taking them. The negotiations were still ongoing, but already they had reaped results. A small fleet consisting of around 6 ships, including 3 Phoenix-class support vessels, 2 Paris-class heavy frigates, and their flagship. A Halcyon-class light cruiser called the UNSC Dawn under Heaven had been providing orbit-to-ground support against various grim incursions around the world. So far, the kingdoms had refused to allow direct orbital MAC or missile bombardment, but the orbital deployment of Marines and ODSTs allowed for a rapid response anywhere when needed. Thousands of lives had been saved thanks to the arrangement, which afforded the UNSC plenty of goodwill. There were still sticking points, of course. Aside from Atlas, none of the kingdoms were particularly enthusiastic about the UNSC's desire for them to remilitarize on a scale they'd never seen before. Nor were they keen on allowing the UNSC to establish permanent military bases from which they could deploy their forces. Even Atlas had issues with that. All they could do was ferry troops and light armor to and from the ground with the use of Pelican and Albatross dropships. The other counselors had been told about the Covenant, of course, but like Ashbin and the other headmasters, they were waiting for confirmation before making any decisions. Confirmation that was being given. The ship carrying the Vacuo and Mistral delegation had arrived the week before, carrying with them tales of what they had seen and experienced. Their mission had gone according to plan as their ship ferried them from Glassed World to Glassed World, with the occasional stop at a Terran colony for resupply. The evidence they provided was haunting, both their personal recollections as well as images and physical evidence. They had all walked away with the opinion that the Covenant was a threat to Remnant, but their opinions on actually joining the war was far more divided. Some believed they had no choice but to enter the war, while others wanted to sit out of it entirely. While they were still waiting on the Atlas, Vale, and White Fang delegation to come to a decision on whether they'll be joining the war or not, the first reports had already created a stir among the counselors. Before, it was simply more palatable for them to question or downplay the foreign government's claims about the Covenant. Now they were scared and listening to the UNSC's warnings far more intently. Preliminary plans were being drawn up to inform the people of Remnant about the aliens regardless of which way they went, though there was much debate on how to do so and what should be kept classified. For all of them knew that revealing the Covenant's existence and their genocidal intent towards humanity, regardless of homeworld, would incite a mass panic the likes of which Remnant had never seen. Such information had to be properly managed and framed in a way that would reduce the ensuing dread as much as possible. Of the various headmasters, each of them had responded in a different way. General Ironwood looked half ready to declare war immediately and move Atlas to a total war economy. Professor Lionheart seemed as though he was close to having a panic attack half the time over the prospect of fighting both the Grimm and the Covenant at the same time. And his stress levels over having to deal with the herd of cats that was Mistralian politics didn't help matters at all. Professor Theodore seemed to be the most cautious, unwilling to commit anything until he had all the information he could possibly get. Ashbin's thoughts were running along the same lines, but whereas Theodore was leaning more towards sitting out the war entirely, Ashbin was leaning more towards entering it. He didn't want to join the Human Covenant War. The death and devastation it would bring to his people would make the Great War look like the simple border skirmish it had started as in comparison. Millions would be affected, and if the Covenant were to somehow find Remnant, they faced the legitimate risk of extinction. But that was why Ashbin felt that they had to join the war. Not just to defend themselves, but to try and stop the senseless slaughter. He was under no delusion that humanity faced seemingly insurmountable odds against the Covenant. But if there was one thing he had learned while fighting Salem, it was that in the face of such odds you had to do something, anything to keep it at bay, even if you had no hope of actually defeating it. If their help could turn the war into a stalemate, Ashbin would consider it a success. They're entering the atmosphere now, Lord Hood announced, and the quintet turned their attention skyward as they waited for the dropships to enter the horizon. Beside him, Geyer frowned then said, "I read the preliminary reports the UNSC sent us. If they're telling the truth, the Midsummer Night's mission didn't go according to plan at all." At the mention of the reports, the headmasters all winced or grimaced. They wouldn't be entirely certain whether the reports were factual or not until the huntsman returned, but the story they told was not a pretty one. Almost from the very start, their mission had hit setback after setback. Robin Hill and the Happy Huntress's uninvited inclusion had particularly insulted Ironwood at the time, especially from Commander Key's decision to let them stay due to fears of Atlas and Mantle falling into an insurrection-style civil conflict. Ashbin privately applauded the commander's reasoning, but that didn't mean he couldn't understand how Ironwood, who had come to work with the UNSC with the most enthusiasm out of all of them, a far cry from his initial fears and distrust, would view that as a personal slight. But unlike the ship carrying the Vacuo and Mistral delegates, whose most dangerous incident was a mere attempting mugging, which was a downright amusing thought with disguised huntsmen as the victims, the Midsummer Night was directly pulled into combat on 3 separate occasions one after another. According to the report, which infuriated the counselors when they started reading it, they first fell into a trap by Covenant pirates on the glassed outer colony of Kimbaloon when they responded to a distress beacon. Then, when they had to go to the inter-colony world Virage for repairs, they got pulled into a UNSC military action against local insurrectionists. Several of them were almost killed in the opening terrorist attacks, but part of Oshpin felt pride that the Huntsmen lent critical first aid before getting pulled out and letting the UNSC handle their own internal affairs. Then, just as the insurrection was quelled, the Covenant found Virage, and they had to flee the planet as it was getting glassed by the invaders before their very eyes. Apparently, the delegates had seen enough by that point, and the plan was to head home after making a quick stop at the nearby colony of Poponi for the fuel they needed to make the trip, only to find out that the Covenant were already on the planet, and an ill-advised field mission on both sides led to the Huntsmen directly engaging the Covenant on purpose. As a result of the Battle of Poponi, as the report called it, 3 of the Huntsmen were killed in action. 2 of the Veiled delegates were killed by a plasma mortar, thankfully neither of them Crow, and 1 from the White Fang after he attempted to surrender. Gron's death hit Gyra particularly hard, even if Oshpin got the sense that he didn't like the man that much. He had admitted previously that he didn't want Gron to go with Sienna as he felt his personality was far too abrasive, but that certainly didn't mean he deserved such a fate. Those weren't the only casualties. The other surviving Veiled delegate, Casper Marine, had apparently entered into a deep spiral of depression and been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder after watching her teammates perish right before her eyes. UNSC doctors and therapists had been attempting to treat her, without much success. Then there was RWBY, who had tried to save their lives and nearly lost hers in the process. She was grievously wounded by the plasma bombardment, and while the UNSC were able to save her life, she was not returning home in one piece. But more shocking than the casualties was the reason why they happened in the first place. They were trying to stop the Covenant from making off with data from something called a cartographer, which held the location of nearby worlds that had Forerunner artifacts on them. Among the dozens of worlds exposed, much to all of their horror, was Remnant. While they were able to secure the information through bravery and luck, it had been a close call. Part of Oshpin wanted to believe that the UNSC was lying about the exact details, exaggerating them in the hopes of pulling them into the war. He desperately believed that to be true, because otherwise their chances of survival were worse than his most cynical imaginings. But the rest decided to wait and hear from Crow himself. While his suspicion of the UNSC had grown over the past few months, his trust in Crow was absolute. Finally, the quintet began to see a dot emerge on the horizon. The dot grew larger rapidly, revealing a single pelican heading straight towards them. As it approached, they could hear the roar of its engines, which turned into a whine as it slowed its descent in order to land. The pilots turned the dropship around as it landed, making the doors of the troop bay face them for easier departure. With a dull thud, the Pelican parked itself on the landing pad, and as the engines died down, the troop bay doors began to slide open. Crow and the Aesops were at the front of the group, stepping off as soon as they were able, followed by the White Fang and the Happy Huntresses. The Aesops immediately marched right in front of General Ironwood, where they stood at attention and flashed their commander a salute. Ironwood's eyes immediately shot to the chrome-plated prosthetic limb that was now Harriet's right arm from below the elbow. The normally stern general's face visibly fell at the sight, and he absent-mindedly flexed his own right arm. Specialists, Ironwood started as he regained his composure, standing up straight and folding his arms behind his back. I'm glad to see your return. We've already established the briefing rooms. Report there at once. And Harriet, speak to me when you're done. We'll work on bringing your prosthetic up to our highest standards. Yes, sir, the Elysian specialists all replied in unison, with Harriet noticeably perking up at the sight of her commander's concern for her well-being. They then marched off towards Beacon Academy, guided by Lord Hood, who was joined by Casper, the Happy Huntresses, and the White Fang. Soon, however, it was just Oshpin, Glinda, and Crow standing on the landing pad, and Oshpin, with his voice tenser than it had ever been, asked, Crow, tell me what you saw. Was the UNSC lying about the Covenant? About any of it? Crow snorted in response while shaking his head, then admitted, Gods, I wish they were. If anything, they were breaking it to us easy. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life, particularly when I had to deal with a minor surgery I'm still recovering from. This chapter is the epilogue to the Covenant arc and the entryway into the Integration arc. As such, a lot of character arcs finally came to a head here. The Aesops acknowledge each other as what they are, friends. Same with Avery and Crow, setting up the eventual Uncle Avery dynamic Johnson will have with RWBY and Young. The UNSC is also beginning to plan what to do with the information they received during this expedition. Now, though, we're back at Remnant, and the leaders of the world and the UNSC have a monumental task ahead of them, informing the public about the Human Covenant war they are now a part of. Everyone, welcome to the first mini-arc of the Integration arc, the Revelation Panic. As you can imagine, no matter which way it goes, shit is gonna go down. To answer a few questions. I'm glad you guys liked the last chapter so much. It was the climax to the entire Covenant arc, and we put a lot of work into it. Regarding the Covenant focusing on Huntsmen, it's gonna take a while before they realize Huntsmen are a thing. More on that later. Apologies for the delay in updating the chapter. As you all know, I write 4 stories concurrently, and after updating D&E several times in a row, I wanted to let my other stories have a chance to be updated. We're now back to our normal updating schedule, so you shouldn't have to wait half a year for another update. Please do not ask me to write stories for you guys. My time is limited and any stories I write are those I come up with. One of the purposes for the integration arc is the establishing of our story's actual main heroes, RWBY JNPR. Each member will be properly established during the integration, which will mean that our previous main protagonist, Crow, will start being relegated to the wayside and back to his canon role. Halo Legends, with the exception of Odd One Out, is canon to the actual games, so I can definitely use bits and pieces of it, but it all depends on whether I can make it fit the story I want to tell. One of the things I want to avoid is just making a carbon copy of Halo with RWBY characters involved. I want to put my own spin on things. That's actually one of the reasons why I used Reach City from the show. Not only because I think the discourse around Reach City is silly, humans naming things X City has been a thing since forever, New York City for example. And Reach City wasn't even the first time such a naming convention happened in Halo, as we had Arcadia City since Halo Wars. No, it wasn't just the name of the level was named after the city it was set in. It gave me more narrative freedom regarding Reach. Assuming I have RWBY characters participate in the events of a potential Fall of Reach scenario, had I made, say, New Alexandria the focal point, you all would assume I would have RWBY be working alongside Noble Team. That isn't what I want to do. Not to mention there's no real indication that New Alexandria isn't anything more than a major civilian population center. I wanted to highlight the UNSC headquarters on Reach, and Reach City was the closest thing I had to that. Besides, Reach City did exist in the actual games, we just never saw it. The Flood will be a thing in this story, but they are very far off. Let's not focus on them for now. Regarding the White Fang, you'll have to wait and see on that front. Regarding the origin of dust and semblances and whatnot, you guys will get an answer. That's all I'll say for now. That's all I have to say for now. Let us know what you guys think. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the page would be greatly appreciated. We hope you all enjoy. See you all next time. Chapter 31, Revelation Day. Remnant, System. Beacon Academy, Vale, Kingdom of Vale. August 5th, 2541, 1900 hours, UNSC military calendar. Ashbin in the room he was in was dead silent as Crow and Clover finished debriefing him and the other headmasters as to what they experienced out in space. Not a word was said between them, for none needed to be. They all understood the stakes that were now all too real and staring them right in the face like a loaded gun. His heart was thundering inside his chest, and it was taking all of Ashbin's many lifetimes of experience to maintain his composure. After all, how else was one supposed to react upon learning they were a hair's breadth away from Armageddon? Once the cartographer and the copy of its data was destroyed, we hightailed it out of Poponi as the Covenant glassed the planet behind us, Crow explained. Recovered on Reach for a bit, then came back home. So, yeah, things didn't exactly go according to plan. I think saying that is a colossal understatement, Crow, Headmaster Theodore countered, his earlier exuberance gone and replaced by focused seriousness. If I may, I respectfully disagree there, Clover politely spoke up. Our objective was to verify the UNSC's claims about the threat the Covenant poses to Remnant. Although I will readily admit that our circumstances were far from ideal, we more than accomplished our mission. The Covenant threat is real, and we need to prepare. Ironwood nodded in agreement while clasping his hands together before replying, that you did. Let me be the first to tell you, and the Aesops, Clover, that your service and sacrifice on Poponi has not gone unnoticed. Words cannot express the gratitude we all feel. Thank you, General, but we were just fulfilling our duty, Clover immediately declared, and a ghost of a smile graced Ironwood's lips. But it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a frown, and Ironwood said, but I suppose what's important now is what we do next. Well, that's obvious. All of the kingdoms need to build up their militaries, Crow immediately answered, causing Ironwood's eyes to widen in shock. Recognizing this, Crow glumly nodded while saying, yeah, I know. Who are you? And what VE you done with Crow Branwyn? But the things I saw out there. Huntsman alone can't stop the Covenant. Even if we doubled the size of classes immediately, it wouldn't be enough. We need soldiers, tanks, airships, everything, and even all that won't accomplish much without the UNSC helping us to actually touch space. The room fell quiet once again, before Headmaster Lionheart, who'd been most openly grappling with his fear ever since the debriefing began, shakily asked, so, are you saying we are at war? I'm saying we don't have a choice, Crow answered. The Covenant made it for us. After a moment of thought, Ashbin nodded to himself then said, Crow, Clover, thank you both for everything. You are excused. The headmasters and I clearly have things to discuss. Of course, Headmaster, Clover said as he and Crow stood up from their seats in front of Ashbin's desk. The Elysian Ace operative flashed a crisp salute while Crow simply slipped his hands into his pockets and curtly nodded towards them. Then both veteran huntsmen turned around and walked towards the elevator at the other end of the room, stepped inside, and descended to the lower floor. Once the elevator car was far enough, Ashbin took a sip from his mug of now cold cocoa in an attempt to calm his nerves. It didn't do much, but the act was somewhat soothing. His mind was racing, however, over everything Crow and Clover had told them. The insurrection, the Covenant, the UNSC themselves, and most importantly of all, these mysterious forerunners. The fact that the cartographer had highlighted several artifacts on Remnant, four of which were in the kingdom capitals themselves, had not gone unnoticed by the headmasters, even if they didn't openly comment on it in Clover's presence. It raised several questions as to the nature of the two brothers. Up until now, he had thought them to be actual divine deities. But if the relics were, in truth, Forerunner artifacts as the Paponi cartographer implied, were the gods themselves Forerunner as well? If so, why were they on Remnant? Ashbin released a sigh and shook his head before adding it on top of the pile of questions he had, a pile which had grown ever larger as of late. As much as he wanted to know the truth, it wasn't the most important question right now. They had far more pressing concerns to deal with. Ironwood was the first to speak up and say, "We need to declare martial law." Of course, he would be the first one to say that. Theodore shot back while giving the Elysian general a harsh glare, one that Ironwood returned. "Is it not warranted here?" Ironwood rhetorically pointed out. "We're all in agreement that the Covenant is the biggest threat to Remnant since Salem, possibly even bigger than her. An entire alien empire spanning hundreds, if not thousands of worlds is gunning for our own, aiming to murder every living thing on it. We cannot afford to waste any time, and putting the kingdoms under martial law would allow us to cut through bureaucratic red tape and put Remnant into a total war economy quickly. It's what the UNSC's done, and if they hadn't, arguably they would have already lost the war." "I agree that we need to prepare Remnant for war," Theodore admitted before pointing a finger towards Ironwood. "But I will not sacrifice my people's personal freedoms for the sake of expediency. You talk of martial law as a means to an end, to maximize efficiency. But with martial law comes abuses of power, violations of human rights, and corruption, and these only get worse the longer it goes on. And I don't believe using the UNSC as an example proves your point, James. Based off what our delegates have told us, the UNSC was practically already the true power by the time the Covenant arrived. Their emergency provisional government merely solidified what was already happening, and there's no guarantee they'd give up their power should they win the war. You speak of them like they're fascists," Ironwood pointed out in an offended tone, and Theodore shrugged. "I wouldn't go that far, but they're definitely too authoritarian for my liking," Theodore admitted. "Vacuo has already been exploited by the other kingdoms in the name of dust and ideology. I won't have it happen again in the name of security. Am I the only one terrified at the idea of fighting both the Covenant and the Grimm at the same time?" Lionheart asked as he pressed his knuckles to his lips, almost chewing on them. His face was remarkably pale, and he looked to be on the verge of an outright panic attack. Ashbin couldn't help but look at his old friend sympathetically. He had known Lionheart since his previous life, and had personally worked to get him installed as Haven's headmaster in Mistral during that time. Although Ashbin's intention was to have Lionheart serve as a bridge between the gap separating humans and Faunus, and his old friend had proven to be quite skilled in navigating Mistralian politics over the decades. Having to deal with the most corrupt and openly racist kingdom on Remnant every single day alongside the constant threat of Salem and the Grimm had clearly taken its toll. The once strong and brave warrior in his youth had slowly but surely been replaced by a much more timid and cautious man. So it wasn't hard to understand how the added wrench of the Covenant could affect him so strongly. But before he could say anything, Ironwood said, "Get a hold of yourself, Leonardo. I'm overwhelmed too, but panicking isn't going to help anyone. You're a headmaster. Act like it." Ashbin and Theodore shot Ironwood a harsh look, but before Theodore could tell him off, Leonardo Lionheart took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes, then said, No, he's right. Apologies, it's just. The Covenant are a threat, one we need to take seriously. But we can't ignore the danger already at our doorstep." Ashbin nodded before adding, "Leonardo is correct. The Grimm will not stop because of the Covenant. If anything, Salem is liable to try and exploit fear of the aliens for her own ends. Even if she doesn't," Ironwood began, "moving Remnant into a war footing is going to require us to inform the public about the Covenant's existence. I've been able to justify a moderate increase of Atlas military forces since the UNSC's arrival without much issue, but the Covenant are going to require a mobilization we haven't seen since the Great War. Probably bigger than that, actually. Factories and assembly lines are going to have to be constructed, military recruitment ramped up exponentially. We can't make such huge societal changes without telling the public why. When they find out about the Covenant, depending on how we frame it, we're looking at a potential Grimtide." Ashbin and the others winced the idea of a Grimtide. Such events were rare, referring to large hordes of Grimm attacking everything in sight all over the planet, and in such numbers that they threatened to destroy entire kingdoms. The last time a Grimtide occurred was during the Great War, nearly lasting the entire duration of the conflict. Ironwood was absolutely correct. When the public found out that there existed a collection of hyper-advanced and dogmatic aliens who were already at war with their Terran siblings and would treat them the same, and had already come within an inch of locating them, the resulting fear and unrest would attract the Grimm like sharks to blood. Propping up his elbows on the table and clasping his hands together, Ashbin said, "This is true. We've been able to keep Salem's existence from the people because she prefers to work behind the scenes and out of the public eye. The Covenant will not do that, and efforts to combat them will require more direct collective support, which means we will need to inform them. But the question, then, is how to manage it. That's the dilemma, isn't it? How to tell the world about the Covenant without the news making them run around like headless chickens," Theodore remarked as he frowned deeply. "I hate to say it, but it sounds like we may have to take a few pages from ONI's playbook and selectively edit the truth. I don't think we need to go that far, Ashbin insisted, but we do have plenty of experience in framing the truth in a manner that doesn't result in mass panic, or at least mitigates it. There are laws on the books against yellow journalism and sensationalism for a reason. We'll work directly with the news media, run focus groups and test screenings, everything we can to help make the blow as soft as possible. I'm certain the UNSC would be more than happy to assist in that regard, Ironwood pointed out. They've been doing it since the beginning of the war, and they have more knowledge about the Covenant than we do. It would be foolish to disregard their expertise. Ashbin nodded in agreement, even though he had his doubts about the UNSC's character. Like Theodore, Ashbin found the UNSC to be far too authoritarian for his liking. It was somewhat ironic that, as time went on, his and James' position on the UNSC had nearly flipped. Ironwood had grown into their most ardent supporter on Ashbin's inner council, while he himself had grown more reserved. But while he didn't trust the UNSC and their motives completely, and would always watch them with careful eyes, they had a common enemy in the Covenant, and were willing to help them with their own problems so long as Remnant helped with theirs. That was a dynamic he could work with. James, reach out to Agents Adler and Hudson, request their and ONI's assistance in breaking the news. But make it clear that we have the final say, not them, Ashbin requested, and Ironwood nodded. That still leaves the threat of the Grimm. None of this would be a problem if we could neutralize them, at least for a time, Lionheart pointed out, and Theodore scoffed. Good luck getting Salem to see the Covenant as a threat to her, Theodore remarked. As we already said, she's going to take one look at this massive garbage fire and throw raw dust onto it the first chance she gets. Agreed, but if we can thin the Grimm's numbers before Revelation Day, Ashbin thought aloud, it would make things easier. The UNSC might be able to help with that. That's right, Ironwood agreed, already thinking on the same lines. The UNSC's only had a light presence up until this point. If we ask them to help bolster our defenses, they'll do it if they want us as allies. People were already nervous at the idea of UNSC starships hanging overhead, Theodore pointed out, and mitigating the threat of a Grimtide is going to require substantially more, alongside dedicated ground forces like they've been requesting. The bigger the UNSC's presence on Remnant, the more questions people are going to ask. Which is why we're going to have to work as fast as possible and get the ball rolling immediately, Ashbin declared. Up until now, all the UNSC had on Remnant were a few thousand Marines with Warthogs and Pelican dropships, with direct orbital bombardment strictly prohibited. But to deal with a Grimtide would require Scorpions, Vultures, Archer missiles, and more to combat. Having that large of a foreign military marching around on his home soil did not sit well with Ashbin whatsoever, but sadly he didn't have much of a choice. So we're all in agreement, Ironwood spoke up, with the other headmasters nodding, although a distracted Lionheart was the last to do so. After a moment, Ironwood nodded back. Then he said, I suppose, then, that we need to address the other Goliath in the room. Ashbin knew exactly what Ironwood was referring to and released a sigh. After all, this wasn't the first time they had this discussion. It probably wouldn't be the last, either, not that it changed his mind. James, I'm not ready to tell the UNSC about Salem and the relics, Ashbin told him. And I'm telling you, that is a mistake, Ironwood insisted as his frown deepened. For something as important as this, telling the UNSC about Salem at least would help bolster our efforts to contain her. Not telling them is essentially the same as trying to fight with one hand tied behind our backs. We have been able to hold Salem at bay without informing the kingdoms until now with no issue, Ashbin countered, and I'm reluctant to inform a foreign government who might inevitably have ambitions of power over us. You're stalling, and you know it, Ironwood declared. And don't think I don't recognize what you're doing right now with Lord Hood. You're trying to gauge if he's trustworthy enough to be brought in or not. If and when he is, Hood will be obligated to inform the UNSC about Salem's existence. It is inevitable at this point, so we might as well bite the bullet early. Ashbin knew Ironwood had a point, reluctant as he was to accept it. The UNSC was already beginning to suspect that something was going on behind the scenes, particularly Dr. Halsey, and he was trying to ascertain the contents of Hood's character, namely his intentions towards Remnant. Thus far, the man seemed to be a good, honorable military commander who genuinely wanted the best for Remnant, and for them to remain independent. But he couldn't guarantee that sentiment from the rest of the UNSC, particularly the Office of Naval Intelligence. He had trekked across the surface of Remnant for millennia, and there had been times where he had trusted a king or council with the truth of Salem's existence along with the relics. Too many times, it had ultimately ended in disaster. Whether it happened quickly or after generations, the gains from relying on such powerful yet fallible people wouldn't last. Someone would turn against him, switch sides to Salem for their own personal benefit, or try to exploit the relics themselves. No, while informing the UNSC about Salem felt inevitable, Ashbin was determined to put that off for as long as possible. It was bad enough for a powerful king and kingdom to learn too much, then betray him. It would be another for an extraterrestrial hyperpower to do the same. Still, he knew Ironwood was going to keep bringing it up, so he had to placate him for now. I'll inform the UNSC personally if, and only if, I can guarantee that none of their leaders will try to ally with Salem or seize the relics for themselves. Or at least when we have enough allies to ensure such people will be held in check, Ashbin told him, but Ironwood merely frowned. I remember you once told me, Ashbin, that sometimes you only find an enemy when you go looking for one, Ironwood told him. The last thing any of us needs is for you, and your need to keep secrets from everyone, including us, to turn a potential ally into an enemy. I want to be allies with the UNSC just as much as you do, James. They offer much to our people, and I'd be blind to ignore that, Ashbin replied. But ask yourself this. If the Covenant didn't exist, and all the UNSC had to concern themselves with was the insurrection and colonial independence movements, do you honestly believe our relationship with them would be as cordial as it is now? Or that they'd let us remain independent? Rather than give a response, Ironwood simply remained quiet, and that was all the answer Ashbin needed. Nodding towards the general and the others, Ashbin continued, I thought so. In any case, we have far more immediate concerns to deal with, and much to prepare for. Let's begin, shall we? Tilda. Patch, Kingdom of Vale. August 5th, 2541, 2100 hours, UNSC military calendar. You don't have to escort me back home, Avery, Crow remarked as he and the Marine sergeant walked along the dirt path towards the Xiaolong household on Patch Island, but Avery shrugged him off. After all the times I've had to remind you of the promise I made to your nieces, you think I'm going to slack off right at the finish line? Avery pointed out, causing Crow to chuckle. He had set off for Patch as soon as he was finished telling Ashbin and the others about his experiences out in space. As much as he wanted to stick around to help them figure out what to do next, he wanted to get back to his family even more. Besides, he knew that discussion involved things like politics and industry, things that went far above his head. Crow liked to think he was smart, but at the end of the day his place was on the ground, gathering information so that people like Ashbin could figure out what to do with it. Clover had also left for Atlas, and the two bid each other a polite farewell before getting on separate airships. Apparently, the rest of the Aesops had already left for Atlas, namely so that they could properly inspect Harriet's new arm and bring it up to their standards, and the leader of the Aesops wanted to join them. Crow also suspected that, after seeing so many dead worlds, he just wanted to be home. It was a sentiment he completely understood and fueled his own desires to get to Patch. Still, although he considered Avery to be a friend after everything they'd been through, he hadn't expected the Marine sergeant to be waiting for him at the airport. By this point, Crow had learned that there wasn't much he could do to get Avery to change his mind on something, so he just shrugged and went along with it. Waiting for the flight to take off took longer than the actual flight itself, and once they landed they began the long, peaceful walk through the woods towards Ty's cabin. You know, the last time I was here, I didn't get a good look at the place, Avery admitted as they continued to walk, their path illuminated by the light of the full moon and a few standalone lampposts. It looks nice. Can see why your friend wanted to raise a family here. Patch is peaceful, yeah, Crow confirmed. The ocean around the island is shallow, meaning we don't have to worry about any deep-sea grim like sea felongs and leviathans. The most we have to deal with is the occasional Beowulf or Ursa, things that even students from Signal can take care of. Combine that with the nice, temperate climate, and you got yourself a prime patch of real estate. Heh, I'll bet, Avery admitted, and the pair continued their walk in silence. But despite how seemingly peaceful the night was, Crow kept his eyes and ears peeled for any signs of danger. The last thing he wanted was to get picked off right as he was about to get home. After everything he'd been through, that would have just been embarrassing. Thankfully, they hadn't come across any grim as there'd been a recent culling of their numbers just before they got back. And Patch was too small and was in too close proximity to groups of active and retired huntsmen to have the kind of bandit problems that Mistral did, so he didn't have to worry about getting accosted by highwaymen. But that didn't mean they were alone, and he knew that despite Avery's outward appearance, his companion had picked up on it too. Stopping in the middle of the road, Crow took a deep breath and said, I know you're out there, Raven. Come on out. At first, no one said anything, and Johnson's hand, which had already been hovering near his holstered M60, twitched in anticipation. Then, breaking through the silence, came a loud ringing noise as a red portal suddenly appeared right in front of them. A woman soon walked out of it, wearing a black and red kimono with a black pleated skirt and black shorts underneath. Around her neck were several beaded necklaces, and wrapped around her waist was a red obi sash and red tasset bearing the holster for her weapon, an odachi she casually held to the side. Fur was hanging off the tasset, serving a similar role as Crow's cape in her attire. Her arms were protected by red armored gauntlets, and her black boots went all the way up to her thighs. But the most distinctive feature was the large white mask that resembled the face of a grim, completely obscuring her head. Johnson acted immediately, unholstering his magnum and aiming it right at Raven Branwyn's head and saying, "Drop the weapon. Unless you want to lose your arm, I'd tell you the same thing." Raven calmly shot back as Crow simply sighed and calmly put his hands in his pockets. Undeterred, Avery simply flicked off the safety and retorted, "Lady, I don't care what magic bullshit powers you got. You don't scare me." Raven simply stared at Avery for a moment, then she chuckled in amusement and sheathed her blade before staring right at Crow. The twin siblings stared at each other for a moment, then she slowly reached up to her head and removed her mask, allowing Crow to look into her red eyes and pale white skin. "Tell me, are you here for Tai and Yang, or for me?" Crow asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Is it true?" Raven immediately asked, her voice seemingly calm and controlled. But Crow knew his sister better than anyone, and he recognized the hint of fear she was trying to mask. Deciding to poke at her a little, Crow nonchalantly shrugged and asked, "Is what true? A lot's happened recently, in case you haven't noticed. You're going to need to be a little more specific." "Don't play games with me, Crow. You know exactly what I'm talking about," Raven replied more forcibly this time. Crow locked eyes with her, debating how best to proceed before replying. "Then I think you already know the answer to that." Raven didn't say anything, but Crow saw his sister's eyes widen in horror. Seizing the moment, he added, "I think now would be a good time for you to come back, Raven. It's not too late." The only response Crow got was Raven visibly gulping. Then she steeled her gaze and slipped her mask back on. In a single, swift motion, she pulled out her weapon and sliced its blood red, single-edged dust blade through the air, generating another swirling red portal that she prepared to walk through. Before she did, Raven looked over her shoulder towards her twin brother and calmly said, "Staying with Ashbin's only going to get you killed, Crow. Remember that." Without saying another word, Raven stepped through the portal, which promptly closed right behind her. Silence and calm returned to Patch, and Avery released a sigh as he flicked the safety back on and holstered his weapon. "So, that was your twin sister," Avery remarked as he took out a cigar and lit it. "Yep," Crow answered with a pop. "She seems difficult," Avery said, releasing a cloud of smoke as he exhaled. "Mind sharing with the class?" Seeing no harm in it, Crow admitted, "Raven and we came from a bandit clan operating out of Mistral. The elders sent us to Beacon so that we could learn how to fight like and kill huntsmen. While we were there, we met Ty and Summer, becoming part of Team Estarkio. They and Professor Ashbin helped me see that I could be more than just a violent bandit, and I turned against the clan. They were assholes to me anyway, so it really wasn't that hard. For a while, I thought they got through to Raven too. She even had a daughter, Young, with Ty. But shortly after Young was born, she just up and left without saying a word. Next time I saw her, she'd rejoined the Brahmin clan and had become its leader, a position she's held ever since." "I see," Johnson muttered as he took another drag of his cigar. "And Ruby? How'd she come into the picture?" "After Raven left, Ty was devastated," Crow explained. "He was a single father trying to raise a young girl by himself. I tried to help however I could, but I wasn't really the child-rearing type, and my semblance didn't help matters at all. So, Summer stepped in to lend a hand and help Ty raise Young. It didn't take long for her filling in as a mom to become the real deal, and out came Ruby." Avery softly smiled at that part of the story, and Crow continued, "I may be a bit biased, but you couldn't have asked for a better mom than Summer was to those girls. She adored them. Young didn't even know that Summer wasn't her actual mother. Then, one day, she just disappeared." "What? How?" Avery asked as his smile immediately fell. "We don't know. While Ty had retired to raise his daughters, Summer and I were still doing high-level missions for Ashbin and the Kingdoms. As far as we knew, she went on one and never came back. Ty and I thought Ashbin had given her the mission, but he was just as in the dark as we were." "Meaning she went on a mission on her own," Avery surmised, and Crow nodded. "Yeah, it certainly looked that way. It wouldn't have been the first time Summer went on a personal mission," Crow sadly said as he looked down towards his feet. Ever since that day, Crow had been wondering what, exactly, had happened to his dear friend. He couldn't even begin to speculate what kind of mission Summer had undertaken, one that she apparently didn't deign to inform the others about. He suspected that Raven knew more than what she let on, but she refused to say anything. On the rare occasions where Raven met up with him, she never talked about her former leader aside from saying she got herself killed because of Ashbin and his war against Salem. But the worst part wasn't that Summer disappeared. It was how it utterly destroyed the girls and especially Ty. It took him years to recover, and even then, Crow knew he'd never be the same. Shaking his head, Crow started walking back down the path towards the Xiaolong household. Avery quickly smothered out his stogie and followed him. When he caught up, he said, "I know it may not mean much, but I'm sorry for your loss. Believe me, I know what it's like to lose a close family member. My Aunt Marcille raised me since I was 6, and I joined the Corps to protect innocent people like her. Then, right before the Covenant found Harvest, I returned home and found her dead. Her room already turned into a makeshift cryo chamber for 3 days because the retirement home she lived in was overworked. I'm not proud of the binge I went on after that, and I was literally found in a gutter by a recruitment officer who sent me to Harvest. You know what happened after that." Looking up at the huntsman, Avery continued, "But while I may not have ever met Summer, I do know this. What you're doing, going out there and protecting people against the Grim, and now the Covenant, she'd be proud of that. Hopefully your sister will realize that too." Crow couldn't help but smile before saying, "Yeah, here's hoping." With that, they continued making their way towards the cabin. After another half hour of walking, they finally came into sight of the home, its lights still on. Part of Crow wondered if the girls would still be awake or if they would have gone to bed by now. But right before he could knock on the door, it suddenly opened and he was tackled by red and yellow blurs. "Uncle QROW." Both Ruby and Young screamed as they tackled him to the ground. Crow couldn't help but laugh as he hugged them both, with Avery looking down on them with a smile on his face as Ty came out to join them. "I tried putting them to bed, but they refused to sleep until you got back," Ty told him as Young and Ruby bombarded their uncle with questions. "What was space like?" Ruby demanded, her silver eyes sparkling. "Are there any Grim in space?" "My classmate, Myrtle, said there was Grim in space," Young asked as well in a slightly calmer but still energetic tone. "Did you bring me a present?" RWBY practically screamed, with Young quickly following up with fervent nodding of her own. Girls, please. Slow down and let me get up. It's been a long day, Crow said as he gently lifted the two girls up so he could stand. Dusting himself off, he then answered, yes, space was very cool, RWBY. No, Young, there aren't any Grimm in space. And yes, I did bring you girls some presents. Opening up his pouch, Crow pulled out some souvenirs he'd picked from the many planets he visited. A pair of Ushankas from Virage, metallic globes depicting Reach and Earth, along with a small assortment of various knickknacks he'd thought the girls would like. RWBY and Young looked at each one with wide-eyed wonder, and they fervently thanked their uncle before finally noticing that Sergeant Johnson was with them. Hello there, Avery said with a wide smile on his face and his hands on his hips. Just as promised, one Uncle Crow safe and sound. Not a scratch on him, despite his best efforts. The two young girls looked up at Avery before RWBY chuckled. Young, meanwhile, tried to look aloof as she crossed her arms over her chest and replied, well, good. That's what you should have done. Young, Ty lightly chastised his daughter, who promptly flinched before looking back up at Avery. Thank you for bringing him back, Yang sincerely said, and Avery smiled before ruffling her hair, which he promptly tried to wave off. Hey, don't touch the hair. Avery chuckled and pulled his hand away as Young pouted, and he replied, all right. And there's no need to thank me. I swore to bring him back home safe and sound, and when a Marine makes a promise, they keep it. Well, we thank you anyway, Ty said, then moved to the side and gestured indoors. Please, come in and have a drink. It's been a long night. Besides, I'm certain the girls have way more questions for you. Yes, both RWBY and Young excitedly yelled, and both Avery and Crow smiled before looking at Ty. Thank you, that sounds lovely, Avery replied as he and the others went inside, with Tai Young Xiaolong closing the door behind them. Tilda. Atlas Academy, Atlas, Kingdom of Atlas. August 20th, 2541, 0830 hours, UNSC military calendar. This is extraordinary, Catherine. Dr. Pietro Polendina marveled at the sight of a green holographic woman with short hair, wearing a bodysuit with glowing yellow accent lines. You're an artificial intelligence, aren't you? Correct, Dr. Polendina, the smart AI answered. My name is Calmia, serial number KMA0991X. I am an experimental third-generation smart artificial intelligence created by Dr. Halsey. My date of activation was March 19th, 2537. Fascinating, Pietro muttered as he circled the holotank Calmia was projected over. And you were created through a human brain? Yes, as are all smart AIs, Calmia informed the kindly doctor. Pietro's eyes widened alongside his smile before he began fervently asking more and more questions as to the nature of artificial intelligence, each one happily answered by Calmia. Dr. Halsey, meanwhile, watched them from her seat, her mind focused more on current events as of late rather than her colleague and assistant's conversation. Although she was technically just a civilian, Halsey kept her ear to the ground and thus knew far more about what was actually going on than most everyone else. It helped that she had friends in high places, including Lord Hood. She supposed Jacob Keyes also technically counted, but the two hadn't talked to one another in years. Despite now being posted to Remnant on an indefinite basis, a consequence for nearly botching Operation Odyssey, the man seemed determined to avoid her whenever possible. Halsey didn't blame him. She knew her presence brought up painful memories. On the rare occasion they crossed paths, he was polite and professional, but he always left as soon as the opportunity presented itself. Their longest conversation lasted less than a minute, and it was simply Jacob telling her how their daughter, Miranda, was doing. Apparently, she was planning to enroll at Luna OCS's pre-enlistment training program despite Halsey's attempts to dissuade her. Jacob had sounded proud. In any event, everything she saw and heard around Remnant said the same thing. The kingdoms, or rather their leaders, now knew that the threat of the Covenant was all too real, and they were preparing for war. Part of Halsey was saddened by this. Remnant hadn't been visited by the specter of war in decades, not since the Great War and the Faunus Rights Revolution shortly afterwards. When you ignored the Grimm, this planet was peaceful, only plagued by normal societal problems like criminals, corruption, and prejudice. All problems that could be resolved if they worked at it. But the rest of Halsey knew that, just like the UNSC, Remnant didn't have much of a choice. The Covenant was too great a threat to be ignored. Pietro, can you stop wasting our time talking with that AI and focus on the task at hand? What's complained from over at his table, where he was working on adapting UNSC munitions to accept dust. She supposed it was somewhat ironic that it was thanks to Jacob nearly getting his delegates killed that Remnant decided to join the war in the first place. Everything she'd been hearing told her that the kingdoms were extremely hesitant prior to the Midsummer Night's return. All they'd been willing to agree to was to accept Terran refugees and allow for hired huntsmen to be taken off-world. The reports of the Vacuo and Mistral delegations only seemed to cement that decision. Remnant's leaders sincerely felt that staying out of the war was the best way to protect their people. But after hearing the Atlas, Vale, and Menagerie delegations report, particularly about the Battle of Poponi, their minds changed quickly. What had previously been negotiations centered around trade and refugees were now focused on troop deployments, orbital defense platforms, rapid remilitarization programs, and more. Anything and everything related to Remnant joining the war and building themselves up as fast as possible were being considered. Their first and most immediate priority, though, was what was being called Revelation Day, when the people of Remnant would learn about the Covenant and how they were now at war with them. "Forgive me, Arthur," Pietro called back without moving his gaze from the holographic woman, "but surely you understand how important this is to my work." The UNSC fleet had doubled in size in the past week once the kingdoms gave permission, and with it came thousands more troops able to be deployed, with more on the way. In addition, heavy armor and air support were being strategically placed around the world, bolstering the native defenders as Remnantian militiamen and reservists were called back into active duty. The kingdoms were also hiring every single huntsman and huntress they could get their hands on. Everyone knew that the presence of super soldiers could mean the difference between life and death in this instance, which was why the UNSC was deploying Spartan teams as well. Even with his back turned, Halsey could see Watts roll his eyes as he muttered, "I swear, that puppet of yours." And with her Spartans' lives on the line, preparing for Revelation Day had since taken up the majority of her time and energy. Thankfully, much of her research on Remnant was able to quickly be reoriented towards it, and Dr. Polandina had been a tremendous help in that regard. Dr. Watts was of some help as well, even if she personally thought he was a blowhard with an unchecked ego the size of a planet. He made no secret that he thought he was better than everyone else, so it gave Halsey no small pleasure to put him in his place whenever possible. "Puppet," Halsey repeated while raising an eyebrow, and Dr. Polandina excitedly turned in his seat towards her. "Ah, yes. Project PNY." Pietro began to explain. "It's a personal project of mine that I've been working on for a few years now, but I wouldn't call it a puppet. It's far more than that." Her interest piqued. Halsey asked, "What is it, then?" "I'm assuming it's related to artificial intelligence, given your interest in Calmia." "It is, yes, but not like yours," Pietro confirmed. "From everything I've learned, UNSC AIs are more like disembodied minds, with their bodies confined to the ships or data crystals they're installed on. This gives them unparalleled capabilities in the computational field, but their ability to affect the physical world is limited. What I want to do is put an AI into a synthetic body. But that part's easy. No, I want to do something more. I want to try and give Penny an aura of her own. A soul. An artificial intelligence with an aura. Yes, I can see the appeal. No, it's a waste of time and resources. What's countered? Pietro, you've been hammering away at that puppet of yours for years, and you've made no real progress during that entire time. Whereas I've already rewritten Mantle's entire infrastructural code, designed the modern model of Elysian Knights, and am well on my way to completing the Paladin project. And you can't program a soul. Last I checked, you need one to have aura. At least we do." What shot that remark to the only Terran in the room as an apparent afterthought, and both Halsey and Calmia frowned. Shaking her head, Halsey continued, "I see. There certainly would be challenges, I admit, but I feel it's worth the effort. It could open the door to new advances." "Thank you, Catherine," Pietro sincerely said with a warm smile, to which Halsey nodded. "If nothing else, I'm intrigued by the possibilities afforded by installing smart AIs into robotic bodies. We've only experimented with dumb AIs," Halsey pointed out, "only for what's to openly laugh." "Yes, I read up on those efforts," Watts said in a mocking tone. "Compared to my designs, they were nothing. More like children playing in the sandbox rather than true robotics." Halsey's face remained flat while an offended Pietro retorted, "Arthur, please. It took us years to get to the point where the Knights were able to be deployed at all. Just because the UNSC hasn't yet doesn't mean you get to insult their efforts." "I wouldn't call them efforts at all. They tried once a century ago, then gave up on the concept entirely as they felt it was irrelevant, despite having the technological and industrial base to make their own," Watts pointed out. "Now they see what we have and are trying to play catch-up. It's amusing to me." Nodding to herself, Halsey admitted, "Technological advancement isn't a ladder, Watts. The needs of one's environment dictate what one makes and invests their time and effort in. There's no need to belittle anything about that. Or would you rather I be snide about how Remnant hasn't made personal energy shields with hard light dust despite having the technology to do so?" Only now did Watts turn around in his seat to glare at his latest rival, and Halsey matched his gaze with her own. Her mind briefly went back towards the project taking up the bulk of her time, the prototype personal hardlight shield. Hardlight dust, from what she understood, was a relatively recent innovation from Atlas that offered the ability to project solidified light in a similar way to what the Forerunners could apparently do. It had already seen applications in defense, with the city of Atlas itself being protected by massive hardlight dust shield generators and smaller versions installed onto Colossus mechs. But up until now, the kingdoms never really bothered trying to apply the technology onto foot soldiers and huntsmen. Apparently, they figured that anyone fighting in the field would have their aura already unlocked, so there'd be no point, as it would have been a waste of resources. Then the UNSC arrived with tales of fighting the Covenant, and the environment changed. Not only was her government heavily interested in the city-scale protection that Atlas enjoyed, they were also hoping that they could use hardlight dust as a substitute for the personal energy shields that the Covenant possessed. With that came renewed interest and investment in the enthusiastic. Even if they could only protect a soldier from 1 or 2 plasma bolts, it could be a tactical game changer saving thousands, if not millions of lives. They already knew how to shape it, So now they just had to properly scale it down, then later ship it off-world. In the long term, the Admiralty were even hoping that they could find a way to protect an entire ship with a hard light shield, even in the vacuum of space, but for now they'd focus on the ground. Arthur breathed in deeply through his nose, clearly frustrated at Halsey for her rebuttal. Then he admitted, yes, well, even if we've started work on that problem, it doesn't solve the weight. These generator packs you've been making are heavy, Halsey. Too heavy for one of your Marines, yet you've made 16 of the damn things. We need as many working prototypes to field test as possible, Doctor, Halsey pointed out. Who's going to carry them, then? Huntsman? Feels redundant in my opinion. You leave that to me, Halsey declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. The lab grew uncomfortably quiet, the silence only broken when Pietro awkwardly coughed and said, well, I, for one, am heavily interested in the possibilities of combining Terran power generation with dust. So much of it is lost by simply turning it on, and the efficiency could be exponentially improved. Happy to change the subject, Halsey nodded and replied, yes, I agree. Calmia, have you finished running the preliminary calculations for the boosted yield? According to my calculations, using dust as a catalyst while supplementing its energy needs with a UNSC fusion generator results in an efficiency increase of 25%, Calmia revealed. I believe this can be improved, however. Well, it's a start at least, Halsey admitted. Then she chuckled. I must admit, part of me is envious of Remnant. Dust is so plentiful and useful, not to mention clean. Earth's use of fossil fuels wrecked our environment. No wonder your people gravitated to it instead of them. Indeed, some rural communities do make use of peat and wood, but dust has always been the backbone of our society, Pietro said. I was referring more to hydrocarbons like coal, oil, and natural gas, but I suppose peat counts, Halsey nonchalantly pointed out, only for Pietro and wants to give her confused looks. Coal? As in charcoal? Pietro asked. By oil do you mean vegetable oil? Your people use that to power machinery? What's asked as well. That seems very wasteful. And harvesting methane from cows sounds unpleasant, Pietro added with a grimace and shudder. Now Halsey was confused, and she slowly began to explain. No, that's not. Do neither of you know what hydrocarbons are? Pietro and Watts looked at each other. Then Pietro slowly replied, I believe we may be thinking of different things, Catherine. If you would. Halsey's mind was racing at how such intelligent men wouldn't know what coal and oil were. They were far too educated for this to be dismissed as typical ignorance, so something else had to be going on. She glanced at Calmia, whose body was much more flush with various symbols as she clearly started working through the implications as well. She needed more data. Narrowing her eyes, she explained, you clearly know what peat is. Think of coal, oil, and natural gas as the next stages of geological development that peat goes through after undergoing tremendous heat and pressure. Oh, I see. Must be an earth thing. We got dust, you got these, hydrocarbons. It's fascinating how one's environment affects societal development. Slowly, Halsey started piecing the puzzle together, and she asked, before I say anything else, doctors, tell me, how far back does Remnant's fossil record go? I'm not a paleontologist, but I believe it goes back roughly 100,000 years, Pietro revealed, speaking as though that was entirely normal. Halsey clearly wasn't able to mask her shock, causing Pietro's face to fall and, in a concerned tone, he asked, how far back does Earth's go? Halsey's heart was racing inside her chest, and it took everything she had not to smack herself in the head for not noticing it earlier. She'd been so occupied with the new science afforded to her by dust and aura that she never even bothered to look at the more routine subjects. No one from the UNSC did as the war effort took precedence, a massive oversight that held tremendous implications. Gulping loudly, Halsey answered, life has been on Earth for nearly 4 billion years, as were most of the already habitable worlds we colonized. Now it was the Remnantians' turn for their eyes to widen, and Watts softly muttered, that can't be right. I assure you, Dr. Watts, it is, Calmia responded while simultaneously uploading the relevant data to their tablets. Surveys on all non-terraformed worlds revealed fossil records stretching back billions of years. Remnants only being 100,000 is an anomaly. Suddenly, the Remnantians' confusion and ignorance of hydrocarbons made total sense. They weren't being idiotic, far from it. Their ignorance was simply because life seemingly hadn't existed long enough on Remnant for more energy-dense hydrocarbons to even form. Judging by the looks on Pietro's and Watts' faces, they were realizing the same thing, and what had once been a readily accepted fact of life was now suddenly being exposed as the aberration it was. Halsey was already wondering why life on Remnant and Earth were so similar to each other, and this was further proof that it was far from a natural coincidence. In the back of her mind, she noted that Remnant's fossil record just so happened to correspond to the supposed Ross Ziegler blip, but she ignored that dismissed anomaly for now. Shaking his head, Watts whispered, we need to keep this quiet. Tell no one until we are absolutely certain. Understood. Halsey nodded in agreement while Pietro momentarily stammered. Yes. We need to verify this before saying anything. The trio of scientists nodded, then Halsey ordered, Calmia, I want you to analyze Remnant's fossil record and compare it to all other habitable worlds we've surveyed. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Doctor, Calmia replied then, with a snap of her fingers, disappeared into the holotank, leaving the scientists to themselves. Tilda. Mistralian Highlands, Anima, Kingdom of Mistral. September 30th, 2541, 0900 hours, UNSC military calendar. Raven Bramwin was silent as she and her advisors sat in a circle inside her tent. Everyone was utterly still as they stared up at her, waiting for their leader to say the word and begin the meeting. All of them knew this was part of the standard procedure. It helped to emphasize the hierarchy in the Brannan clan, give a semblance of order, and kept the others in line if they knew exactly who was in charge at each and every moment. With the current state of the world, that was more important now than ever. Slowly scanning the room with her eyes without turning her head, Raven finally said, "Gray, what have you found?" The thin man with short gray hair in question promptly nodded as he replied, "It's not looking good. Mistral's launched a complete crackdown in the region. We haven't seen one this large in decades. They're going after every bandit and raider clan they can find. The Rusted Blades and coastal raiders are already decimated," another advisor, a scarred woman named Flower, added. "From what we're seeing, the Venom pirates aren't far behind. Everyone's getting encircled, and the only good thing I've seen so far is that our own numbers have swelled with experienced fighters seeking our banner. Only because everyone else is getting killed or arrested," the third advisor, a bald man with thick muscles named Crimson, remarked. "And it's not Mistral who's doing it. It's that damned UNSC. The kingdoms are coordinating with them. Huntsmen backed up by Marines, tanks, artillery, and aircraft. The Mambas tried hunkering down in a nice mountain pass after drawing some heat, as fortifiable and obscure as any gang could want. But apparently they weren't hidden enough some space, because those satellites the UNSC set up found them in hours, and they dropped so much ordnance on them that they were buried in that pass by a landslide. The question is, why now?" Flower pointed out. "The UNSC's been here for close to a year, yet it's only been in the past month that we've seen coordination against us at this scale." "Flower, I've already told you why, remember?" Raven calmly reminded her advisor, who promptly flinched under her gaze. "Oh, yes. Sorry, Raven," Flower apologized, but Crimson looked unconvinced. "How can you be certain that the UNSC's at war with this covenant, and more importantly have somehow managed to convince the kingdoms to jump in?" he asked. "Besides spying on my idiotic brother, you only need to look at the signs," Raven pointed out. "Atlas military recruitment has jumped up extensively, as has Mistral's. Politicians in Vale are beginning to openly talk about rebuilding their armed forces, something they haven't considered since the end of the Great War. Most importantly, the size of the UNSC fleet over our heads is growing larger and larger each and every day without the kingdoms protesting, and it is showing no signs of stopping anytime soon." "Okay, but what does that have to do with us?" "The public doesn't know what's actually going on. All they're seeing is the largest military buildup since the Great War," Raven answered. "They're growing more and more uneasy the longer this goes on, and with that comes Grim. So far, they've been using the increase in Grim activity in bandit clans like us to justify the UNSC's presence in the military buildup, but the public still doesn't know about the Covenant. What do you think is going to happen when they find out that we're at war with genocidal aliens more powerful than even the UNSC?" Her advisors were quiet for a moment, then Gray answered, "There's going to be panic no matter what they say, so they're trying to thin the herd before it's too late. And Mistral's always hated our presence, so they're jumping at the opportunity to take us down," Flower added. "Exactly. The only real question is what to do next," Raven said. "I'm open to suggestions. We should lash out and show the UNSC and Mistral we're not to be trifled with," Crimson suggested, only for Raven and the others to shoot him harsh glares. "Absolutely not," Gray retorted. "The Mambas did that. They attacked a UNSC firebase and killed dozens of their soldiers and made off with tons of cargo. All they got for that was a mountain getting dropped on their heads." "Exactly. And everything I've been seeing so far is that Mistral and the UNSC are focusing on the most active bandits in the region, the ones who brazenly attack entire settlements. All we've been doing is acting as highwaymen on vulnerable travelers, so they've been ignoring us for now," Flower added, to which Crimson scoffed. "Being highwaymen isn't going to keep us fed for long. Our rations are already getting stretched thin as it is," Crimson rebuked. "We're going to have to change something if we want to survive the coming winter. Besides, just because we've been acting below their radar for now doesn't mean they're not aware of us, and you know it. They just think we're not worth their time, yet. And yeah, that's insulting, but better than getting bombed." Crimson then narrowed his eyes and conspiratorially leaned forward to say, "Not only that, but my contacts in Vacuo have told me of things that the UNSC's been fielding lately. Things that are wiping out entire bandit groups and packs of Grim by themselves. Orbital bombardment? That doesn't make sense. The kingdoms weren't allowing that, even now," Gray asked, but Crimson shook his head. "No, nothing that overt," Crimson clarified. "Whatever this is, it's far more surgical. My contact described seeing 4 of those. What do you call MHEV pods? The things the ODSTs drop down in. Anyway, she found 4 of M while out on patrol, and not long after when she returned to camp, everyone in it was dead. She only survived because she took a nap and got missed. When she returned, the pods were gone." Everyone was quiet at Crimson's story, and Flower quietly added, "I've heard things like that in Mistral, too. Some kind of super robot that the UNSC has decked out in so much armor that they're invincible, assuming you hit the damn things." "Are you certain it's a robot? I thought the UNSC doesn't have those." Gray asked, but Flower shook her head. The only other thing I've heard from rumors is that the UNSC has huntsmen of their own, but that doesn't make any sense to me, either. Truth be told, Raven had heard similar rumors as well. The explanations and answers ran the gamut. Some were mundane, others were completely outlandish, like the idea that the UNSC somehow had literal demons in their employ. At first, she had completely dismissed them as hearsay by terrified survivors who didn't know what they had seen, and even now she thought they were most likely exaggerated as rumors tended to be. But with how many of them there were, and thanks to her years serving under Ashpin, she now felt there was something to them. At the same time, though, she had more important things to worry about, so she shook her head and claimed, "We can't concern ourselves with mere rumors. Right now, our highest priority is figuring out how to survive, nothing more. When the kingdoms and the UNSC finally tell the world about the Covenant, grim activity is going to skyrocket. If we're out in the open by then, we are dead." The others nodded at that. Then Crimson frowned and replied, "As much I hate pussyfooting around like a bunch of cowards, I think I have a solution. There's an old, abandoned dust mine higher up in the mountains. If our enemies are going to spy on us from the skies themselves, then let's literally go underground. We can take shelter there and raid the nearby trade routes and homesteads for food, as well as hunt any animals we come across." The others nodded in agreement, as did Raven, who replied, "Send a scouting party up there to clear it out, and call for me if there are any Alpha Grim in the vicinity. Once they give the go-ahead, we'll pack camp and make our way up." "Understood." "Yes, Chieftain," the advisors replied in unison, and Raven nodded before standing up and dismissing them. Tilda. Kuroyuri, Anima, Kingdom of Mistral. October 25th, 2541, 900 hours, UNSC military calendar. The image on the television behind the reporter changed to a video of dozens of protesters holding picket signs in front of the council building, where she continued, "Meanwhile, the proposed expansion and reorganization of the Mistralian militia into the Mistralian army continues to prove controversial. Opinion polls show that 75% of respondents oppose the measure. Opponents claim that the establishment of a proper military would only promote conflict with other kingdoms rather than protect them from the Grim, with many claiming that the increase in Grim activity over the past year was entirely due to the unrest caused by the UNSC's arrival. Others claim that the establishment of a military would serve at Legion or UNSC interests over the Mistralian public. Supporters, however, contend that the changing security environment necessitates the re-establishment of Mistral's military and point to Vale having the same legislative changes alongside the rapid expansion of Atlas. As the journalist continued to report the news, Lai's father, Li Rin, openly sighed while saying, "What's the world coming to these days?" Looking up at his father as the man drank from a ceramic mug filled with tea, Lai asked, "Father, why do they want to make an army? You told me armies were bad." "They are, Lai," Li answered as he shook his head. "Our people got rid of them after the Great War. They were too easy for the governments to misuse, and now we use dedicated huntsmen to protect us from the Grim. Then why are they trying to bring them back now?" His father didn't answer. Instead, he briefly glanced upward towards the roof in the sky above, but otherwise didn't say anything. Lai couldn't help but shrink in on himself as he quietly admitted, "I'm scared." "Oh, there's no reason to be scared," Li insisted as he warmly smiled and gently touched Lai's shoulder. "If you ask me, this is nothing more than grandstanding. The kingdoms are trying to make themselves look big and tough. And besides, people have been trying to bring back the army for years, and it's never gone anywhere. This time will be no different, you'll see." Despite his father's seemingly confident answer, Lai could tell that he wasn't being entirely truthful. There was a look in his eyes that betrayed how worried he actually was, but he was trying to put on a brave face for his son, nevertheless. Rather than feel upset, Lai understood what his father was trying to do and felt more at ease despite himself. He smiled back, and Li nodded before leaning back into his seat. "Boys, breakfast is almost ready," Lai's mother, and Rin, announced as she opened the pot containing the steamed buns. It took everything Lai had to not bounce in his seat, but he didn't bother containing his excitement as his mother took the buns out of the pot, put them on ceramic plates, then carried them over to the table for the family to eat. As Lai happily dug into his meal and asked, "Li, have you heard back from the capital regarding our request?" "Nothing yet, no," Lai replied while shaking his head. "But they need to get here soon." Lai frowned as he slowed his eating. He knew what his parents were talking about. His father was a hunter, and during his last few trips out into the nearby forest for game, he had uncovered tracks of a particularly large Grim. He didn't know what kind it was, or his father simply refused to tell him, but in any case the tracks were getting closer and closer to the village. Since Kuroyuri was fairly remote, and was a relatively young settlement that had been founded for the purpose of getting away from Mistral's central authority, they didn't have a huntsman or huntress to protect them. Relying instead on the natural protection of the lake on one side and their stone walls covering the rest, along with a small militia. That had served them well enough so far, but clearly his father thought that was no longer the case. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Lai said, "I hope the huntsman they send is nice." The last one was a jerk. Yes, he was, and agreed, making a soft frown as the memories of the last huntsman who came to their village sprang to everyone's mind. Lai didn't interact with the man very much, but did remember that he acted like he was better than everyone else, and that his very presence was the only thing keeping them safe, so he could do whatever he wanted. Apparently, the mayor had been considering hiring the man on a permanent basis, but after getting hit with several complaints, the huntsman was sent packing. His mother had commented afterwards that hiring a licensed huntsman from out of town to move in like that probably wouldn't have been affordable anyway. That was the case for most towns that didn't already have any huntsmen invested in the initial settlement, which meant that their best option was for one of their own to show enough talent to get into and graduate from an academy and return to defend their home as their own resident huntsman or huntress. Since then, I sometimes wondered if he could become Kuroyuri's huntsman. Even better, academy students became teammates too. So imagine if he came back with his whole team in tow? He was confident that he could convince his friends to move back with him once they saw how beautiful his hometown was. His father was the best grim killer in the village, and even if he was just a game hunter and not trained like a proper huntsman, I was sure that his father could help him get strong enough to apply for a combat school. As his father slowly consumed his meal, Lai turned to him and asked, "Are you going hunting today?" "I am, yes," Li confirmed as he wiped some crumbs from his beard. "The butcher's running low on venison, so he asked me to get some more. Should be back in a day or two." Lai glanced towards his father's bow and arrows, then eagerly added, "Can I come with you this time?" "No, Lai. I already told you, you're too young," Li told him while shaking his head. "You can come with me when you're older." "Ah," Lai groaned while hanging his head, only to perk up when his mother chuckled warmly. "Don't worry, you'll get to spend time with me today at the market. I'll get you those mochi balls you like," she offered, causing Lai to smile widely and his eyes to sparkle. "Can you tell me the story about the garden, too?" Lai requested as he bounced in his seat, and when his mother laughed and nodded he could barely contain himself. It didn't matter if he'd been told it dozens of times. The garden, along with the girl who fell through the world, was his favorite bedtime story. It was one that spoke of a mystical land free of grim, where everything was plentiful and people lived forever. Sure, it ended on a somewhat sad note where the people tried to steal from the good king who protected them and were cast out, but there was always the hope that they'd one day return. Before he could say anything else, the house suddenly shook as a loud noise came from overhead, catching all of them off guard. His father reacted immediately, shooting to his feet and racing out the back door, with Lai and then right behind him. To Lai's astonishment, a large dropship emerged from the clouds above and landed right in the center of Main Street. It didn't look like one of the Australian airships he'd seen before, and it took him a moment to recognize that it belonged to the UNSC. He didn't know what it was actually called, but he had to admit it looked really cool, as were the two others that came right behind it. As dozens of UNSC Marines carrying rifles in their hands and others on their backs walked out of the dropships, one wearing a cap on his head stood out watching over all of them, speaking in a language that Lai didn't recognize. By now, a large crowd of people had emerged from their homes to watch the spectacle, none of them quite understanding exactly what was going on. Lai was in that same boat, but he remained by his father's side as he marched right up to the man who apparently was in charge. "What is the meaning of this?" Li demanded, prompting the Marine to turn towards him. Before Li could repeat himself, the Marine held up a finger before bringing out a pair of small earbuds. He handed them to his father before gesturing to his ears, clearly telling him to put it in. That was when the Marine noticed Lai's presence behind his father's leg, and he quickly smiled warmly before pulling out a second pair to give to him. Lai was confused at first, but after a moment's hesitation, he put the earbuds in. "Apologies, sir," the Marine suddenly said once the earbuds were in, now speaking in perfect Australian that for some reason didn't quite match up with the movement of his lips. "What is this?" Li asked in a confused tone, and the Marine tapped his ear in response. "It's an auto-translator," he explained. "I'm afraid none of us have had the time to learn your language yet, and until we do, this is how we can communicate." "I see," Li replied before shaking his head. "Now that we can understand each other, tell me, what is the meaning of this?" The Marine stood up straighter and folded his arms behind his back while saying, "My name's Lieutenant Burns of the 24th Marine Division. Could you direct me to the mayor or the hunter Li Rin?" "I am Li Rin, yes," Li confirmed in a suspicious tone, and Lieutenant Burns nodded. "We received a request for aid, and my platoon was assigned to respond," Burns confirmed. "I've been told that there's been an increase in grim activity in the area. Is that accurate?" Taken aback, it took a moment for Li to collect his thoughts before he shook his head and replied, Yes, I did ask for aid. There's a dangerous grim nearby that threatens us, but I was expecting them to send a huntsman, not a whole platoon." "Yes, I'm aware of the grim you're referring to," Burns said as he nodded. "Apparently, it's been threatening other nearby villages in the region. We have a team on the ground already tracking it." "Oh, that's good," Li admitted before looking around at the dozens of UNSC Marines handing out earpieces to the other villagers. "Then why do you have so many people here if you're already hunting it down?" "Just an extra precaution due to outstanding grim activity," Burns confirmed. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to coordinate the village defenses with my Marines." With that, Lieutenant Burns turned around and began barking orders at the rest of his men, telling them where to offload supplies while others moved to set a perimeter, whatever that meant. All of it was astounding to Lai, capturing his utmost attention and rooting him in place. It was only when his father began pulling him away that his attention was broken, and soon he found himself being hurriedly escorted back to his family's home. "Li, what's going on? Why are there soldiers?" and asked when they finally rejoined her. "That request for aid I sent? The UNSC's the one who answered it, Lee told her. Before he could say anything else, they heard another flight of ships arrive, this one being a pair of Australian bullheads that dropped off militiamen before departing to parts unknown. Lee didn't pretend to know anything about defense, but even he felt this was somewhat excessive. His father was worried about a single Grim, so why did they send so many soldiers to deal with it? It didn't make any sense to him, and the fear that Lee had been trying to suppress came bubbling up once again. Lee, I don't think you should go hunting tonight, and quietly told her husband, who quickly nodded in agreement. But Lee wasn't paying attention to his parents. Instead, he was keeping his focus on the soldiers as they continued organizing themselves. Out of the corner of his eye, Lee noticed a young girl his age with bright orange hair and tattered clothes also staring at the soldiers from behind a box. He recognized her, even though he didn't know her name. She had arrived not too long ago, a vagrant from parts unknown with no parents looking after her. A few of the other boys had been bullying her when he wandered out of his mother's sight at the outskirts of the market a couple of days ago, and it shamed Lee to admit that, at the time, he didn't do anything about it. He saw what was going on, and all it took was a mean look from the lead boy to make him back away. It was only when his father unexpectedly returned home early and came across them that the bully stopped, and the girl ran off. His father had scolded him after that, telling him that the worst action one could take was to do nothing in the face of injustice. It was a lesson Lee vowed to take to heart, even if he didn't know exactly how to do it. How was he supposed to become a huntsman to defend the whole village if he was too scared to even save a poor girl from some stupid bullies? Part of him wondered if he should reach out to the girl, but before he could come to a decision, she noticed him looking at her, and she ran off, disappearing into the alleyways. Lee, come. Let's go home, Lee told him as he and his mother looked at him expectantly. Shaking his head, Lee replied, coming, father, and hurried after them. Arriving at their home, Lee immediately sat down on the couch facing the television, which was saying something about how the satellites the UNSC set up was helping to track and eliminate Grim before they could threaten settlements. But he wasn't particularly focused on that. Instead, his attention was centered on the fact that his father had locked the door behind them and was now keeping his bow within reach. Tilda. Atlas Academy, Atlas, Kingdom of Atlas. 1900 hours, UNSC military calendar. Standing in front of the window of his office overseeing the kingdom below, his hands folded behind his back, General James Ironwood tried to keep himself as calm and composed as possible. It was proving harder than he would have liked to admit, but so far he'd been able to manage. Over the past 2 months, he and the rest of Remnant's entire security apparatus had been hard at work preparing for what had come to be known as Revelation Day, the day when they would reveal to the world the truth about the Covenant and how they were now at war. If he was being honest with himself, James felt like he was at a crossroads. On the one hand, he had never dealt with anything on this scale throughout his long career, and Remnant was woefully unprepared. They hadn't had a war in decades, not since the Faunus Rights Revolution, and that was nothing compared to the Great War just years earlier, and especially to the ongoing Human Covenant War. Up until now, they only had to deal with Grim and criminals, not to mention whatever forces Salem had at her disposal. It left them woefully inexperienced. But on the other hand, James was ecstatic at the opportunities presented before him. He knew it was selfish, but fighting the Covenant would finally allow him to properly use his ideas and tactics that he never could against everyday engagements. A proper military campaign against the Covenant meant having to worry about supply lines, troop composition, recruitment, and more. All things that neatly fit into his wheelhouse and expertise, and he was happy to finally be able to exploit his talents to the fullest. James had only been brought into Oshpin's inner circle recently, and although he was more than up to the task, it was clear that the others weren't all that keen about treating the fight against Salem like the actual war it was. With the Covenant, keeping it behind the scenes wasn't an option, meaning he could flex his muscles openly. It certainly helped that he finally had actual peers he could talk to about military matters in the UNSC, particularly Lord Hood. The others in Oshpin's inner circle were veteran huntsmen who were vehemently opposed to the idea of militaries in general. The only reason why they were going along with Remnant's remilitarization was because they literally didn't have any other choice. If they did, they wouldn't have had their previous conversation. But the UNSC was different. With them, he could properly discuss military strategy with people who knew what they were talking about and thought along the same lines as he did. It was a welcome relief from what he usually dealt with. James was torn from his thoughts when he heard a knock at his door. Without turning around, he simply said, "You may enter." The door opened, and after hearing some footsteps approach his desk, he finally turned around and faced his guest, saying, "Agent Adler, I suppose you have an update for me." "I do, General," Agent Russell Adler confirmed as he sat down on the other side of James' desk, with James sitting down as well. Sliding over a data tablet which James immediately began combing through, the ONI operative continued, "Overall, the situation's proceeding on schedule. The last of the UNSC reinforcements should arrive within the next 2 weeks, and Operation Poacher has already eliminated high-value Grim targets across the globe." Good, James muttered while reading the more detailed information. Glancing up at Adler, he asked, "How long can the UNSC sustain their forces here?" "Another month at most," Adler admitted. "You have to understand. The forces we deploy here to reinforce Remnant are ones we can't use against the Covenant, particularly our naval assets. The shipyards at Reach and Mars are pumping them out as fast as possible, but most of them don't survive their first engagement with the Covenant. Hopefully our scientists will be able to find a way to get dust to work in space, James replied. I've heard that the SDC's been making progress in developing specialized cargo units to hold dust while in starships. Yes. Apparently, they're just taking a sealed container and putting a grav plate on the bottom of it, Adler remarked while giving a soft smile and shaking his head. I'm surprised the solution was that simple. Thankfully it was, and I suppose we have Fiona time to thank for proving it was possible in the first place, James said as a ghost of a frown crossed his lips. Even now, he still wasn't exactly happy that Robin and her team took it upon themselves to join the expedition, much less that Commander Keyes just allowed it after the fact. It was particularly insulting when Keyes claimed he was trying to prevent a potential insurrection-style conflict between Atlas and Mantle. Yes, there were divisions between the two cities, but their concerns were overblown. Mantle simply never got over the fact that they used to be the capital and now they weren't. That happened decades ago, and they needed to accept it. Still, even if he wasn't happy that it happened in the first place, he couldn't deny the results. Fiona's semblance provided a crucial test that proved dust could work in space under certain conditions enabled by Earth technology, and she and the Happy Huntresses proved crucial in denying the Covenant access to the Paponi cartographer. In a way, if Robin hadn't done what she did, the Covenant would have found Remnant. It was a dilemma James wasn't particularly keen to focus on, so instead he shifted gears and asked, what about the news broadcasts? Focus tests are going well, all things considered, Adler answered. We've had the participants sign NDAs and their access to social media limited until the story breaks, per your laws, but most of them thought we were talking purely hypotheticals and nothing more. They seemed amused by the level of secrecy we were having them employ. Some were asking questions and had concerns, but with the right amount of money, they haven't said anything else. James nodded, happy that Remnant's culture of avoiding sensationalist news was such a help here. But then Adler continued, still, no matter how we frame it, when this story breaks it's going to cause a panic. The only reason why the testers didn't was because they thought it was all hypothetical. When we break the story for real, people won't have that mental protection. Which is why we'll need to focus on protecting them physically, James insisted as he looked at the troop deployments, particularly the Army divisions sent to reinforce Remnant. They had come from all over UNSC space. Tribute, Reach, Mars, but he couldn't help but notice a particular emphasis on one world in particular. Is there a reason why there's 3 Army divisions from Sarah stationed on Remnant? James asked. Sarah is one of our oldest, most established colonies. It's behind only Mars and Reach, really, and it produces some of our best equipment and soldiers, Adler confirmed. More importantly, we found that Sarans are among the best suited to engage the Grim. How so? James asked while raising an eyebrow. For one, I know you've seen them, Adler pointed out, and James's mind belatedly flashed to his meeting with Colonel Hoffman, who was apparently in charge of all 3 Saran divisions stationed on Remnant. They are built like mountains, James admitted after a moment. A combination of Sarah's higher gravity and their questionable training and nutrition practices. You mean steroids? Ones that thankfully only have the problem of a reduced fertility rate. In any case, they result in soldiers much stronger than the average, Adler explained. They don't just use that muscle in melee, either. Over the past year, we've found that our standard 7.62 rounds have reduced effectiveness against the Grim's natural armor. Thankfully, the .390 caliber ammunition fired by the MA2BS have proven more effective. And the Saran's homegrown assault rifles fire that same sound, so they're well used to the higher levels of recoil. James supposed that made sense. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, why does Sarah need that big a round for their standard service rifle if they don't have Grim? Adler shrugged, then declared, mostly the wildlife. Honestly, we used to consider Sarah to be the most dangerous habitable world in human space before discovering Remnant. Some of their native life forms can give the Grim a run for their money, especially the subterranean stuff. Combine that with razor hail and wind flares, and Sarah's a death world that most people are scared to set foot on. He paused for a moment, then the ONI agent chuckled and added, apparently, our Saran soldiers here are kind of jealous of your planet taking their #1 spot. James winced. He didn't know what razor hail and wind flares were, but he could only imagine how bad they were. Still, the fact that people who were able to brave such an environment were now reinforcing Remnant could only be a good thing. Part of them wondered just how strong they were compared to the average person from Remnant. Obviously, they weren't as strong as those with Aura, but he was still curious. But that wasn't important. Instead, they had more pressing matters to deal with, as he said. In any case, once we make the announcement, I want to follow it up with the award ceremony. If we can do it right, we can celebrate the heroes who saved our world while also helping to convince the people that the Covenant can be beaten. We need to emphasize that rather than the Covenant almost finding us. Agreed. We've also been working on framing the unfortunate losses sustained on Paponi, making them out to be as heroic as possible, Adler added, to which James nodded. Part of them wondered why they were putting so much emphasis on Grant's death. The man tried to surrender to the Covenant and only acted against them because they made it clear that wasn't an option. Up until his death, he had proven to be, as Clover succinctly put it, a racist asshole. Yet the UNSC was framing him as a heroic symbol of equality between humans and faunus, one who bravely sacrificed himself to protect his fellow man despite the racial divides between them. It made no sense to him, but he supposed it might help reduce tensions between humans and faunas on Remnant to have a heroic symbol to rally behind. That was something he noticed. The UNSC had taken a particular interest in trying to reduce said tensions, and Menagerie had proven to be one of their strongest partners on the planet. Mistral and some in Atlas didn't like it, particularly the SDC, when UNSC satellites helped discover a massive dust deposit on the continent that they immediately backed Kwakwanah's exclusive right to claim. But to be frank, James didn't care if Jacques' profit margins and monopolies were threatened. He had his hands full trying to keep Atlas safe, which meant he couldn't afford to distract himself with human-faunus relations. So if the UNSC felt it was prudent to concern themselves in that regard, and by doing so was helping to improve Remnant stability, he'd be fine with it. Handing the data pad back over to the ONI agent, James said, "Thank you for the update, Adler. I'll need to confer with Ashbin and the other councils, but at the moment it appears we're on schedule to inform the public once the last group of UNSC reinforcements arrive." "Sounds good to me." The sooner we, Adler began, only for the intercom in James' office to suddenly blare to life. "General, we have a situation," a panicked technician reported, causing both men in the room to look up towards the speaker. "Report," Ironwood ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We've had a leak, sir," the technician revealed, causing Ironwood and Adler's eyes to widen. "What?" Ironwood shouted as he shot to his feet, with Adler joining him. "What was leaked?" Adler asked in a dark, grave tone. "Everything. Someone just leaked out an uncensored report about the Covenant onto the internet. Video, images, everything. We're trying to contain it, but it's just too widespread. It's on every forum, every video sharing website. Major news outlets had their broadcast feeds hacked into and just dropped them out there for everyone to see." Ironwood felt the world stand still for a moment as the realization settled in. His mind raced, struggling to figure out how everything that was going so well thus far had suddenly flipped on its head. It only took seconds to deduce the only person who could stand to gain from this kind of chaos. Somehow, Salem had obtained access to the information they had tried so hard to keep under wraps. She undoubtedly understood the same thing they did and chose to release it out into the wild purposefully to cause a panic. Given how widespread the knowledge was suddenly released, she likely hired one of many hacker groups to handle the spread, assuming she didn't already have an IT expert directly working for her in the first place. Part of him wondered why UNSC AIs weren't able to stop the leak when it happened. Then he realized they were hampered by the fact that the councils didn't feel comfortable in letting them have access to their systems. By the time they realized what was going on, it was too late. Already he was beginning to hear sirens coming from below, which knocked Ironwood back into reality. Shaking his head, he immediately ordered, "Rally our forces, now. We're in Code Black. I repeat, Code Black. Adler, contact Lord Hood and request immediate fire support across the entire planet." "Already done," Adler replied. Then he snarled, "And when I find the son of a bitch who leaked that information, I will fucking murder them." Ironwood ground his teeth and clenched his fist before saying, "Get in line." With that, the pair ran out of the office as warning sirens sounded all across Atlas. "Tilda. This is what the UNSC wants you to fight," the masked man on the TV spat as the grainy footage depicting the slaughter was shown to everyone. It didn't matter what channel they were on, the footage was the same, showing scores of people running in terror as monsters gunned them down without mercy, reducing entire planets to glass. They provoked an alien power, the Covenant, into waging a war of genocide against them. A war they are losing. Everything they have been doing for the past year has been to bring us into their hopeless war, and they've even convinced the councils to join. But if we do, all we will get is our deaths. We, the Remnant Liberation Alliance, oppose this war and encourage all true sons and daughters of Remnant to cast out these alien interlopers and dash. That was when the news feed finally cut, replaced by a series of colorful bars that emitted a loud beeping noise. Lyren and his family could only sit in silence as they stared at the television, their dinner completely forgotten. His heart was thundering in his chest, and he was gripping his fork so tightly that his little knuckles were turning white. "Lee," and muttered, her voice filled with abject terror. But before his father could say anything, they were interrupted by a loud cacophony of screeches and roars coming from outside the city walls, followed by terrified screams. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life. Revelation Day is here, and Remnant now knows that they are at war with the Covenant. Unfortunately, the method of delivery didn't go exactly according to plan, and now Ashbin, his inner circle, the kingdoms, and the UNSC have to scramble to contain the situation before things get any worse. Not only that, but we also finally got to see more of the young members of Team RWBY and JNPR, with a particular emphasis on a young Lyren and Nora Valkyrie. It will be through their eyes that we see a lot of the events that transpire next, which will shape their character arcs in the story going forward. You can expect a similar dynamic through the rest of the integration arc as we introduce the other members of Team RWBY and Team JNPR. They are, after all, the actual main characters of this story, even if up until this point the position of main protagonist has been held by Crow. Also, yes, the colony of Sarah is a Halo-fied XP of the Gears of War franchise, just with no emulsion, meaning no locust, and it's the UNSC, not the COG. We have been planning that inclusion for quite a while, even before our decision to incorporate the Codic spies during Paponi. We're very happy to show them off as the story moves forward. On another note, due to a personal issue that I'd rather not discuss at the moment, my writing schedule will be unfortunately slowed for the time being. Simply put, I have to prioritize other things at the moment, and writing fanfiction is at the very bottom of that list. Thank you for understanding. Now to answer some of your guys' questions. I can see where you'd find some parallels between the UNSC and Remnant's first contact between the US forcing Japan to open its harbors, but really a greater parallel would be when Christopher Columbus found the Americas. Only Admiral Cole wasn't a massive piece of shit like Columbus was, nor is the UNSC a bunch of colonizers looking to displace/replace the Native Americans with their own people as they have other, more pressing issues to deal with. I'm really glad you guys have enjoyed the story so much. DNE is a lot of fun to write, and you can expect more good things in the future. Please don't pitch other story ideas in the reviews. They're not welcome. You will find out how the Covenant will find Remnant. You'll have to wait and see if RWBY and JNPR get Spartan 4 augmentations. Same whether the Spartans will get aura and semblances. We have plans for Cinder, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy them. Please do not pitch OCs or OC names. They're not welcome. And the Ross Ziegler blip outright gets name dropped in this story. At the time, everyone just dismissed it. But, as we all know, that was actually the Halo array firing, wiping out all life in the galaxy roughly 100,000 years ago. Which, coincidentally, is also just how far back Remnant's fossil record goes. Funny how that works out. We do have plans for all the major RWBY characters. Some will have arcs that parallel their canon ones. Others will go in different directions due to the changes brought to the setting by the UNSC. No, I do not accept ideas or suggestions. Harriet is a bit rough and hard to get used to. She's not a particularly likable person, but at the end of the day, she is a good person. It helps that she just got hit with a massive dose of humble pie. The thing about the Huntsmen is that they aren't a part of the UNSC. They're foreign delegates, and there's only so much they can do to control them. Not to mention the UNSC is aware that a lot of Remnant sees them as very authoritarian and a potential threat to their independence down the line. So they try to let the delegates off the leash a bit to allay those concerns. For the Vacuo and Mistral delegation, that went totally fine. But the plot followed the Veil, Atlas, and Menagerie delegates, which is where things didn't go to plan. Luckily, it all worked out, but rest assured that Remnant's independent streak is going to continue being an issue going forward. It's not happening just because. I'm not here to discuss whether characters in canon were wasted or not. Thighs isn't the place for that discussion. Yes, Rooster Teeth did shut down between last chapter and this one. Luckily, RWBY does have a future now with his media. Here's hoping we get an update on the future of the franchise soon. The fifth relic is something original to this story and unrelated to the other four. What, exactly, it is will be revealed in due time. There will be key Jiralhani characters. Whether there will be any hero ones will be revealed in due time. I will say, though, that Atriox will be a key player. Daisy's whole running away thing happened before the Human Covenant War. Also, she sadly died sometime during the war. You'll have to wait and see on Ziton. That'll be the answer to the question of whether any other characters will show up/play a role. Yeah, last chapter was a bit slow. But you come to realize that you need those slow chapters after a lot of heavy, fast-paced, and action-filled ones. Gives the characters and the audience a chance to breathe. There is, indeed, a pretty heavy implication that the brother gods were not actual Daidais in this story. As to whether they were Forerunner or something else, you'll have to wait and see. Things have definitely changed, though. The Huntsmen will become a big focus from the Covenant. Speaking of, they'll be called witches, as, to the highly religious Covenant, the use of aura and semblances are akin to witchcraft. Funnily enough, that is a gender-neutral term. That's it for this time. We're very happy with how this chapter turned out. Let us know what you all think. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the page, particularly the more subjective moments like awesome, funny, nightmare fuel, and heartwarming, would be greatly appreciated. We hope you enjoy and see you all next time. Chapter 32, Grimtide, Part 1. UNSC Dawn Under Heaven, Halcyon-class light cruiser. Geosynchronous orbit, Remnant, System. October 25, 2541, 1925 hours, UNSC military calendar. Everything had changed in the blink of an eye. One moment, Private Smith was finishing his dinner with the rest of his squad. It was just standard issue MREs, but given how it was his birthday today, Sergeant Williams deemed it fit to get him a slice of cake to celebrate the occasion. Compared to what his mom would make, it wasn't anything to write home about, but he appreciated the gesture regardless. Thanks to the planet they were orbiting over, they were even able to get real sugar, which was a luxury in these trying times. Then, just after he had finished eating his cake, the ship's alarms blared out in an unending siren. At once, every single able-bodied Marine, sailor, and ODST sprang from their seats and sprinted as fast as they could towards their battle stations while the ship's commander, Admiral Lord Terrence Hood, explained the situation over the Heavens intercom. All combat personnel, report to your stations immediately, Lord Hood commanded. This is a Code Black. I repeat, Code Black. All ODSTs need to be geared up and ready for drop. Marines, report to Pelican Launch Base. Code Black? What the hell's a Code Black? Corporal Johansson asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice as they followed Sergeant Williams into the ODST armory, where they were joined by an ever-increasing number of their fellow Helljumpers hastily putting on their armor and grabbing their weapons. "It means shit's hit the fan," Sergeant Williams reported, throwing open his locker and immediately slipping the various pieces of his ODST BDU over his body, starting with the protective undersuit. As the rest of the squad did the same, Williams asked, "Serafina, what's the situation on the ground?" To put it lightly, unpleasant, Serafina, the ship's newly installed artificial intelligence, answered immediately, her voice coming through teamcom. "The entirety of Remnant is currently undergoing what the locals call a grimtide. Every kingdom and settlement is currently under siege as we speak." Smith scowled while putting his boots on. He didn't know exactly what a grimtide was, but the name was evocative enough to get the gist. He and his fellow ODSTs had already done several operations against the creatures of Grim, ever since they were stationed at the planet. It took only a single engagement for him to realize that he would rather fight a pack of brutes than face those things. Brutes were monsters, yes, but at least they were alive and could think. They behaved like living things should. The Grim weren't like that at all. They may look like wild animals, but wild animals don't hurl themselves into a wall of machine gun fire, explosives, and more without any regard to themselves just so long as they could get to the people on the other side. The ways that the people of Remnant regarded the Grim varied between hazardous pests, natural disasters, and similarly to how is regarded the Covenant. It all depended on the size and number of them. Slipping on his helmet, Private Rothberg asked, "How in God's name did that happen? We've been clearing out Grim left and right for the last 2 months. Moments ago, there was a severe security breach. Information regarding the Human Covenant War was leaked to a group of Remnantians calling themselves the Remnant Liberation Army, who proceeded to hack into the major news networks in every kingdom and broadcast the unfiltered information to the general public while blaming us for instigating the conflict. God damn it." They all cursed in unison, with Williams adding, "Are they insurrectionists?" At this time, their official affiliation is unknown. "We didn't even know they existed until 10 minutes ago," Serafina admitted. "I imagine, however, that they will be treated as such once this crisis is contained." "Good. These goddamn any bastards," Smith growled as he finally put his helmet on, his suit pressurizing a moment later with a faint hiss. "Don't they realize how many people their crusade is going to end up getting killed? You're assuming that they care so long as they can stick it to us," Johansson pointed out. "While I would absolutely love to jump in on more any bashing as much as anyone else," Williams declared while loading shells into his shotgun and filling up his MA2B's magazine, "that's enough yapping. We've got a job to do, Helljumpers, and people down there counting on us to pull them out of the fire. Serafina, do we have our drop coordinates?" "Already preloaded onto your HEV pods, Sergeant. You'll be dropping into the ruins of Mountain Glen near Vale," the AI revealed, causing Smith to raise his eyebrow in confusion while loading his M60's magazine. "Why near Vale? Shouldn't the kingdom already have the bulk of their forces there?" Smith asked. "They do. However, the Army's 101st Engineer Command was stationed in the ruins," Serafina clarified as the ODSTs strapped their weapons onto their magnetic holsters and started sprinting towards the HEV drop bay, joined by dozens of other ODSTs. Their mission was to gain access to and extract the subterranean populace. They made contact with the survivors and were in the middle of loading them onto an underground train, which they planned to escort to Vale proper before collapsing and sealing the rail line between them. The 5th Saran Armor Division is already stationed in the city, but are in need of reinforcements. "Understood. We'll save their asses," Williams affirmed. Then they reached their designated HEV pods. Smith took the moment to regard his drop pod. The M8900 single-occupant exo-atmospheric entry vehicle was a newer model compared to the M8823 human entry vehicle, but it was just as rugged, more than capable of getting its single occupant to wherever they needed to go. Plus, it was far faster and maneuverable, which made it a favorite of his fellow ODSTs when dropping into hot zones. Sure, the Grim wouldn't have AA guns like the Covenant did, but when a village is about to be overrun by packs of Grim, you needed all the extra speed you could get. Strapping his rifle onto the side mount, Smith settled onto his seat. A moment later, the overhead door sealed shut. Through the front window, he could see the others do the same, and his pod momentarily lurched as the overhead crane moved it into position. Despite having dropped into Remnant dozens of times before, he couldn't help but feel his heart quicken and his breath become slightly shallower. It was basic human instinct, he had to remind himself. He was about to drop hundreds of kilometers in what was frankly a metal coffin. Sure, he trusted the SIV, but failures were all too common. It was part of the risk of being an ODST. When dropping feet first into hell, there's no guarantee you'll make it there in one piece. Moving into low remnant orbit. "Stand by for drop," Serafina's voice echoed through the SIV's internal comms. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his squad's status lights flick green, telling him they were ready. None of them said a word, not even Sergeant Williams. Smith knew that other commanders like to give a rallying speech to their men before a drop, something to get their blood pumping and raise their spirits. Williams wasn't like that. He preferred to let action do the talking. Of course, Smith and the others also knew that Williams simply didn't like public speaking, but that was fine by him. He wasn't a huge fan of dramatic speeches anyway. After a few moments, his pod lurched again as it was moved into final position. Through his window, he saw other teams of ODSTs already launching to their assigned drop zones, while others had to wait their turn. With the anticipation rising, Smith muttered a quick, silent prayer to the Virgin Mary, asking for a safe drop. He didn't know if anyone was listening, but it calmed his nerves regardless. "Sergeant, be advised that a powerful storm has broken out over Mountain Glen. Do you still wish to proceed with the drop?" Serafina asked, and Smith winced. Orbital insertion was already dangerous enough in perfect conditions, but dropping through a storm made it exponentially worse. The wind, hail, rain, lightning, and more could throw them off course, or even potentially short-circuit their drop pod safety systems. Either way, it wasn't something any ODST wanted to hear. William's answer was immediate as he answered, "We're ODSTs. We're not going to let some rain stop us." "Understood. Stand by," Serafina replied, and the world momentarily went still. Then, with a heavy lurch that threatened to send his stomach up into his throat, the SIV was launched from the drop bay into Remnant's atmosphere. His pod shook and shuddered as a re-entry burn erupted around it, obscuring his vision. Smith kept his eyes focused squarely on his team's status bars, trying to force them to stay green through sheer will. "We're through the mesosphere. Entering the stratosphere now," Williams reported, his voice the epitome of calm despite the chaos surrounding them. True to his word, the shaking got worse as the atmosphere increased in density, slowing the drop pod significantly while causing the fire to blaze even hotter. Then, after what seemed like an eternity, he felt his pod's parachute deploy, and a violent shake nearly sent his forehead flying into the screen in front of him. He was able to maintain his posture, however, and to his relief saw that his descent had slowed significantly to a now safe margin. "Give me status," Williams ordered, and Smith was the first to reply. "Chute deployed, sir," Smith reported, followed by Johansson, Rothberg, and the others. But when it came to Corporal Kazuki to say something, all they got was his terrified screams as his parachute failed to deploy properly, sending him careening down to the surface of the planet at breakneck speed. No one said a word as Kazuki continued to scream in utter panic, nor did they move to turn off his comms. He needed to know that, in his last moments, his team was still with him. When the screams abruptly stopped, they all knew what had happened, and Smith closed his eyes and bit back an angry curse. Before he or anyone else could say something, his pod lurched again as they hit the storm clouds hovering over Mountain Glen. It was just as Serafina said, this storm was clearly powerful as lightning danced around them. He could almost hear the wind howling through the door. If he didn't know any better, he'd think they'd passed through a hurricane. Strangely, however, he didn't see much rain. Clearly, he wasn't the only one who noticed something was off with the storm, and as bolts of lightning continued to stretch across his field of view, Johansson said, "Anyone else getting a weird feeling?" "Yeah," Rothberg agreed. "I've got a bad." The German man wasn't able to finish his sentence as a large bolt of red lightning suddenly struck his SIV, shorting out its navigation and communication systems. Smith and the others yelled out to their teammate, but all they could do was watch in horror as the SIV careened out of control, entering a death spiral from which there would be no escape. A second later, another lightning bolt struck a second SOIV, leading to the same result. "Evasive maneuvers," Sergeant Williams yelled, but his voice was getting garbled as heavy interference started to distort it. By the end, all Smith or anyone else could hear was static, but they complied with his order regardless as they jettisoned their chutes and started using their thrusters to try and evade the lightning. The storm seemed to intensify around them, lightning strikes erupting every second as he and his team bobbed and weaved around them. It reminded him of dodging Covenant anti-air fire. Despite their best efforts, one by one more and more SIVs were picked off by the storm. First it was Sergeant Williams, then Johansson. Soon, their 10-strong ODST squad was whittled down to just 4 people including himself, and it was taking all of Smith's concentration to not descend into panic. That was when he saw it. As lightning danced around them, it illuminated a gargantuan shadow. It resembled a jellyfish, a bulbous head at the top with 11 appendages dangling from underneath. Around the edges of the bulb were massive spikes that resembled talons, with a small crown-like horn at the very top from which red electricity jumped to the spikes underneath. "Oh, Jesus," Smith muttered in disbelieving terror as the creature, which he knew had to be a grim of some kind, shot a bolt of lightning into another SIV. "It's creating the storm." One by one, the rest of the SOEIVs were shot down, with one being swatted out of the air by one of the jellyfish's tentacles. The last thing Smith saw, as he screamed and slammed all of his thrusters to the side to get away, was a tentacle reaching out to him. Then everything went black. Tilda. Kuroyuri, Anima, Kingdom of Mistral. Everyone was screaming as Lai Rin and his parents ran out of their house, his father holding his hunting bow in hand. The streets, normally calm at this time of night as everyone sat down for dinner or got ready for bed, was utterly chaotic as people ran for their lives. UNSC soldiers and Mistralian militiamen were doing their best to try and maintain at least a semblance of order, with the armed men and women barking commands and trying to usher people to relative safety. But with all the screaming and roaring coming from just outside the village walls, it was hard to even hear them. If Lai wasn't standing near one of them, he doubted he'd be able to at all. "Mother," Lai whimpered as he looked to his parents, and then ran forced to smile through her own obvious fear as she looked down to him. "It's okay, darling. Everything's okay," she reassured her son, and that gave him the strength to keep moving. "Get to the shelters." "This way, move," a UNSC Marine shouted, waving his arm back and forth. A few of the terrified civilians nearby who saw and heard him moved to follow his orders, only for the man to suddenly shoulder his rifle and yell, "Get down." Lee tackled Lai to the ground, protecting him with his body as the Marine fired into the air. The other villagers' screams increased in pitch and volume as many of them instinctually lowered themselves, giving the soldier ample room. The automatic gunfire hurt Lai's ears, and despite covering them with his hands, they still throbbed with each shot. Then he heard a loud, ear-splitting screech that drowned out the gunfire, followed by what sounded like arrows flinging through the air. A series of loud, dull thuds and wet squelches boomed around Lai, and the gunfire came to an immediate halt. Something large flapped its wings as it flew overhead, and it screeched once more before flying off. After a few moments, Lee pushed himself off his son, allowing Lai to look and see what had happened. He was immediately met with the wide-eyed, blank stare of his mother looking right at him, a growing pool of blood spreading out from her as a gargantuan feather pierced through her back and pinned her to the ground. Lai and his father stared in horror, which only grew as they looked around and saw that dozens of other people had suffered the same fate, including the soldier who had been protecting them. "Mother," Lai muttered as he futilely reached out towards her expressionless face. "No," Lee choked out as well as he gingerly ran his fingers through her hair. Both father and son wept over her body, ignoring the pained wails and moans of the wounded and the frantic footsteps of others running past them. They weren't able to mourn for long, though, as a series of explosions nearby brought their attention to the nearest wall. There they saw several soldiers shooting at unseen monsters roaring outside. Men on mounted machine guns fired endlessly into the dark, joined by others throwing grenades and unloading rifles and rockets alongside them. Tracers flew into the air as dark shapes passed overhead. Lai couldn't see what they were, but he recognized them as Nevermores from his classes. "Son, we need to move. Now," Lee shouted, wiping away the tears from his eyes as he forced himself and his son onto their feet. Lai reached one last time towards the dead body of his mother, but soon he was dragged away by his father deeper towards the village center. Fire and explosions rang out around them as Kuroyuri descended further and further into chaos. Scores of people, some of whom Lai recognized, ran past them. Fathers and mothers carried their children in their arms, most of whom were sobbing. Many stumbled, but while some helped the unfortunate up onto their feet, others were trampled by those blinded by their fear. Lee did what he could, but his only real priority was his son. On the rooftops, they could see soldiers firing at the oncoming grim hordes. Every so often, Lai would see one of the Nevermores fall out of the sky in a cloud of dark smoke, but he'd also see those same soldiers getting skewered by feathers like pincushions or carried off into the air in their mighty talons. Ahead of them, he saw one of the UNSC armored cars firing its heavy machine gun over their heads. Countless tracer rounds tore through several Nevermores as they dive-bombed its location. While most were cut down, their numbers were too great, allowing the survivors to launch another barrage of feathers that cut right through the car's hood. A large explosion quickly ensued, consuming the men inside the vehicle and sending the villagers next to it stumbling to the ground. Lai and his father nearly lost their footing, but they were far enough away to avoid the worst of it. "Lai, come on. Don't stop. Don't stop," Lee yelled as he pulled his son further away, briefly looking over his shoulder towards the wall. Just outside it, the roars of the Grim increased in fervor, and many of the soldiers and militiamen manning the defenses were practically firing their weapons straight down. "We're not going to make it," a terrified woman Lai didn't know wailed. "Shut up and just keep running," another boy angrily retorted. When they heard a loud bang, Lai and his father momentarily stopped to turn around and look. There they saw a massive crack starting to form on the wall, and dark shapes of Beowulfs, Ursas, and more climbing over the top, shredding the defenders unfortunate enough to be in their way. The sight of Grim about to breach their walls caused the villagers to run even faster and scream even more, and Lai felt his heart thundering in his chest. That was when his father pulled him aside into a nearby alleyway and kneeled in front of him before saying, "Son, listen to me. You have to be brave now." "Father?" Lai asked in confusion, which only increased when his father unhooked his sheathed hunting knife and gave it to him, pressing it to his chest. "The shelter is that way," Lee told him, thrusting his arm off to the side. Lai belatedly realized that his father was bleeding. He hadn't even seen what had wounded him in all the confusion. "Don't stop for anything. Don't look back. Do you understand?" "Father, what are you talking about? What is happening?" Lai wailed, tears streaming down his face as his father, tears welling in his own eyes, stood up and pulled out an arrow from his quiver. "No, please. I can't." "Yes, you can." Lyron firmly refuted as he pried Lai's clinging fingers from his pant leg and pushed the curved blade further into his grasp. "Take action, son. Your mother and I love you. Forgive me," he said more softly, then turned around and ran out of the alleyway just as the walls finally broke. Lai could only watch in horror as his father notched an arrow and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run." Despite his father's wishes, Lai instinctively moved to rejoin him. But the crowd of people running from the danger formed an impassable wall. Others were now running through the alley in a desperate attempt to avoid the dark sea of claws and teeth barreling their way. Lai had to dive underneath one of the adjacent houses just to avoid getting trampled. Laying on his stomach, he searched for his father's shoes and eventually was able to spot them. They were facing the opposite way from everyone else, and although he wasn't able to see him, Lai knew his father was firing his bow and arrow at the Grim assailing them. He crawled along his belly, trying to get back to his father, but soon his blood ran cold as he heard a loud roar. Turning his head to the side, he saw a black beast with white claws sprinting through the streets, ripping apart any unfortunate soul caught in their path. His father's shoes ran towards the monsters, and if he strained his ears, Lai could almost hear him screaming at others to run. The roars soon drowned him and everyone else out, then he could no longer see him. Lai stayed there for a moment, frozen in place as his world collapsed around him. He only managed to snap out of it when the head of a Beowulf lurched out and slammed into the ground in front of him, causing him to scream in fright before hastily crawling away. Running as fast as his little legs could carry him, Lyron followed his father's last request. Tears ran down his face, and his heart thundered in his chest. Behind him, he could hear people's screams being cut off as the Grim ripped them apart. He didn't dare turn back and look, instead focusing on just trying to run away. Ahead of him, he could hear soldiers still staying in the fight, doing their best to hold off the Grim and get as many people as possible to safety. Whether they could, or would simply die trying, Lyron didn't know. As he neared the exit of the alleyway, Lai tripped on a discarded bottle and fell hard to the ground. He grit his teeth in pain as he gingerly held up his now scraped and bruised knee. Around him, the other adults and their families ran for their lives, none of them giving Lai so much as a passing glance. Part of him wanted to just lay down and curl up, but the rest knew if he did that he'd be dead, and his father's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Fighting through the pain, Lai prepared to push himself back up and rejoin the retreat, but that was when he saw the young orange-haired girl from a few days before cowering under a nearby house. She was holding a wooden hammer, more of a toy mallet really, tightly against her chest, tearfully whimpering as the adults around her ran by, none of them even noticing her. Staring at her for a few moments, Lai debated following everyone else's example and running. But before he could come to a decision, a loud, inhuman screech coming from above forced his hand as a nevermore descended from the night sky. The UNSC soldiers attempted to shoot it down, but it was moving too fast. Seeking shelter from what he knew was coming, Lai dove underneath another house across from the one the girl was cowering under, and laid on his belly as a storm of feathers pierced through the crowd he was just in. The Nevermore was shot down a moment later, but it was poor comfort to those already dead. Lying flat on the ground, Lai glanced towards the street in the vain hope that he could see his father, desperately wishing for his presence. But he saw nothing but carnage, and it was then that he accepted what he already knew. His father wasn't coming back. The dam he had been building up in his mind fully gave way, and he wept as the collapse of his world continued around him. A storm of negative emotions consumed his entire being, and he felt himself reach a breaking point. Then, for a reason he couldn't understand, his body shimmered a faint pink before turning gray. His injured knee no longer hurt, his emotions suddenly calmed, and he no longer felt afraid. The moment of clarity passed, and his color returned alongside his fear. Yet, somehow, it felt lesser than before. Lai stared at his hands for a few moments, wondering what he did and how he did it. He wondered if that was his aura some of his fellow students had talked about in school. Whatever the case, the answers would have to wait as yet another screech caught his attention, this one coming near the terrified girl across from him. Part of Lai wanted to just stand up and run, but the rest could only stare at the girl helplessly cowering under the floorboards. He wondered what to do, before his gaze fell to the knife still clenched in his hand. Sometimes the worst action to take is taking no action at all. The words of his father echoed in his mind, and Ren came to a decision. Take action, son. Stealing his gaze, he ran out from under the house to the next one, sliding along the ground to the girl who yelped in fright. Seeing that he wasn't a Grim, she calmed down somewhat, but with all the chaos and carnage around them, there wasn't much anyone could do. Hey, come on. We need to go. Lai told the girl, but she fearfully recoiled back and fervently shook her head when he reached for her. No, the girl wailed in utter terror, tears running down her cheeks. Lai struggled to figure out what to do when the house above them creaked and moaned as a large Grim he couldn't see got on top of it. Realizing what was about to happen, the two children instinctively held each other as fear gripped their hearts. Lai clenched his eyes tightly shut, trying to replicate what he had just done moments before. The strain on the wood increased as whatever was on top of them got closer to the ground, clearly sensing their fear as Lai reached deep inside himself. Then, just as the tip of the Nevermore's beak passed the floorboards, his aura shimmered once again. His body went gray, and it spread to the girl he was tightly hugging. Both of them felt their fear be replaced by tranquility, and the Nevermore quickly lost interest before moving on to where the UNSC and militiamen were hurting everyone else. In the distance, Lai could hear the shelter doors being sealed shut, safeguarding whoever managed to make it inside. After a few moments, Lai's grip on his power broke, and color returned to him and the girl. He breathed heavily and felt lightheaded, but he forced himself to remain upright. Taking several deep breaths, he turned to look at the girl who was staring at him in utter shock and surprise, then forced himself to give her a soft smile. Seeing that she had dropped the wooden hammer, he reached down to grab it, then gave it back to her. It's okay, Lai gently said, giving her a soft, warm smile. We'll keep each other safe, okay? The girl said nothing at first, then replied, I'm scared. He nodded back while admitting, me too. Peeking out from underneath the floor, Lai asked, what's your name? The girl didn't say anything at first, then answered, Nora. Lai turned back towards Nora, her hand firmly clasped in his own, and revealed, my name's Lyrin. Lai and Nora stared at each other, then several loud roars came from above. At first, he thought it was more Grim, but they sounded different. They weren't animalistic. In fact, they sounded more like explosions. Both children peeked out to look, where they were spotted by a Beowulf. Before any of them could react, the Grimm was consumed by a large dust cloud as something slammed into it from above. When the dust settled and black smoke dispersed, Lai and Nora saw a large, black, teardrop-shaped pod embedded into the ground. The front was ejected away, thankfully missing the pair as it skidded to a stop. From inside the pod emerged a man clad from head to foot in black armor, his face obscured by a helmet with a wide visor on it. In his hands was a rifle, the same kind wielded by the rest of the UNSC soldiers stationed in the village, and on his back was a double-barreled tube of some kind. The soldier quickly noticed the pair of children staring at him, and unlike all the other adults from before, ran straight to them. "Are you kids okay?" the soldier asked with a man's voice, his visor depolarizing to reveal his concerned face. There was a name AG written on his chestplate, but it was in a language that neither Lai nor Nora could read. Regardless, the man kneeled in front of them, one hand gripping his rifle while he used the other to gently clasp Lai's shoulder. "My name is Sergeant Graves," the man revealed as he smiled at them, with others similarly clad and armed men and women forming a protective circle around them. "Don't worry, you're safe now." Standing up, Sergeant Ethan Graves' visor polarized once again, and he barked out, "Odistes, secure any survivors and escort them to the shelter." "Yes, sir," the other Odistes replied in unison, and as Graves personally began guiding the children towards the town center, Lai couldn't stop staring at them in utter awe. Tilda. Mountain Glen, Eastern Sanus, Kingdom of Vale. Everything, in Crow's humble opinion, had gone to hell in a handbasket. There really was no other way to describe it, not after some idiots leaked nearly the entire truth of the Human Covenant War onto the CCT network and caused a Grimtide. He had only heard stories about how bad Grimtides could be. The only person he knew who actually lived through one was Professor Ashbin, technically, and for more reasons than one he was a unique circumstance. Every city, every village, every kingdom on Remnant was currently under siege as the largest mass panic in recent history gripped his people by the throat. Crow didn't know how many people were already dead, nor how many would perish by the time this was over. All he knew was that, right now, he had a job to do. Something he was reminded of as he chopped the head off an Ursa trying to break through the defensive line. "Hold them back. Hold them back. God damn it." One of the Saran sergeants barked as he fired his Lancer MK1 in short, controlled burst into the oncoming horde. He was joined by dozens of others lending their rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers, and machine guns. The air was filled with tracer rounds and explosions, creating a cacophony of noise that echoed across the ruined skyscrapers surrounding them. Firing Harbinger's shotgun into a creep's chest, Crow paid its disintegrating body no heed as he simply moved on to the next target. "There's no end to them," another Saran yelled as he reloaded his rifle and immediately fired a burst into the head of a leaping Beowulf, popping it like a wet balloon. "There is, and we're gonna find it," the sergeant retorted before hastily ducking underneath a Beowulf's claw. Rather than retreat, he and two other Sarans yelled at the top of their lungs before driving their rifles' bayonets into the abomination's chest and pulling their triggers. A hailstorm of lead tore through the Grimm's body, and it momentarily twitched before going still and disintegrating into a cloud of black smoke. Crow had only been fighting alongside these guys for a few hours now, and he had come to two decisions regarding them. 1. The people of Sarah were absolutely insane. 2. He liked them. Making sure to stay out of the soldiers' line of fire, Crow concentrated on high-priority targets like alphas and those who were about to slip past their defenses. Sprinting towards their left flank, he used Harbinger's scythe configuration to cleave a path through several sentinels which had burrowed their way up through the rock and concrete to try and attack the soldiers from behind. For a huntsman of his caliber, taking them out wasn't too difficult, but he made sure to put them down as fast as possible anyway, both to ensure the safety of the men and women he was fighting alongside, as well as making sure they didn't live long enough to evolve into their alpha variants. Senators were nightmares for anyone to deal with, and he'd rather not have to do that himself in the weeks after this mess. As he reloaded his weapon, Crow briefly reviewed why they were in Mountain Glen in the first place. The upper city had fallen just over 5 years ago, with the survivors evacuating and rebuilding underground. Everything had been fine up until now, but with the UNSC and the kingdoms getting ready to announce to the world the truth about the Covenant and the war they were about to join, their spaceborne brethren were paranoid that the subway tunnels represented a significant risk to Vale proper. Sure, it had been secure up until now, but in the event of a sufficiently large Grimm attack or, gods forbid, direct sabotage, a subsequent breach would allow Grimm to flow directly into the city right past their defenses, leading to untold numbers of casualties. Lord Hood's argument had been solid, and he convinced the Valian Council to allow a large-scale rescue and sealing. Crow wasn't originally a part of it. He was only in Vale to help Ty and the girls settle into their hotel. Preemptive evacuations had been going on all across the kingdom, and Patch was no exception. The bulk of its population already lived in the island's main port, and thanks to its shallow waters and close proximity to the kingdom capital, it was quite secure. Avery was stationed there at the moment, helping to oversee the defenses. The more remote homesteads, like Ty's, were a bit more of an issue. Many were reluctant to leave their homes for vague explanations at best. Given how Ty was completely in the loop, he had no issue with taking the girls and leaving their home for a bit. They could have taken shelter in Patch's port like the others, but Ty wanted to ensure that his daughters were as safe as possible, so he took them into Vale itself. Crow didn't blame him, and he, with Ashbin's help, was able to get them into a nice hotel. Ruby and Young didn't even know what was going on. They thought they were simply on vacation and having the time of their lives. At least until the Remnant Liberation Army fucked things up. The sound of rumbling thunder overhead cut through his thoughts and drew his attention skyward, and he frowned. Through the storm clouds, illuminated by periodic flashes of red lightning and the occasional break in the cloud cover, he could see the gargantuan forms of tempests. At least 3 of them, probably more given the size and strength of the maelstrom they were generating. Their presence had caught everyone completely off guard. More importantly, the storm and the Grim were preventing the UNSC from sending in desperately needed reinforcements. Something he was reminded of when he spotted a pelican attempting to break through, only to get shot down by a combination of lightning strikes and tempest tentacles. A flight of F-99 Wombat drone fighters attempted to fire rockets into them, but the rockets veered off course and exploded uselessly into the city skyline if they weren't intercepted by the lightning. Clutching his fist tightly, Crow had to stop himself from cursing. There was only one reason why Tempest would be here, and their presence was no coincidence. The RLA didn't act alone, they had help, and there was only one person on Remnant who would benefit from all this chaos and devastation. But he could worry about Salem later. Right now, he had to help keep the Grim at bay long enough for the UNSC to finish evacuating the people underground. If they were reluctant to comply before, now they were in a mad dash to get onto the train. To do that, they needed time, and that meant holding the Grim off for as long as possible. Overhead, Falcons and Hornets gave close air support by firing rockets, grenades, and bullets into the Grim hordes below. Resounding booms of Scorpions firing their main cannons echoed across the city, and every so often he'd see Warthogs racing down the street, firing their mounted machine guns, Gauss cannons, and rocket launchers at any Grim in their way. So far, they were holding the line, but he doubted their good fortune would last forever. Branwyn, Colonel Hoffman is requesting your presence in the command center, Lieutenant Anya Stroud called out through his scroll. On my way, Crow replied, then immediately shouted to the lieutenant overseeing the sector's defense, Kim, I gotta go. You good here? We're solid. Ty, bolster the left flank. Barrick, get on that machine gun. Lieutenant Min Young Kim replied before immediately refocusing his attention onto the battle surrounding them. Confident that the Sarans had everything under control for the moment, Crow ran down the nearest subway entrance into the underground section of Mountain Glen. Inside, the chaos of the battle above was replaced by the chaos of the evacuation below. Thousands of people were yelling and screaming as they desperately tried to push their way to the front of the line. Along the tracks was a massive train filled with hundreds of people. Get back in line and calm down, a fully armored Saran shouted, pushing back a man to allow a woman and her children space to proceed. Why do they get to go? The enraged civilian screamed back, but the soldier was unperturbed. They were in line first, so they get on first. Wait your turn or I'll send you to the back of the line. The civilian looked like he wanted to argue, but a quick shuffle of the Saran's rifle was enough to get him and everyone else to back down. The sounds of gunfire and explosions coming from the upper levels briefly caused everyone's heads to shift upward, which only seemed to aggravate the terrified civilians even more. When they heard several explosions and gunfire coming from their level, everyone screamed as several troopers rushed past to close a newly emerged hole that formed in the wall as several sentinels burst outward. Ye-hole, take it out, one of the Sarans shouted, followed by several fragmentation grenades getting tossed in. The subsequent detonations caused the hole to collapse in on itself, bisecting the Grim still burrowing out of it and reducing them to dust. Damn grubs, a Saran complained, then gestured towards the train with his lancer. Get these people moving now. As the guards complied with the demand, Crow continued moving towards the command center. It wasn't much of one. It used to be the security station for the rail yard, and with its easy access to the station's intercom, security cameras, and doors, the UNSC had quickly claimed it for their own once the evacuation began, turning it into a proper CIC. Inside, Crow could see dozens of controllers manning stations, issuing orders, and directing reinforcements to critical areas. A holographic map of Mountain Glen was displayed in the central holodable, giving a real-time readout of the situation. The UNSC's forces were represented by green dots scattered around the display, the largest cluster of which was around the train station. Others were smaller islands, all of which were surrounded by a sea of red depicting the Grim. Leaning over the top of the holodable was Colonel Hoffman, wearing a full set of armor save for a cap atop his head. We're getting pushed in from all sides, Hoffman complained as he idly moved the display's focus to another section of the city. Damn grubs, popping up wherever they want even behind our defenses. Never thought I'd see the day where I'd rather be fighting the Covenant. Don't give the Sentinels all the credit. There's plenty of creeps doing their own share of tunneling, too, Crow said, announcing his presence which Hoffman regarded for a moment before grunting in agreement. You're telling me. It's like I never left home, Hoffman replied as he shook his head in exasperation. Apparently, the good people of Mountain Glen were drilling tunnels all over the place to expand. When this goddamn Grim-Eyed kicked off, those tunnels were among the first places to get breached. Seems like there was a whole shitload of Grim underground, just waiting for someone to catch their attention. More like 10 shitloads, Crow joked sarcastically, causing Hoffman to give the huntsman a faint, amused smile before steeling himself once again. Either way, Mountain Glen was doomed from the start. It was only a matter of time before the people here breached those hidden pockets. Thank God we were here to get them out before shit hit the fan. I don't want to think about what would have happened if we weren't. Hoffman shook his head and sighed, then matched his gaze with Crow's and continued. But I didn't ask you to come down here and listen to me bitching. We're having a bit of a situation topside. And that would be? Crow asked while crossing his arms over his chest, and Lieutenant Stroud walked over and handed Crow a datapad displaying the tempests. He frowned and muttered, of course. With those tempests in the air, we are almost completely cut off from reinforcements. Any dropships or ODSTs that attempt to get through get shot down, Stroud revealed. The storms they're generating are putting out so much electromagnetic interference that our ships can't get a target lock on them. If we call in orbit-to-ground strikes, we risk hitting our own forces or Vale itself. Needless to say, that isn't an option, Hoffman grumpily added, and Crow nodded in agreement. I saw a flight of wombats attempting to shoot them down earlier, Crow replied. They did nothing. The rockets were either intercepted or went off course. Didn't see what happened after that. We lost contact with the drones not too long ago, Stroud told him. We have a flight of F-23 Falcatas on standby, but we can't risk losing the pilots to the storm. Those Tempest assholes are, to put it plainly, fucking up everything, Hoffman declared, to which the lieutenant nodded in agreement. I can see that. What do you need me for then? Crow asked with a huff. I'm good, don't get me wrong, but there isn't anything I can do against a Leviathan-class Grim by myself. Much less ones that fly. Wasn't expecting you to, Hoffman admitted before shifting the holodeble to focus on a massive tower in the center of Mountain Glen, one that was still relatively intact. Pointing at the skyscraper, Hoffman revealed, this is Merlot Tower, the former home of Merlot Industries. I'm aware, Crow said through a disgusted scowl before pointing upward. Dr. Merlot was a madman who thought he could control the Grim. Started experimenting on them, and when he ran out he started drawing more into the city on purpose. 3 guesses as to how that turned out, and the first 2 don't count. I've read the reports. Thousands died, including himself, and the survivors were forced underground, Stroud replied, then shook her head. But that's not important. What is important is that the UNSC determined Merlot Tower's centralized location and high vantage point offered a crucial position for the city's evacuation. We were setting up anti-air defenses, including a Mark 2488 Onager, when the Grimide kicked off. An Onager? What's that? Crow asked, unfamiliar with the weapon, then whistled when the holodeble promptly displayed it. This is an Onager, Hoffman declared as the mass driver rotated. It fires a 15-centimeter ferric tungsten hollow-point round through 5 linearly arranged magnetic coils with 1.1 gigajoules of kinetic energy on impact at 20 rounds a minute. In other words, it's a ground-mounted Mac, and it'll punch right through those tempests like balloons. Certainly looks like it. Given how those tempests are still up, though, I imagine something went wrong. That's putting it lightly. The AA guns were supposed to be automated, including the Onager, but with the storm putting out so much EM interference, they haven't been able to fire, Hoffman pointed out, and frowned. This is why you don't rely on automation like those damn robots Atlas likes to use. When shit like that breaks, you're left hung out to dry. Regardless, we sent troops to retake the tower and fire the emplacements manually. Lieutenant Stroud picked up where the colonel left off. We lost contact with them shortly afterwards. Right, Crow muttered. And you need me to finish the job. If you're so inclined, Hoffman admitted. Look, I know I can't order you to do shit you don't want to do. The only reason why we have a bunch of you huntsmen here in the first place was because they have standing contracts with Vale. But I like to think we have a good working relationship, and if you could lend a hand, it would save a lot of my guys. Crow nodded, knowing exactly where Colonel Hoffman was coming from. He wasn't the only huntsman currently operating in the area. There were at least a dozen huntsmen in Mountain Glen alone, assisting with the evacuation. But unlike him, the others weren't keen on following orders from anyone, much less a foreign military. They had their contracts with Vale, and as far as they were concerned, the terms of their contracts were the only things they had to worry about. The Grimtide didn't help matters, as most of the huntsmen went off to take care of the things they considered to be most urgent, leaving only a handful who actually stuck around to help the soldiers. It wasn't hard to come to a decision, and Crow nodded before replying, those tempests are everyone's problem. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Stroud replied, clear relief on her face while Hoffman nodded stoically in appreciation. Before Crow could head off, however, she quickly added, also, if you find Delta One, they could use the assist. Marcus is fine, Anya. He's one tough son of a bitch, Hoffman pointed out, but Stroud simply gave Crow a pleading look regardless. It was one he'd seen before. Crow didn't know who this Marcus fellow was, but he got the feeling that he and the lieutenant were close. He nodded affirmatively at her, and when she nodded back appreciatively, he made his leave. Racing up the stairwell, he briefly paused to see a Scorpion rumbling by, firing its main cannon at an emerging Deathstalker nearly as large as the tank itself. The 90mm tungsten shells punched smoking holes in the monster's thick white shell, and it succumbed to the barrage only a few giant arachnid steps from the hole it had burst out from. Many of the Sarans cheered, only for a pack of Beowulfs to leap out of the smoke cover of the dissolving beast and descend upon the Scorpion. A hurried shot from the cannon took out a handful in the center, and the sweep of its machine gun cut down a few more, but the rest of the scattered pack easily reached the slowly reversing vehicle. The dumber Beowulfs clawed futilely at the tank's ceramic titanium armor, but others leapt onto the canopy to tear it open like a tin can. The soldiers nearby fired at the pack of Grimm to try and save the tank, with Crow contributing his own shotgun shells to the attempt, but by the time they cleared the Beowulfs, the tank cabin was already left a bloody mess. With the Scorpion unmanned, several other Grimm attempted to break through the line, but thankfully a trio of falcons arrived overhead to rain fire down upon them. Crow wanted to help push the Grimm back, but seeing the silhouette of the Tempest flash through the storm reminded him of their higher priority. So he kept running, moving into a nearby alleyway that was out of sight from anyone else before transforming into a crow. As he flew through the air, he saw other UNSC forces bravely fighting the Grimm, turning the entire urban ruins into a war zone. Gods, I hope Avery is having a better time than I am, Crow thought to himself, then kept flying straight towards Merlot Tower. Tilda. Patch, Eastern Sanis, Kingdom of Vale. Standing at the edge of the port, Sergeant Avery Johnson looked out towards the sea with his standard-issue binoculars. The water was churning violently on the horizon as a dark shape clawed its way out from the depths. It soon began to emerge, revealing a massive beast with an axe-like horn in the middle of its head. Rows of bony armor crossed his chest, back, arms and legs, and with a mighty roar it announced its presence to the people of the island. Leviathan-class Grimm. I repeat, we have a Leviathan-class Grimm. Private Jenkins shouted into the radio as the Grimm properly began making its way towards them. Around the port, amidst the wailing siren and all the gunfire and explosions as his fellow Marines and Army troopers fought off the minor Grimm already on the island, people's terrified screams got louder and more pronounced. This seemed to have a bolstering effect on the Grimm, making them even more ferocious. Do we have anything that can take that thing out? Mendoza asked, his voice trembling in fear and anxiety. We have a few scorpions and hornets, but I doubt they'll do much against something that big, Johnson admitted. Great, so we're screwed, Viceni remarked, but Johnson shook his head. Nope, 'cause I ain't got time for this bullshit, Johnson retorted, quickly assessing that the Grimm was far enough away from both Patch and Vale to minimize the risk of collateral damage. Thanks to the shallow waters around the island forcing the big bastard to expose itself at a reasonably safe distance. Jenkins, call up the two for flinching. I want an orbital bombardment on that son of a bitch. Jenkins immediately complied with the order, and Johnson continued staring out through the binoculars at the Grimm coming towards them. A moment later, dozens of guided streak missiles flew down through the upper atmosphere, slamming right into the Grimm and consuming it in a cloud of explosions. Water went flying in all directions, and a faint shockwave could be felt even from all the way at the island's port. When the mist settled, Johnson couldn't help but feel disappointed that the Leviathan-class Grimm was still standing, albeit limping forward with a third of its body gone in various chunks. The titanic creature let loose a wet screech of rage and what could be construed as pain, and glared balefully up to where the missiles came from. It locked its multiple sets of eyes on the faint gray oblong of the UNSC ship miles overhead, before its throat swelled and it spat out a lance of pressurized seawater. Unfortunately for the Leviathan class, its supersized water cutter jet, which probably would have sliced all of the port's buildings in half if it had been allowed to reach the island, couldn't even make it up to the clouds that its target was hovering safely above, before losing cohesion and falling back to the surface as a rain column. Call in a Mac strike. Put that thing out of its misery, Johnson quickly ordered over the Grimm's last roar of frustration. A Mac strike? In atmosphere? Mendoza asked in shock, hardly able to believe his sergeant's words. Johnson merely smiled as the UNSC-2 for flinching a Lancer-class fast attack corvette, descended from the clouds and aimed its 5D7C2 magnetic accelerator cannon right at the Grimm's head. A few moments later, the Mac fired, piercing right through the neck and continuing onward out into the ocean. A massive explosion of water was sent skyward, along with bits and pieces of the Grimm that rained down around them. The Grimm's head even landed in the middle of the loading dock, the blade from its horn stabbing into the concrete with a deafening crack, before starting to disappear into black smoke. Smiling to himself as everyone began to cheer victoriously, Johnson lit a sweet Williams cigar and breathed in a cloud of its smoke. Turning around, he couldn't help but notice that the remaining terrestrial Grimm, previously invigorated by the Leviathan's presence and the despair it had invoked, were now beginning to falter in the face of renewed human morale. With his cigar still held in his mouth between his teeth, Johnson flicked off the safety of his MA-2B rifle and began making his way towards the front lines. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's mop these bastards up, Johnson declared, and the rest of his men shouted in agreement as they joined him. Tilda. Mountain Glen, Eastern Sanis, Kingdom of Vale. As Crow flew as fast as he could towards Merlot Tower, he made sure to pay attention to the battle still going on around him. Explosions and bullets filled the air as Nevermorse, Lancers, and other flying Grimm dueled with Hornets, Falcons, and small ground-based AA guns. No one was watching out for a seemingly normal Crow as both factions were far more focused on killing each other. But that also meant they wouldn't care if he got in the way, forcing him to make frequent detours through the bombed-out buildings and streets of Mountain Glen. Thanks to his small size and agility, he was able to go wherever he wanted, something he demonstrated as he flew through the window of what used to be an office building. Coming out the other side, he squawked in surprise and came to an abrupt stop as a Falcon swarming with Griffins spiraled out of control. The aircraft was on fire, and soldiers inside desperately tried to shoot the beasts off of them. Before Crow could shift back into his human form and lend a hand, the falcon crashed into the side of the building, exploding and sending its burning carcass to the streets below. The griffins died in the impact as well, but that was a small consolation in his opinion. Biting back a curse, Crow briefly looked down as he saw packs of Beowulfs and Ursus swarm over the ruined aircraft, a Goliath trudging behind them as they made their way towards the nearest UNSC emplacement. At the far end of the street, machine guns opened fire, cutting into the horde and reducing them to black mist. The .50 caliber rounds did little to the Goliath, however, which simply trumpeted and picked up the pace as it charged towards them. Each step made the ground and buildings shake, and several long-abandoned cars were crushed underneath the grim. The soldiers added rockets and grenades to their attack, and landmines sat ready to take its massive feet out from under it. But the smaller and faster Beowulfs, Creeps, and Ursus took them out before they could be used against the Goliath, and the rockets were barely even slowing it down. Realizing that, without any assistance, the soldiers were done for, Crow came to a decision. He swooped down at breakneck speed, transforming back into a human with Harbinger and its scythe configuration raised behind him. With a wordless yell, he fired his shotgun barrels to maximize his momentum and swung the blade right through the back of the Goliath's skull, deeply enough for the tip to burst out through its forehead like a small horn. It sputtered for a moment, and its inertia kept it going for several more feet. But ponderously, inevitably, it collapsed to a heap right in front of the sandbags. Grunting in exertion, Crow removed his weapon from the Goliath and hopped down as it turned into smoke. Without their alpha, the cohesion of the remaining Grim disappeared, allowing the machine gunners to finish picking them off. Addressing the sergeant, he asked, "Are you all right?" "We are now," the sergeant replied, giving Crow a respectful nod. "Gotta say, your timing couldn't have been better. If you hadn't shown up, that thing would have run right over us." "That's what it looked like," Crow said, taking the opportunity to empty Harbinger's shotgun into a few remaining stragglers. With the coast relatively clear, he added while reloading his weapon, "Listen, you and your men should fall back. It's not safe here anymore." "Don't need to tell us twice," the sergeant agreed, then turned towards the others. "Alpha 2, pack your shit up. We are leaving. Stratton, make sure that Fabricator is loaded up. Rojas, help him." Looking back at Crow, the sergeant asked, "You coming with? We could use the assist." Crow shook his head and answered, "I can't. Heading to the tower. Gonna try and get those AA guns back online." "Really? Hoffman managed to rope you into that?" Corporal J. Stratton asked as he glanced up towards Merlot Tower while he and Rojas carried the field Fabricator along the ground them. He then added, "Well, I'd offer to come with you, but we're running low on supplies. Honestly, we'd probably just slow you down." "Don't worry about it," Crow replied as he turned to leave. "By the way, if you see Marcus, tell him he owes me 20 credits, Stratton quickly called out as he and the rest of Alpha 2 loaded their remaining supplies into a Razorback and prepared to drive off. Not bothering to stick around and see them leave, Crow simply ran back out into the street and around the corner. Once he was out of sight, he transformed back into a bird and took off into the air once again. He was much closer to Merlot Tower by this point, but he was still several kilometers away. If it weren't for the hectic battle going on around him, he'd probably be there by now. As it stood, going straight to Merlot Tower as the crow flies could result in him getting intercepted, and if that happened, the odds of the AA guns getting brought back online would decrease even more. Part of him wondered why none of the other huntsmen were trying to get to the tower as well. They might not be under any obligation to follow UNSC orders, but they had to understand that taking down those Tempests was in everyone's best interest. Even the most anti-military huntsman like himself could put aside their pride to lend a hand. Of course, it was possible that, given his prior relationship with the UNSC, Crow was the first one that came to Colonel Hoffman's mind. That was probably the reason. Even if the other huntsmen probably wouldn't say no to turning those guns back on, with Crow it was an absolute certainty. Stroud would probably have to walk him through the steps to actually do that, though. He wasn't exactly the best with computers. Crow was stricken from his thoughts when he saw a body lying on the street below. It caught his attention because it was colorful and unique, unlike the uniformed Sarans he'd already lost count of. Realizing the body belonged to a huntress, Crow diverted course and flew down. Transforming back into a human, he quickly scanned his surroundings for any sign of danger. Sensing nothing in the immediate area, Crow inspected the body and frowned. He didn't know the identity of the dead huntress. All he could tell was that she liked the color blue a lot, given her wardrobe, and her weapon appeared to be a crossbow that could transform into a one-handed axe. A weapon that was now shattered into a dozen little pieces, fading into the destroyed city around them. Her body was covered in cuts and bruises, with a gaping hole where her heart used to be, and her blank, expressionless eyes stared up into the sky above. Frowning to himself, Crow gently probed at the cuts with his fingers. They didn't seem to come from claws, as there were only single cuts rather than rows. But they were far rougher than the type of wounds a metallic blade would leave behind. They were too jagged and uneven. He'd never seen something like this before, and the mystery made him clench his fist. As far as he could tell, there were only 3 options as to what killed his fellow huntsman. 1. She was murdered by UNSC forces here, which he felt was exceedingly unlikely, both because he doubted any Marine could take out a huntress on their own, and because the UNSC had no reason to target a huntress unless she was actively working against them like Hockey felt. Not to mention she'd almost certainly have been killed by bullets or explosives in that case. rather than whatever melee weapon did this. 2. A Remnantian criminal just so happened to be in the area and murdered her. Unless the criminal was an assassin working for Salem, that was unlikely as well. Given the Grim Queen's obvious involvement in the tempest he was tasked with destroying, though, he couldn't dismiss the possibility out of hand. 3. And the most likely in his opinion, she was killed by a Grim. What kind, he didn't know. And the fact that there was even a body left behind for him to find rather than it being eaten threw things off for him even more. But after he turned on the AA batteries, he'd be sure to find out. Any other time, he'd drop what he was doing to give chase before the trail went cold. But right now he had other, more important priorities. Taking to the skies once again, he kept his eyes peeled for any sign of danger. There were still packs and flocks of Grim moving around, constantly skirmishing with the UNSC forces holding the city. But none were paying attention to him, meaning he was mostly safe. On the ground, he saw the remains of the forces Hoffman had previously sent to Merlot Tower. The burning wrecks of warthogs, razorbacks, scorpions, and a few crashed aircraft littered the streets, along with dozens of dead serants. Some of them appeared to have tried to set up fortifications, but judging by the state of their bodies, they didn't last very long. Most of the fabricators were in similar states of disrepair, but strangely some of them looked relatively intact, with only their power cores and material cartridges empty. As he kept going, he noticed what appeared to be a streak of fortified areas making a rough line towards Merlot Tower. At first, he thought it was different groups of soldiers all trying to do the same thing. Then, as the line kept going, he started seeing fewer and fewer bodies. Not only that, but the fortifications seemed fresher. Realizing that this could mean there were survivors, Crow decided to take a detour and follow them, hoping his gut instinct was right. Besides, he was only a few blocks away from the tower at this point, and any help would be appreciated. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of gunfire and explosions which echoed across the buildings. Most were far away, accompanied by large explosions as distant Kodiaks fired their artillery shells into large clusters of Grim. But to his surprise, one cluster was getting louder and louder, telling him it was much closer. Who? He heard a man yell excitedly from the next street over. Oh, yeah, take it all. Yeah, baby. Come get some. Hoo. Get some. Realizing that he had, indeed, found survivors of the ill-fated convoy, Crow shifted back into human form and sprinted as fast as he could towards them. The incessant cacophony of small arms fire became almost ear-splitting, and as he broke through the alleyway, he was greeted by a bulky man wearing a white army bead with dark skin who proudly showed off his bare, muscular arms for the world to see as he shoulder-checked a Beowulf into a nearby dumpster. Without breaking his momentum, the man kept going, firing a burst from his lancer into the head of a creep, popping it like a balloon, before spinning around a charging Ursa. As he spun to the side, he simultaneously pulled out and primed a fragmentation grenade, lightly tossing it to the Grim with a whop, before sprinting away. The Ursa obligingly caught the unfamiliar object between its claws with a confused-sounding grunt, and a moment later the grenade exploded, reducing the Grim to a puff of smoke. That's right, baby. Nobody plays the game like the Cole train. Who, the soldier, who Crow assumed had to be named Cole, proudly declared. Only then did the Saran finally notice Crow, and he beamed while saying, "Well, hello there. You come to play." Looking around at the broken courtyard around them, Crow nodded while saying something like that. "Hey, the more the merrier. Come on, my squad's over there," Cole announced, then started sprinting towards the nearby gunfire and explosions. Following the man, Crow soon came across a large battle as 4 other Sarants, each as muscular as Cole, fought off a large swarm of Grim. One, the only soldier wearing a full set of armor, was manning a machine gun, firing it while laughing like a madman anywhere he saw black and white. The rest, aside from typical shooting glasses or eyepieces that the rest of the UNSC deployed, weren't wearing any headgear at all. One had a do-rag covering the top of his head, and another had a pair of welding goggles on his forehead, but otherwise they left their heads exposed. "Cole, did you get them?" the soldier with the goggles asked as he fired his lancer into the crowd. "And who's this asshole?" "I got M. Baird," Cole answered as he ran to the fabricator and inserted a fresh material cartridge and power core into it. As munitions started getting printed out, Cole turned to Crow and said, "And this is?" "Man, I just realized I never got your name." "Crow," he simply replied, and Cole nodded while flashing a brief smile. "This is Crow. He and I ran into each other on my way back." "Fan-fucking-tastic," Baird sarcastically remarked as he, using the fabricator's terminal, programmed a new set of instructions. It quickly produced a rocket launcher, which he immediately grabbed and fired at a swooping Nevermore, hitting the avian Grim right in the center of its chest. Locking on and firing the second radar-guided rocket into another Nevermore, Baird continued, "Where the hell were you this entire time?" "I was going to ask you the same thing," Crow replied as he bisected a leaping Beowulf with a single swipe of Harbinger's blade. "In the shit. Up to here," Baird immediately replied while holding the palm of his hand above his head. "Fair enough," Crow remarked, then turned his head towards who he had to assume was the squad sergeant, who was currently yelling at the top of his lungs while doing a bayonet charge at a nearby Beowulf. Plunging the lancer's blade into the surprised Grim's chest, he hoisted the beast over his head with sheer muscle and blew a hole in its torso with a point-blank burst, before tossing its lifeless carcass to the side and firing his weapon at the next target. "Bring it," the man yelled after quickly reloading with a practiced flourish once his lancer ran dry. Beside him, another Serant soldier, who had a heart-shaped tattoo on his right arm that read Maria on it, fired his lancer into a creep. Downing the creature but not quite killing it, he ran forward as it tried to drag itself along with its one working limb and kicked it onto its back, then curb-stomped its head into a chunky paste. "Ooh, nasty," the soldier remarked before rejoining the rest of his squad and Crow and fighting off the remaining Grim. The rest of the fight was hectic, but it didn't last very long as the last of the enemies were put down. A sentinel leapt out of the ground and almost managed to get Baird, who was constantly pumping out fresh munitions and supplies from the fabricator. But he was saved by a hovering drone which spewed a thin but intense stream of flame that burned it to ash from the head down. At first, Crow wasn't sure how such a small machine could lift one of the UNSC's cumbersome flamethrowers and its liquid fuel, until he recognized what appeared to be a small burned dust canister plugged into its body instead. Once the Grim were finally put down, Crow and the others finally had a chance to breathe, and he idly flicked some Grim blood off Harbinger's blade. "Sarge, I think we're good," the helmeted soldier remarked as he hopped off his machine gun, and the sergeant nodded as he turned his attention squarely to Crow, allowing him to see his name tag which read Phoenix. "Make sure nothing gets in." "Dom, go with Carmine," Sergeant Phoenix ordered. "Baird, how long until we're topped off on ammo?" "Few more minutes, then we'll be ready to go," Baird answered, and Phoenix nodded. So he began. "You're Crow. I'm assuming Crow Branwyn." "That's right." Crow confirmed. "You've heard of me?" "Your name is distinctive. In case you haven't noticed," Phoenix grunted. "Sergeant Marcus Phoenix, Delta 1. What are you doing here, Branwyn?" Crow raised his eyebrow. Realizing this must be the Marcus he'd heard about, he couldn't help but joke, "Telling you that some guy named Jay said you owed him 20 credits. Of course, Marcus sighed while shaking his head, a ghost of a relieved smile gracing his lips before staring right back at the huntsman. "I'm assuming Hoffman sent you here for the tower, same as us?" "He did," Crow replied. "Gonna be honest, after the carnage I saw on my way up here, didn't expect to see anyone still alive." "Yeah, it was a bit touch and go for a bit," Cole admitted. "But ain't nothing gonna get in Delta Squad's way." Raising an eyebrow, Crow asked, "I take it you're responsible for the line of fortifications I passed on my way here?" "We are," Baird answered. "The convoy got hit hard. Rather than take that as an excuse to fall back, we, the sane individuals we are, decided to keep pressing forward. For the past, I don't know how long, it's been move forward, hold up here, fight off Grim, and all that shit. Thankfully, our fabricator survived, but we've had to refill it twice now." Glancing at the fabricator, which Baird was collapsing to make it easier to move, he couldn't help but feel impressed at the fact that they managed to get this far. Delta 1 was only a few blocks away from the tower, and while he certainly helped them there at the end, he got the sense that they could have gotten there themselves. Nodding in appreciation, he noticed Dom and the armored soldier return, and the hover drone used its tiny arms to hand the soldiers canisters of biofoam, which they promptly used to dress up their injuries. Shaking his head and hearing a rumble of thunder overhead, Crow declared, "We need to get to that tower. The longer those tempests stay in the air, the worse things are going to get." "Oh yeah, totally," Baird sarcastically grumbled. "I swear, this planet is fucking insane. First you got all the superpowered bullshit, then the magic fucking crystals. Sure, they let me upgrade Jack, but working with the damn things was a bitch and a half. Now we got jellyfish the size of mountains and with the power of fucking Zeus hanging over us. All we need now is razor hail and we'll be set." "Kenneth, Baird," Marcus told Corporal Damon Baird, who promptly rolled his eyes while he and Private Augustus Cole picked up the fabricator, one holding each end. With Crow, Marcus, and Dom leading the way, and Carmine taking up the rear, they returned to their trek towards the tower. As they went, Crow kept his eyes peeled for any sign of danger. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but he couldn't help but feel that they were being watched. Tilda. On a rooftop overlooking the center of Mountain Glen, a pair of armored soldiers laid prone. One was looking through the scope of her sniper rifle. The other was using his helmet's built-in binoculars to serve as her spotter. Neither said a word as they searched for their target, a Grim they had been hunting since before the Grim-Eye began, and whose threat had only increased since then. For several minutes, complete silence filled the air between them. Then she saw it. "Blue 1, this is Blue 4. I got eyes on target," Linda, 058 reported as the flash of black and white passed by her scope. "Do you have a shot?" John, 117 asked. He, along with Kelly, 087, were below them on the street, collecting dog tags of fallen soldiers. "Negative, too much in the way," she revealed, then paused as she tracked where it was most likely going and saw the HUD markers designating friendlies. She quickly revealed, "Be advised, Alpha Grim is closing in on UNSC personnel and Huntsman asset." "Chief, it's already killed 2 Huntsmen," Fred, 104 pointed out, "and who knows how many others. If we move quickly, we might be able to take it out before it gets to them," Kelly, 087 added. John, 117 was quiet for a moment as he pondered their next course of action, then quickly ordered, "Move to intercept, now." At once, the Spartanized stood up from their perch, with Fred and Linda jumping down to join John and Kelly. Together, they sprinted as fast as they could, hoping they wouldn't be too late. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Been a while since I've been able to update this story, and it's very welcome on my end. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life. Quite a bit has happened in my life since the last time I updated. I got a new job, and I've settled in quite nicely. That obviously took a lot of time and attention away from updating my stories, but thankfully that shouldn't be a concern now. The Grimtide has fully kicked off all across Remnant, pushing the UNSC's alliance with Remnant to its breaking point. While Crow works with the UNSC Army to evacuate the underground population of Mountain Glen, young Rin and Nora have to experience the fall of Kuro Yuri. Thankfully, ODSTs are there to lend some much-needed aid, so hopefully the fall of Mountain Glen won't be as bad as it was in canon. This chapter also was the grand introduction of the UG colony of Sarah, or rather its inhabitants. The entire planet is one massive XP of the Gears of War franchise, with Delta Squad being front and center. It was a lot of fun to write these guys, and you're going to enjoy them during Grimtide, Part 2. Much like Task Force 141, expect to see these guys again in minor, recurring roles throughout the rest of this story. Speaking of, with the start of the new year, I come bearing news. My readers on Space Battles already know this, but in case you missed the announcement, I am changing the update schedule for my story rotations. For the past few years, I've been writing 4 stories at once: Dust and Echoes RWBY/Halo, Hunters of Justice RWBY/DC, Outsiders, Familiar of Zero/Pokemon, and Familiar Evil, Familiar of Zero/Resident Evil. To ensure that my stories all get the love and attention they deserve, I've been writing a single chapter per story then moving on to the next one, with Outsiders typically being updated between the others as it uses a different editing team. Don't want to overwhelm my editors too much. This, while ensuring I don't get narrative burnout working on the same story too much, has created an issue where I would leave you guys on big, unresolved cliffhangers for months, and would make it difficult for me to pick up where I left off on such a pressing issue. As such, I am changing things up. None of my stories are being dropped. I fully intend to finish all of my stories then write new ones. After a break, I'm going to finish one story and immediately start another. I'm looking forward to not having to update 4 stories at once. Instead, I'll be writing multiple chapters per story rotation, enough so that the current narrative arc comes to a natural stopping point. Sometimes, it'll still end with a cliffhanger. That is unavoidable. But the break point will leave less things hanging and should hopefully help with the writing process as I can keep my writing flow going forward. With DNE, I am writing 4 chapters in total during this rotation: Grimtide, Part 1 and Part 2, and 2 Aftermath chapters that deal with the fallout of the Grimtide. Originally, the Fallout chapters were going to just be 1 chapter, but it got too big, and so I had to split it. Part 2, and the first Aftermath chapter, I'm not telling you guys the titles of the Aftermath chapters as that would be spoilers, is already written, with Part 2's editing about to start this week. The second Aftermath chapter will start getting written this week. Once the chapter is done, the Grimtide mini-arc will be completed, and DNE will take a break as I move on to my other stories. Essentially, I'm adopting a sort of Stephen Baum approach, where the amount of content you get per update is higher, but the updates themselves may take a bit longer to get to. Hopefully not too much. Based off what's currently gone on, the rate of writing should improve. We think this will be more satisfactory for everyone. Now then, to answer a few of your guys' questions. No, Harriet did not go on their scouting mission. She went back with the others. Some characters that died in canon may survive. Others will still die. Others that lived may die. It all depends on the needs of the story, and I won't confirm where things will go one way or another. You'll just have to wait and see. Katakan is a 40K and doesn't fall under the Microsoft umbrella. The rules to be an XP World in Dust and Echoes is that they have to be Microsoft-owned. That means franchises like Halo, Call of Duty, Gears of War, Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, Banjo-Kazooie, and so on. No, me listing those franchises does not mean I'm guaranteed to use them. These XPs are for fun and world building, but this story is still RWBY/Halo. That isn't changing. Please don't ask when I'll update my stories. I've had to delete many guest reviews pestering me about that. It gets very annoying and is considered poor etiquette. There will be good and bad Covenant POV characters. But at this stage in the story, the Covenant are firmly in the antagonist slot, so expect more bad POV characters. You'll find out more about the RLA in future chapters. I haven't read RWBY, B312, so I didn't know that. I actually don't read as much fanfic as I used to. Consequences of writing my own. Too much of my time is taken up and my standards have now been raised so most don't appeal to me anymore. Nah, they have limestone. Just no oil. Explanations will come. You'll find out who the leaker is soon. Thank you. I've been trying to make the UNSC and Remnant roughly even. Yes, as an organization completely outweighs all of Remnant combined. That is unavoidable. But each side still has their strengths, weaknesses, flaws, and more. I intend to cover all of them equally. The Grimtide chapters are a perfect way to highlight that, as we see the UNSC's strengths, their ability to respond on a planetary scale rapidly as well as their dedication to protecting human lives, and some of Remnant's weaknesses, namely, the Illuminati's penchant for secrecy from allies that tend to bite them in the ass, mostly from Ashban, and their huntsmen sometimes being a bit too independent for their own good. Future chapters will flip that dynamic and highlight the UNSC's weaknesses and Remnant strengths. Both sides are equal in this story, and if you want a UNSC stomp FIC, go somewhere else because it ain't happening here. As for Gears X spies, it's just the humans. No Locust, no Emulsion, no COG. The UR were here, but they've been refashioned as insurrectionists in this Halo timeline. Johnson's great, I love riding him. Aura does enhance combat ability and strength. See Volume 2 where RWBY were kicking around cars and Young got punched through a concrete pillar. Stop trying to hype up Halo at the expense of RWBY, and vice versa. That isn't what I'm doing here. The insurrection are bad guys, especially the ones who are left. But the UNSC are not saints, especially pre-war, and I intend to highlight that. Artemis armor has been renamed to Io-Kyra armor, named after Artemis Eros. Also, the prologue is more soft canon at this point. Things will go differently than how it was portrayed, but the border points will remain. The Ross Ziegler blip is an in-universe thing from Halo. It marks the time when the Halos were fired 100k years ago, but no one really recognizes that. It's been dismissed at this point. Obviously, they were wrong. You'll find out what the brothers were in future chapters. Oh, and I did not leak the information. They had no reason nor desire to. They were trying to avoid this outcome entirely and now scrambling to pick up the pieces. Will they make use of a good crisis afterwards? Probably, but that doesn't mean they wanted to cause this crisis in the first place. Yeah, as you saw from Crow, Salem was responsible for this. Her motivations towards doing so will be revealed by the end of this narrative rotation. That's it for this time. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the TV Tropes page would be greatly appreciated. We hope you enjoy. Chapter 33, Grimtide, Part 2. Anima, Kingdom of Mistral, Kuroyuri. With her hand tightly clasped around Lyren's, Nora ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. Around the two children were the Odysseys escorting them, their guns drawn and ready to fire at any Grim approaching them, along with a couple other survivors who hadn't managed to get to the shelter in time. There weren't that many. Most of the people they found were already dead, or might as well be by the time they got to them. The soldiers from space did what they could, with the most stable being carried over their shoulders. Keep your heads down and keep moving, one of the Odysseys gently told the two children as he ushered them along. She glanced up at the armored man, his black visor completely obscuring his face. She didn't quite know how to feel about the men and women escorting them. On the one hand, they were actively trying to protect them, and they seemed nice enough. She got the sense that Lai was growing enamored with them. Given how they arrived, it wasn't hard to see why. Yet, despite all of that, she couldn't help but feel somewhat scared of them. Maybe it was the black armor and visor preventing her from seeing their faces, making them feel distant and somehow less human. She didn't quite know why, and she supposed it didn't matter. As they got closer to the shelter, they were joined by a couple of other Odyssey teams, all of whom were escorting small groups of survivors. Some were children her age, while others were older. She wasn't able to count how many, but it was both more than she expected and far less than she hoped. It seemed obvious by now that, no matter what happened next, Kuroyuri was finished. She hadn't been in the village for long, only a few weeks at most, so the loss felt abstract to her. But she knew that her new friend Lai had lived here his entire life with his family. She hadn't seen them with their son, and although Lai wasn't specific, she knew what that meant. Nora only hoped that their separation was better than with her own mom, who simply abandoned her while running away from the Grim. She didn't know what happened to her after that, and she supposed it didn't matter. When they got to the shelter, there were a handful of Odysseys taking up defensive positions around the entrance. Some were manning heavy, mounted machine gun turrets. Others were crouched behind sandbags, their rifles and rocket launchers aimed outwards. She and others instinctively prepared to run towards it, but the Odysseys stopped them as a large horde of Grim sprinted across the street, barreling their way towards the shelter. They were immediately met with and cut down by the machine guns, with the larger Grim exploding in black chunks as they were struck by rockets and grenades. Go, go, go. Sergeant Graves yelled as the gunfire momentarily died down, allowing him and the others to sprint across the empty terrain. Most of the buildings that surrounded the shelter were nothing more than burnt, splintered husks, destroyed by the Grim or the UNSC's attempts to drive them back. She and Rin were too small to jump over the wall of sandbags, but two of the Odysseys gently picked them up and put them on the other side. Once everyone was safe and secure behind the sandbags, Sergeant Graves pounded his fist onto the metal door while yelling, "Open up." Absolutely not. A muffled voice from inside the shelter shouted back. That is an order. Sergeant Graves declared as a fresh wave of Grim made themselves known, their roars causing Nora to instinctively curl up into Lai's arms and him into hers. We have kids out here. And we have kids in here, the voice retorted. I am not opening this door while there are Grim outside. Listen, you son of a dash. Graves screamed, only to be interrupted by the loud cry of a nevermore. With a wordless yell, he and the other Odysseys dove to the side, grabbing whoever they could as a rain of feathers fell down around them. Some were unfortunately skewered, but the rest were unharmed. A rocket immediately flew out, tracking the avian monstrosity as it flew around for another pass. When the rocket struck the monster, it crashed into nearby buildings a few streets over, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris before turning into black smoke. They didn't have time to fully recover before they were greeted by a fresh cacophony of monstrous, inhuman roars and screeches. The ground beneath Nora's feet started to shake, and a few buildings started to crumble as a seemingly endless horde of Grimm charged right through them. Wood was splintered, stone was crushed, and glass was shattered under the weight of the Grimm, all of them snapping their jaws hungrily while digging their claws into the earth. Nora's pupil shrunk, and both she and Lai pressed further into each other in an attempt to gain at least some security. Out of the corner of her eyes, Nora saw that Lai's body was flickering in and out of color. When it did, hers did as well, and in those brief moments a sense of calm fell over her, only to immediately get replaced by fear. She didn't know what was going on with her new friend, and she got the sense he didn't either. Hopefully, they would have time to talk about it once this was over. Around them, the soldiers managed to quickly regain their bearings and started firing their weapons. There was so much noise from all the gunfire and explosions that, even with the earpieces the soldiers gave her, Nora's ears were starting to hurt. So much so that she instinctively let go of Lai to cover her ears with her hands. She couldn't hear the sergeant shouting orders to his men, yet somehow they were able to hear him regardless. The mounted machine guns tore through the Grimm, their operators never letting go of the triggers save for brief moments to let the smoking and red-hot barrels cool down or for another to reload the weapon. Each ODST lent their rifles to overlapping fields of fire, trying to ensure that none of the monstrosities got too close. Most were cut down from the volume of gunfire, but some managed to approach. A few ODSTs armed with shotguns quickly fired shells into their skulls, popping them like balloons. The fact that they were near enough to do that was scary enough for Nora. Some of the soldiers swore at the proximity, too. Unfortunately, there wasn't much any of them could do. Occasionally, Nora would hear the sergeant yelling to someone she couldn't see about something called air support, whatever that meant. But given how the man's frustration only continued to climb, that told her that air support wasn't coming. But, much to her relief, she noticed that the Grimm horde was starting to thin. A few of the ODSTs on the other lines of the defense were overrun, but their killers were quickly put down and added to the rising column of black smoke that filled the air. As the last of the Grimm were killed, the soldiers' gunfire sputtered to a stop, and an eerie sense of calm started to fall over them. No one said a word. Not the soldiers surrounding them, nor the other civilians. After a few moments, Sergeant Graves tentatively stood up and called out, "Ammo check." "I got 2 mags left, Sarge," one of the ODSTs replied. "Half of one, maybe," another added. One by one, the surviving ODSTs revealed how much ammunition they had left. Much to Nora's worry, it didn't seem like much. That last Grimm horde brought them down to the wire. If another came after them, they wouldn't have anything left to defend themselves with. Even the machine guns were completely dry, with the soldiers patting the now useless tripods in appreciation. Walking over to the shelter entrance, Graves pounded his fist against the metal once again and yelled, "Coast is clear, now open up." Turning to the side, he mumbled under his breath, "I swear to God, I'm gonna kick this guy's ass." "I'll hold him down for you," another ODST joked. He then added, "Sarge, we need a resupply." "There's a fabricator down in the shelter," Graves revealed as large, metallic clangs sounded out from the door as the people on the other side unlocked it and it began to slide open. "We'll stock up on what we can, then." He was interrupted by a loud, inhuman screech which echoed across the buildings and lake, drawing everyone's attention. They all nervously looked at each other, then jumped slightly as another screech was heard, this one much closer. Loud, heavy footsteps thumped from a nearby alleyway, and much to Nora's alarm, the doors suddenly stopped and started to close once again as the people inside reversed course. "Get in position, get in position." Sergeant Graves ordered as he and several other ODSTs fanned out, their rifles aimed towards the source of the increasingly louder footsteps. A pair of soldiers stayed behind with Nora, Lai, and the other civilians, all of whom were shaking in terror. For Nora, it was like living in a nightmare that just wouldn't end. Every instinct was screaming at her to run, but her legs only shook in place. Then, out from the smoke and shadows in front of them, came a black, 3-clawed hand on an elongated arm that stretched like rubber. It grabbed an ODST, its fingers long enough to wrap around his entire torso, and yanked him back into the cloud of dust and debris as he screamed in pain and fear. A wet ripping noise cut through the screams, then both halves of his body were tossed back out into the street. The civilian screamed as the ODSTs opened fire at the black silhouette emerging from the cloud, but if it did anything, she couldn't see it. Soon, the dust began to settle, allowing Nora and the others to see what was attacking them. It was a Grimm, but unlike anything she had seen or heard of before. It looked like a man on a horse, with the horse's ribs exposed along with its skull, cracked spiderwebbing from the blown-out socket of its right eye. A cloud of smoke made up its mane, claws replaced its front hooves, and bone pads protected its front knees. On top of the horse, merged onto its spine, was a horned, humanoid figure, its ribs exposed and its chest protected by thick, white bone, apart from a sizable bullet hole which black smoke billowed through with audible wheezes. Its face was covered by a skull-like mask, a pair of horns curling back from its forehead, one whole while the other was snapped off halfway down its length. Its mouth and eyes glowed a sinister red, with ragged black strings dangling from its teeth, as if its mouth had been stitched shut then ripped back open. And sticking out from its back were dozens of arrows, spears, swords, and other bladed weapons of varying age, some of which looked fresh. The ODSTs continued to fire while backing up, but the Grimm merely screeched so loudly that the glass nearby shattered. The horse reared up onto its hind legs, then slammed its forelimbs into the earth, generating a small shockwave that sent the closest ODST sprawling onto the ground. The Grim then charged forward, its arms stretching out towards its newest victims with such a force that its fingers went straight through their chests and out the other side. Tossing the limp bodies away, the imp twirled bonelessly atop the horse, its arms slamming into and pushing aside anything in its way. Some of the soldiers, including Graves, were able to dive underneath the limbs to safety, but others were struck and sent flying. One unfortunate soul was trapped by the arm as it constricted around him. Then with a sickening crack, his spine was broken when it pulled him in to look into his visor. He nevertheless attempted to fire his pistol into the Grim's face, but it only chipped divots out of the bone mask. With a dispassionate stare, the ODST's head was crushed by the other hand, then his body was unceremoniously dropped like a sack of bricks. With their defenders falling, the remaining civilians gave in to their terror and started running away in all directions despite the orders for them to stay put. Even Nora and Lai were caught up in the stampede, and they were soon separated. She heard Lai call out her name, but despite her attempts to get back to him, she was dragged further and further away. Managing to get out of the stampede, Nora dove underneath the wrecked remains of one of the UNSC's cars. Its tires were destroyed, the vehicle tilting awkwardly on its axles, and the machine gun mounted on top was twisted beyond recognition. She didn't care about that. With her hand tightly clasping the wooden hammer like a lifeline, Nora watched as dozens of feet ran around her, the people desperately trying to escape with their lives. Behind them, she heard the Grim screech and the ODSTs still firing their remaining ammunition in an attempt to put it down. She then saw the Grim change course and charge towards the crowd of people, crushing them under its feet. Their screams of terror were cut off abruptly as the Grim mercilessly and savagely butchered them, and Nora could only clench her eyes shut to avoid seeing the carnage. Then she heard the car she was sheltering under shift, and it was brutally tossed to the side. Slowly, Nora looked up to see the Grim staring down at her, its maw open and almost smiling in glee. Nora, shaking in utter terror, could only stare at the monster. She glanced around and saw the mangled bodies lining the street, and her fear only increased. This seemed to please the monster as its twisted, mangled smile grew larger. It deliberately moved at a snail's pace, as though it was relishing her torment and wanted to make it last just a few moments more. Every instinct in Nora's body was telling her to run, but all she could do was shiver in place. As the Grim finally reared its arm back, ready to punch its fingers through her chest just as it had done to so many others, Nora curled up and let out a wordless scream. She barely even noticed the fast, heavy footsteps behind her, but the equine half of the Grim did as it diverted its attention and let out what sounded like a frightened whinny. Then a single shot rang out, marked by a white contrail, and the imp's arm was severed as it screeched in pained surprise. Barely a second later, a large figure slammed into the Grim, sending it stumbling back. As the Grim attempted to recover, the figure, which Nora now saw was a man wearing thick, light brown armor, fired a heavy machine gun from the hip into its torso. The Grim screeched and, much to her shock, attempted to retreat, only for 3 other armored soldiers to run right past them and cut it off. One hopped on top of the destroyed car Nora had just taken shelter under and somehow used it as a springboard to leap onto the roof of a nearby building, then repeatedly fired her sniper rifle into the Grim's legs. Another, firing 2 pistols, leaped all the way onto the shoulders of the Grim and wrapped her limbs around its neck. She yanked the freshest-looking knife from where it was embedded in its back, then repeatedly stabbed the weapon that apparently belonged to her into its flesh. The third stayed on the ground, firing his rifle into the Grim and making sure not to hit his teammate. Nora stared at the soldiers with wide eyes, then saw the man turn around to look at her. Like the ODSTs, his head was encased in a helmet, but his visor was reflective gold, only allowing Nora to see her own expression. He was also the single largest man she had ever seen. Come to think of it, the other 3 were massive as well, much bigger than the ODSTs she was with previously. They were moving far faster, too, and were immensely stronger, able to hold against the Grim's attempts to shake them off. Before she could think of anything else to do or say, the man suddenly went down to one knee and put the machine gun on the ground next to him. Slowly, he extended his arm towards her, then a surprisingly gentle and slightly muffled voice came out of the helmet. "It's okay, little one," the man said as he offered his hand to Nora. "You're safe now. Come with me." Nora was hesitant at first. Yet, despite having just met, she somehow felt that she could trust him. If nothing else, he clearly was human, meaning he wasn't a Grim. Slowly, she reached out and took his hand into her own. His completely dwarfed hers, and as he hoisted her into the crook of his arm, only then did she register some alien numbers written in white on his yellow chest plate. As the man grabbed his discarded machine gun with his other hand, she hesitantly asked, "Are you a huntsman?" The armored soldier merely chuckled, then answered, "Something like that." Then, with mighty bounds, the space huntsman ran as fast as he could around the battle going on in front of them. Despite his obvious size and speed, it was surprisingly smooth and gentle. After a few moments, they found Lai and the remaining ODSTs, all of whom were wounded to various degrees. Only Sergeant Graves was still able to stand, with him and a medic administering first aid to the others. Turning towards the space huntsman as he gently placed Nora onto the ground, and allowing Lai to reunite with her, Sergeant Graves asked, "Spartans? Just where the hell were you this entire time?" Hunting that Nuklavi, the space huntsman revealed as he pointed his thumb towards the aptly named monstrosity. "Apologies, Sergeant. Silver Team and I were delayed considerably when the Grimtide began. It gave the thing an opening to escape and forced us to deal with the others. Yeah, no shit, Graves muttered. You have any ammo? The space huntsman promptly tossed the ODST a few spare magazines, and he angrily slapped them into his rifle as he declared, let's go kill this son of a bitch. With that, both warriors ran back into the fray, joining the rest of Silver Team as they fought the Grim. Both Nora and Lai watched in amazement, with Nora's eyes never leaving the gentle giant that saved her. Tilda. Sanus, Kingdom of Vale, Mountain Glen. Traveling along the ruined, cracked concrete roads towards Merlot Tower, Crow kept his eyes and ears peeled for any sign of danger. He, Phoenix, and Santiago were taking the lead, with Cole and Baird carrying the Fabricator and Carmine taking up the rear. They'd been attacked a few times by passing packs of Grim, but the bulk of their attention was drawn to the rest of the defenders closer to the rear of the city. Grim were instinctual creatures. Unless an alpha was leading them, they cared far more about large groups of prey than just a handful of people walking through a war zone. The more people they could kill, the better in their eyes. Man, this place gives me the creeps, Cole couldn't help but admit as they passed by the ruins of what used to be a department store. Yeah, no kidding, Santiago agreed. Reminds me of when the Covenant hit us. They invaded Sarah? Crow asked, worried he was about to hear about another destroyed world. A few years back, the Covenant showed up, Santiago confirmed, briefly tilting his head around to scan the area. The Navy got their asses kicked, as usual. Then the Covies put their boots on the ground and got their asses kicked, Cole enthusiastically declared, catching Crow off guard. By the time Admiral Cole arrived, they were begging for the refs to call the game. You managed to hold them off? Crow asked in an impressed tone of voice. How? That's a bit complicated, Baird began to explain, briefly pausing to adjust his grip on the Fabricator's handle before continuing on with Cole leading them. I'm assuming you know how things usually go? Unfortunately, Crow confirmed, briefly shooting his head back as he thought he felt something following them, only to see nothing. Turning back towards the tower, he added, the Covenant show up, destroy the orbital defenses, maybe do a ground invasion, then glass the planet from orbit. Saw it happen twice. Well, that didn't happen for us, Baird revealed. For one, they seemed a bit reluctant to glass Sarah once they won the battle in space. We didn't know why at the time, but after what you found on Paponi. You think there's something Forerunner on Sarah? I'd bet my family's fortune on it. Not that it's worth much anymore, Baird agreed. Regardless, they were committed to a ground invasion, which is where they ran into the second problem. One that, even if there wasn't anything Forerunner on the planet, would have made invading Sarah absolute hell, the Hollow. The Hollow? The hell's that? A subterranean cave system that goes across the entire planet, Baird answered. It is massive, like you wouldn't believe. Sarah's been colonized for centuries, and we've only mapped a fraction of just how deep the Hollow goes. There's thousands of kilometers worth of tunnels, at least. We used it to generate geothermal power and dump our trash. But when the war started getting too close for comfort, Governor Prescott and Colonel Hoffman had the smart idea to start moving people and factories down there. Copy the UR's playbook, back when they were still insurrectionists. By the time the Covenant showed up, we hauled us underground and bunkered up. Can't exactly kill us from space when we're kilometers deep underground, and each tunnel's a natural kill box. The Covenant would charge right in, only to meet a wall of fortifications they couldn't get around, Phoenix said. Didn't help that they kept pissing off all the Brumacs, Corpsers, and everything else that called the Hollow home. Plus, the UR figured out how to tunnel upward right underneath their noses and taught us how to do it, too. That really pissed the Covies off. Crow was quiet for a moment, then he nodded. He didn't know what a Brumac or a Corpser was, but he assumed they were creatures of some kind. Dangerous predators if they were noteworthy enough to harm a Covenant invasion force. He could only imagine that the Grim would be a similar danger if the Covenant ever found Remnant. It would probably be the only time he'd actually enjoy seeing them slaughter someone. That must have been hell, Crow finally said, and the Sarans all sadly nodded. Me and my brothers were only kids when our family had to hide underground, Carmine spoke up from the back, his voice muffled by his helmet. Except for Clayton, he was already in the army. We were stuck down there for months. Rations got really low by the time Admiral Cole arrived. I was a thrash ball player for the Cougars. Number 83, their own Cole reminisced, his trademark smile replaced by a mournful frown. Then the Covenant showed up. Lost my parents during the evac. Signed up a few days later. Phoenix didn't say anything, but he did look briefly at Santiago, who was forcing himself to keep staring straight ahead. Crow stayed silent, glancing down at the tattoo on his arm. It wasn't hard to figure out who Maria was, and he knew better than to ask. Shaking his head, Baird concluded. Anyway, the surface was wrecked, but by the time the Covenant finally started breaking through into the inner hollow, they were so exhausted that Admiral Cole and his forces were able to wipe them out relatively easily. I say relatively, he still lost a third of his fleet. After that, it was just a few months of cleanup. Most of the planet's population's gone, evacuated to other colonies. The only people left are soldiers like us, waiting for the Covenant to show back up for round 2. Crow stayed silent for a few moments, then he said, well, I'm glad at least one world managed to survive. Yeah, for now, Phoenix remarked as they finally entered the street Merlot Tower was on. Stopping at the entrance of a side alleyway, the huntsmen and soldiers carefully aimed their weapons outward as they scanned the area for any sign of danger. Jack was hovering overhead, emitting a faint blue light from an extended arm as he added to the survey. The entire site looked like something straight out of a nightmare. Burnt husks of what used to be warthogs littered the ground, the hulls melted from the long-extinguished flames and riddled with jagged claw marks. Some were skewered by massive feathers, and many were overturned. There was even a pair of destroyed scorpions, their cannons twisted and split. More important than the ruined vehicles were the dozens of bodies strewn about, all of which were mangled or partially eaten, often both. Thousands of spent shell casings littered the road, amalgamated alongside the shattered panes of glass, spilt sand, and broken chunks of polycrete. Dried blood stained the ground a dark red, and a putrid smell made Crow's nostrils burn. What the hell happened here? Carmine muttered, his lancer aimed outward. Nothing good, Phoenix answered, then grunted and moved forward with Crow and Santiago. Delta, let's move. Heading straight towards the entrance to Merlot Tower, Crow attempted to pull the door open, only to find it completely locked. Sighing in frustration, he was about to kick it open and accept having to deal with whatever Grimm were drawn by the racket, when Phoenix quickly ordered, Jack, rip this door. The drone made a few noises in acknowledgement, then flew to the top of the door's seam before extending its flamethrower nozzle. A more concentrated cutting torch flame emitted from it, which the drone used to start burning through the door vertically from the top to the bottom. Crow watched it go for a moment, then turned to Phoenix and nodded appreciatively. That's a nice little toy you got there, he admitted. Never seen one like it. Custom. He is, and thank you, Baird replied, revealing that he was the creator. Jack's only a dumb AI, but he can rip open doors, tap into allied and enemy communications, and now I've finally got him armed. He's been a big help for the past few months. Much more useful than those stupid Knights Atlas uses. Baird, just because you don't like the guy who made them doesn't make them useless, Santiago pointed out, only for Baird to shoot him a look. All I did was give that once guy some suggestions and he proceeded to call me an uneducated crayon eater. Yeah, he's an asshole, but I've seen those knights in action. They're useful. Phoenix, meanwhile, was standing out towards the front of the group with Crow, his lancer pressed to his chest. He was slowly scanning his surroundings, trying to find any sign of danger. At first glance, neither he nor Crow noticed anything out of place. But try as he might, Crow couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He didn't know if it was just the dozens of bodies lying around, or being in a ruined city, but the hairs on the back of his neck kept standing on end and refused to go down. That was when he started to feel it, a rush of danger as something, a whole lot of somethings, started converging on them. At the same time, Jack let out a whirl of alarm as its built-in motion tracker pinged, confirming what Crow's heightened senses were saying. The Grimm had noticed them, and they were coming. Ah, shit. Phoenix growled as he flicked the safety off his lancer and raised it to his shoulder. Santiago and Carmine joined him at the front, while Baird and Cole hastily put the fabricator down. The metallic box opened up and hummed to life, with Baird immediately moving to the keypad to begin typing and printing instructions. Boxes of ammunition were pushed out from the top, allowing the Sarans to maximize their supplies for the fight ahead. Baird, can you get a turret up? Santiago asked as he took cover behind one of the remaining sandbag walls, resting his lancer on top of it. Baird simply looked at Jack's underslung monitor, showing a map of the immediate area as it was pinged by the dozens of red dots surrounding their small group of yellow, and he replied, probably not. We'll make it work, Phoenix declared. The ground underneath their feet started to shake as the horde of Grimm got closer to their location, and they could hear the roars echoing among the buildings. Then, as the first pack of Grimm emerged from the side streets, their jaws snapping and snarling, Phoenix yelled, "Let him have it." At once, he and the rest of Delta One opened fire, their .390 caliber rounds tearing into the Grimm's flesh. Despite the distance, it was a testament to the Saran's skill and training that they were able to mostly hit their targets. As the Grimm fell, they were reduced to puffs of black miasma that filled the air. Rather than attempt to go around the wall of lead they were running into, the Grimm just kept charging, not an ounce of self-preservation in their minds as they focused completely on killing the men in front of them. Crow, meanwhile, ran along the sides, making sure to stay out of the Saran's line of fire as he ensured they wouldn't get flanked. Chopping off the heads of multiple Ursa in a single bound with Harbinger in its scythe configuration, he stayed on the lookout for any Alpha Grimm. So far, he hadn't seen any, but if there was, everything would get so much worse in an instant. Until then, he stayed focused on the task at hand, killing the biggest and largest Grimm and allowing the Sarans to deal with the rest. When he was done with one flank, he ran behind the Sarans, firing Harbinger over their heads at a dive-bombing Griffin, before arriving at the opposite flank. There he repeated his previous actions, becoming a whirlwind of death and destruction as he killed any and all Grimm in his path. He sliced, stabbed, shot, and cleaved through the monsters, allowing no one to get past him. For the Sarans, they kept up their defense as best they could. Cole had swapped out his Lancer for an M319 grenade launcher, firing 40mm grenades into large clusters of Grimm by bouncing them off surfaces or with timed detonations for maximum carnage. Carmine was firing a sniper rifle, the white contrails cutting through the air and piercing the chest of multiple Grimm at once. The rest simply added to the volume of fire with their Lancers, covering each other whenever they needed to reload. Jack, meanwhile, hastened its efforts to rip through the door, its dumb AI processors able to discern the added urgency of the situation. Thankfully, the Grimm horde besetting them began to thin out not too long afterwards. Without an alpha leading them, it appeared that they simply had the bad luck of running into a passing pack. Breaking from their cover, the Sarans assisted Crow with putting the stragglers down with quick bursts of their rifles. Once they were done, the area around them fell under a semblance of calm once again, the only sounds of battle being far in the distance and echoing among the buildings. With the coast clear for now, Phoenix turned towards Baird and asked, "How much is left in the fabricator?" "Let me check," Baird replied as he went back towards the machine. Typing a few commands into its keyboard, he frowned before replying, "Not much. Looks like that last core Cole brought wasn't full. Can't exactly be a discerning customer right now." "Baird," Cole flatly pointed out, and Baird shrugged. Phoenix frowned and shook his head, then remarked, "Print what you can, then leave it. Besides, I doubt the elevators are gonna work in this place." "Oh, thank God I don't have to carry this anymore," Baird muttered under his breath, and even Cole sighed in relief. Santiago, meanwhile, looked at Carmine, who'd stowed his sniper rifle and was now fidgeting with his lancer. He asked, "Carmine, you good?" "Yeah, but I got a problem," Carmine admitted as he kept trying to push his lancer's charging handle forward. "Something's wrong with this thing. It keeps jamming." "See?" The helmeted soldier walked over to Santiago, showing his jammed weapon in the hopes that the more experienced soldier would be able to help. At the same time, Jack finished ripping through the door, allowing Baird and Cole to pry it open. It was at that moment that the hairs on the back of Crow's neck stood on end, and his senses screamed at him to move. Phoenix seemed to notice his change in demeanor and was about to ask what was going on when they both saw a single black and white figure standing on a nearby rooftop staring right at them. The others quickly noticed its presence as well, but before any of them could react, the figure leaped from the building straight towards them with surprising strength. It landed right in the middle of their group, generating a small shockwave that sent Crow stumbling to his knees and everyone else onto the ground. As they tried to recover, the tall and oddly shaped silhouette of the Grim within the dust cloud turned to the nearest person, which just so happened to be Carmine. The Saran attempted to fire his lancer at its center mass, but his weapon was still jammed, so all he got was a loud, useless click. As he started to backpedal while unholstering his magnum, it thrust what looked like a jagged bone sword formed out of its entire right forearm, straight through Carmine's chest. His brief scream of pain and fear was replaced by a wet gurgle, and the creature effortlessly lifted his entire body off the ground and into the air, causing gravity to drag the Saran further down the blade, leaving a trail of blood behind him. "Carmine!" Phoenix yelled in horror, causing the Grim to finally turn towards them as it flicked its sword arm to toss Carmine's body aside with a gruesome ripping sound. Only now did Crow get a chance to properly look at it, and to his dull surprise he couldn't recognize what species it was. It was bipedal in form, roughly 8 feet tall from feet to shoulders. It would have been taller, but where there should have been a head was simply a hollow space crowned in a ring of spikes, with black smoke wafting from within it like a chimney. Its black flesh was broadly covered by plates of bone armor with a thickness just short of Deathstalker carapace along the chest, arms, and legs, giving it an almost knight-like appearance. This impression was only reinforced by its literal armament. The bloodied hand of its right arm was a broad, flat spire of bone, and the arm beneath that was edged with single rows of shark-like teeth to form a serrated sawtooth blade. Its left arm, meanwhile, sported a craggy, asymmetrical slab of bone that was clearly meant to serve as a shield, though Crow was already wary of the jagged edges it sported. Despite its lack of a head, the creature seemed to be focusing completely on Crow. A sentiment that was proven correct when he realized that the monstrous visage molded out of its breastplate bore actual red grim eyes which were staring him down. Without any further warning, it charged into the huntsman, tackling him into Merlot Tower's lobby. He crashed into a wooden desk, shattering it into dozens of pieces and pinning him to the ground. Raising its sword arm over its head, the Grim prepared to stab it down into Crow's chest, but the veteran huntsman was able to deflect it with Harbinger. Firing his double-barrel shotgun into its chest face, Crow forced the Grim to rear back, allowing him to kick it off. Springing to his feet, he dashed forward, reconfiguring Harbinger into its sword form and swinging it towards the Grim's chest, only for it to recover and match his blade with its own. Both combatants dug their feet into the ground, the stone cracking under their force. Through gritted teeth, Crow snarled at the monster facing him, which didn't seem to react other than pressing its weight further into him. The damn thing must have weighed half a ton, at least. Crow then slammed his knee into its gut, causing it to briefly double over and giving him the opportunity to separate his blade from the Grim's and swing downward. But before he could, the empty space on its neck erupted into a column of flame, forcing the veteran huntsman to dive away to avoid getting scorched. It was only then that he noticed the plume from its neck hole was now connected to a wall of black, purplish smoke forming a ring around them, and he didn't like the look of it. "Branwyn, you in there?" He heard Phoenix call out from behind the smoke wall as he and the Grim descended into a fierce melee. "Any time would be great," he responded, matching the Grim's sword strikes blow for blow. "We can't. That smoke's toxic and corrosive," Phoenix revealed. "Hold tight. We're gonna try and find a way around." "Not like I'm going anywhere else," Crow sarcastically remarked, keeping his attention squarely focused on the monster trying to kill him. As they fought, Crow studied his opponent. It was relentlessly attacking him with skill and precision far beyond what he would expect from a typical Grim. This obviously meant it was an alpha, which was further reinforced by the smoke wall it had trapped them in. True to Baird's word, The smoke was highly corrosive, with entire chunks of concrete boiling away whenever it was knocked into the mist during their struggle. Whatever this Grim was, it was clearly attempting to isolate him from anyone else and prevent him from running away. Not that he was particularly concerned with running away. It was his job as a huntsman to kill Grim, especially those as dangerous as this one. He also got the sense that this was the Grim that killed that huntress he found earlier, which only added to his motivation. Still, he couldn't help but notice that he was getting tired. Hours of near non-stop combat would do that to anyone, even a huntsman as good as him. In contrast, the Grim's strength seemed unending. What's worse was that it seemed to be purposely striking and breaking the concrete floor beneath him with each mighty blow that he dodged. And while Crow started struggling to maintain his footing on the rubble, the Grim showed no such difficulty with the 4 equidistant talons it bore for each foot. It seemed to relish in his increasingly dire straits, and if it had a working jaw, it would be smiling savagely, Crow knew. He couldn't keep this up for much longer. Either the Grim would push him into the smoke, which Crow did not want to test against his diminished aura, or he would suffer a death by 1,000 cuts unless he turned this around somehow. It was at that moment when a massive explosion tore through the exterior wall, forcing both Crow and the Grim apart as the shockwave and shrapnel flew past them. The explosion came with such force that a hole was torn through the smoke wall along with the physical one, allowing Phoenix and Santiago to jump through. They immediately came to Crow's aid, both Sarans firing their lancers into the Grim's side. Although the bullets didn't do much damage to the Grim's armor, it was enough of a distraction to allow Crow to kick it away and get some much-needed distance. "What the hell is this thing?" Phoenix demanded as he helped Crow to his feet, Santiago keeping the Grim distracted as Baird and Cole joined them through the now diminishing smoke wall. "No idea," Crow admitted, causing Phoenix to scowl. "Whatever the hell that is, that's a new world record and ugly," Cole declared as Santiago fired his shotgun directly into the Grim's quickly raised shield, blasting away a large chunk of bone. It swiftly recovered, swiping the same shield like a maul at the Saran who dived backwards away from it. Rolling onto his feet, Santiago fired again, this time joined by the rest of Delta One who quickly started covering the monster from several different angles. The Grim, clearly frustrated at having to deal with multiple people at once, ejected a large spout of flame from atop its head. The fire splashed across the lobby's ceiling, and despite the broken wall and open doors leaving a small hole to the outside, it felt like being trapped in an oven. More importantly, the fire was conjuring more of the corrosive smoke, once again attempting to trap them. Realizing what it was trying to do, Crow immediately charged forward, raising Harbinger alongside a wordless yell. But the Grim managed to trap his weapon with the teeth of its sword, then instead of trying to bash him away, its shield unexpectedly split down the middle like a crab's claw and seized him by the waist in its pincer grip. Swinging him around to act as a human shield even as it squeezed against his aura, the Grim forced the Sarans to momentarily stop firing, only to then toss the huntsman into Cole and Baird. Phoenix and Santiago were able to avoid the tangle, and as they landed from their rolls they immediately engaged the monster. As Phoenix's rifle clicked dry, he promptly began a bayonet charge from behind while Santiago fired his magnum at the monster's chest. As he was about to shove the bayonet right up the Grim's ass, Phoenix suddenly realized that the eyes of an identical carved face in the thing's backplate were glaring at him, and he barely raised his rifle to block as he was subsequently backhanded away, the force breaking the steel blade from its rifle mount. As Phoenix struggled to pick himself off the ground, the Grim didn't even bother turning around as it angrily stomped his way with its knees now bending behind it like an elite's, its weapon arms rotating up and over its shoulders to come to bear on him. But its focus on him allowed Santiago to jump onto the creature's former breastplate, standing directly on top of its eyes and emptying his pistol into the hollow space of its neck, cutting off the fire and smoke at the same time. That seemed to piss the Grim off tremendously as it flailed about, swiping its weapons against itself to force the Saran off. When it finally did, the Grim grabbed Santiago by the boot with its own taloned foot before he could get away and dragged him to the ground before it. Malice seemed to fill its form as it loomed over him, aiming to finally put one of its opponents down for good. Raising its arms up high, it prepared to stab its bone sword into Santiago, only for Phoenix to swing a chunk of concrete and rebar bigger than his head into its knee with a wordless yell. It had enough force to make it stumble back, which was followed up on when Crow, propping himself up on one knee, fired both barrels of Harbinger's shotgun into the creature's chest. Enraged, the Grim prepared to lash out once again, only for a single shot to suddenly ring out in a recognizable contrail to strike the bone sword, throwing it aside with a spray of broken saw teeth before it could cleave through Phoenix's neck. Both the Grim and the humans turned to look outside where the shot came from, and Crow's eyes widened as he saw 3 huge, heavily armored humans sprinting towards Merlot Tower with astonishing speed, with one carrying a shotgun and well ahead of the other 2. Jumping through the hole in the wall, the first soldier immediately fired their shotgun towards the Grim, who was barely able to protect itself by raising its shield. Fragments of bone flew outward, increasing in volume as the soldier fired again and again, allowing the other 2 behind them to catch up. They immediately put themselves between the Grim and the injured humans, allowing Crow to look at them fully. It took him a few moments, but as the one in green armor turned his helmet to look at him, exposing his gold visor, Crow recognized the soldiers. They were the same ones he saw fighting Hockey Felt on Vital Island last year. So much had happened since then that it felt like a lifetime ago. But now with these augmented soldiers standing right in front of him, the memories came sprinting back to the front of his mind. Regardless, Crow shook his head. There would be time for questions later. Right now, he had a Grim to kill. Pushing himself onto his feet, with his aura dangerously flickering, he joined the armored soldiers as Phoenix and Santiago helped Baird and Cole up. The Grim, now dangerously outnumbered, flared its flame once again, though it was sputtering through the damage as it covered itself in a cloud of smoke just as they started firing at it. When the smoke cleared, a new hole could be seen in the ceiling above, the Grim nowhere in sight. Did it just run? Santiago asked as they aimed their rifles up through the hole. Yeah, that's right, motherfucker. Run, like the bitch you are. Cole shouted in victory, only for Baird to shake his head. No, Cole, that's not a good thing, he chastised his friend. The fact that it ran is a very, very bad thing. Just let me have this, Baird, Cole complained, and the Saran sighed. Phoenix, nursing what had to be a nasty bruise on his chest, merely scowled towards the hole, then turned towards the armored soldiers who came to their aid. The one in green armor matched his gaze, and after a moment Phoenix greeted him, Master Chief. Sergeant Phoenix, the Master Chief stoically replied in a gruff, male voice. Are you and your men wounded? We'll manage, Phoenix admitted, then turned to Santiago. Dom, go grab Carmine's dog tags. You got it, Marcus, Santiago agreed, briefly pausing to give the armored giants grateful looks before lightly jogging outside the tower, briefly wincing before fighting through the pain. Holy shit, didn't think there'd be Spartans here, Cole admitted. Can't say I'm not happy to see you. I can. Just where the hell were you this entire time? Baird countered, giving the Spartans pointed glares. Hunting that grim per operation, Poacher, the Master Chief revealed, briefly turning his head towards a suspicious Crow Bramwin. We were attempting to intercept the target before it got to you, but it sent packs of lesser Grim after us as a delaying tactic. By the time we caught back up, it was already engaging you, and with the smokescreen we weren't able to get a clear shot until Delta One cleared a hole by detonating the fabricator as a bomb. Right, Crow softly spoke. The veteran huntsman found himself of two minds at that moment. On the one hand, he was grateful for the assistance. While he was confident that he and Delta One would have been able to put the Grim down eventually, there was no guarantee they'd be able to do that without more casualties. Something he was reminded of as Santiago returned with Carmine's bloodstained dog tags. On the other hand, the fact that the UNSC had augmented super soldiers on the ground didn't sit right with him, especially since he knew for a fact that the UNSC didn't tell Remnant about their presence. Ojpin certainly didn't know, since he would have told him about something like this if he did. The low rumbling of thunder in the distance shook Crow from his thoughts, reminding him that he had other priorities at the moment. Before he could say anything else, the Master Chief asked him, have you ever engaged a Dullahan before? Dullahan? Crow asked, unfamiliar with the term. There weren't any records of that species of Grim in our database. Given its morphology, we assigned it the designation Dullahan, the Master Chief explained. Oh, yeah, because it doesn't have a head, Cole muttered. Ain't that some freaky shit? Dullahan, Crow awkwardly repeated, tasting the word in his mouth, then shrugged in acceptance before admitting. Sorry to say, but no, I haven't. You don't seem too surprised, the other male Spartan in blue armor pointed out, and Crow looked at him. There are new species of Grim discovered almost every day, Crow declared, quickly reading the letters printed in white on the Spartan's chests before focusing his attention onto their gold visors. Frankly, it was only a matter of time before I ran into one. The three Spartans glanced at each other quickly, then the Master Chief said, regardless, seeing as how it retreated higher into the tower, we'll be accompanying you. Crow swallowed his reflexive rejection to the demand, while Cole cheerfully nodded. Hey, the Cole train's always happy to pick up some new players, he declared. Besides, something tells me we're gonna need all the help we can get if we wanna, to put it scientifically, blow that Tempest's brains out of its ass. Somehow I've missed your enthusiasm, Private, the third Spartan, this one a woman to Crow's surprise, who was wearing white armor and a bulbous helmet, admitted with a slightly amused tone of voice, to which Cole smiled. Everyone loves the Cole train, baby, Cole said through a wide smile, and Crow merely sighed. It was at that moment that a fourth Spartan came running in, this one wearing beige armor and a helmet with several optical mounts on the sides. Like the white Spartan, this one was slenderer than the Master Chief in Spartan 104, so he assumed this one was most likely a woman as well. Thanks to the armor she was wearing, and without hearing her voice nor seeing her face, it was hard to tell. Without saying a word, the woman inserted griffball-sized dust canisters bearing full light blue gauges into the backpacks all of the Spartans were carrying, and to Crow's surprise he saw their bodies become covered by a form-fitting, if polygonal hardlight shield. Holy, is that? Baird asked, then shook his head. When can we get that shit? When it doesn't weigh over 500 kilograms, Spartan 104 replied, to which Baird and the other Sarans blanched. Yeah, I'll let you carry that for now, Santiago joked, a sentiment the rest of the Sarans readily agreed with. With their objectives converging for now, Crow, Delta One, and Spartan Blue Team moved towards the nearest stairwell. Crow and the Spartans took point, their eyes and ears peeled for any sign of the Dullahan's return, as all of them knew that it was only a matter of time before it did. Tilda. Part of Crow had hoped that the interior of Merlot Tower would be empty, giving them a straight shot to the top. That notion was almost immediately disproven only a few floors up, when he, Delta Squad, and Blue Team were engaged by a group of griffins who had chosen the long-abandoned tower as a nesting ground. It wasn't too difficult to put them down, but the Grimm's presence kept him on his toes regardless. His caution wasn't just because of the Grimm. He couldn't help but keep his attention squarely focused on the super soldiers taking the lead. The Spartans hadn't said much since their introduction. At most, it was simple status updates or target designations. Beyond that, they were eerily quiet as they moved from room to room, robotically clearing out any targets with quick shots to the head or chest of any Grimm they came across. Their movements were mechanically smooth with little to no wasted effort. Combine that with their all-encompassing armor, and it was hard to tell they were actually humans and not robots. Stairwells collapsed. "We're going to need to find an alternate route," Spartan 104 reported as he and Spartan 087 returned to the group, all of whom had briefly stopped near a shattered window to reload their weapons. "By collapsed, you mean?" Phoenix began in a gruff, resigned tone. "There's a giant hole where it used to be," Spartan 087 clarified, causing Phoenix to sigh. "Just perfect," he groaned. "Jack, scan the area. Find us a way up." The flying drone beeped a few times in acknowledgement, then a small antenna emerged from its top. At its end there was a small dish which started to rotate, and faint, ultrasonic pulses began emanating from it. A small, translucent, light blue holographic projection started to display Jack's findings, beginning with the current floor before slowly spreading up and down the tower. "Man, what I wouldn't give to use the elevator right now," Santiago added as he glanced out the window, clearly happy to take this moment of respite. They were halfway up the tower at this point, giving them a nearly perfect view of Mountain Glen. The view was desolate, filled with ruined and collapsed buildings that stretched for miles in all directions. Just outside the city limits was a large forest, and the trees shook as countless Grimm poured out from them into the city streets. Explosions, screeches, and roars filled the air as the Grimm battled for supremacy with UNSC forces. On the ground, if Crow focused hard enough, he could just barely see soldiers, scorpions, warthogs, and more fighting packs of Ursa, Beowulfs, and worse, while falcons and hornets dueled with nevermores and griffins in the air. There was even a large, super-heavy gunship called a Vulture firing autocannons and missiles at every Grimm in sight. More importantly, hanging in the sky above, were the ever-present red storm clouds that, every so often, would flash with lightning and expose the tempest watching over all of them. It was an eerie sight, one that made Crow's skin crawl. Peeking out the side towards the top of the tower, Crow briefly considered jumping off and flying to the top himself to try and get the defenses back online as soon as possible, but he quickly dissuaded himself of that option. With that Dullahan lurking around, splitting up would just be asking for an ambush while they were under strength, one way or another. Plus, there was the likelihood that they'd need more technical expertise to turn the guns back on, something he definitely didn't have. With the Grimm on his mind, he turned towards the Master Chief and asked that Dullahan, "How long have you been hunting it?" 13 hours, the Master Chief succinctly answered, and Crow crossed his arms across his chest. "This your first time hunting, Grimm?" he pressed in a sardonic tone, hoping to get a reaction out of the robotic man. "No," the Master Chief replied emotionlessly, causing Crow's frown to deepen. Realizing that trying to get a rise out of these men and women would be pointless, Crow shifted gears and asked, "What do you know about it? Abilities or tactics?" Master Chief requested, and Crow shrugged. "Both, I suppose," he said, and Spartan 117 simply stared at him motionlessly. Physiologically, the Dullahan appears to possess high levels of strength, durability, and endurance, the Master Chief explained, and Crow was immediately brought back to his Grimm Studies classes back at Beacon Academy. Between its thick hide and osteoderms, it is resistant to small arms fire. One of its limbs extends into a blade constructed of solid bone, sharp enough to cut into and pierce composite armor, while the other is a shield able to withstand sniper rifle rounds and grenades. Despite its lack of a cranium, it is able to perceive its environment due to the eyes on both its front and back, and the smoke it emits from its neck is both toxic and corrosive enough to melt through titanium. Crow couldn't help but notice the burn marks on the Spartan's armors, and it wasn't hard to tell where that came from. He didn't say anything, though, and allowed the Master Chief to continue speaking. Tactically, it functions as a hunter, for lack of a better term, the Master Chief revealed. The Dullahan hunts down those it deems to be high-priority targets. Huntsmen, ODSTs, and so on. It engages its victims in confined areas to prevent escape. Once the high-priority targets are eliminated, it'll kill anyone else in the vicinity before moving on. That doesn't just sound like a hunter, it sounds like a huntsman, Crow couldn't help but note. Precisely, the Master Chief agreed without moving his body an inch, and Crow sighed. Fascinating. How do we kill it? Phoenix impatiently asked, and the Master Chief slightly turned his head towards the sergeant. The Dullahan appears to prioritize single combat, and its vision is impaired along its flanks, the Master Chief answered. By attacking it from multiple angles, we should be able to overwhelm its defenses. We suspect its cognitive functions are concentrated in its chest cavity, so that should be our primary target as well. Use armor-penetrating rounds, rockets, and grenades if you have them. Well, it's not like we can shoot it in the head, Baird sarcastically replied, quickly glancing at the single tube of his SB&KR strapped to his back as Cole loaded a fresh 40mm grenade into his launcher. "You seem to know quite a bit about this thing," Crow pointed out, his voice nearly growling in suspicion. "Did you watch it kill these people?" That accusation caused the Master Chief to look right into Crow's eyes before he said, "We engaged the target 3 times and recovered video footage from its victims after it had already killed them." There was a tiny hint of anger in the Master Chief's voice, Crow recognized. The Spartan knew exactly what Crow was insinuating, and he didn't like it. Crow, meanwhile, was just satisfied he was able to get some proof of emotion out of the Spartan and took the victory. Before he or the others could say anything else, they heard Jack give out a resounding whine, and an entire holographic projection of Merlot Tower was displayed for all to see. "Thanks, Jack," Santiago told the drone as the soldiers and huntsmen crowded around the projection. "Here, Spartan," 058 said as she dragged her finger along a path towards the top, taking them through several rooms, collapsed ceilings, the remains of stairwells, and even an elevator shaft that took them right to the top of the tower. "We can take this path." "Let's move," the Master Chief ordered as he shot to his feet, with the remaining members of Blue Team following right after him. Watching them go, Crow whispered to Phoenix, "You fought alongside them before. They always like this." "Pretty much," Phoenix confirmed with a grunt. "You get used to it. Eventually." "How come the UNSC doesn't say anything about these Spartans?" he asked as he watched Spartan 104 press his hands in between the elevator doors and pry them open with a loud, metal-on-metal whine. "Because, officially, they don't exist. To the public, at least," Baird revealed, confirming Crow's suspicions. "Then why are they here?" "Same as us, I guess," Baird suggested. "Hey, we're all on the same side, guys," Cole reminded them. "Let's keep our eyes on the enemy team, okay?" Crow supposed Cole had a point. With a grunt, he stood up and went towards the now-open elevator shaft. Beneath them was the top of the long-abandoned elevator, serving as a floor on which to stand. Spartan 058 was standing on top of it, her considerable weight causing the elevator to groan. But it held firm, and with a nod she beckoned the Sarans to get on as she got off. After handing the Sarans a cable ascender, Delta One attached the handles to the cables and pressed the triggers. They rapidly ascended, following the path 058 laid out for them. Crow, meanwhile, stayed with the Spartans, watching the Sarans as they got off. "It's clear," they heard Cole call down, his voice echoing off the shaft walls. Nodding to himself, Crow was handed a cable ascender of his own by the Master Chief, which he took and quickly used to rise up the shaft after the Sarans. Normally, he would have simply flown up, but right now keeping his magical abilities a secret was of the utmost priority, especially in the presence of these Spartans. For a moment, he thought the Spartans would do the same, only to watch as they instead rapidly climbed the walls of the shaft, plunging their foot-long combat knives into the concrete walls to serve as handholds as they scaled upwards. Before long, the Spartans joined their comrades on solid ground and quickly took point as they pressed onward. With their path laid out before them, Crow and the UNSC soldiers made their way up and through the ruins of Merlot Tower. Every so often, they'd have to fight a Grim, but for the most part it was relatively uneventful. There was an occasional explosion that came too close for comfort and rattled the tower, making Crow fear it might topple over, but the construction held. Between the 9 of them, it wasn't difficult to advance, with any Grim killed before they even had a chance to attack. Before long, they found themselves at the top of Merlot Tower. That didn't mean the roof, merely the highest point. The initial fall of the city, followed by the complete lack of maintenance over the following years, meant that the upper spire and roof had collapsed entirely. Frankly, it was a miracle that the entire building hadn't fallen over. Nevertheless, the UNSC's former presence was evident. Discarded tools littered the ground alongside the dead bodies of their former operators, ranging from simple hammers and screwdrivers to power saws and welding tools. There was even a Cyclops exoskeleton near a large pile of debris the UNSC cleared out to make room for their equipment. It was too broken to be of any further use, however, with one of its arms completely torn out of its socket. Dozens of terminals, most of which were shredded beyond repair and connected by thick electrical cables to a central fusion generator, lined the walls of what used to be the CEO's office. Each one was connected to a separate AA battery. Radar-guided missile launchers, autocannons, machine guns, anything that one could ask for. But Crow's eyes were immediately drawn to the massive Onager cannon at the far end, its barrel tilted ominously towards the red sky. It appeared to be in one piece, which he was immensely grateful for. The last thing he wanted to figure out was how to kill those Tempests without it and avoid destroying Mountain Glen in the process. "Ain't she a beauty?" Cole whistled as he and Santiago walked over to the cannon while Baird and Spartan 058 focused on getting the console back online. "Ah, shit. The system's totally fried," Baird revealed. "Gonna have to bring up auxiliary power, and even that'll only be enough for the Onager." "It'll work," 058 replied, but Baird shook his head. "No, it won't. You don't understand. When I say, only enough for the Onager, I mean only the Onager, as in just being able to fire and turn it. Say goodbye to any targeting systems and aim assist, so good luck actually hitting anything." "We'll be fine," 058 insisted, and Baird simply rolled his eyes before directing Jack towards the backup generator. As the drone and Baird worked to restore the auxiliary power, Crow kept his eyes peeled. They hadn't seen the Dullahan since they started going up Merlot Tower, and now that they were at the top, it was only a matter of time before it returned. Of course, given how it fled from them previously, there was the possibility that it could have run off entirely, but Crow doubted it. If what the Spartans said was true, it was going to come back, and probably attack at the worst possible time. When it did, they'd have to be ready. I got a bad feeling about this, Santiago admitted as the storm seemed to intensify above them, the intermittent flashes revealing the tempests more frequently and prevalently thanks to their close proximity. Yeah, Phoenix agreed, his finger hovering over his lancer's trigger. A heavy, pregnant pause followed as everyone waited. For what? They didn't know, but they knew it was coming. Eventually, they began to hear a rumbling noise as the tower started to vibrate, followed by roars and the sound of claws scraping against steel, concrete, and glass. They're coming up the sides, Cole revealed as he looked down the outside of Merlot Tower. True to the Saran's word, Crow could see hundreds of Grimm climbing the exterior walls of Merlot Tower, their claws digging into the sides wherever they could. Their jaws snapped hungrily, and their blood-red eyes bored right into their own. Flocks of Nevermores and Griffins joined them, circling the tower like a tornado of feathers, teeth, and claws. Damn it, Phoenix cursed, then brought his finger to his ear. Control, this is Delta One. We are at the objective and are in need of immediate air support. Copy, Delta One, Stroud's relieved voice replied. Stand by, sending Falcons your way. Tell them to hurry up. Phoenix barked as he fired his lancer at the oncoming horde alongside Santiago. The remaining Sarans, Crow, and the Spartans formed a protective ring around the exterior of the platform. While Crow was unable to lend his full capabilities to the current engagement, he lent his backup magnum to the volley of gunfire that was tearing into the Grimm. A cloud of black smoke grew larger and larger as the Grimm bodies fell limp and away from the building, but the rest kept on coming. Over his head, Crow saw Spartan 058 firing her sniper rifle at the Nevermores and Griffins trying to encircle them. Despite how fast the avian Grimm were going, and despite how many sharp turns and spins they were making, 058 hit every single shot. Some went through the Grimm's eyes, others through their open mouths. A few even managed to hit multiple targets at once. Whatever the case, each shot resulted in at least one Grimm falling out of the sky. Crow had to admit, he hadn't seen someone that good with a rifle in a long time, if ever. But he couldn't concentrate on that. Instead, he had to make sure the Grimm wouldn't get too close. They needed to give Baird and Jack enough time to turn the Onager back on. Otherwise, all of this would have been for nothing. The Grimm horde kept getting closer and closer to the point where Crow could properly fire Harbinger's shotgun and actually hit his targets. He also started clearing some significant breathing room with cutting waves of energy sent right down the sides of the building, dislodging entire swaths of climbing Grimm to plummet to their deaths when they formed big enough groups to be worth the exertion of his limited aura. That was when the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he turned towards the center of the platform as it erupted outward. From it emerged the Dullahan, standing tall as several Beowulfs climbed out after it. Crow reacted immediately, shifting Harbinger into its sword configuration and leaping at the monster, which locked its blade against his. Unfortunately, the force of their clash collapsed the already fragile edge of the hole beneath the Dullahan, and they were both dropped down into the level below, where he had to roll to avoid getting stabbed. Branwen, he heard Phoenix cry out as, once again, Crow found himself locked in an intense melee with the monster. A flurry of blades swung out between them, each one intercepted by their opponents as Crow and the Dullahan dueled. The huntsmen, emboldened by being so close to their objective, fought with an added ferocity. But so did the Dullahan, clearly enraged at its prey having escaped earlier. If it had a mouth, it would be snarling at the veteran huntsman, Crow knew, so he made sure to do so enough for the both of them. Still, although he had managed to recover at least some of his strength during the climb up the tower, exhaustion was still creeping up on him. It wouldn't be long before it would falter in the face of the Grimm's seemingly endless strength. He had to end this now. Kicking the Dullahan away, he quickly took stock of the circle of toxic, corrosive gas once again blocking them in. Some of it was escaping out through the hole it made earlier, but regardless he knew he wouldn't be able to get out unless something broke through it. The Dullahan then launched another attack, punching its bone shield at Crow who parried each blow with a swipe of Harbinger's blade. Realizing the Grimm was once again trying to push him into the gas wall, Crow instead blasted it point blank with Harbinger's shotgun, then fired the second barrel into the floor beneath his feet. As he intended, a large hole opened, swallowing the two of them into the next floor. The toxic gas was momentarily left behind, and Crow moved to toss the Grimm out of the now visible window. No matter how tough it was, there was no surviving a fall from this height. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a trio of falcons circling the tower, firing their side-mounted machine guns at the climbing Grimm hordes while the pilots added to the barrage with their chin-mounted autocannons. Simultaneously, they were dodging the flock of Nevermores and Griffins attempting to attack them, which unfortunately limited their effectiveness. Using Harbinger in its scythe configuration, Crow looped the curve of its blade around the Dullahan, then pulled as hard as he could to hurl the monster outside. But before it was launched off the edge, it stabbed its bone sword in the claws of its right foot into the floor, locking it even as it pivoted to let the scythe blade unhook from its body, forcing Crow to abandon his effort lest he accidentally launch himself off the side. Literally shifting gears, he pulled Harbinger back and reconfigured it into its sword mode with a flick of its lever just as the Grimm sprinted forward. Tackling him into and through the wall behind him, Crow was pressed to the ground and Harbinger ripped from his grasp as the Grim attempted to slice his neck with its sword. His aura dangerously flickered, and a trickle of sweat came down his brow. Then he saw a flash of green, followed by the Master Chief stabbing his combat knife into the Grim's back. It lurched in pain, and the Spartan used the knife as a handhold to lift the monster overhead and throw it away from the huntsman. Rolling to its feet, it stood up and let its progressively more pockmarked shield absorb the full impact of the Chief's assault rifle, then dashed forward towards him. Whereas Crow would have stood his ground and parried the attack with his own weapon, the Master Chief instead swiveled to the side, his hardlight dust shielding briefly activating as the tip of the Grim's sword bounced off his arm. This gave the Spartan an opening to knee the Grim in the stomach, followed by unloading his magnum into the stump of its neck right where Santiago had previously wounded it. As it recoiled back in pain, the Master Chief stabbed his knife into the Grim's chest, bypassing the armor by going through one of its eyes. Then, using his free hand, he pulled back as hard as he could and ripped the osteoderm plate which formed that section of its chest mask completely off its flesh. The small flame on the Dullahan's perforated neck erupted in agony as the bright red flesh was exposed. This gave Crow an opening, and he lunged forward and stabbed his own backup knife through the other eye. The flame's intensity got even higher, but despite the grievous wound, the Grim kicked him away, then batted the Spartan to the side with enough force to completely break the hardlight shield protecting him. Both warriors rolled with the blow and landed on their feet, and briefly glanced at each other. While Crow's aura was flickering, trying to restore itself, Chief's shield was completely inert. The lights on his shield pack were dead, with no indication that it would change anytime soon. Crow thought back to the canister 058 had placed into it earlier, then realized the hardlight dust powder must have been expended. So, that fancy shield can't recharge without replacing the battery, Crow surmised. Deciding he could worry about that later, he stood up and centered himself into a combat stance as the Dullahan spun around to keep its remaining eyes on them. The heat around them grew almost unbearable, making Crow feel like he was fighting in an oven again. The Master Chief, meanwhile, didn't seem to react at all as he instead fired his reloaded magnum at the glowing weak points of its remaining eyes, forcing it to cover them with its shield. Crow followed up, sprinting at the Grim to springboard off of the extended arm to flip over its shoulder. Taking his own magnum, he grabbed his knife which was still embedded in a socket to catch himself, then promptly pressed the barrel of his weapon into the wound the Chief had opened and squeezed the trigger. The exploding bullets took more chunks of flesh out of the Grim's body, but it stood upright and threw itself backwards to crush him against the floor. Before the Grim could do so, Crow landed on his feet and twisted with the motion, and with a roar of effort he used the momentum to pivot and throw the Dullahan over his shoulder and into the ceiling. It cracked under the impact, but instead of falling back down in a vulnerable tangle like he expected, the Grim caught itself by digging its talons in, straightening out to dangle from its feet like a bat. Crow barely managed to abort his charge into a dive as the bone sword sliced over his dead, rolling beneath the upside-down creature and coming to his feet on the other side of it. As the Master Chief stomped forward, the Dullahan suddenly found itself stuck in place with an opponent on each side, and the two men nodded at each other as it hesitated from the split attention. Both super soldiers dashed in and started treating the hanging Grim like a tandem punching bag, repeatedly stabbing the monster with their knives and knocking it back and forth with vicious blows faster than the unaugmented eye could see, sending splashes of black ichor in every direction. Their clothes and armor began to stain black, and the fire flickered as the Grim's energy died down with each second. But it wasn't going to go down quietly, and pulled both of its arms in before lashing out in a spin as it released its grip on the ceiling. They both moved to dodge, and Crow grimaced in worry and guilt when the Dullahan's shield arm clipped the Master Chief's visor in a stroke of bad luck, shattering a portion of it. He then blinked in surprise when a bright, blue eye was exposed rather than a shrapnel-filled ruin. All that Crow could see in that eye was a steadfast, almost mechanical determination as the Chief grabbed the arm, wrapped his legs around the elbow joint as it fell, and used his entire weight to wrench and pop the limb off like a boiled lobster claw. The Grim's fire gave a wheezing flare as it scrambled away from the Master Chief, forcing Crow to back off from the last puff of smoke it sent his way. The corrosive caress of the gas took out the last of his aura, but he managed to step through it without further harm and squared up to stay in the fight, as the Master Chief dropped the dissolving shield claw and did the same. Their opponent staggered to its feet, missing an arm and with its armor cracked and peeled all over, and for a moment Crow wondered if it would try to escape. Instead, he watched in disturbed fascination as it strained and flexed, until the cracks in its remaining faceplate connected in a horizontal line, then split open as a jagged mouth. Blinded by rage, the Dullahan charged towards the huntsman with its torso wide open in a voiceless roar to swallow him whole, trying to at least take someone out before it was inevitably killed. It never got the chance as, out from the nearby stairwell, Phoenix sprinted outward, firing the remainder of his Lancer's magazine into its now completely exposed torso. The Grim promptly turned towards the Saran, only for Phoenix to drop his rifle and pull out an oversized discarded power saw that the UNSC had previously brought to clear out debris. Revving its diamond-edged blade, Phoenix roared at the top of his lungs as he lodged it into the nape of its neck next to its broken crown of spikes. All the Grim could do was violently shake as Phoenix used the power saw to carve his way from shoulder to hip in a continuous spray of bone chips and dark gore. When he was done, both halves of the Grim fell to the side. Moments later, it turned into black smoke, and it was gone. All three men breathed heavily as they stared at where the Grim finally died. Behind the exhaustion, there was a satisfied glint in Phoenix's eyes, happy to have been the one to avenge his fallen squad mate. It lasted for only a moment though, as the Saran promptly relaxed, particularly as the gunfire above began to die down. "Thanks for the assist, Sergeant," the Master Chief said as he methodically collected and reloaded his guns. "Don't mention it," Phoenix replied, giving the Spartan a curt nod. When he turned his attention towards Crow, they exchanged thankful nods as well. Then the Saran gave a thoughtful look towards Crow's discarded weapon. As the huntsman picked Harbinger up and collapsed it, Crow then walked over and picked up Phoenix's dropped lancer to give it back to him. Phoenix took it immediately, then began to shift his gaze back and forth between the power saw in one hand and his rifle in the other, his eyes going towards his broken bayonet. Crow recognized that look. It was the one people made when they were inspired by an absurd idea. Whatever Phoenix was thinking of, he didn't say anything as he dropped the now clogged and sputtering power tool and reloaded his rifle. Together, the three ran back up the flights of stairs, returning to the top platform just as the remaining Grim were put down. Spartan 087 was running around faster than almost anyone else Crow had ever seen, firing her shotgun into the heads of any Grim which rose above the edge. The only people he'd ever seen move faster than that were those with speed semblances, like Harriet before her injury. He idly wondered if the ace operative would have recovered enough to have been cleared for duty in time for all this. Spartan 104, meanwhile, had swapped to a pair of combat knives he stored in his shoulder pauldrons, which he was using to carve an Ursa Major apart. 058 continued to fire her sniper rifle, while Santiago and Cole protected Baird as he and Jack finished rerouting power. All three Spartans' shield packs were completely expended, and from all the fresh damage around, Crow could tell they must have been through one hell of a fight. Still, as the last Grim was slain, he let out a sigh of relief. Moments later, Baird announced that the power was back on, proven as the Onager hummed to life. Briefly, Crow wondered how they would be able to actually fire the Mac without a guidance system, only for 058 to simply stow her sniper rifle onto her back, climb into the gunner's seat, and manually aim it herself. Pointing the barrel in the direction of the largest Tempest, she waited as the flashes exposed the silhouette of the monster. She didn't do anything at first, only giving slight adjustments that made the cannon whine and whir. Then, with a loud, almost deafening bang, she fired the first round through the clouds. It punched a hole directly into the bell of the Tempest, a target that was several miles out. The Grim thundered in pain and anger, and it began to descend through the clouds as red lightning danced dangerously around it. As the wind picked up, 058 calmly adjusted her aim and fired again, carving the same rent open even wider. She continued to fire, each shot kicking up clouds of dust and sending gusts of wind that made Crow's hair ruffle. As the Tempest turned up its underside towards the humans, attempting to consume them in the tower as it started to falter in its flight, she took the invitation and fired one final shot into the open mouth which pierced straight through it. The Grim let out a rumbling gurgle as its head deflated. Falling to the ground, it crushed several buildings and scores of Grim under its sprawling weight. Cole and the other Sarans cheered victoriously, but 058 didn't even give it time to start dissolving before she simply adjusted her aim to the other, smaller tempests making up the rest of the storm which had started converging on their threat. Bright, almost neon blue contrails shot through the air as the Spartan fired the Onager unaided into the cloudy sky. Each one hit her intended target. Unlike the largest example, the remaining Tempests went down with 1 or 2 shots each, at most 3. With each kill, the sky cleared up more and more. Eventually, as the last one popped just like Hoffman claimed they would and its scraps fell to Remnant, the night sky was completely exposed, allowing Crow to see the shattered moon hanging above. "Hot damn, you're good," Cole couldn't help but remark as he stared at 058 with wide, incredulous and awestruck eyes. "Thank you," she simply replied while Phoenix nodded to her appreciatively. "Control, this is Delta," he reported. "Mission accomplished, the skies are clear. We are ready for extraction." "Excellent work, Delta. Stay where you are. I'm sending a Pelican your way," Stroud replied. "Wilco," Phoenix declared, and he and the other soldiers watched as UNSC ships orbiting above began to provide accurate orbit-to-ground support. Archer missiles rained down from the heavens, Falcatas launched from airstrips to engage targets in the air and on the ground, Pelicans and Albatrosses ferrying reinforcements screamed downward as fast as their engines could go, and HEV pods carrying ODSTs dropped their passengers directly into hell. In the back of his mind, Crow knew that the fight for Mountain Glen wasn't over, but this felt like a turning point. "Jesus, man," Santiago finally spoke up, breaking through the silence as he sat down on a crate. That was hell. I think hell is putting it lightly. And in case you haven't noticed, we're still in it," Phoenix pointed out, and Santiago nodded while flicking his wrist. I know. But still," Santiago said, and the other Sarans nodded in acceptance. "What I want to know is where those Tempests came from," Spartan 104 admitted as he looked out over the battle below. "They're not usually found in this region of the planet." "Well, in a global Grimtide, anything is possible," Crow suggested, and the Spartan shrugged in acceptance. "True, I suppose," he admitted. "Still, the fact remains that, With its weather manipulation and electromagnetic interference, if we hadn't already been preparing beforehand, I doubt we would have been able to secure Mountain Glen without nuking the city from orbit. That wouldn't have been ideal. No, Baird sarcastically remarked. Apparently, it wasn't just Mountain Glen, 087 revealed, catching everyone's attention. Mantle, Vacuo, and Mistral were attacked. And just like us, they interfered with our ability to support forces on the ground. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they were almost strategically placed. While the others simply grimaced in acknowledgement, for a split second Crow's eyes widened in realization. The Spartan was absolutely correct, even if she didn't know it. The Tempest's presence was strategic. It had to have been. Salem must have known that the UNSC's orbital supremacy would present a massive threat to whatever she wanted to accomplish with this Grimtide, and so distributed the Tempests around the world in places that would hinder the UNSC as much as possible. He was a fool to think she'd only do this to Mountain Glen with its close proximity to Vale. Looking back up, Crow prepared to say something, only to see that every Spartan was now staring at him with an intensity he hadn't seen before. At first, he was confused, then his eyes widened as he realized they saw his reaction. The Sarans didn't seem to know what was going on at first, then one by one, starting with Phoenix, they began to pick up on the newfound tension directed towards him. "Ah, shit," Phoenix grumbled just as the Pelican sent to pick them up arrived. "We're talking when this is done," the Master Chief said, his tone leaving no room for argument as he and the other Spartans picked up their gear and got into the Pelican. Delta Squad took a bit longer to follow suit, with Crow trailing behind them. As the drop bay doors closed, Crow could feel everyone's eyes focused squarely on him. From the Spartans, it felt accusatory. From the Sarans, it felt more like confusion. Nevertheless, as much as Crow wanted to dispute what they thought, he knew there was no point in acting dumb. After what just happened, there was no going back, so why bother trying? The Pelicans took them straight back to the command center, which they saw was beginning to be overrun by the Grim. Its defenders had been pushed back to just outside the entrance, and the people who met them ushered everyone down to the rail yard. Underground, it was no better, with Colonel Hoffman leading his men from the front lines while the last remaining civilians were loaded onto the train. "You took your sweet-ass time, Phoenix," Colonel Hoffman barked, firing his shotgun into the head of a lunging Beowulf. "I know," Phoenix replied as he lent his rifle to the firing line, joined by the rest of Delta Squad, Crow, and Blue Team. The presence of the Spartans momentarily surprised the Sarans, but while the few Odysseus present seemed to be agitated, the others were reinvigorated. They fought harder than they had been just moments before, their morale boosted by the UNSC's homegrown super soldiers. Behind them, hundreds of people ran for their lives towards the train, soldiers escorting and directing them the entire way. Some of the civilians had minor injuries, others a bit more severe, but they were being tended to by medics on the train itself. Crow couldn't let himself focus on that, however. Right now, his priority was simply keeping the Grim at bay long enough for the last of the civilians to escape. Beside him, he saw Spartan 087 rip a machine gun turret off its mount and fire it from the hip, the .50 caliber round shredding right through the monsters assailing them. Spartan 104 and the Master Chief took up positions beside her, their bodies towering over everyone else, including Crow. Spartan 058, meanwhile, had perched herself atop the mangled remains of a scorpion and was firing her sniper rifle, each shot drilling right through a Grim's head. A few times she even fired right next to someone else's body to kill a beast attacking them. Combined with her impressive display back at the tower, Crow was confident in his assessment that she was definitely the greatest marksman he'd ever seen. "Chief, I'm seeing something." Back of the cavern, behind the Grim, 058 calmly revealed as she reloaded her rifle, her scope trained towards whatever she was looking at. Crow immediately tried to follow her gaze, something that was hard to do with her head completely encased. The other Spartans did the same with much less difficulty. Eventually, he managed to spot what the Spartans were looking at. It was almost imperceptible, and it would have been to an unaided layman. But thanks to his years of experience and aura-enhanced senses, he was just able to make out what appeared to be a floating metal eyeball looking over the battle, a small white glow coming out of its center. It was near one of the expansion tunnels the Grim were pouring out of, floating high above the horde who ignored it in favor of the human prey in front of them. For a brief moment, Crow thought it was one of the UNSC's drones, but it didn't look like any model he'd seen before. Then, as though it realized it was spotted, it disappeared in a yellow flash. Crow blinked his eyes, and the Spartans briefly glanced at each other in confusion before shifting gears and refocusing on the Grim. In the back of his mind as he rejoined the fray, Crow was reminded of stories from his childhood about ghost lights, bright flashes that people would supposedly see in the dead of night, far away from anyone else, which would kill anything that got too close to them, human or otherwise. He never put much stock into those tales, and he still didn't. But the flash reminded him of some of the stories, and he figured it might be worth bringing up to Ashbin. "Everyone, get on the train now," Hoffman ordered once the last civilian was loaded. Their job finished, and with some providing covering fire, the UNSC personnel evacuated onto the train. Once everyone was aboard, it lurched forward. It steadily began accelerating, boosted by the modifications the UNSC had made both before and during the evacuation. They quickly left the rail yard behind, but the Grim continued to press after them. Not long afterwards, the first series of demolition charges began detonating, collapsing the tunnel connecting Mountain Glen to Vale. As soon as the train completely passed one, it detonated, bringing a chunk of the city above down on top of whatever was unfortunate enough to follow the explosion. Some of the holes from the explosives were clean enough for Grimm to fall or climb down into the tunnel to continue the chase, but eventually all of the Grimm stragglers were killed, and the train began to slow down as it approached the other terminal. Once it did, the tunnel fully collapsed, finally separating the twin cities once and for all. As Crow watched passengers disembark into the daylight for the first time in months or years, he momentarily glanced up towards Beacon's CCT tower, where he knew Ashbin was watching over everything. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Blue Team following his gaze. Then he sighed and moved on, eager to both get some much-needed rest as well as find out where he was needed next. Because although the Battle of Mountain Glen was won, that didn't mean there wasn't more work to do. Tilda. Anima, Kingdom of Mistral, Kuroyuri. Kuroyuri's central plaza had been completely demolished as Silver Team and the remaining Odistes engaged the Nuklavi with everything they had. Several times, the Grimm attempted to retreat, but the Spartans wouldn't let it. The civilians watched the engagement with awe. Some, like Lai, focused most of their attention on the Odistes valiantly fighting something that should have been well beyond them without hesitation, throwing their lives and bodies on the line to defend those who couldn't defend themselves. Others, like Nora, focused on the Spartans, the larger-than-life heroes who met the Grimm head-on and overwhelmed it on their own terms. The Nuklavi, desperate to take as many of them with it as it could, attempted to seize Graves with its extendable arm, but the Spartan sniper simply shot through the arm before it could, much as she had with the other one, nearly severing it before the other female Spartan used her knife to finish the job. It screamed in pain and tried to flee, but the sonic attack did nothing through their helmets as the Space Huntsman and Silver Team's leader shot the legs out from underneath it. The beast tumbled to the ground, its shredded legs twitching uselessly. Now effectively limbless, it would have been pitiful if it wasn't so despicable and deserving. With furious determination fueling him, Sergeant Graves advanced towards the monster, firing his rifle in short, controlled bursts at the horse head angrily neighing and snapping its jaws at him, putting it out of their misery. He then climbed on top of the fallen horse's skull, glaring into the slumped and wheezing imp's eyes through his shattered visor. Choke on this, he growled before priming a grenade and stuffing it down its broken jaw. Hopping off the body, he ran back as fast as he could before the grenade exploded behind him. Chunks of black flesh and ichor rained down around them, only for the body parts to soon dissipate into black smoke. A heavy pause filled the air as the survivors peeked out to look at the carnage. Lyrin and Nora were holding each other's tiny hands as hard as they possibly could, with others doing the same. Slowly but surely, they began to realize that the fighting was truly over, that the Grimm were gone. But despite everything, none of the former citizens of Kuroyuri could find it in themselves to cheer, especially as they looked upon the ruins of their homes, their lives. Lai didn't know what this was. It didn't feel like defeat, but it didn't feel like victory either. He wondered if anyone would ever come back to this place to try to rebuild. At the moment, Lai didn't think he could. Too much had been lost. Still, the danger seemed to have passed, and that was the most important thing. As the shelter was opened, allowing its denizens to emerge back out into the open, many were looking upon their saviors with wide, thankful eyes. Some were more apprehensive, openly asking where they were before the attack and why they weren't able to stop it before it got to them. But most were simply grateful to be alive, knowing that if the UNSC wasn't there, far more of them, perhaps all, would have perished. I didn't know the space people had huntsmen, Nora remarked as she looked up at the Spartans, completely enraptured. Why do you think they have them? Oh, wait, it's probably because they need to fight the Space Grimm. Well, I suppose that made sense. But while the Space Huntsmen were certainly impressive, he focused his attention on the ODST sergeant who had saved their lives and killed the Nuklavi. He couldn't help but smile at him, and when the sergeant momentarily glanced in his direction, he bashfully looked away. He then heard a series of heavy footsteps approach, and he looked up to see the Spartan who had saved Nora walking over to them while the other Spartans were talking to Sergeant Graves. About what? Like couldn't hear nor understand. The Spartan was taking off his helmet as he approached, exposing his face for both children to see. It was grizzled and bearded, yet surprisingly gentle, with bright brown eyes that matched his brown hair and beard. Pressing his slightly dented helmet up against his chest, the Spartan got down on one knee right in front of them, then he smiled warmly. "Are you two all right?" the man asked. It took Lai a moment, but he realized the man was speaking to them without the aid of a translator. Nora was the first to respond, and she bashfully nodded. The man smiled, then replied, "I'm glad to hear that. My name is Jorge. What's yours?" Nora shyly revealed, then gently tugged on Lai's sleeve and added, "This is my friend, Lyrin." "It's good to meet you, Nora," Jorge said, then slowly looked around the ruins of Kuroyuri as survivors rummaged through the remains. A sad frown crossed his lips, but he quickly pushed it aside and offered the children a comforting smile. "Do you two need anything? Food? Water? Do you have anywhere to go?" Jorge asked in a soft, hopeful tone. But Lai quickly shook his head, causing the Spartan's smile to falter. Lai wistfully turned his head towards the vague direction of his now ruined home. His entire family had given up everything in Mistral to live in Kuroyuri to help it grow and prosper. Now, they were all dead, meaning he was the last of the Wrens. He didn't know where Nora's family was, but he couldn't imagine she had anyone else to go to, either. Now, more than any other time in his life, Lai truly didn't know what to do. Jorge looked down on them with sad eyes as a flight of pelicans started to approach. Behind them, they heard his commander call him over, and with great reluctance Jorge stood up and grabbed his helmet with both hands. However, before he put it back on and went back out to undoubtedly continue the fight elsewhere, he paused and looked back down to the children one final time. After a moment, he told them, "I'm sorry we couldn't be here faster." Putting his helmet back on, he turned towards a female soldier approaching them with a data pad. His presence grew forceful, almost dangerous as he directed his full attention onto the woman who instinctively flinched. Jorge then ordered, "Make sure these kids get everything they need. Understand?" "Why? Yes, sir," the woman replied, and Jorge simply stared at her for a few more moments before nodding and turning around to walk back to the rest of his team. As the flight of pelicans descended and landed, soldiers began to gently ferry the survivors onto them. Never once did Lai and Nora let go of each other's hands, even as they approached the woman who recovered from having a Spartan level his complete, undivided attention onto her and gave them a soft, friendly smile. "Hello there. What are your names?" she asked, her finger hovering over a datapad. Nora answered after a moment's pause, and the woman smiled as she marked it on the manifest before looking at Lai. Without needing to say a word, he knew what her question was, and he was prepared to answer before pausing. After a moment, he said, "My name's Rin." Nora looked at him in confusion, but to Rin, he felt a sense of calm acceptance. He was the last of his family, and above all else, he wanted to honor them. So he would go by his family name, so that they would never fade from his nor anyone else's memory. Not if he could help it. Once their names were marked, the two children were loaded onto the Pelican. Strapped into chairs near the drop bay doors, they watched the ODSTs and Spartans as the doors closed. The last thing both children thought, as they looked upon their saviors, was that they wanted to ensure that this tragedy would never happen again. Their tiny faces steeled themselves as they looked at each other. Realizing that they had the same, mutual goal, their grips tightened, and their bodies filled with a fire that refused to be extinguished. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes, and the second part of the RWBY event. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life, alongside Jmegamouth for helping to design the central encounter which served as an effective boss battle for this two-parter. While the Grimtide is still ravaging the globe, the Battle of Mountain Glen has turned in favor of humanity, and the survivors of Kuroyuri, including Rin and Nora, have been saved. But it was not without sacrifice as countless people have lost their lives and loved ones. What's more, the UNSC has begun to gather crucial evidence that the Remnantian allies have not been as forthcoming about their homeworld as they should have been. Questions are going to be raised because of this, questions that will be hard to answer. But for now, the day is won, and two children have started the path to becoming the heroes Remnant will need the most in the dark days to come. We really enjoyed putting this chapter together, and I hope you guys enjoy it, too. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the TV Tropes page would be greatly appreciated. Let us know what you all think. As a reminder, there will be 2 other Dust and Echoes chapters getting posted after this one. They have already been written, and I will be providing my edits with the chapter chunks tonight. Hopefully, we can get chapter 33, The Tide Recedes, out relatively quickly, but obviously no hard ETA. Now then, to answer your guys' questions. We have plans for Cinder. Plans I think you guys will really enjoy, but you'll have to wait and see what they entail. You'll have to wait and see what becomes of the RLA after this. Rest assured, they're going to be on everyone's shit list. The Dullahan was the Grim that necessitated Blue Team, much as Silver Team, including Jorge, was trying to take down the Nuklavi before the Grimtide began. Mason and Woods do exist and are ONI agents in the Haloverse versions of themselves, much like Adler. I know that Johnson was raised by his aunt. I brought it up a few chapters ago. You'll have to wait and see how we handled the 2 brothers. Even then, remember that this is not the same as in canon. We had to do a lot to make RWBY fit Halo's universe. I think we managed to find an acceptable balance. Glad you enjoyed the Gears X Spies. They were a lot of fun to write. You might see the UAC as a contractor working with the UNSC to develop energy weapons and teleportation, but it'll still be a part of the Halo universe. Outside of a Chibiomake, they're not going to have to deal with an invasion from hell. Another example would be Vault-Tec could be a UG corporation focusing on the construction of fallout shelters, just without the inhumane social experimentation in favor of ruthless capitalism taking advantage of people's fears. But others, you are correct. Only Microsoft-owned IPs will be considered. Licensed IPs, like the recent and excellent Indiana Jones game, will not be considered. You'll have to wait and see what we do with John. Same with the others. We intend for the integration arc to focus heavily on introducing each member of RWBY and JNPR. The UNSC is more likely to want to consolidate people even more into the major cities as it'll make things a lot easier to defend, let's be honest. Their primary concern with Remnant is resource extraction, Dust and Huntsman, and securing its industrial capacity. Keeping most things concentrated makes their job easier. As I mentioned in the PM I sent, the Covenant Weevil is an anti-air battery, not a movement. I sincerely do not know where you got confused there. Additionally, the Covenant Lance has been a term for a while that basically refers to the Covenant equivalent of a squad. Just a PSA, everyone ignore the art scam bots. I would delete those reviews if I could. Unfortunately, Finn's moderation features isn't that good. If nothing else, Ren walked away really idolizing the ODSTs, much as Nora is looking at Jorge as her hero. Let's be honest, both of them chose good role models. Jorge and the ODSTs are awesome. Adam can definitely become a problem in the future, but he isn't a factor yet. Yeah, having to share secrets out of necessity when they otherwise would have preferred not to, at least not yet, is definitely a theme here. More on that next chapter. When I talk about equality, I don't mean stat-wise. Yes, the UNSC is more powerful than Remnant. No one in story is denying that, not even the people leading Remnant. But the story isn't going out of its way to stomp all over Remnant. It is one half of this crossover, and therefore is being treated as just as important. We saw that displayed here, as the Grimm were proving to be incredibly dangerous to the UNSC, forcing them to work with Remnant to take them out as otherwise all of Remnant civilization would have collapsed. Dropping nukes on Salem wouldn't work. She's immortal. Same with just throwing her into the sun, because good luck getting her there without her breaking out and killing everyone. Mundane solutions are not the answer to the Salem problem. Glad you liked Johnson's scene. That was a fun one. Also a good way to show a situation where things were far more manageable. The Hound does not exist yet. We don't know when it was created, but it was presumably sometime close to the beginning of the canon story. And yeah, after this the UNSC is gonna have questions. Ethan Graves is actually one of the player characters in Halo, Fireteam Raven, a light gun arcade game that came out a few years ago. You play as a squad of ODSTs during the events of Halo. Combat evolved in a parallel story taking you across the ring. We actually see Alpha Base there, alongside Major Silva and the dumb AI Wellesley, all of which were introduced in CE's novelization, Halo, The Flood. We will be revealing what Salem wanted in the next 2 chapters as we deal with the fallout of this event. That's it for now. Let us know what you all think. We hope you enjoy. Chapter 34, The Tide Recedes. Remnant, System. Haven Academy, Mistral, Kingdom of Mistral. October 29th, 2541, 0830 hours, UNSC Military Calendar. After days of non-stop fighting, Mistralian militias and huntsmen, supported by UNSC forces, have finally begun to stabilize the kingdom, the Mistral Today reporter revealed, her voice coming out of the TV screen inside Professor Leonardo Lionheart's office. We can report the same across Vale and Atlas. Experts believe that Vacuo should be brought back into order within the next few days as well. But, at least for now, the worst of the Grimtide appears to be over. The total number of casualties will take time to fully count, but our analysts believe the death toll to be in the hundreds of thousands in Mistral at least. A number that would have been far higher had it not been for the actions of the UNSC, who put their lives on the line to defend our homes and families while enabling Mistralian forces to react far faster to the Grimtide than any other mass Grim event in history. For those who are unaware, the reporter continued, with Lionheart staring intensely at the screen while seated on his chair, gripping the armrest as tightly as he could. Earlier this week, all of Remnant was rocked by the existence of the Human Covenant War. It is an interstellar conflict waged between the UG and the Covenant, a theocratic hegemony of alien species united by a common religion, which apparently deemed humanity's existence an affront to their gods. The Covenant, for the past 16 years, have been waging a campaign of genocide against human worlds, killing billions and reducing entire planets to ash in an orbital bombardment process called glassing. For reasons as of yet undetermined, a previously unknown anti-Terran activist group calling themselves the Remnant Liberation Army received classified information the UNSC was sharing with all Remnant kingdoms. According to Counselor Jade, the UG had intended to warn Remnant of the Covenant's threat, a threat that was proven following a diplomatic expedition by Huntsman delegates across UG space, meant to verify the reports firsthand. Following the expedition, the kingdoms of Remnant agreed to enter into a mutual defense pact with Earth to safeguard both parties against the Grimm and the Covenant. The RLA, however, opposed all further integration with Earth, and upon receiving this classified information, hacked into various news networks and disseminated it all across the world. Counselor Jade had this to say. I want to assure all Mistralian citizens, the counselor proclaimed in front of the Jade Palace, and every person on Remnant, and every kingdom, that we will bring these terrorists to justice. What the RLA revealed to the world was not, and never has been, the full truth. They deliberately misconstrued the information, unfairly making the UG the aggressor when they are, in actuality, the victims of a brutal, unjust war while exaggerating the threat the Covenant poses to Remnant. Let me be clear, the Covenant are a tremendous danger, the likes of which Remnant has never seen across our entire history. It is for this reason that I myself voted to join the war. We cannot sit this out, and we must fight, both to defend ourselves and to defend our interstellar cousins much as they have done for us against the Grimm. Mistral Today has attempted to reach out to Headmaster Lionheart's office for further comment, but he has been unavailable for the past few days as he coordinates Huntsman against the still ongoing Grimtide, the reporter added. Due to their actions, the RLA has officially been designated as a terrorist organization by all kingdoms and the UG. Operations have already been undertaken against them, and police have vowed to bring the source of the leak to justice. Lionheart shut off the television, unable to watch anymore. Leaning forward in his chair, he breathed heavily into his hand while trying to control his heartbeat. It was thundering in his chest, and despite his best efforts, it refused to slow down. How could it? The past several days had been, without question, the worst and most stressful in his entire life. They took all the trials and tribulations he'd endured as Haven's headmaster, dealing with Australian politics, corruption, and racism practically by himself for decades, and made them look like a leisurely stroll in the park. He'd gotten hardly any sleep, at most just a few hours. There hadn't been any time to do anything other than bunker himself in Mistral's control room, directing huntsmen to wherever they needed to go across the entire continent. Everyone had been called up, including his own students who he had to throw into the front lines to defend the capital city. The entire academy was empty now, save for himself, which only added to the foreboding atmosphere. Only now, with the situation nearly contained, did he finally have the opportunity to slip away and get some much-needed rest. How many of his students died? Lionheart asked himself. While he tried to put the younger students in the relatively safer areas, with just how many Grimm there inevitably had to be casualties. Thinking otherwise was a fool's errand, a delusion the likes of which anyone with half a mind would scoff at. Delusions he would know all about. Anger bubbled up from deep inside, pushing away his fear, anxiety, and exhaustion. Getting up from his seat, he pressed a secret button on the underside of his desk before marching over to the far side of the room. There he saw a section of the wall rotate inward, exposing a hidden room known only to him. It was a small room, barely big enough to hold 2 people at most. But the room's existence wasn't the important part. Rather, it was the seer ominously floating in the middle, seemingly staring at the headmaster who marched right up to it. "Salem, we need to talk," Lionheart hissed, letting his wrath overwhelm his voice. "Now." The seer didn't do anything at first, until it emitted the disembodied, almost echoing voice of a woman who simply and calmly responded, "Leonardo, you've been busy. Don't play coy with me," Lionheart yelled, thrusting his finger in the seer's direction. "What have you done?" "Whatever do you mean?" Salem asked in an amused, mocking tone. "You know exactly what I am talking about," Lionheart replied as he waved his arm around behind him. "This was not the deal. Need I remind you that you shared the UNSC's secrets with me? To use as necessary? Yes, so that we could have a truce. Not so that you could hand it over to a bunch of basement dwellers and start a grim diet. If you're going to keep screaming at me, Leonardo, we're not going to be able to have a productive conversation," Salem simply told him, prompting the seer to click animalistically while just so slightly raising its barbed tentacles and drifting closer to him. The sight of the agitated Grimm knocked some sense back into the headmaster, reminding him of whom he was speaking with. Taking a deep gulp and wiping away the sheen of sweat that had accumulated on his forehead, he softly said, "Your Grace, I fail to see how starting a Grimtide is in any way useful. I needed to test the UNSC's abilities, push them to their absolute limits. After all, if they can't back up their claim to defend our world, what use is there of an alliance?" Lionheart recognized that as the lie it was. She obviously wanted to stress test the UNSC's ability to fight the Grimm, but it was not for the sake of testing an alliance. If anything, she wanted to break it before it could get off the ground. Frustration started to build up again, and he added, "Well, you certainly did that. Entire cities overrun. Thousands dead, and thousands more homeless. Is this what you wanted? I must admit, the UNSC performed better than I anticipated. But, overall, I am still satisfied." "Of course you are," Lionheart muttered, only to slightly jump when the seer hissed angrily and once again advanced towards him, pushing him back towards his desk. "Is there something you wish to tell me, Leonardo?" Salem asked, causing Lionheart's fear to rise once again as his back hit the edge of his desk. His arm went out, involuntarily knocking over a lamp onto the wooden floor and shattering it with a loud crash. His eyes never left the seer's dome, and he could have sworn that the storm inside it seemed to intensify. Gripping the edge of his desk, Lionheart whispered, I think they're onto me." "And who might they be?" "ONI," Lionheart clarified. "The Office of Naval Intelligence. Agents of theirs have been watching my every move for the past day. They know what I did." In retrospect, it mustn't have been hard to trace the leak to him. The number of people who knew the full truth about just how bad the Human Covenant War was going was only a few dozen. Every single one of them had been taken aside and extensively interrogated as to everything they had done over the past few months, their lives searched through with a fine-toothed comb. Where they'd been, who they'd spoken to, their contacts and connections, messages, financial records, and any potential motivation to do what he'd ultimately done. If there was one thing he learned about ONI this past year, it was that they were very good at reading people, and unlike Ashbin, didn't have the luxury of taking people at their best. They must have flagged him as the likeliest source of the leak from the beginning, or at least very quickly once they started looking. "Is that so?" Salem calmly asked. "Well, that is unfortunate. What do you intend to do about it?" Lionheart's world went still as he realized Salem's meaning. He was so focused on the seer before him that he didn't even notice the faint, muffled noises coming from the other side of his interior wall. His skin became clammy, his heartbeat thundered in his chest, and he gripped the wooden edge of his desk so hard that it started to splinter. Part of him wondered just what he could say or do to get out of this mess, but the rest knew better. "I was a fool," Lionheart thought to himself as a sense of resignation settled in him. He had been so scared of fighting both the Covenant and the Grimm at the same time that he had been willing to sell his soul to the devil to try and at least take one of them off the table. The headmaster knew, before reaching out to the Queen of the Grim, that she was dangerous. She controlled the forces of darkness all over the world and had stoked chaos and carnage all throughout recorded history. Ashbin had been fighting her for an unfathomable number of lifetimes, trying to keep her at bay. But Lionheart had convinced himself that she could be reasoned with. After all, while Ashbin claimed that she wanted to destroy the world, she hadn't yet. Clearly she wanted to rule it, something she told him herself when they finally began to talk. After all, that made far more sense to him than anything else. What point was there in ruling a world in ashes? But clearly Salem, in her quest to become Remnant's goddess queen, didn't care how many innocent lives were lost so long as she won the throne. Lionheart steeled himself, then found his courage and defiantly answered, "I'm going to tell them everything." Salem was quiet as Lionheart's words echoed across his room. Then, even as he raised his weapon to fight like the huntsman he was supposed to be, the seer lashed out with its tentacles. Stalwart only blocked some of the barbs, while the rest flowed around the small shield and tore into his skin, muscles, and bone, his aura long depleted after days of non-stop work and unable to protect him. Agonizing pain coursed through his veins as venom was injected into his body. He thrashed about, trying to free himself or take the Grim down with him, but the burst of random elements conjured by getting off a single spin of his dust disk only destroyed some of the tendrils, and before long his movements became sluggish. Lionheart fell to the ground, and a primal fear overwhelmed him as the seer's lower mandibles latched around his face. As the monster began to consume his flesh and his senses started to fade into oblivion, he faintly heard an explosion. Dust and splinters filled the room as multiple holes were made in the walls. From them came squads of Odysseys, backed up by several huntsmen he thought he recognized but, in his impaired state, was unable to. Joining them were 4 heavily armored UNSC giants that he didn't recognize at all, one of whom was already firing what normally would be a mounted machine gun from the hip into the seer's body. The Odysseys joined in the volley, and the seer quickly fell lifelessly to the ground before dissipating into smoke. "Get a medic, now. Turn on that damn sterile field generator," one of the Odysseys ordered as blood pooled around Lionheart. As the soldiers both secured the room and attempted to tend to his injuries, injecting biofoam into the worst of them, Lionheart tried to apologize for what he had done. But all he managed to get out was a wet gurgle from his sliced open neck and mangled jaw, and a glob of blood splashed into the Odysseys' visor. Then everything went white, and Lionheart's body went completely still. Seeing what was going on, the soldiers attempted CPR, his ribs cracking under the intense pressure. Stimulants were administered, defibrillator paddles activated against his bare chest. Anything and everything was used to try to bring the headmaster back. But nothing worked. After what felt like an eternity, the medic ceased his efforts and declared, "I'm calling it. Time of death, 0847 hours. Damn it." ONI agent would spat as he looked around at the others, all of whom were gathered around the headmaster's lifeless body. "Just fucking perfect." "I can't believe it was actually him," Crow muttered. He had read the evidence ONI had gathered against Haven Academy's headmaster himself, and he knew it was airtight. Ashbin did, too, hence why he was here in the first place. But he still wanted to believe that maybe, just maybe, it had been a mistake. A red herring or even a framed job making Lionheart into the patsy. But, as he looked at the site where the seer had been killed, he knew that wasn't the case. "Anyone else want to tell me why he was talking to a goddamn Grim?" Another ONI agent named Mason asked, speaking for everyone else in the room. Crow didn't say anything, nor did he turn around, but he felt all eyes on him. Agent Adler gave the hardest stare, then he shook his head and ordered, "Gather everything. Dare, Silver Team, secure the area. I don't want anyone getting within 100 meters of this place. This office is now a crime scene." "Yes, sir," Lieutenant Veronica Dare answered as she, alongside the Spartans, immediately left the room, allowing the assembled ONI agents to begin pulling out their forensic equipment and start gathering any and all evidence they could. With Crow heading out right after them. Tilda. Beacon Academy, Vale, Kingdom of Vale. October 30th, 2541, 0730 hours, UNSC military calendar. "I told you we should have told them," Ironwood angrily spat as he, alongside Professor Theodore, Crow, and Glinda, gathered in Headmaster Ashbin's office. Ashbin was unusually quiet and forlorn, allowing Ironwood to continue. "None of this would have happened if we told the UNSC the truth. James, none of us could have known that Leonardo would have betrayed us," Theodore quietly pointed out, but Ironwood merely slammed his fist onto the table. "That's not the damn point," Ironwood shouted. "By not telling the UNSC about Salem, she was able to run circles around us. How could anyone plan for something if they don't even know it exists?" He pointed at Ashbin and declared, "You have to realize not telling them was a mistake. One that got hundreds of thousands of people killed." Ashbin was silent as he turned around in his chair and walked to the large windows in the back. Windows that gave him a perfect view of Vale. Normally, during this time of year, the sight of the city during the sunrise was an inspiring one that brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. But now, as he absorbed the numerous fires that the VFD were still trying to put out, alongside the tall smokestacks, unending sirens, and occasional burst of gunfire, he felt anything but. He took off his glasses to clean them with a small handkerchief he kept in his pocket. Then as he put them back on, he admitted, "James is right. Not telling the UNSC was a mistake. The latest one of a number I've long since lost count of." His admission caught the general off guard, and he looked at Ashbin with slightly wide eyes as he returned to his desk and sat down. Interlocking his fingers and propping his elbows on the desk, Ashbin asked, "Do we know how many are dead?" Linda cleared her throat and glanced down at a tablet she brought with her, then answered, "Estimates are upwards of 1 million casualties worldwide. The bulk of them were in Mistral and Vacuo. Vale and Atlas fared the best. As for Menagerie, numbers are still being tallied." "I see," Ashbin noted, taking another deep breath as the scale of the tragedy made itself clearer. Sighing, he addressed the Goliath in the room and asked, "Do we know how long Leonardo was working with Salem?" The answer to that died with him, Crow pointed out. "Obviously, it's been a while, but whether it started before the UNSC arrived or after, it's anyone's guess. He could have let hockey in during the Vital Conference," Ironwood suggested, and Crow shrugged. "Maybe. Or maybe he only reached out to her after the UNSC told us about the Covenant. He seemed to be far more scared of them than her. Sounded like he gave her what the UNSC gave us to try and negotiate a truce. An enemy of my enemy deal. We only know that because he screamed it at her before she killed him. He didn't exactly keep any records about her." Ashbin frowned while tightening his finger weave. Leonardo, more than anyone else in his inner circle, should have known better than to think that Salem could be reasoned with. He'd been fighting her longer than anyone else in his current life. But after a moment, his anger faltered and was replaced by a familiar disappointment. This wasn't the first time someone he trusted betrayed that trust. What was the root cause this time, he wondered? Was it simple fear? Had Leonardo lost faith in him like so many before? Did he underestimate just how dangerous Salem was and thought he could use her to further his own ends? Shot down by a broken after decades of service in an unending war combined with the stress of administering an entire kingdom. In all likelihood, it was a combination of all of them, plus a little more. Releasing another sigh, Ashbin looked outward as everyone else stared at him. Then Ironwood offered, "At least we can take comfort in the fact that, whatever it was that Salem wanted, she failed utterly. The only reason I can think of to start the Grimtide in the first place is to have the UNSC try and fail to defend us from it, painting them as the aggressors in a war they wish to drag us into. Then, once the Grimtide is over, the kingdoms will either collapse from the attack or barely survive to kick the UNSC out, leaving us in a weakened state. Instead, the UNSC's position is stronger than ever, and their ability to defend us on a planetary scale has been validated. If anything, she's weaker than before. All she truly accomplished was killing thousands of people. I suppose that's a victory in and of itself for her," Theodore remarked with a huff. Ashbin was silent at first, pondering everything. He then answered, "I don't think it's that simple. Salem doesn't do anything without purpose, and since time is as meaningless to her as with all Grimm, she can afford to think long-term. She launched this Grimtide for a reason. Yes, she wanted to stress our fledgling relationship with the UNSC to its limits and hopefully break it. But, as you said, after the Grimtide she has to know that the UNSC is far stronger than all the kingdoms of Remnant combined, something that everyone else recognizes as well." He paused for a moment, then added, "Right now, public sentiment towards the UNSC is high. People are grateful for the sacrifices they made to protect us. If it weren't for them, casualties would have been exponentially higher, potentially kingdom-ending. But even though the RLA have been denounced, and actions are currently underway to bring its members to justice, there are still going to be those who believe in their message. That the only reason why the Grimtide happened in the first place was because the UNSC wanted to bring us into their war with the Covenant. If anything, their strong performance these past few days may have just validated their fears." "So, what? You think Salem wanted to bring the insurrection to Remnant?" Crow asked, but Ashbin shook his head. "Not exactly, although I wouldn't be surprised if the RLA, or someone taking up their mantle, eventually reaches out to the insurrection for support in their fight against tyranny," Ashbin suggested, then furrowed his brow. "No, I think she was hoping to make the UNSC lose their faith and trust in Remnant's leadership. In us. Thus far, the UNSC has been accommodating, allowing Remnant to maintain its independence in return for our material and personnel aid against our common enemies. But if they come to believe that they can no longer trust Remnant's leadership to provide what they need for their people to survive, they might decide to just take it." Ironwood's eyes widened, then he pointed out, "But Admiral Cole told us they'd just hire huntsmen as mercenaries if our councils refused to join the war. And I believed Admiral Cole when he said that. I still do. But that was before one of our own betrayed their trust and told our greatest enemy everything they had told us in good faith, getting thousands of their own killed. They might be willing to forgive us now, but a seed of doubt has been planted. One that could blossom into an outright invasion and occupation of our world if they believe doing so will be for the greater good. Then you will have people here, on Remnant, looking at the UNSC not as helpful allies but as powerful rivals who could conquer us easily, and their respect and admiration would turn into anger and fear. In the end, both sides march closer and closer to conflict. That has to be her true goal. She wants the UNSC and Remnant to go to war with each other. A war that would devastate our world, allowing her free reign to gather the relics while we exhaust ourselves." The air in his office grew heavy as everyone absorbed Ashbin's analysis. Ironwood looked like he wanted to refute his assertion, to claim that there was no way the organization he had come to admire so much would be willing to do that to his people. But not even he could dismiss Ashbin's logic. After all, Ashbin figured, Ironwood would do the same if Atlas was in a similar position. In the face of extinction, Any alternative is preferable, no matter how monstrous it could be. Steeling himself, Ironwood then asked, "So, what do you suggest we do, then?" Ashbin sighed again, and prepared to say the one thing he thought he never would as the expected pelican arrived to pick them up. He declared, "We're going to do the one thing Salem doesn't think I'm willing to do. We're going to tell the UNSC everything." Ironwood immediately sighed in relief as he said, "Finally, you're talking sense." The others looked more reluctant, but one by one they nodded in agreement. Even Crow, the most cynical and distrusting among them, approved of the plan. Before they did anything else, however, Ashbin knew there was one final topic of discussion they needed to briefly address, and he turned towards Crow. "Crow, those Spartans you fought alongside," Ashbin began, and Crow nodded. "Yeah, they were the super soldiers who killed Hockeyfeld," Crow confirmed. "And they're definitely augmented. Stronger and faster than any person without aura has any right to be. Commander RWBY and the Aesops fought alongside a group of them during the defense of Mantle," Ironwood added. "They had nothing but praise." "Can't say I'm surprised they said that," Crow admitted. "And yeah, they were good. Damn good. Better than most huntsmen I've seen, that's for sure." "But," Linda asked, knowing what was inevitably coming next, and Crow locked eyes with her. "Something was off about them," Crow confirmed. "The way they moved, the way they talked, or didn't talk, the way they acted. It was the most emotionless thing I've ever seen. They were more machine than human." Ashbin frowned, but as he saw a dropship fly down from the upper atmosphere towards Beacon's landing area, he knew further inquiries would have to wait. Right now, he had other, more important things to deal with. And so, with him taking the lead, they left his office behind. Tilda. The flight up to the UNSC dawn under heaven was a quiet one. By now, Ashbin had grown used to leaving Remnant's atmosphere with how many times he'd done it, a statement that even a year ago would have felt unfathomable to Remnant's infinite man normally. It was to advise ship captains on how best to deploy forces against the Grim, or to join Vale's council in touring a ship and inspecting its capabilities. Those occasions were pleasant, if diplomatic, affairs. This wasn't one of those occasions. A Marine Ashbin didn't know was escorting them, but aside from a courteous smile, the man's exhaustion was obvious. Various cuts and bruises could be seen on his exposed skin, and dark bags under his eyes betrayed how tired he was after days of nonstop fighting. It broke Ashbin's heart and reminded him that anyone, no matter how strong, had their limits. The same, he supposed, could be said of the UNSC. They hadn't told him nor the others why they were called up to the Remnant Defense Fleet's flagship, but they didn't need to. Once they arrived in the Heavens hangar bay, they were greeted by Admiral Lord Hood. The Admiral was a middle-aged man of just over 50 years old. He was wearing a full white dress uniform with black and gold trim and a matching hat. Gold bars lined his shoulder pads, and along his left breast was a row of medals. His skin was starting to wrinkle with age, and his blonde hair was starting to thin. Within a few years, he'd be completely bald, which was probably why the Admiral liked to wear his hat all the time. Joining him was Agent Adler of the Office of Naval Intelligence, along with Dr. Catherine Halsey and a few Odistes for security. As much as Ashbin tried to be courteous, he wouldn't lie to himself and say that he particularly liked the two of them. Adler was a textbook example of an ends justify the means individual, willing to run over anyone and cross any line so long as it accomplished his mission. For Dr. Halsey, his initial dislike was far pettier, he had to admit. She simply sounded far too much like someone he once knew, and it didn't help that she was incredibly arrogant and egotistical. The longer he knew her, the less he liked her, particularly with how she tended to talk down to almost everyone. She made no secret of the fact that she felt she was the smartest person in any given room, and the worst part was that she was more often than not. But Ashbin's attention was almost immediately drawn to the man standing beside Dr. Halsey, someone he hadn't seen before. He was incredibly tall, wearing a dark green dress uniform that completely covered his arms, which were folded behind his back, with matching pants and black boots. His brown hair was neatly trimmed, and his bright blue, steely eyes seemed to drill into everyone, particularly Ashbin as they stepped off the Pelican, followed by Crow. For a split second, there was the briefest hint of a frown as the man locked eyes with the veteran huntsman, but it almost immediately went away. But what struck Ashbin the most was the man's skin. It was remarkably pale, almost unnaturally so, like he'd been living inside a cave for years, untouched by even indirect sunlight. Headmasters, Lord Hood greeted them as they approached. Rather than with the usual smile Ashbin had grown accustomed to, Hood was remarkably reserved. There were bags under his eyes as well. Clearly the man hadn't gotten much sleep over the past few days, and Ashbin couldn't blame him. However, his clear exhaustion only emphasized the sharpness of the gaze that he affixed each of them with. "Lord Hood," Ashbin replied, and the Admiral nodded curtly before beckoning them to follow him. The man was agitated, and it wasn't hard to understand why. At least he was trying to be diplomatic about it, and was controlling himself to the best of his ability. The military men and women turned an about face and walked through the nearest doorway, with the Remnantians following right behind them. No one said a word in conversation as they traversed the halls. Ashbin could see that the Heavens engineering crew were running various diagnostics and maintenance on almost every terminal, taking stock of their remaining stores and prepping resupply requests. Every so often, he'd hear the ship's artificial intelligence making a ship-wide alert, but aside from the fact that Ashbin could now understand what all of them were saying without a translator in his ear anymore, what was being said was unremarkable. Eventually, Lord Hood escorted them to his personal quarters, where a conference room was attached. A projector was placed in the middle of a wooden table, with various seats circling around it. Behind the table was a liquor cabinet which Crow immediately and greedily stared at. "Please, have a seat," Lord had told them as he all too calmly made his way towards the liquor cabinet, opening it and pulling out a glass bottle of whiskey which he promptly poured into an accompanying glass. Putting the stopper back onto the bottle, he placed the whiskey bottle in the cabinet, then began to almost lazily start walking around the room, resting his glass in his hand rather than drinking it. "I believe," the Admiral sternly began, "that we have been denied some critical, need-to-know information." No one said a word as Lord had stopped behind his seat at the end of the table, where Halsey and Adler were seated on both sides, and he stared right at Ashbin, who didn't say a word. No one needed to. They all knew that he was correct, and Hood knew it, too. Taking a quick sip of his drink, Hood placed the glass onto a coaster before leaning across the table and continuing, "We have been working with the people of this planet for almost a year at this point. I won't lie and say it hasn't been without some rough patches, but I like to believe that by this point we have developed a somewhat solid working relationship. A relationship that goes both ways. So believe me when I say that Headmaster Lionheart's treason caught me by complete surprise. Treason that got thousands of my men killed." "As with us, Admiral," Ashbin sadly said as Lord had sat down in his seat, with the unknown man standing right behind him and Dr. Halsey. "I'd known Leonardo for years. He was my dear friend, and never once did I believe he had it in him to betray us. Our psyche evaluation suggested that he might one day crack under the pressure, but nothing like this," Agent Adler added. "Right now, all the public knows is that Headmaster Lionheart is dead. It's hard to cover up the demise of a figure as important as he was. But the ONI is already prepared to fabricate evidence on autopsy reports to show that he perished from a stress-related aneurysm brought about by the Grimtide." The man was half-eaten. "How the hell are you going to be able to pull that off?" Crow asked, raising an eyebrow, while Ironwood merely frowned. "And why would you bother? The man was a traitor who got hundreds of thousands of people killed," Ironwood pointed out, his feelings towards his late former compatriot easily shown. "Lionheart's body is being cremated, and all public medical records and security camera feeds of his office will be forged. The public will have no reason to suspect anything other than natural causes. As for you, General, normally you would be correct," Adler agreed. "But it's not that simple. For one, Leonardo Lionheart had decades of public service backing up his record. He was the first major public official in Mistral's entire history who was a faunus, which we have to consider. So, what? A lifetime of service means we get to sweep the greatest act of treason Remnant has seen in decades under the rug? He shouldn't be celebrated, he should be condemned." "I couldn't care less about Lionheart's reputation," Adler corrected. "What I'm more concerned about is what would happen after his treason gets revealed. Mistral's civil rights record is the worst in all of Remnant. I think all of you would agree with that, and while progress has been made in the kingdom, much of it was due to Lionheart's position. If people find out that he was the one who gave the RLA that data, getting hundreds of thousands of people killed, all that progress could be reversed. We're talking about an upswing in anti-faunus discrimination, segregation laws, reprisal attacks, hate crimes, and more. Given the radical elements within the White Fang, elements currently kept in check by both Gyra Belladonna and Sienna Khan, such reprisals would likely be met by reprisals of their own, threatening an all-out race war that could spiral out of control. The UNSC has a vested interest in improving human-faunus relations, and I'm not about to let some cowardly moron screw all of that up." Ironwood clearly wasn't completely on board with the UNSC's reasoning, but he simply grumbled before crossing his arms over his chest. Crow didn't say anything, only giving a non-committal huff. For Ashbin, though, he ironically found himself agreeing with the agent's logic. It didn't hurt that he desperately wanted to remember his dear friend for how he lived, not for how his life ended. Besides, it wouldn't be the first time he had to do something similar. Taking another sip of his drink, Lord had cleared his throat then said, "Frankly, I'm not too concerned about Lionheart's reputation. The man is dead, and any security leaks went with him. Rather, I'm more concerned about the nature of his treason and why he did it. At first, when we narrowed the already small list of suspects down to him, we thought he was simply trying to prevent Remnant from entering the war. An understandable concern, just one that led to him making an utterly idiotic decision. But then we began to spot irregularities." Lord had beckoned for the man behind him to come forward, which he did with a quick and heavy step. Standing ramrod straight with his arms folded behind his back, the man was quiet as Lord had introduced him. "This is Master Chief Petty Officer Spartan, 117, leader of the Spartan Eyes deployed on Remnant." Crow's eyes widened as he realized this was the same Spartan he fought alongside in Mountain Glen, but Ashbin maintained his composure as he locked eyes with him, trying to discern whatever he could. Right now, all he could tell was that the Master Chief was a consummate professional, which didn't tell him much. "If you don't mind me asking, Admiral, what exactly is a Spartan?" Linda Goodwich asked, and Lord Hood all too happily nodded. "Certainly. A Spartan II is the second generation of a line of super soldiers developed by the UNSC to counter the insurrection before getting redeployed against the Covenant once the war began," Lord Hood proudly answered. "They were recruited from our best and brightest, Odistes, Army Rangers, and other spec war groups, then given additional training, education, and eventually augmentation designed and implemented by Dr. Halsey. They're further enhanced by their Mark IV Mjolnir power armors, giving them unmatched physical ability rivaled only by the elites, brutes, and now huntsmen. Ashbin immediately shifted his attention to Dr. Halsey, who merely matched his gaze with her own but otherwise didn't react. Locking eyes for a few moments, he returned his attention back towards Lord Hood. It didn't feel like the Admiral was lying to him, and Ashbin had gotten quite good over his many lifetimes at discerning liars. So that meant the man was telling the truth, or at least what he thought was the truth. Ashbin didn't have any reason to believe otherwise at this point, but his caution remained, nonetheless. Why didn't we know about them before this? Theodore asked in a slight accusatory tone. And why were they on Remnant? Their existence is classified and on a need-to-know basis. Until now, you didn't need to know, Hood immediately answered. As for why they were here, Master Chief? All Spartan teams deployed on Remnant were in accordance with Operation Poacher, the ongoing anti-Grim campaign conducted mutually by Remnant and the UNSC. The Master Chief almost robotically began to explain. As per the mutual agreement, the UNSC was allowed to deploy spec war assets against high-value targets, including Alpha Grim and criminal elements. When the Grimtide began, we were already on the ground and redeployed accordingly. Ashbin slightly frowned, but quickly realized there wasn't anything he could do to gainsay that. He read the agreement himself multiple times. It was as the Master Chief said, the UNSC was allowed to deploy their spec war assets onto the planet to assist with ongoing anti-Grim and security efforts in the build-up to Revelation Day. There wasn't anything that specified what type of special forces that would entail. So while he certainly didn't like the fact that classified super soldiers were running around on his world, the UNSC hadn't technically done anything wrong. There was also the fact that he recognized just why Lord Hood was telling him this in the first place. He wanted to set an example, to show him and the other headmasters that the UNSC was willing to share one of their secrets. Granted, from what he understood, it wasn't much of one. Apparently, while the existence of the Spartans was officially classified, they were somewhat of a growing open secret among the UNSC military. Nothing compared to what he and his inner circle had been keeping from the UNSC. Still, the message was received as intended. A moment later, the room went dark, and the projector turned on. A map of Remnant was displayed against the wall, highlighting areas of fighting across the planet during the Grimtide. As everyone focused their attention on the map, the Master Chief began to say, at the onset of the Grimtide, multiple tempests descended upon each of the major cities across Remnant. These packs generated storms that both posed physical hazards to our pilots and aerospace craft while also emitting enough electromagnetic interference to prevent orbital assets from providing direct support. Myself and Blue Team assisted Crow Branwyn and Delta One with destroying the pack assaulting Vale near Mountain Glen. The image on the screen shifted to display video feed of the battle inside the tower, and the Master Chief continued. It was here that Spartan 058 made an aside remark, where she noted the coincidentally strategic placement and behavior of the Tempests. This remark caused a slight but noticeable reaction in Huntsman Branwyn. We deduced that he, and Headmaster Ashbin by extension as his direct superior, had reason to believe this strategy wasn't so coincidental. Ashbin and the other headmasters glanced towards Crow, who grimaced without even attempting a poker face. He sighed and shook his head slightly, then turned back towards the image which was now displaying a feed from another Spartan's helmet inside Haven Academy. There wasn't anything to identify who Spartan 052 was, only that he was holding a heavy machine gun from the hip. There wasn't any sound coming through, but there wasn't any need. They'd all already listened to what was being said on the other side of that wall. During the attempted arrest of Headmaster Lionheart, the Master Chief said as the feed continued, showing the breach into Leonardo's office where his mangled body was being consumed by what was now designated as a seer. A previously undiscovered species of Grim was found inside the office with him. This Grim killed the headmaster, but before doing so, it appears that it was operating as a sort of biological broadcaster, allowing Headmaster Lionheart to communicate with a woman he referred to as Salem. While the Master Chief remained focused on the projected image, Lord Hood, Halsey, and Adler were staring right at Ashbin and the others. None of them said a word, and slowly Ashbin turned his attention as another image was displayed, this one depicting a dark castle made of solid stone and surrounded by a bleak, crystalline wasteland and hundreds of grim tar pits. Ashbin's eyes widened as he recognized the structure, and while the other members of his inner circle had never seen it before in their lives, they knew what it was as well. During a sweep of the continent Torvis, the Master Chief declared, one of our satellites discovered this structure. Although it was far away from any major settlements, and our satellites detected no signs of life, the number of Grim present qualified it as a major culling target. An orbital strike was conducted, and Spartan Gold Team was deployed to sweep for any survivors. Inside the ruins of the castle, they found evidence of recent habitation that ended months prior. Whoever lived here was gone by the time the Grimtide began. They did, however, discover the remains of an ODST landing party that was deployed to the continent when the UNSC Everest first arrived. Most of the video feeds taken from their helmets were either corrupted or physically destroyed beyond repair. We were, however, able to recover this. The Master Chief became quiet as a video was projected onto the screen. Like the others, it didn't have any audio. This time, Ashbin suspected they weren't able to recover the sound. But it wasn't as though they needed it to know what was going on. If anything, it was a small mercy as Ashbin watched the terrified Odysseys getting torn apart by a horde of Grimm descending upon them from all sides. It was a grisly sight, one that made everyone wince and avert their eyes. Only the Master Chief kept staring, refusing to look away. At first, Ashbin wondered if his lack of reaction was because he was too preoccupied with projecting his mask of stoicism. But then he looked closer, and he noticed the slight tension in his fists. It was so small that only someone as observant as him would be able to pick it up. Ashbin could barely see his eyes as well, and there was a palpable anger in them. Ashbin's expression softened as he recognized what the Master Chief was feeling. It was an emotion he was all too familiar with, an anger born from frustration. Frustration about being unable to stop a terrible injustice happening right before his very eyes. It didn't matter that this happened almost a year ago, and he was on an entirely different continent. The Master Chief still felt responsible, like he could have somehow stopped it if he was there. Then, as all of the Odysseys' shredded bodies lay on the ground, the Grimm began to consume them. Once more, Ashbin was grateful he didn't have to hear their flesh getting ripped from their bones. That didn't stop him from feeling the urge to gag, something shared by everyone else save for the Chief, who simply got angrier. Then the Grimm stopped and began to part as a figure approached. Ashbin's expression hardened as a pitch-black dress glided into view, followed by the helmet getting picked up. The last thing the helmet cam showed before it was cut off was the ash-pale face of a woman, with her white hair tied into multiple buns, and black veins crossing her cheeks and into her red and black scare eyes. Then the video feed was reduced to static, and the room fell silent. The air felt heavy, and Ashbin felt the UNSC's eyes focus squarely on him. After a few moments, Lord had asked, "Headmasters, am I correct in assuming that this woman is Salem?" Ashbin immediately nodded and confirmed, "Yes. She's also the one truly responsible for the Grimtide." Lord had nodded, likely having already come to that conclusion. He then added, "And just who is Salem?" The other members of his inner circle all looked to Ashbin, who took a deep breath and answered, "Salem is, for lack of a better term, the Queen of the Grimm." The UNSC representatives all looked at each other, then turned back to the headmaster. "I thought the Grimm didn't have a leader," Halsey pointed out, and Ashbin nodded. "They don't, not really," Ashbin admitted. "But the Grimm follow the strongest among them, and Salem is the strongest Grimm in the world. She can only directly order the Grimm physically near her, but with careful planning and coordination, she's able to influence them on a planetary scale. Something we just saw when those Tempests attacked the capitals. Using those jellyfish Grimm Lionheart was talking to her through?" Adler suggested, and Ashbin nodded. "Among others, but yes," he confirmed. "Salem uses the seers to communicate with her agents all over the world." "Agents?" but asked while raising an eyebrow. "Salem is powerful, but she's only one person," Ashbin clarified. "To enact her will, she recruits individuals from across Remnant to serve as her hands. Criminals, serial killers, cultists, those failed or abandoned by society, or even just the power-hungry and greedy. She promises to help them accomplish their goals so long as they prioritize accomplishing hers." "Like Hockey felt," Master Chief plainly stated, and Ashbin nodded. "Yes. After Hockey murdered her team, she was found and recruited by Salem, who twisted and manipulated her already fragile mind to turn her into the monster you put down." The Master Chief slightly frowned, but Halsey leaned forward and asked, "Just how is it that Salem is so dangerous? And how can one person be such a threat for so long? You make her sound like she's been active for centuries." "Salem hasn't been active for centuries, Dr. Halsey," Ashbin corrected. "She's been trying to destroy Remnant civilization for thousands of years, since long before history was even being written." That caused the UNSC rep's eyes to widen, and the Master Chief immediately rebutted, "That's impossible. Nothing can survive that long." "Normally, you'd be correct." Ashbin nodded. "But Salem isn't a normal person. She is infused with Grimm essence, and has become as ageless as any of them. Time has no meaning to her." Ashbin then sighed, and revealed, "What's more, she is one of only a handful of people in the world capable of practicing magic." Halsey openly scoffed and remarked, "Don't you mean a semblance?" "No, I mean true magic." "Magic doesn't exist," Dr. Halsey almost angrily insisted, but Ashbin shook his head. "It does, Dr. Halsey, and both Salem and myself can wield it," Ashbin said. "Not only that, but I can share my magic with others, which I've already done. Crow, if you would." Crow solemnly nodded, and before any of the UNSC reps could react, Crow's body shifted before their eyes into a small black crow. He flew around the room, the astonished Terrans watching him fly towards the liquor cabinet, where he transformed back into his human form. There, he took the bottle of whiskey Lord Hood had pulled out earlier, then turned back into a bird and flew to his seat. When he switched back into a human once more, the whiskey bottle was in his hands, and he held it up for the Admiral to see. "Mind if I have a drink?" he calmly asked, but the UNSC reps were too numb to respond. "That's not possible," Halsey mumbled, a vein on her forehead throbbing for all to see. "Why does this planet refuse to make sense?" "Trust me, lady, I pretty much said the same thing when Ashbin told me magic was real," Crow remarked as he pulled out the stopper and took a swig. "It gets better, too." Chief, meanwhile, immediately narrowed his eyes then said, "There was a crow present when we killed Hockeyfeld. That was you." "Well, aren't you observant?" Crow sarcastically replied as he put the bottle down, and Lord had managed to recover his wits. Mind explaining this, magic, headmaster? Lord had requested. And Branwen, give me back my whiskey. Fine, the huntsman said as he slid the bottle across the table into the Admiral's waiting hand, and all undivided attention was given to Headmaster Ashbin. Taking another deep breath, Ashbin began to explain, magic is a form of power far beyond anything even the most powerful semblances can grant. A proficient wielder is capable of performing feats that defy the natural laws of the world. As you just saw, Crow is able to transform into a bird, an ability that only a truly esoteric semblance could even hope to replicate, and something that is distinctly separate from his own semblance. It is an ability shared by his twin sister, Raven, granted to them by me when they both began to assist my efforts to contain Salem. Does that mean you're able to transform as well? The Master Chief asked, but Ashbin shook his head. No, not anymore. In all honesty, my magical abilities are nowhere near what they used to be, he admitted. Centuries ago, I split most of my magic from myself into 4 young women, becoming the 4 maidens, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Each one is capable of tremendous magical power, as though they were using all types of dust at once at their maximum potency. Adler and had looked at each other, then Adler noted, we did receive isolated reports from Solitas about an old woman coming to the aid of some Odistes defending a dust mine. They reported that her dust casting was astronomically powerful, practically dropping a blizzard on the Grim attacking them all by herself. That was Freya, the current Winter Maiden, Ashbin told them. He released a sigh, then added, needless to say, the maidens are the most powerful women in the world. Only Salem is stronger, which means they are constantly under threat from those trying to either kill them or claim their powers for themselves. How does one gain this power? Adler asked. Whenever a maiden dies, Ashbin began to explain, the inheritance is determined by the last person on their minds. If that person is a young woman, the power flows into them. If not, or if the woman is too old, the powers go to someone else at random. Ashbin glanced downward remorsefully and muttered, those girls helped pull me out of a dark period in my life, and to thank them I put a target on their backs. Them, and every other maiden who came after. The Master Chief was silent at first, then he said, the story of the seasons. Ashbin raised his eyebrow in surprise, then asked, you've read it. I felt it pertinent to familiarize myself with important parts of remnant culture, the Master Chief explained. Given how much emphasis is placed on that story, I decided to read it. I found it overly simplistic. Halsey gave the Spartan a proud smile, like that of a mother, then turned to Ashbin and suggested, does that mean you were the old man in that story? Yes, but also no, Ashbin answered, causing Halsey to groan. Before she could give a snappy remark, he clarified, what I mean is this, Doctor. The ability to manipulate the world around me wasn't the only feat of magic I was capable of. Rather, those were merely the abilities I was in control of. My most potent power was when I was cursed to wield, reincarnation. Ashbin sighed as he saw the expected collective bewilderment. Then he continued, I know, Doctor, that you've already begun to pick up on how peculiar my station is. How I came from nowhere yet quickly rose through Beacon's ranks to become its headmaster, how my peers immediately began to follow my lead, and how I know far more than a man of my age should. Halsey frowned, then replied, I had picked up on that, yes. I figured you were just the previous headmaster's chosen successor and groomed to replace him once your talent was recognized. Not at all. Beacon's previous headmaster was chosen by me. Or, rather, the man I was before I became Ashbin, he cryptically said. You see, Dr. Halsey, I'm not blessed with the ability to die. Whenever my body dies, my spirit remains tethered to the mortal plane, waiting for a like-minded soul to appear. Sometimes it takes months. Others, years. Each time it happens, my predecessor takes root in my mind, and we slowly begin to merge. I remember things I've never done, know people I've never met, and can do things I've never done. Eventually, the distinction between myself and my predecessor disappears, absorbed into my mind as though we were always one and the same. It's a process that happens every single time I die, and I've since given up futilely trying to control it. Ashbin closed his eyes as he remembered the countless lives he'd lived, many of whom became known across Remnant's history and stories. He was Remnant's infinite man, doomed to forever walk its face while everyone and everything he knows and loves decays around him. That sounds like hell, Lord had quietly remarked, and Ashbin simply nodded. Is Salem like you then? No. As I said, she is simply immune to the ravages of time like any Grim, Ashbin answered. She is not like me, but we have been fighting for longer than Remnant's recorded history. She aims to kill every person on this planet, ruling over the ashes as its dark queen. How does she intend to do that? The Master Chief asked, cutting right to the heart of the matter. Even with all the Grim in the world at her disposal, she hasn't been able to succeed. You're right, but Salem is smart enough to know that, Ashbin told him. She doesn't intend to destroy the world herself. It's simply not her style. Instead, she aims to divide us, to make humanity fight amongst itself, weakening and distracting each other while doing her work for her. That is why she launched the Grimtide, both to stress your ability to defend our world and to weaken our alliance before it could ever get off the ground. The Master Chief narrowed his eyes, and Ashbin could see that the super soldier was already mentally filling in the blanks. After a moment, he said, she was hoping to either convince the kingdoms to kick the UNSC off-world or, eventually, spark a war between us. Ashbin nodded, somewhat impressed that the man was able to reach the same conclusion he did so quickly, and stated, precisely. It would be a war that would devastate our planet and distract you during a time you can't afford to be so, giving her an opening to claim her true prize, the relics. Relics? Adler asked as he leaned forward. And those are the reason why we haven't had this conversation earlier. They're artifacts granted to humanity by the Brothers of Light and Darkness, Ashbin revealed, and the Master Chief raised his eyebrow. I'll spare you the story. I suspect you already know it. What is important is that the brothers are real, and the gifts they gave to humanity were given tangible forms. There are 4 of them: the Crown of Choice, the Lamp of Knowledge, the Staff of Creation, and the Sword of Destruction. Each one on its own is incredibly powerful, but brought together they can bring forth a force that could destroy and reshape the entire world. The UNSC reps looked at each other. Then Halsey asked, "What do these relics do?" "Aren't you going to ask where they are?" Crow pointed out, only for the Master Chief to look at him. The Paponi cartographer showed 5 Forerunner artifacts placed on Remnant, the Master Chief declared. 4 of them were located where the kingdom capitals stood, specifically the Huntsman Academies. That is where they are. If they were picked up by the cartographer, that implies the relics, and the brothers themselves, are most likely Forerunner in origin, Halsey added as she mentally connected the dots. Ashbin sighed and nodded, before replying, "It certainly does appear that way, doesn't it?" "You don't sound surprised." "I lost what piety I might have held long ago," Ashbin simply said, then continued. "To answer your question, Doctor, the relics do what their names suggest. Each relic contains a spirit within, and this spirit assists the current wielder of the relic with using it for its intended purpose. The staff can construct anything the wielder can imagine. All you need is to provide a precise example or blueprint to work off of. The lamp can answer any question one has so long as it's about something which has already happened, and you can only ask 3 per century. The sword can destroy anything the wielder wishes at a great cost, and the crown shows the wearer random, uncontrollable visions of a future choice they've yet to make, and the consequences of that choice." The UNSC reps looked at each other, then Hood said, "If what you're saying is true, Headmaster, we need to see these relics." Ashbin already knew this question was going to come up, and he answered, "Of course, but it's not that simple. Each relic is contained within a vault underneath the Huntsman Academies. Yes, because Salem is constantly hunting for the relics, and their energies attract nearby Grimm. I placed them there for their own protection, to secure them within the hearts of our most fortified centers of civilization where they would constantly be protected. As a further layer of security, I placed them in pocket dimensions accessible only by special keys unique to each one, the Maidens." "I can see the logic there. So where are the Maidens?" Adler asked. "Freya is still in Solitas and is currently in contact with the Atlesian military. We can have her open the vault whenever we want. But I'm not going to let you," Ironwood said, his voice firm like steel. "And why is that?" Adler asked, frustration seeping into his voice. "Because the Staff of Creation can only maintain one thing at a time," Ironwood told them. "At the moment, it is currently providing the energy Atlas needs to stay in the air. If you take it out to try and create something else, Atlas will fall, and I refuse to let that happen. Unless you can provide a replacement means of keeping Atlas in the air, the staff is non-negotiable." The UNSC rep stared at the headmasters for a moment, then Halsey flatly said to Ashbin, "You had a staff that could supposedly create anything, and you used it to make a city fly." "I did, yes," Ashbin admitted. "Mantle had just lost the Great War. They were a defeated people, and I wanted to give them a symbol to look up to as they rebuilt. And ensuring that no one could use the staff against anyone else," the Master Chief pointed out, immediately latching onto the hidden purpose of his decision. Ashbin simply nodded while Halsey sighed in disappointment. Then Theodore declared, "The Summer Maiden is in vacuo. Unfortunately, she is on her deathbed. Stage 4 cancer. It's spread to her brain and lungs. The doctors say she's set to pass away any day now, and when that happens, the Summer Maiden powers will transfer to the last young woman she thinks of. If not, the power will go to someone at random. Either way, the sword is in no position to be used." "What about the crown?" Adler suggested, but Glinda shook her head. "We're currently trying to find the current Fall Maiden. The previous one died a few months ago, and we haven't found the successor. Until we do, the crown is inaccessible. That leaves only the lamp," Ashbin declared. "Luckily for us, we currently have the Spring Maiden on hand. All we have to do is have her open the door." The UNSC reps looked at each other, then Halsey admitted, "To be honest, if what you're saying is true, I feel that the lamp is the most useful one to us at the moment. The crown is a close second. Assuming that using it doesn't merely paralyze us with indecision," the Master Chief pointed out while staring right at Ashbin, "as depicted in The Indecisive King." "That would be wise," Ashbin agreed, his impression of the UNSC super soldier rising. "Agreed. Besides, it's the only one we have access to, anyway. This could be the biggest intelligence boon in the entire war, assuming you're telling the truth. We can ask for anything we want. A translation of the Covenant language, the location of their fleets and worlds, their battle plans. We can even just ask how to defeat the Covenant outright," Lorded pointed out with a sense of urgency and a hint of hope. "You said there were 3 questions per century. How many are left right now?" Ashbin's first instinct was to say that there weren't any, but he forced himself not to lie. Right now, being as truthful as possible to the UNSC was the highest priority. Besides, given the threats currently facing them right now, both on Remnant and from outer space, they could use Jin's insight. 2. Ashbin answered, then said, but I would advise against asking how to defeat the Covenant. How can you say that given the threat we are facing? But incredulously asked. Humanity is on the verge of extinction. If the lamp can tell us how to defeat the Covenant, we need to know. Because you might not like the answer she gives you, Ashbin sullenly revealed, stunning Hood and the other Terrans into silence. The Master Chief gave Ashbin an insightful stare but didn't say anything. No one said a word at first, then Halsey said, be that as it may, there are still questions that need to be asked. Questions that, according to you, the lamp can provide answers for. We need to see it, now. So where is it? Haven or Beacon? Ashbin looked right at her, then answered, Haven Academy. Tilda. They spent the next few hours discussing the finer details of how the relics worked, with a particular emphasis on the lamp. Lord Hood was constantly adding to a growing report he was going to send to HighCom. Ashbin, meanwhile, sent Crow and Glinda down to Mistral to prepare for their arrival, joined by Agent Adler. John stayed quiet during most of it. After all, he was just a soldier. He only spoke up when asked or to provide his tactical insight on the current conversation. Frankly, John didn't know why Lord had asked him to accompany them. He supposed it was because he was the leader of the Spartan Ayahs, the ones who discovered Salem's existence in the first place. Or, rather, uncovered the Remnantian conspiracy that hid her existence from the world at large. Regardless, John was a good soldier who followed legitimate orders. It helped that his Mjolnir was still undergoing repairs, meaning he wasn't able to be out in the field with the rest of Blue Team anyway. As they flew down through the atmosphere towards Haven Academy's airpad, John couldn't help but feel the anticipation about what they were about to do. He was almost excited, and it was only thanks to his extensive training that he kept that from being shown. Instead, he remained as outwardly stoic as always, focusing all of his attention on what they were about to learn. In John's opinion, and assuming Headmaster Ashbin was telling the truth, the lamp could potentially be the true deciding factor in this war. Sun Tzu said that, if you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. That described the Human Covenant War perfectly. Beyond the Covenant's technological and numerical supremacy, at the end of the day humanity didn't truly know who they were fighting beyond a surface understanding. They didn't know their language, their cultures, their history. They didn't know how to truly fight back beyond a Pyrrhic defense, and more than anything else that was what gave the Covenant the advantage. The Lamp of Knowledge could change that. If they worded their question right, Ashbin was very insistent that they think through exactly what they were asking. They could learn more about the Covenant in a single day than they had in over a decade. Knowledge was power, and proper intel on the enemy was a more potent weapon than even the most destructive WMD. All of the Spartans combined couldn't hold a candle to just how devastating it would be to the Covenant if the UNSC actually learned who they were fighting. It was a shame they only had 2 questions. Regardless, after hours of discussion, they finally decided on the questions they were going to ask. The first, as requested by Halsey, would be to explain the true origins of humanity on Remnant. Granted, it wasn't directly related to the war effort, and it took plenty of arguments to convince Lord Hood to allow it. Even John initially felt it would have been a wasted question. But what won them over was the revelation that Remnant didn't have fossil fuels. Not in that they were simply exhausted. They never existed in the first place. She, Dr. Polendina, and Dr. Watts had made the discovery not long before the Grimhide began, and had held off on reporting it until they were absolutely sure that their observations were accurate. Remnant's fossil record only went back 100,000 years, and that demanded an explanation. One that the lamp could apparently provide. If they were lucky, it might even tell them about the secret behind the existence of Aura, and pave the way for the UNSC to gain it for their own soldiers. Ashbin was weary about that question. While John knew that Ashbin was mostly telling the truth, he was still keeping some things close to his chest. John couldn't bring himself to judge. After all, the UNSC was doing the exact same thing, such as with the origin of he and his fellow Spartans. Lord Hood, of course, had no idea he was telling a lie, which made the deception stick. The explanation he gave was the same one he and every other commander a Spartan worked under had gotten. The only people on the planet who knew the truth was Dr. Halsey, John and his fellow Spartans, Commander Keyes, and Sergeant Johnson. Adler probably also knew, but John couldn't confirm that, and he wasn't about to ask. The true nature of the Spartan 2 program was a secret that, above all else, needed to be kept hidden. If the truth was revealed of the crimes committed against himself and the other Spartans, the very chaos they were created to thwart would reign. As for the second question, they were still working out exactly how to word it. It was as Lord had said, how to truly defeat the Covenant was the most important question humanity had ever asked. Learning that answer was the difference between life and death for their entire species. They needed to know, but therein lay the problem. Ashbin repeatedly insisted that simply asking the lamp how to defeat the Covenant wasn't the right question, a position he refused to budge on. That screamed personal experience to the Spartan, either directly or indirectly. Someone had asked how to defeat an enemy they were facing, only to be told that they couldn't, that it was impossible to do so, no matter what they tried. John got the sense that the only other person who picked up on that was Halsey. The others were too focused on the task at hand. She was always the most observant person he'd known. After all, she could tell the Spartans apart just by their body languages even when they were wearing identical suits of Mjolnir. Not even Chief Mendez could do that. Regardless, John could surmise where Ashbin was coming from with his warning. If they asked the lamp how to defeat the Covenant, only to be told that it was impossible, it would be worse than never knowing at all. The only thing keeping humanity going was hope that somehow they could weather the storm. Learning that all their effort and sacrifice was pointless would be devastating. They would have stayed longer to try and figure out the best phrasing, but when they got news that Haven was ready, they put it on hold. He and the others piled onto the Pelican and flew straight there. When they arrived, Crow, Glinda, and Adler were waiting for them. A young girl no older than 8, who wearing a sundress, was with them. She was a tiny thing, with long, dark brown hair that went down to her lower back and a tan complexion. Her light blue eyes was staring at the Pelican as it landed, and even from here, John could see that the young girl was frightened. The Spring Maiden, he thought to himself as they stepped out of the Pelican. It was the only reason why a child as young as her would be here. The only other people in Haven were themselves. Everyone else was still out, working on containing the Grimtide as it died down, which would take weeks. Spring, are you all right? Ashbin warmly asked as he kneeled in front of the girl and softly smiled. Spring didn't say anything. She merely tightened her grip on her dress, then nodded. Ashbin slightly frowned, then affectionately patted her on the shoulder before standing up and beckoning everyone to follow him. Spring stayed still for a few moments, allowing John to focus entirely on her. She soon noticed his presence and locked eyes with him. A faint flame sparked out from the sides of her eyes, the same color as her irises, but John wasn't distracted by that. Instead, he focused on what the girl's body language was screaming at him. The poor girl was terrified, overwhelmed, on the verge of breaking. He should know. He was in that exact same position when he was her age. While he liked to think that he adapted to the rigors of the Spartan 2 program fairly quickly, he'd be lying if he said there weren't times during those first few years where the true weight of it all threatened to crush him. He and every other Spartan had been taken from their homes, their families, and conscripted into a program they never asked to be a part of. To become humanity's sword and shield, the greatest warriors mankind had ever seen. It was a tremendous responsibility, one that only grew exponentially when the Covenant invaded. With the help of his fellow Spartans, John eventually came to accept his lot in life and the responsibility thrust upon him. He honestly couldn't think of anything else he'd rather do. But he also understood that not everyone was like that. Not even every Spartan was like that. 5 of them attempted to escape shortly after their augmentations and returned to their families. One committed suicide after discovering that they were replaced by a Flash clone, while the others were recaptured shortly after or returned voluntarily, save for one. Even then, Ralph, 103 still became a Marine, dying in the same battle as Daisy, 023. Jai, 006, Adriana, 111, and Michael, 120 attempted to escape so many times that they were split off from the others to train independently, eventually becoming Great Team. Maria, 062 even decided to retire a few years ago, get married, and have a child. Now she worked on Earth, field testing whatever Halsey sent her way. Then, of course, there was Soren, 066. He wanted to be a Spartan more than any of them, and he took washing out from his augmentations and getting assigned to a desk job hard. He defected to the insurrection a few months later. John thought he died during the escape attempt alongside another insurrectionist who'd radicalized him, but a few years later, he popped back up as a pirate working out of the rubble. A career path he'd only continued to climb, even after the insurrectionist haven was destroyed. ONI had been hunting him ever since, a black mark on the entire program they couldn't dare leave unchecked. Regardless, Spring clearly wasn't like him. He had no idea how long she'd had the Spring Maiden powers. A year or two, at most, he had to guess. Either way, being a maiden was a responsibility she didn't ask for, and was too young to properly carry. Unlike him, she didn't have an entire class of fellows to support her. She was on her own, and the pressure was starting to break her. He wondered if he should say something, to give some words of encouragement, but nothing came to mind. What could he possibly say to help her? To make her understand the situation she was in and the duty that came with it? A duty she never asked for? Ashbin was waiting for them with a small cone of ice cream he had stored somewhere. The headmaster gave it to the young girl, who happily took it and eagerly began to lick before rejoining the others with an added energy in her step. Both men watched her go, neither saying a word as she pushed herself to the front, clearly trying to live up to her role even as it wore her down. The previous maiden was Spring's mother, Ashbin quietly explained. She thought her powers were such a blessing that she named the most important person in her life after them. Spring was the last person on her mind when she died. Poor girl didn't even have time to grieve, and this responsibility never should have been hers to bear. John was silent as he looked at the young girl, then quietly said, "We don't always get to choose what happens in our lives, but we can choose how we live with it." "Maybe," Ashbin admitted with a shrug, "but I believe humanity's ability to choose is one of our greatest gifts, and I always try to give people a choice. Whenever that's taken away, it's always a tragedy." John supposed there was logic there, but he was a realist, not an idealist. The conversation naturally ended there, and both he and the rest of the group continued towards Haven Academy's Grand Hall. Once there, they gathered around a large marble statue of a woman wearing a flowing, featureless robe. A gold star was behind her back, matching the uneven gold chains connected to gold bracelets, the gold circlet, necklace, and earrings on her head, and the small gold chains on her hips. She was holding up a small, circular podium from which someone, probably the late headmaster Lionheart, would address any gathered crowds. Without saying a word, Ashbin walked up to the statue, pulling out a small stopwatch that used to belong to Lionheart. He placed it in a slot hanging off the hip chains, then stepped back. A moment later, a loud clang could be heard. The statue, and the podium it was holding up, began to descend to their level, revealing that it was an elevator. Ashbin beckoned for the others to join him. John, along with Lord Hood, Agent Adler, Dr. Halsey, Crow, Glinda, Spring, and the other headmasters gathered onto the flat stone floor. He was thankful he wasn't wearing Mjolnir. The last thing he wanted was for its immense weight to break the elevator as it descended. It traveled down deep into the earth, emerging into a massive cavern. At the bottom he saw what had to be the vault, a large, stone platform hanging off the cavern wall and high above a chasm so deep he couldn't even see the bottom. Forming a row along the center of the platform were 3 cyan circles of increasing size that glowed once the elevator stopped moving, each one having a white symbol that reminded him of a fleur-de-lis. The circles were connected by a thin line in the same color. Following the row brought his eyes to a large rock wall with a tree behind it. Despite the lack of sunlight, the tree was in bloom with glowing orange flowers among the healthy green leaves. A large doorway sat directly in front of the rock wall, the frame made of stone while the door itself was metallic in composition. It matched the glowing flowers on the tree, and the metal was decorated in a floral pattern. As the group approached the door, a strange energy seemed to grow around them that John couldn't quite describe. It was almost like electricity, yet at the same time wasn't. Whatever it was, he didn't like it, yet he pressed forward regardless. "Spring, if you please," Ashbin gently requested to the young girl with him. Spring looked up at the infinite man, then gulped before tepidly walking over to the doorway and pressing her hand against it. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them to reveal twin light blue flames that erupted out of both sides. A gust of wind came out of nowhere that ruffled through John's hair, and even blew away Lord Hood's hat. Linda quickly caught it with her semblance and handed it to the thankful admiral, but John's attention was focused squarely on the door. In the presence of its magical key, the door began to glow. The floral fans that made up the door unfolded one by one, revealing what was behind. John's eyes widened as, instead of seeing the stone room he expected, he saw a seemingly endless desert of sand. 3 stone platforms matching the circles they just crossed over led to a small stone pedestal. Floating atop the pedestal was a blue and gold oil lamp that slowly rotated. "My God," Lord had muttered as Halsey immediately pulled out and typed a few commands into her datapad. A moment later, a camera drone she had brought with them to record whatever they found whirred to life, its lens pointed squarely at the pocket dimension. Ashbin was the first to walk through, the only one not to react to what they were seeing. It was obvious that this was the first time any of the other headmasters had actually been inside the vaults personally. Halsey was the first one to recover, pushing past everyone else to get inside. That snapped everyone else out of their stupor, and with Glinda holding on to a frightened Spring's hand, they entered the desert. John was immediately hit by the intense heat. It made him wish he was wearing his Mjolnir. Its built-in life support would have kept him comfortably cool. Adler, Halsey, and Hood began to sweat, but the Remnantians were perfectly fine thanks to their auras. Crow noticed their predicament, and while he didn't scoff, John could tell that he was amused by John's mild discomfort. The Spartan too had noted since the beginning that Crow didn't particularly like him all that much. John thought he was simply being petty and ignored him, refusing to even acknowledge his presence. Ashbin paused right before the pedestal and looked over at everyone. He momentarily locked eyes with John, then steeled himself and picked up the lamp. Its size shifted to better fit Ashbin's strength and proportions, much to John's amazement. The headmaster then held it aloft, and a soft chime seemed to echo across the vast desert. "Jin," Ashbin then called out, and at once the world stopped. Puffs of sand picked up by the desert wind froze in place, becoming suspended in midair. Sounds from the outside ceased, and time itself came to a halt. Before John could even react, a faint blue mist was emitted out of the lamp's sides. The cloud grew, and from it emerged a large nude woman with glowing blue skin, though Spring's young eyes were spared by any indecent details being outright missing. John immediately recognized her. She matched the statue they came down on exactly, meaning that statue was a depiction of her. Only now that he was seeing her in the flesh, so to speak, did he have the idle realization that the golden chains and bracelets attached to her wrist weren't merely jewelry, they were manacles. Her eyes were light blue pupils over a dark blue scara, and her hair was a dark blue as well. She stretched for a moment, her back arching as she twirled vertically in the air. Then she came to a stop, laying horizontally and resting her head on her propped-up arm like she was on a table, and gave an amused smile towards the man holding her lamp. "Hello again, old man," she greeted in a playful, nostalgic tone. She then began to look over the others while saying, "I see you brought some friends. Linda, Crow, James, Theodore, Spring, Russell, Terrence, John. Catherine." Jin's lips curled into a fopalite sneer when she reached Dr. Halsey's name, and she was glaring judgmentally at the woman, who didn't even flinch. Hood and the Remnantians glanced between them in confusion, but neither Adler nor John did. This confirmed John's earlier suspicions. More importantly, it also verified Ashbin's claims. If Jin truly was the spirit of knowledge, that meant she knew everything that Halsey had done. How else could she know his name? It was a sentiment that was only further reinforced when Jin looked directly at the Spartan, her eyes turning soft as she looked at him with a mixture of pity and admiration. John refused to react, merely standing straighter as Ashbin looked at both him and Halsey suspiciously. After a moment, Jin turned towards the others and introduced herself. I am Jin, a being created by the Brother of Light to aid humanity in its pursuit of knowledge. I have been graced with the ability to answer 3 questions every 100 years. You're in luck, as I'm still able to answer 2 questions this era. Tell me, what knowledge do you seek? Halsey immediately stepped forward, causing Jin to turn an unimpressed frown towards her. Undeterred, Halsey asked, why are the sapient species who hail from Earth and Remnant so similar yet different from one another? Jin gave Halsey an unreadable look, then spread her arms wide. The desert began to fade away, replaced by the empty void of space. Countless stars erupted around them, and Jin began to speak. Once upon a time, before life existed in this vast universe, there were the precursors. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K who helped bring this chapter to life. Particularly since I'll be going on vacation tomorrow after work and thus wouldn't have access to my laptop until after Memorial Day, so we really wanted to make sure you guys got this in time. The truth is now revealed as Ashbin exposes the secrets he had so hard work to keep. Salem, the maidens, the relics. Now everyone is on the same page, and now the UNSC and Ashbin's inner circle can only figure out where to go from here. All they just got to do is ask the right questions. Let me tell you, I really enjoyed writing this chapter, particularly John's POV during the ending scene. Him recognizing the injustice that happened to him and coming to terms with it is both a fine example of just how strong of a person he is to be able to rise above said injustice in the first place, but also a prime example of the question whether those thoughts are truly his or merely the result of a lifetime of training, indoctrination, and hardship guiding him to that example. His and Ashbin's conversation about choice and the lack thereof can be seen as the beginning of their relationship, as well as John's character arc in general. It's something we're really looking forward to exploring. Of course, right now everyone is asking Jin some very pointed questions. As mentioned earlier, due to the new story rotation schedule that we've shifted to, the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes has been written for a while now. It's our take, essentially, on the Lost Fable, first shown in RWBY Volume 6. It is a long chapter, currently at 30k words before editing, so it might go up or down a bit. Originally, we were planning to put Jin in this chapter, but we quickly decided that wasn't feasible. Not going to spoil anything, but I think you guys are really going to enjoy getting the answers you all have been asking for years, only to get brand new ones at the same time. Let us know if you guys enjoy this. If any of you have a TV Tropes account, any assistance in updating the TV Tropes page would be greatly appreciated. Now then, to answer a few of your questions. Please do not ask me if when the next chapter is coming. I will let you all know if the story is cancelled. Once the next chapter of D&E is published, which will probably be around a month from now, we're hoping to speed up the editing process, but these past few months have been busy, and the next episode of Outsiders is published. I'll be writing and publishing the chapters as D&E is edited thanks to it using separate editing teams. We will be moving on to Hunters of Justice. I'll be publishing 5 to 6 chapters for that, then Familiar Evil. I hope to that end by Halloween, and we are working on speeding up the editing process. Additionally, to help stem the tide as we wait between story rotations, I will be publishing in-universe informational articles to help flesh out the world. I've actually already written them. On SB, they'll be posted one at a time, but on FFin and AO3, I'll be publishing them all at once when the final one is published. Think of the back computer files from Hoj, and that'll serve as the template for what I am working on. Don't expect this story to become a multicross. While the expis of third-party franchises will be made, the story of this story is still Halo/RWBY. The rest is just for fun and to serve as a basis for what would otherwise be OCs. You'll have to wait and see what happens to the other RWBY villains, including Jacques and Adam. All I will say is that we have plans for them. Don't expect to see Caleb again. She was just a character of the day, and it's a big galaxy. The movie Starship Troopers is a satire/parody, so don't expect any military training arc to draw from it. If anything, it would be more like Band of Brothers, The Pacific, and so on. Regardless, this does obviously move the subject towards how I will be handling Beacon. The answer to that is the Beacon arc will not be depicted like it was in canon. When I can help it, I try not to retread canon ground, particularly on the RWBY side of this crossover. We've all read countless depictions of the Beacon saga arcs. Initiation, Jaundice, the Docks, the Dance, and so on. You all don't want to read that again, nor do I want to write it after reading it so many times. As such, expect the canon events to either be relegated to off-screen, depicted from alternate POVs, such as from the teacher's perspective as initiation is going on, done in a similar concept yet different execution, and so on. The bulk of Beacon will be, as mentioned in the prologue which has been subtly retconned from specifics to general, will be when Johnson is their instructor, aka Hell Month. I feel that is a much better use of my and your time, use that'll result in a more cohesive and entertaining package. Yep, as far as everyone is concerned, the RLA are insurrectionists, and the UNSC has ample reasons to despise insurrectionists. After the stunt the RLA just pulled, so will Remnant. Now, obviously the issues that the RLA were truly concerned about will still be a factor, but for now such concerns will be buried. In time, they can and will spring back up, so their story isn't done yet. Expect the UNSC and Remnant to cooperate on merging their technology. In fact, the informational articles I mentioned earlier will be all about tech, specifically UNSC tech. You'll see what I mean eventually. Equipment from Halo Wars will be shown. In fact, many of them have already been depicted. Nora and Ren aren't going to become OESTs or Spartans. They're still on their canon path, just with a newfound source of inspiration. I'm really glad you guys liked Crow's team up with Blue Team. That was a really fun chapter to write, particularly with their interactions between Crow and the professional soldiers. We really wanted to highlight the strengths of our setting's respective super soldiers. I like to think I did them justice, as the last thing I want to do is make one look worse than the other. That's not the vibe we're going for here. Yeah, Carmine is just fated to die. Unless you're Clayton. Then you're fated to survive while watching the rest of your really large family die. Regarding secrets, Ashbin keeping Salem a secret is, at the moment at least, a far more severe mistake than anything the UNSC has done. Let me be clear, the UNSC will fuck up, particularly if ONI has anything to say about it, as they don't like Remnant being independent. But not telling the UNSC about Salem led to security lapses that might not have been there if they had the idea that something like this was even a possibility. Not to say Ashbin didn't have his reasons. He absolutely did. But, as he mentioned here, not telling the truth was a mistake on his part, one he had to correct to prevent Salem from getting what she wanted. Yeah, that guy in the bunker was both entirely justified but also a total selfish ass whom has earned the ire of all the soldiers and civilians outside. And yes, that was a monitor. You'll learn more about him in the next chapter. I did actually start playing ZZZ recently, and the Dullahan was based off the enemy of the same name. And yes, there will be references to RWBY. It would be sacrilege if I didn't. Baird not liking it Legion robots is meant to be a joke at the fact that he goes on to make the DBs, particularly as he doesn't like Watts. To be fair, no one likes Watts. And yes, Marcus was just inspired to make the Lancer MK2. Salem and the two brothers will not be nerfed. She in particular is one of the main antagonists in this entire story alongside the prophets of truth, mercy, and regret. Atriox is a secondary antagonist to them. ONI is not going to touch Ren and Nora. They simply don't have the reach yet to do so even if they wanted to. I'm really glad you guys like the Dullahan. We loved writing that thing. Making OC Grim is fun, so expect to see more as this story unfolds. That's it for now. We hope you all enjoy. See you all next time.